My mother-in-law demanded that my husband divorce me because I put my medical career ahead of her sewing project while she was sitting in my living room holding a quilt that was only halfway finished as if it were evidence at a murder trial. In order to proceed with the open-heart surgery, I took a pair of trauma shears, shredded her beautiful family heirloom that had been passed down for 6 generations, and then walked out of the room to do the procedure. Due to the fact that I did not adhere to the antiquated family customs of my spouse, I came dangerously close to losing my marriage, my sanity, and my profession. The custom that is being questioned. The Kensington family requires that any woman who marries into the family be compelled to hand embroider a quilt during the time that she is engaged. I'm not talking about a project that you can do on the weekend to have some fun. I am referring to a particular intricate pattern that has been handed down from generation to generation for a period of 6 generations. This pattern calls for precisely 912 individual stitches that are so little that they require women to devote 8 to 10 months of their everyday lives to finish. It had been done by Eleanor, who is my mother-in-law. Her mother had done it before she did it herself. In fact, Eleanor was always quick to bring up the fact that Jessica, the ex-girlfriend of my husband Carter, had begun one prior to the breakup of their relationship, despite the fact that she never completed it. It has been 3 years since Carter made the proposal to me, and Eleanor did not offer her congratulations. Instead, she extended an invitation to me to visit her expansive estate, at which point she seated me in her parlor and provided me with the designated fabric, as well as a pattern book that was bound in leather and in a state of disrepair, as if she were handing over the Hope Diamond. "The next day, you will begin," she informed me. She did not inquire about it, she gave the order. I was working as a cardiothoracic surgery resident at the time, and my work weeks consisted of 80 hours. I had exactly 4 hours of spare time per week, which I used to sleep, eat, and occasionally recall what the sun looked like. I used these hours to accomplish everything I could. I found the concept of embroidering a blanket to be very absurd, as it would require me to spend those precious and fleeting hours. "Eleanor, I don't think I'll have the time," I stated with caution, making an effort to abide by the principle of respect. An instantaneous chill spread across her face. "You'll make time. Every Kensington bride does. It is how you prove your dedication to this family." I made an effort. I sincerely tried, but I need God's aid. I sat on my couch with that heavy, suffocating fabric at 2.0 inches the morning for 3 miserable weeks, stabbing my fatigued fingers until they literally bled onto the cotton. For that entire time I was miserable. I created stitches that were crooked and uneven, giving the impression that a drunk spider had crept across the fabric I was working with. In addition to the fact that my hands were cramping and calloused, I was hallucinating because I had not had enough sleep. In order to operate on human hearts, I required my hands to be completely steady. I eventually gave in and told Carter that I was unable to complete the task. I expressed my affection for him, but I cautioned him that I would not compromise my surgical residency, my patients, or my physical health in order to purchase stylish bedding. With a sigh, he stroked his neck and stated that he was in agreement. Despite this, we went ahead and got married, with Eleanor standing in the front row of the church and staring at me with a glare. It had been 2 years since that happened. At first, I believed that the quilt was a non-issue. I had a mistake. Yesterday, after a long and exhausting shift at the hospital that lasted for 14 hours, I returned home to discover Carter's entire family had gathered in our living room. There were no prior warnings. There is no text, just a sneak attack. Eleanor was sitting in my favorite armchair, and she appeared to be a judge preparing to hand down a death sentence as she lay there with the quilt that was incomplete and looked pitiful across her lap. It was the moment I went through the door that she made the announcement. "This is a representation of your commitment to this family. Or rather, your complete lack thereof." While sitting on the couch, Carter's father gave a gloomy nod. Despite the fact that she was holding her pearls tightly, his grandma looked at me as if I were a bug that had crawled over her spotless floor. "In our family," Eleanor said, her voice dripping with the aristocratic disappointment that comes with years of experience, "a wife who won't complete the quilt doesn't respect our history. She doesn't respect us." Carter caught my attention. As he stood there in silence by the window, he maintained his gaze fixed on the ground. I waited for him to make his voice heard. I waited for him to say, "Mom, cease what you're doing. She's my wife." In the meantime, I waited for him to defend the woman whom he had promised to safeguard. At no point did he utter a single word. His silence was taken by Eleanor as license to exacerbate the situation. "I've told Carter he needs to seriously reconsider this marriage. A woman who cannot dedicate herself to something so simple, so fundamental, clearly has misplaced priorities. You are too educated for your own good, Harper. You think you're above us." Something that was buried deep within my chest suddenly snapped. I felt a wave of icy, unwavering clarity flood over me. When I said, "You want to know about dedication?" I responded with a voice that was dangerously hushed. Last month, I held a 5-year-old boy's hand while he died in the trauma bay because his parents were too busy screaming at each other to notice he was bleeding out. I work 9, 6-hour weeks. I have missed birthdays, anniversaries, and holidays. I haven't slept a full 8 hours in 4 years. But sure, Eleanor. Let's pretend the real measure of a woman's worth is how well she can cross-stitch a blanket. After rising to her feet, Eleanor's face became a deep, angry crimson all over. You think you're so important because you're a doctor? You think saving lives makes you exempt from respecting your husband's family? You are arrogant, common, and entirely unsuitable for my son. The words were hurled at me by her, and for some reason, Carter remained silent. Nobody has a single word to defend me. It was as if a battleground was taking place between us, the unfinished quilt. His family kept a close eye on me, and they waited for me to snap, watching for me to cry, apologize, and make a commitment to fall in line, like a good and obedient little Kensington wife. Rather than that, I gently made my way over to my medical bag, which was sitting on the table in the foyer. I removed my heavy-duty titanium trauma shears from the front pocket, the ones that are designed to cut through leather boots and seatbelts in the event of an emergency, and unzipped the bag altogether. I came right up to Eleanor, pulled the fabric out of her hands, and started cutting it in a very methodical manner. Snip. Snip. As in, rye. 0 TP. The sound of the thick, ancient cloth tearing filled the living room, which had been completely silent up until that point. In order to damage it, I chopped it into jagged strips. In front of their very eyes, I demolished 6 generations of their oppressive and patriarchal power over women. As soon as I allowed the pieces to fall to the ground, Eleanor found herself physically shivering. Her appearance suggested that she was about to pass out. That quilt was irreplaceable, she exclaimed, gasping for air and clenching her chest. That fabric was blessed by... I don't care, I said as I halted the conversation and dropped the shears upon the heap of damaged fabric. I'm a surgeon. I save lives. And if Carter values your sewing project more than our marriage, then maybe you're right. Maybe we should get a divorce. In order to pack a suitcase, I turned on my heel and proceeded in the direction of the stairs. Explosions occurred in the room behind me. A loud screech could be heard coming from Eleanor, and she demanded that Carter make a decision right then and there. Which is better, my family or I? Which is more important, tradition or his wife? For the first time in 2 years, I came to the realization that I was quite unsure of which option he would go with. My pager rang just as I was climbing the steps toward the top of the building. Then, my phone began to buzz. Specifically, it was a text message from my attending surgeon, Dr. Miller. The situation is urgent. The patient is experiencing a delirious state. I need you to be in the operating room right now. The last thing I did was pack a backpack. I have just taken the keys to my car. While I was making my way back down the stairs, the argument came to an end. At long last, Carter turned his face toward me, his features drained and unreadable. His voice was shaking as he said, "Where are you going?" At that moment. To do something that actually matters, I explained to myself. Leaving my husband standing there with his enraged family and the shredded remnants of their priceless ritual scattered across our hardwood floor, I walked out the front door and left him there. While I was driving to the hospital like a crazy person, my wedding band felt like it was pressing down on my finger tremendously. By tomorrow, I was curious as to whether or not I would still be wearing it. The operation lasted for 11 exhausting hours. Tom, who had retired from the fire department and was 61 years old, was the patient. As a result of the complete obstruction of 3 of his primary arteries, his heart was effectively a ticking time bomb that had finally exploded. The waiting room was filled with his wife and 3 daughters, all of whom were huddled together in fear. I arrived at 11:47 o'clock at night. There was a delay in my departure from the operation room until practically noon the next day. In the mammary, artery graft, Dr. Miller gave me the opportunity to play the primary role. The fact that I had been awake for more than 30 hours did not affect the stability of my hands in any way, despite the fact that my marriage was practically falling apart. Despite the fact that my spouse was currently facing a choice between the approval of his mother and my approval, when I was holding a scalpel in my hand, none of it took any significance. We were able to get around all 3 impasses. I had that familiar, tremendous rush as we removed Tom from the bypass machine and his heart began beating on its own again. It was powerful, steady, and full of life. All of the hardship and sacrifice was worth it because of the rush that it brought. Dr. Miller remarked, "Beautiful work, Dr. Vance." As we removed our bleeding gowns and pulled off our clothes, he used my name before I married. On a professional level, I utilized it, but in my social life, I was known as Harper Kensington. Suddenly, I found myself being uncertain about who I was. After I had finally made it to the locker room, I checked my phone and discovered that I had missed 17 calls. Carter brought in 12. From Eleanor. 5 stars. I had dozens of text messages at my disposal, but I was unable to read them because of my emotional state. My best friend, Chloe, sent me a text message, which I then viewed. "How are you doing? When Carter was looking for you, he called me. He seemed to be in a panic. That it is an urgent situation." My response to her SMS message was, "Just finished in 1-1-hour surgery. The patient is in a stable condition. I am doing well." A prompt response came from Chloe, who stated, "That is not what I asked, Harper. I was still wearing my scrubs when I drove home at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I smelled like iodine, metallic blood, and absolute fatigue. As I pulled into our driveway, I noticed that Carter's car had already left. A suffocating silence greeted me as I came through the front door, which I had unlocked. There were no more pieces of the quilt that had been shredded. The living room appeared to be utterly unruined, as if the intense confrontation that occurred the day before had been nothing more than a hallucination brought on by the stress that took place. First, I noticed the message that had been left on the kitchen island. It was written in Carter's style, which was crisp and exact. "This is my parents' home right now. We need to have a conversation. Give me a call once you get this." That is not the case. "No, I'm sorry that they caught you off guard." Nothing more than icy instructions to call him. I rolled the note into a ball, threw it away, went upstairs, and then sank into bed. I had just finished using the note. I only slept for a total of 14 hours. Upon my awakening, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. The house was completely dark and bone-chillingly cold. I walked downstairs, brewed a pot of coffee that was so strong that it was almost unbearable, and then I finally retrieved Carter's crumpled note from the garbage. On the counter, I made it as smooth as possible. 20 minutes passed before I eventually took up my phone and dialed his number. During that time, I was staring at it constantly. On the second ring, he responded to the call. I could tell he was worn out. "Where have you been?" he wanted an answer to. I said, "Surgery," in a tone that was muted. A man needed his heart rebuilt so he wouldn't die. It seemed a bit more important than answering my phone. "We've been worried sick about you, Harper." Your mother is sitting right next to you, isn't she?" I inquired with curiosity. All of a sudden, there was a profound hush. He spoke with great care. "Every member of my family is present. After what happened yesterday, they wanted to make sure I was okay." It made me laugh. Laughing out loud at the sheer absurdity of the situation, I literally threw my head back and laughed. "You're okay? Carter, you stood there in silence while your mother insulted me in my own home. You let her demand that you divorce me. You let her question my worth as a human being. But you're the one who needs a support system right now? You destroyed a priceless family heirloom, Harper. Do you have any idea what you've done?" It was fabric, Carter. Cotton and thread. It wasn't a living, breathing person. It wasn't a life. It was a symbol of something, he cried forthrightly. "Yeah," I responded sharply. "It represented 6 generations of women being bullied, controlled, and broken down by your family's toxic expectations. I refused to be one of them." He remained silent for a considerable while. Within the background, I was able to pick up on a faint whispering. It was Eleanor who was training him. In the end, Carter added, "Mom wants an apology," although his voice was loud and strained. "And she thinks you should pay to have it professionally restored. She found a specialist in Maine who might be able to." The phone was hung up by me. Instantaneously, he returned the call. I immediately forwarded it to my voicemail. He contacted once more. It was entirely off when I turned off the phone. The next morning, Chloe and I met at a cafe that was located close to the hospital. I appeared to be a dead body strolling around. A triple espresso and a large dish of pancakes were the first things she ordered for me before I even had a chance to open my mouth. Everything was shown to her. The ludicrous phone call, the ambush, the shears, Eleanor's ultimatum, and Carter's silence were all highlights of the situation. During the course of her attentive listening, Chloe's look went from one of dread to one of utter wrath, and then finally to one of intense respect. Her words were, "Good for you," as she stabbed a slice of sausage with her fork. "I've been waiting 2 years for you to finally stand up to that wicked witch. She's been undermining you since the day you got the ring." I whispered, "Carter loves his family," as I stared into my coffee bottle. Chloe made a quick correction saying, "Carter provides for his family. There is a massive difference. Harper, remember your birthday last year? When Eleanor threw a surprise party for Carter's half-birthday on the exact same weekend and he spent the whole time at her estate while you ate takeout alone? Or when you graduated from your residency and Eleanor conveniently scheduled her annual charity gala on the same day, so Carter missed your ceremony?" I lowered my gaze and closed my eyes. When I heard everything set out in such a manner, I felt like an absolute idiot. While Chloe was reaching across the table to take my hand, she remarked, "You are an exceptionally talented surgeon. You literally hold beating hearts in your hands." And you've spent the last 2 years trying to earn the approval of a miserable, elitist woman who will never accept you because you actually work for a living. She liked Jessica because Jessica was a human doormat who would have spent her life churning out babies and embroidering pillows. You are a threat to Eleanor's control. As tears began to form in my eyes, I confronted the question. So what do I do? I love him, Chloe. She addressed him in a low voice and asked, does he love you enough to protect you from them? Because right now, the evidence says no. A text message from Carter was waiting for me when I turned my phone back on. He asked me to come by the house so that he could get some clothing. I assured him that I would be present. At midday, he became present. His clothing was crumpled, and he had heavy circles under his eyes. He could not have looked worse. We appeared to be two strangers waiting for a bus as we waited in the foyer of our private residence. It was ultimately "I'm sorry," that he said. I asked, for what, exactly? While crossing my arms over my chest, because there is a very large menu of things you need to apologize for. His body jerked. I'm sorry for not defending you. I should have told them to leave when they showed up unannounced, but Harper, you didn't have to cut the quilt. You humiliated my mother. Your mother told you to divorce me, Carter, in my own house, and you just stood there. She was upset. She didn't mean it. She absolutely meant it. She has hated me since day one, and the worst part isn't even what she said. The worst part is that when she demanded you choose between us, you actually had to stop and think about it. Carter appeared to be unable to escape as he ran his hands through his hair. You don't understand. These traditions, they connect us. It's about belonging to the family. I shot back. No, it's about submission. And I was right. It's a test to see if I can be broken like a horse. Well, I can't be. I save lives for a living. I am not going to apologize for prioritizing my patients over a sewing project. Carter remarked. I need space. As he grabbed his duffel bag off the ground. I need a few days at my parents' house to clear my head. I responded, fine, with a voice that was unnaturally calm. Take all the space you need. But know this, Carter, I am not going to spend the next 30 years begging for your mother's permission to be your wife. You are either my partner, or you are her obedient little boy. You cannot be both. After that, he left. The following day, I received a text message from a number that I did not recognize. Your name is Eleanor. We need to have a conversation. See me tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, at the Sterling Room. Be by yourself. The first thing that came to my mind was to tell her to go to hell immediately. On the other hand, the surgeon that I am needed to evaluate the danger, it was necessary for me to confront the illness head on. I responded to the text message by saying, I'll be there. Downtown, the Sterling Room is a club that is exclusive to its members and is exorbitantly pricey. Eleanor was seated at a table in the corner of the living room, wearing a tailored Chanel suit and drinking tea as if she were the owner of the building. While wearing my jeans and a plain pullover, I sat down on the other side of her. It was Eleanor who made the statement. I'll get straight to the point. Without even expressing a hello, I want you to divorce my son. An intense breath was exhaled by me. At least you're finally saying it to my face without an audience. Carter is miserable, she said, in a nice manner. He requires a wife who understands his world. Someone who can host galas, manage the estate, and raise proper children. Not a woman who works 90 hours a week and smells like hospital antiseptic. You are common, Harper. Your parents were blue-collar workers. You do not belong in our circle. I belong in an operating room, I responded to myself, where I actually contribute to society, instead of just judging it. The pupils of Eleanor's eyes tightened into slits. With a swift motion, she reached into her fancy purse, extracted a slick leather checkbook, and removed the cap from a fountain pen. A sweet voice remarked, I am prepared to offer you a fresh start. And she was right. Divorce Carter quietly. No drawn-out legal battles. No going after his trust fund. You sign the papers, walk away, and I will write you a check right now for $250,000. I was fixated on her. What was taking place was so unbelievable that I could not believe it. Like a storyline in a low-budget soap opera, she was attempting to buy me off with her money. I murmured, you are completely insane. I am practical, she retorted in response. Take the money, Harper. Pay off your medical school debt. Open a private practice. Disappear. Because if you refuse, I promise you, I will make your life a living nightmare. I sit on the board of directors for 3 different medical foundations in this city. I have friends on the board of your hospital. One phone call from me, and your promising little surgical career will hit a very sudden, very permanent brick wall. Suddenly, the air in the room had a sensation of being extremely thin. I was under threat of having my medical license revoked. While I slowly rose up, I placed both of my hands flat on the mahogany table and leaned in close to her so that she was the only one who could hear me. My voice was quivering with pure adrenaline as I said, make your phone calls, Eleanor, and I was referring to me. Pull your little strings. But understand this, I am a damn good surgeon. My work speaks for itself. And if you think you can destroy my life because I wouldn't cross-stitch your stupid blanket, you are severely underestimating me. Keep your money. You're going to need it to buy your son's affection once he realizes what a monster you are. As I left the club, my heart was pounding so hard against my ribs that I passed out. I got in my car and drove straight to the hospital. At work, I was the only place where I felt secure. The emergency room was a complete and utter mess. Just now, the trauma bays were inundated as a result of a large multi-car pileup that occurred on the highway. As soon as I arrived, I was rushed into an urgent surgical procedure. A girl who was 17 years old had sustained a severe laceration to her liver as a result of the accident. She was lying on the table, dripping with blood. The drop in her blood pressure was alarming. Through the large accumulation of blood, the primary surgeon, Dr. Miller, was having a difficult time locating the origin of the bleeding. "We're losing her," the anesthesiologist yelled above the drone of the monitors. "We're losing her." I responded with a, "No, we're not." I fully relied on my instincts to move my hands. By going around the normal procedure, I was able to reach deep into the abdominal cavity and locate the damaged hepatic artery completely with the use of my hands. Blindly, I clamped it down. Instantaneously, the hemorrhage were stopped. Her pressure returned to normal. Her life was saved by us. During the time that we were cleaning up, Dr. Miller showed me astonishment with his gaze. "That was one of the most incredible saves I've ever seen. Harper, you have a true gift." "Thank you," I exhaled as I leaned against the tile wall and offered my gratitude. "Doctor," Miller said. By the way, transitioning into a more solemn tone as he continued his statement. "I received a very strange phone call this morning from an Eleanor Kensington. She claimed to be your mother-in-law." The provocative tensing to mine. The contents of my stomach fell into my shoes. She did not squander any of the time. With a growing sense of dread in my stomach, I said, "What did she say?" "She expressed deep concern about your mental stability, Doctor," Miller stated with a scowl on his face. "She claimed you were experiencing a violent psychotic break due to marital stress. She heavily implied that I should mandate a psychiatric evaluation and suspend your surgical privileges immediately." I lowered my gaze and closed my eyes. "Dr. Miller, I can explain." He extended his hand to prevent me from proceeding. "Harper, I've supervised you for 3 years. I know your character. I know your competence. I told Mrs. Kensington that your professional performance is flawless, and if she ever attempts to use her social influence to interfere with my surgical staff again, I will have our legal department file a harassment suit against her." At long last, my eyelashes were covered in tears that were both hot and rapid. "Thank you," I stutteringly murmured. "Go home," he urged in a soft voice. "Sort out your life. Your job here is safe." 3 days later, everything reached a boiling point. I received a text message from Carter, inviting me to join him for supper at his parents' home. He stated that he had made a decision and preferred for all individuals to be present. My expectation was that I would be confronted by a firing squad. I had every expectation that he would bring me the divorce papers. In spite of this, I went nonetheless, dressed in my most beloved blazer and my most high-heeled shoes, and prepared to look them in the eye when it was over. I arrived at the enormous and sprawling estate that resided in Kensington. The door was opened for me by Carter. He had a different appearance. His stance was more upright, and his jaw was set more firmly. On my hand, he took it. Despite my best efforts, I was unable to dislodge it from his grasp. Upon entering, we proceeded to the formal dining room. A smug and victorious expression appeared on Eleanor's face as she sat at the head of the long oak table. Richard Carter, Carter's father, and Beatrice Carter, Carter's grandmother, were already sat in the chair. "Sit down," Eleanor exhorted the audience. Carter did not take a chair out of his bag. Even though he was standing, he continued to hold my hand strongly in his. As Carter put it, "We are not going to be staying for dinner." That was the loudest and most authoritative voice I had ever heard from him. Eleanor wore a frown. "Carter, don't be ridiculous. Sit down. We have matters to discuss regarding your separation." "There is no separation," Carter stated emphatically. It was completely silence in the room. In its place, Eleanor's face of smugness was replaced by one of real shock. "I've spent the last week staying in my childhood bedroom," Carter said, looking squarely at his mother. "I've been there for that entire week. And I realized something horrifying. I realized I was turning into a coward. I realized I was letting you destroy my marriage because I was too terrified of losing my trust fund and my place in this family to tell you no." "Carter," his father yelled out to him. "Watch your tone with your mother." Carter snapped back. "No, Dad, you listen to me." And he was right. Mom met with Harper secretly 3 days ago. She offered my wife a $250,000 bribe to divorce me. Richard stared at Eleanor, completely taken aback. "Eleanor, Is this true? With a protective stance, Eleanor raised her chin. I was protecting our family. She is unsuitable. And when Harper refused the bribe? Carter said, his voice becoming more and more angry. Mom called the chief of surgery at her hospital and tried to fabricate a story about Harper having a psychotic break. She tried to destroy Harper's medical license. Beatrice heaved a roar. Richard glanced at his wife in a horrified manner. Carter responded, "You went too far, Mom?" Although his voice cracked slightly but remained unwavering in his determination. "You demanded I choose between my family and my wife. Well, I've made my choice." As he turned to gaze at me, his eyes shone with tears that had not yet been released. "I choose Harper. I will always choose Harper. She is my family now. And if that means I am no longer welcome in this house, if that means I lose my inheritance, then so be it. I would rather be broke with a woman I respect than rich and chained to your toxic control." Eleanor rose up, her face appearing pallid. "Carter, you don't mean that. You're throwing away your legacy over a woman who doesn't even respect our traditions." "The tradition was a tool to break her," Carter observed in a chilly tone. "And I am glad she shredded that damn quilt. It was the bravest thing I've ever seen anyone do in this house." "Oh." For the very last time, he turned his gaze back to his mother. "Do not contact us, do not call us. Until you are ready to offer Harper a sincere, unconditional apology, and seek intense psychological therapy for your need to control everyone around you, you do not have a son." My hand was squeezed by him. "Let's go home." After turning our backs on them, we exited the building by the front door. We did not turn around to look back. As we drove away from the estate, the crushing weight that had been lying on my chest for 2 years finally lifted. I felt a sense of relief. While he was sobbing on the steering wheel, Carter pulled the car over halfway down the road, placed it in park, and then fell down in tears over the automobile. I comforted him by holding him and helping him cry as we mourned the loss of his family in order to save us. That occurred some 5 years ago. After that night, a great deal of time has passed. As he had promised, Carter severed all communication with his mother for a period of more than a year. It was the most difficult year of his life, yet it was the year that forced him to mature. In order to work over the trauma and the enmeshment, we agreed to participate in couples counseling. It was through him that I learned how to trust that he had my back, and he learned how to establish limits. My utter surprise was that Eleanor eventually broke down as a result of the alienation. Her idealized world of aristocracy was shattered when she was unable to exert control over her golden boy. Carter's father, who was appalled by the lengths she had gone to in order to damage my career, requested that she get professional mental assistance, and decided to temporarily relocate out of the house. Over time, Eleanor began to go to therapy, which was a hard process. Exactly 2 years after the occurrence, she made a request for a meeting with us in the office of a therapist that would be mediated. She had lost all of her pompous armor, and appeared to be older and smaller than she actually was. She shed a tear. She expressed regret. It is not a phony apology for public relations, but rather a sincere and agonizing admission of wrongdoing. The fact that she had been scared of losing Carter to a woman who was more powerful and successful than she was something that she admitted. As a weapon, she revealed that she had used the quilt earlier. It took a considerable amount of time to establish even the slightest degree of trust, but eventually, we permitted her to return into our life while maintaining extremely stringent limits. I currently serve as the head of cardiothoracic surgery at the hospital where I work. In the history of the position, I am the youngest woman to ever occupy it. Our first child, a beautiful baby girl, whom we called Chloe, was born 3 months ago. She was named after my best friend, who was instrumental in assisting me in recognizing my own value. When Eleanor went to visit her granddaughter at the hospital, she did not bring a quilt pattern with her. Not a single heirloom fabric was brought by her. It was a modest pink blanket that she had purchased from a store, and it was really comfortable. She was crying. At the family meeting, my parent asked me to hand over my billion-dollar empire. My dad murmured, "It's not yours anymore." I stood up and said, "You declared me unnecessary." Then I locked every account and let the panic begin. "Hello, I'm Hannah." I walked into the family meeting, hoping this time they'd finally listen to me, but they didn't even save me a seat. No nameplate, no greeting, just fake smiles and empty stares. Then, they asked me to give up the rights to the company I built from the ground up, assuming I'd just comply. But I didn't. They had no idea that the empire they've been relying on was mine. Now, their cards won't work. Their phones ring but no one picks up. And I'm the ghost they can't ignore. Isn't it strange how a family can cut you out and then panic when you disappear? The sun was shining through the big windows of my office in Wichita Falls, casting golden squares on the hardwood floor. The quiet made the coffee taste better. I was going over a portfolio update when the doorbell rang, more like a ritual than a surprise. There, on the front step, was a cream-colored envelope, sealed carefully. No branding, just my name, written in my mother's cursive, too formal for a daughter. Inside was a heavy card. Family strategy meeting. Your presence is requested. That simple phrase explained everything. Not invited, but requested. Cold, calculated. For once, I was officially included. My family hadn't asked for my opinion since I was 23, when I dared to tell my dad not to pour his retirement into a failing restaurant chain. Why now? I flipped the card over twice, looking for some warmth. Maybe a handwritten note? Nothing. Just the details. Full-day meeting next Saturday at the Wilmington estate. Dress business casual. My phone buzzed before I could even sit down again. A text from my mom. Hannah, stay calm. Let your sister lead. Don't cause trouble this time. There it was, the real meaning behind the polished invite. I put the phone down without replying. Years of polite exclusion now followed by a demand for silence. I was always too much for them. Too loud, too curious, too unwilling to play along. At Thanksgiving, I sat at the end of the table, asked to help with dishes but never invited to discuss business. They called it tradition. I called it confinement. Another buzz. This time, from Samantha. Hey. Just a quick note. Don't go too aggressive with your clothes, okay? Let's keep things neutral. Don't want to outshine your partners. The partners? I assumed it was her husband or maybe some finance guy who once complimented my logistics skills for a boutique. Neutral? I muttered to myself, which really meant invisible. Muted enough, not to disturb the show. I stared at the message for a moment, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. Before locking my phone. No reply, not yet. Let them think I'd come quietly, that I'd wear beige and smile, that I'd just sit and nod, like a museum exhibit. They had no idea they were dealing with the CEO of a billion-dollar company because I'd never told them. The truth? I'd been quietly building Blue Harbor for the past 6 years. What started as a drop-shipping experiment in a Denver apartment had turned into a multi-channel logistics company with customers in 7 countries. I ran fulfillment centers in states they couldn't even pronounce. I kept it private, not because I was ashamed, but because peace was more important than pride. In our family, you earned a place at the table through obedience. I opened my laptop and checked my asset firewall. My lawyer had insisted on monthly what-if audits. At first, I thought it was overkill. Lately, it felt more like insurance. I made the call. Can you double-check my personal firewall and flag any changes to the trust lines? She didn't ask why. She knew me too well. Before hanging up, I grabbed the folder marked "In case of war" and slipped it into my bag, just in case. Later that night, I stood in front of my closet, eyeing my suits. I grabbed the navy one. Structured shoulders, trim waist. It made me feel like glass and steel at the same time, the kind of suit that didn't ask for respect. It took it. I smiled at myself in the mirror. They had invited me to a meeting, but not to the family. I arrived 7 minutes early, more out of habit than anything else. The Wilmington estate hadn't changed much. The same squeaky iron gate. The same trimmed hedges that seemed more for show than shade. I parked on the side of the circular driveway, far from the others, just to avoid being blocked in. I didn't expect anyone to greet me, and I was right. The employees barely acknowledged me. One woman, who had worked there since Samantha's wedding, gave me a quick nod and a vacant smile before disappearing into the kitchen. Another walked past me without a glance. I'd been gone so long, my face was somewhere between a stranger's and a memory they'd rather forget. Inside, the formal dining room had been rearranged for strategy. Long table, assigned seats, agendas neatly placed. I scanned the room. No seat for me. Over here, Miss Wilmington. An assistant pointed to the far end of the table, away from the projector, away from the speakers. The seat was lighter wood, no armrests, no title card, just a blank card in front of it. No name, no affiliation, just a placeholder. I ran a finger along the card's edge, the kind you get at hotel banquets when someone cancels last minute. There was a pen next to it, like I was supposed to write my name. I didn't touch it. The empty label said more than anything else in the room. Samantha stood across from me, in her cream jacket, chatting with the estate lawyer like they were old friends. Not a glance my way. Hannah? I turned. A child, maybe 8 or 9, holding a juice box in one hand, her mother's phone in the other. Who's she? She asked loudly. Her mom, a cousin I barely recognized, looked stunned. "Oh, she used to live in Austin," she said, like I was some old neighbor. Not blood. As if I'd vanished and popped back up without any connection, as if I hadn't worn the jacket I sent her for her birthday 4 years ago. I smiled, just a little, then sat down without saying a word. From where I sat, I could see it all. The way people leaned in to laugh at Samantha's jokes, taking notes when the lawyer spoke. They weren't drawing power lines based on merit, it was all about posture. My sister moved from group to group, like a senator, using gestures to direct everything. She knew exactly when to drop a name and when to lean in so someone else would follow. Mr. Grant, the family's lawyer, kept glancing at her for cues. When our eyes met, he quickly looked down, pretending to be busy. They were all playing a role, one I wasn't even supposed to be in. Then, my Uncle James sat next to me with a sigh and nodded. "Didn't know you were coming." I kept it quiet. Neither did most people, evidently. He laughed nervously. "Well, you came to observe." And with that, the meeting went on. Samantha took charge, and Mr. Grant opened his laptop. The agenda packets came, and I flipped through them slowly. No mention of me. No reference to my work. No acknowledgement of the 6-page strategy memo I submitted 2 weeks ago. Even the past decisions, where I should have been listed as a silent contributor, had been scrubbed clean. They didn't forget about me. They erased me. You'd think after all these years, the sting would fade, but standing there, at the end of the table, with no name and no seat that mattered, it hurt just as much. Maybe worse, because I finally realized it wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. Indifference, as they say, is the opposite of love. I'd read that quote during a long layover in Atlanta, but it didn't really hit me until now, sitting quietly in that room full of relatives, pretending I wasn't there. They'd never wanted me to be invisible, but I always had been, unless I was useful, a pair of hands to serve at a bridal shower, a name to drop when talking about tech-savvy family members. To them, I was just a trivia fact, not a person with a voice. Ethan stood up, giving a sheepish smile as he talked about his second business venture. His first had failed 2 years ago, but most of the family didn't know why it was still running. I did. I'd secretly transferred $2.5 million when the company was about to fold. Dad gave him a thumbs up. Mom dabbed at her eyes like she was at a graduation. Ethan never asked who saved him, who bailed him out. He believed the money came from some mysterious private investor. I felt my stomach twist. I didn't want applause, but I didn't deserve a wrath. When Ethan finished and stepped down, I caught his eye. Maybe he noticed, maybe he didn't care. Either way, they didn't just forget about me. They rewrote the story. A memory hit me, one that had never faded. Last year, I'd suggested integrating our logistics software into the family's estate management. It was proprietary, adaptive, and worth millions. I offered it for free. My dad barely looked up from his coffee. "You're good at what you do, honey," he said, with that same tight-lipped smile. "But this is grown-up territory." I stood there, holding my folder while they laughed about investments they knew were failing. Sitting in that meeting, I thought about how many times I let their ignorance slide for the sake of peace. How many birthdays I attended with clenched teeth. How many calls I answered from Mom when she'd say, "Your sister's had a hard day." And ended with, "Could you wire her something?" Was that humility? Or was it fear? I used to think my silence kept the peace, but silence doesn't protect. Silence erases. That's what they wanted, for me to stay silent, to fund their mistakes, to keep my empire running quietly while they took what they wanted. A heat ran up my spine. Not anger, not sadness, but clarity. I excused myself to the restroom, which was down the hall lined with old family portraits, all curated joy. I closed the door behind me, leaned against the marble sink, and stared at the woman in the mirror. I remembered the morning Samantha cried because her tiara wouldn't sit right. I fixed it for her, but she never thanked me. I opened my bag and pulled out the folder. In case of war, I hadn't touched it since the day I packed it, filled with legal docs, ownership claims, timeline spreadsheets, and screenshots of wire transfers to family members who never knew where the money came from. I had hoped I wouldn't need it, but maybe it was time to remind them. I pressed my hand against the folder, then slipped it back into my bag. By the time I returned to the room, the presentation had moved on to future investments. My seat was still nameless, but I wasn't. Let's see how they react when the invisible one starts speaking. As I walked back into the room, it felt colder, not because of the temperature, but because of the energy. The laughter faded. The pleasantries evaporated like cheap perfume, and what was left was the real meeting, the decisions that could shape this family's future, or erase mine completely. I slid into my nameless chair. No one looked at me. No one nodded. My absence during the break had gone unnoticed. Just like my presence now. Samantha stood at the front of the room. All confidence and practice charm. She clicked through her slides, not glancing at her notes. Her voice was smooth, like she was running for office. As we move into the next phase of the legacy plan, she said, scanning the room but never settling her gaze on me. I'd like to thank everyone who is actively involved. Everyone here has helped shape where we're going next. She gave me a quick, tight smile, and we're glad Hannah came to observe. Even if she's no longer directly involved. A few people looked at me, their smiles stiff, wondering whether to clap or nod. I didn't blink. I didn't move, but inside, something coiled tight. They hadn't invited me to this meeting. They called me a ghost, a seat at the end of the table, no nameplate, no work of mine acknowledged, just an empty placeholder they thought would stay silent. And they were right, until now. During the coffee break, I walked into the sunroom to get some air. A hand gently touched my arm. It was Deborah, my mother, with her usual sweet look that often hid something more clinical. You've always had your own world, she said softly, without meeting my eyes. Be grateful we still welcome you in ours. I stared at her for a long moment, unsure whether to laugh or flinch. Is that what this is? I asked, my voice low. A welcome? She smiled, no apology in her expression, and didn't even seem to notice the insult hidden in her tone. Sometimes peace is more important than pride, she said, turning away. But I wasn't seeking peace, I muttered under my breath. Back at the table, I flipped through the meeting materials again. Nothing with my name on it. No mention of the project I'd offered to contribute. No sign of the systems I'd designed, dismissed by Samantha as not fitting the family's vision. Just spreadsheets and timelines, all traces of my work erased. Not forgotten, erased. I didn't lash out. Instead, I began making mental lists of every clause in the family trust agreement, every account tied to my shell companies, every payment I'd discreetly routed to cover this family's shortcomings. I'd spent the past decade plugging their financial holes while they buried me. I watched Samantha's charm act unfold. The way she addressed each elder by name, the way she touched their shoulders when delivering news they'd want to hear. She let them see only what she wanted them to. Being invisible lets you watch them all without them noticing you. Cousin's husband hung on her words like she'd solved world hunger, and the lawyer stared at her, waiting for his cues like he was on stage. They were rehearsing a play. And I wasn't in it. I used to beg for a role, but now? Now I'm building my own stage. The lunch spread sat untouched in front of me. Conversations buzzed around me, but none of it reached me. I pushed my chair back, the scrape of metal on tile sharp in the silence. Heads turned, but no one said a word. When I returned to my seat, the air smelled like cedarwood and citrus, thanks to the diffuser running since the morning. No one asked where I'd gone, no one offered to help or race ahead. I wasn't leaving the table, I was leaving the illusion. They couldn't see me, but they could feel me, beneath the surface, deep in the foundation. I took off my heels near the doorway, and walked straight to the kitchen. I poured myself a glass of cold water and stood against the counter. The meeting, the fake smiles, the polite erasure, they all seemed so much clearer now. I hadn't slammed the door when I left, but alone, I felt the quiet rise in me like a tide, not loud, not messy. They wanted a silent daughter, and I'd give them a silent storm. I took the glass of water into the den, opened my laptop. It came to life with a blink and a two-step verification, then revealed a dashboard they'd never known existed. My finger hovered over the lock button. Just then, a message popped up from Samantha. Hey, Hannah. Dad was wondering if he could get the SUV back this week. He says he needs it for something with the church group. Blue Harbor. Trust accounts. Shell entities I'd set up as a firewall between my family and their assumptions. I stared at the screen, unmoving. The SUV I'd bought 2 years ago and registered under a holding company they'd never traced. My father's retirement gift, though he'd never asked where the money came from. Samantha had arranged the delivery, and now, he was asking for it back as if it was his, as if I were borrowing it from them. I opened another tab. Vehicle assets. There it was, listed under Wilmington Mobility Fund. Discreetly tagged with the family's driver profile. One click, and I could pause access. The screen refreshed. The fuel card went inactive. GPS disconnected. Maintenance account suspended. No confirmation prompt. The action was done. They'd feel it when their wheels stopped moving, but not yet. Not now. Not the time to reveal everything. I closed the tab and returned to the dashboard. I wasn't pulling everything yet. Strategy wasn't about the loudest move. It was about the unexpected one, the first glitch in their perfect system. I wanted them to feel it. I opened my email and typed a new message to Lily, my assistant, my former corporate auditor, and the keeper of my real empire. Subject: Summary request. Time sensitive. Lily, please begin compiling comprehensive transaction histories per individual, focusing on gifting patterns and interlink shell usage from 2018. Bundle everything into PDF packets labeled with the principal beneficiary's name. Keep them locked, but ready. No vengeance. Just data. Clarity. Truth. Ready when needed. I leaned back, staring out the window. Austin at night wasn't like Wichita Falls. It didn't carry the weight of obligation. It hummed with energy and choice. They tried to force me into a story I never agreed to be in, but they forgot I was writing my own script. And I had receipts. The most dangerous person isn't the one who yells, it's the one who listens, thinks, and then acts. Later that night, halfway through a glass of wine, reading the latest report from our fulfillment partners, my phone buzzed again. Samantha. Hey. Something strange is going on with Dad's car. He said the fuel card didn't work at the pump, maybe something's wrong with the bank. I didn't respond. I flipped the phone over, face down, and let the screen go dark. They'll see the warning. Whether they read it or not is up to them. The second half of the meeting began quietly. No one asked where I'd gone for lunch. The air felt heavier than it had that morning. Samantha's smile was tighter, her pacing faster, and Mr. Grant, the family lawyer, kept glancing at her like he needed permission to breathe. Samantha cleared her throat and clicked to the next slide in the presentation. No one looked up when I slipped back into my seat. Still marked by that empty name card. A wealth distribution chart appeared on the screen, showing branches of assets and trust flows to various family members. My name flashed briefly, then vanished in the blink of an eye. I caught it just in time. The text blurred, flickered, then wiped away into a new label. Samantha kept talking, her tone warm and practiced, moving on to future planning and real estate transitions, like she hadn't just wiped me from the family ledger in front of everyone. A few heads turned subtly toward me, but no one said a word. The silence suffocated me, making me vanish in real time. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. Later, during a break, I wandered into the side office, the one my father once called his thinking space. It used to be where I sat cross-legged on the floor as a teenager, learning how to balance a checkbook. Now, it felt hollow, like the weight of honesty had long since left the room. A drawer was slightly cracked open. I didn't intend to snoop, but it was already open. Inside were folders, color-coded, organized. One was labeled, Will's Archive. I pulled it out. In the back was a copy from 8 months ago, and another marked just 6 weeks before this meeting. I opened the older folder first. Hannah Ra, Wilmington, co-beneficiary, designated partner for tech-created holdings tied to specific disbursements from a trust branch I had partially funded. It was all there, as clear as day. Then I flipped to the most recent one, and my name was gone. Not reassigned. Not moved. Gone. I stood there, staring at the folder, open in my hands. It wasn't just the legal slight that stung, it was the personal one. The casual cruelty of pretending that none of it had ever been mine. That my effort, my strategy, my investment, everything, was disposable. Family loyalty ends when abuse begins, and this was financial abuse, wrapped in designer clothes. I grabbed my phone and snapped clear shots of each page from both versions. Then slipped the older will into my folder and quietly closed the drawer just as I had found it. Back in the corner of the room, I opened a secure app and typed a message to my attorney. Subject: Prepare LT timeline package. Lily, please begin accumulating comprehensive transaction histories per individual, focusing on gifting patterns and interlink shell usage from 2018. Bundle everything into PDF packets labeled with the principal beneficiary's name. Keep them locked, but ready. No vengeance. Just data. Clarity. Truth. Ready when needed. I leaned back, finally smiling. Not the polite smile I'd been wearing all day, but a sharper, steadier one. I wasn't asking for a seat anymore. I was building my own damn table. When I walked back into the meeting, no one noticed. I nodded at Mr. Grant, who avoided my gaze. Samantha glanced up briefly, then quickly looked away. My mouth curved. They think I'm smiling. I'm baring teeth. By the time the final session resumed, the air in the room had shifted just enough that anyone paying attention would notice it. Samantha was in full performance mode now, her tone crisp, her movements calculated. She moved like the crown was already on her head. "Let's move forward," she said, turning to Mr. Grant. He nodded and pulled out another stack of printed papers. "These are acknowledgement documents for asset transition and leadership reallocation. Just formalities." One landed in front of me with a light tap, and Samantha didn't even look at me as she slid it my way. "Just something to note for the record," she said, acknowledging your awareness of the changes. I didn't open it immediately. Instead, I watched her smooth her jacket sleeve, take a sip of water, and return her gaze to the center of the room. When I opened the folder, my name was there in small print, buried in a paragraph about relinquished claims and mutual consent. But what caught my eye was the cross-reference to the tech infrastructure I had built from the ground up. Her confidence wasn't just in the content, but in the assumption that I wouldn't question her. Blue Harbor's early modules, warehouse automation scripts, and patented inventory optimization engine were all listed as developed within the family's collaborative parameters. They weren't just pushing me out. They were trying to steal my work. They weren't just replacing me. They were taking what was mine. I looked up slowly and caught Samantha's eye. She smiled again, but this time, it was tighter. "I assumed you'd be fine with it," she said, sweet as pie. "After all, you've always been more visionary than hands-on." I didn't respond. I didn't need to. The silence between us spoke louder than any courtroom testimony. Before I could close the folder, another voice broke through. "And now, please welcome Megan, our strategic consultant." That name. I turned to see Megan step forward in her sleek pantsuit, her hair pulled into the same precise bun she wore when she was still my assistant. At first, she smiled nervously, but it quickly turned into a steady, rehearsed expression. "I'm here to present the third phase of our digital rollout, which includes the logistics platform we've rebranded under Wilmington Future Holdings." Samantha clapped first, and the rest of the room followed. Megan finished with a line I'd written on a post-it note 4 years ago. I felt every muscle in my shoulders tighten as she scrolled through slides displaying my interface, my sequence, and my flowcharts, slightly recolored but unmistakable. Effectiveness isn't about speed. It's about invisibility. The knife twisted gently. They'd bought her. Or maybe she'd sold herself. Stock options, title, access, the things I never needed but they knew others craved. 2 women now sat at the center of a plan designed to erase me, one with blood, one with a price tag. I leaned back and pulled my phone from under the table. 2M. Salgado, Legal Counsel. Subject, Clause C, Body, Trigger Full Lock. Include IP Protection Clause. I folded the folder closed, not bothering to tuck it back into the stack. My eyes moved across the room. At cousins who used to call me wildcard, like it was both an insult and a joke. At uncles who whispered about the emotional ones, whenever I dared question Samantha's ideas. They weren't laughing now. They were applauding theft wrapped in decorum. I wasn't the unstable one. I was just the unowned one, and I was tired of playing their roles. Samantha handed a pen toward me, indicating the packet. "You'll just need to initial here," she said. I stared at the pen, then at her. I stood up. If I'd ever needed their approval, I thought, watching her try not to blink. When I stepped back into that room, something inside me had shifted permanently. The old me might have tried to salvage the meeting, but the woman who walked in now had nothing left to salvage. The table, the faces, the chair with no name, they'd all remained the same. Samantha rose again, all posture and polish, artificial confidence. Too clean to be human. "As we look forward," she said, fingers dancing along the edge of the table, "we must consider legacy not just as inheritance, but as intention. Leadership, after all, is stewardship." I raised my hand calmly. "I'd like to make a brief comment on that point." She didn't miss a beat. "We've already heard from everyone contributing," she said with a forced smile. "Let's stay respectful of the agenda." There it was. The dismissal, wrapped in politeness. "Mr. Grant" coughed into his hand but said nothing. Across the room, Uncle James looked down at the floor. My mother studied her cuticles, and my father murmured, Don't make this harder than it has to be. Harder? I sat back down, my heart hammering. It wasn't anger, not in the way they feared. There was no raised voice, no table pounding. But something inside me broke, and they didn't even notice. They never hear anything until it serves them. 7 minutes later, a man I didn't recognize strolled in, wearing a navy jacket and no tie. He didn't make eye contact with anyone except Mr. Grant, who gave him a slight nod. "M. Wilmington," he said quietly and professionally. "We've been requested to accompany you out. You're no longer a formal participant in this meeting." I stood slowly, deliberately, gathering my folder, adjusting the strap of my bag, and looking around the room one last time. Not for a lifeline, just recording faces. Cousins blinked. Samantha didn't flinch. My mother sat still, not objecting, not questioning, just watching. And that, somehow, felt worse than the silence. "You didn't just disinvite me," I said, steady as stone. "You declared me unnecessary." No one responded. No one moved. I turned, my heels clicking sharply against the tile, and walked out. The hallway smelled of citrus cleaner and stale ambition. The same staff who barely acknowledged me that morning watched from the sidelines. No one opened the door for me this time. I didn't need them to. I walked through the front door of the Wilmington estate and into the Texas heat. By the time I reached my car, the weight in my chest had dissolved into clarity. I opened the driver's side door, dropped my folder on the passenger seat, and turned on the laptop from the center console. No more meetings. No more begging. No more playing their game. I opened the Blue Harbor administrative backend, selected the top-level account, Wilmington Holdings internal dependencies, and under Actions, I clicked Enable Financial Revocation Protocol. A confirmation prompt blinked. I clicked Yes. The dashboard refreshed. I closed the laptop, sat back, and exhaled. I'd given them decades of patience. I whispered to myself, minutes of truth are too much for them. The first alert came 12 minutes later, while I was halfway to the freeway. I woke up to the smell of cinnamon coffee and the dull pulse of my phone vibrating nonstop on the nightstand. Samantha's assistant couldn't complete a wire transfer. Dad's grocery card was declined at the register. Ethan couldn't log into the shared investment portal. The machine they'd built on top of my empire began to sputter across town. I didn't rush to check it. Whatever was waiting could wait a few more minutes. When I finally picked up the phone, there were 40 missed calls, 15 texts, and 8 voicemails, all from familiar names: Samantha, Dad, Ethan, and even my mother. I took my coffee outside to the balcony. It was still early, and Austin hadn't woken up. The air was clean, the sky bruised with morning, and I sat, phone face down, just listening to the hush. They finally felt what I'd been living with for years, being cut off. I'd felt this silence every Thanksgiving I spent alone. Every Sunday, when they shared updates in the group chat I wasn't a part of. Every time they passed around stories at the dinner table and left me out like I was a bad memory. By mid-morning, the rest of the plan unfolded. I'd timed everything, and at exactly 9 a.m. every person tied to Wilmington accounts received an email. Subject line: clarification of ownership and access termination. No anger in the body, just facts, with documents attached that they didn't expect me to have. Asset receipts. Wire confirmations. Contract timestamps. A timeline of how much I'd given, how long I'd been funding the life they thought came from luck or Dad's pension. The truth doesn't scream, it documents. By noon, I was already getting reports. Mom's utilities were auto-bounced. Ethan's business account was flagged for inconsistent source tracing. Samantha's PAC fund froze mid-disbursement. And the campaign accountant emailed her twice before realizing she wasn't listed as an authorized user anymore. I hadn't lifted a finger that morning. The system I'd built had already done its job. Dad called, but I didn't answer. Samantha texted, "We need to talk," and I responded once. "This is me talking." I muted the thread. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't even satisfied. What I felt was something quieter, like closing a half-open door and letting it latch completely. This wasn't about retaliation. It was about drawing a line. I'd heard once, "You are not required to set yourself on fire to keep others warm." And I had spent the better part of 2 decades doing just that. Burning parts of myself down to keep the illusion of peace intact. Not anymore. There's power in not picking up the phone. Power in letting people sit with the consequences they created. Around 2 p.m., my attorney forwarded me a short message. Local media had requested a comment on the financial restructuring. Your name's finally in the headline. I read the subject line twice before opening it. Wilmington Holdings shifts structure after quiet billionaire Ares withdraws support. Billionaire. I'd never use the word myself, but if that's what it took for them to see me, so be it. Now they remember me. Let them. It began as a whisper. Not from my family, of course, they were too busy trying to make sense of the damage to say anything out loud. But the city talked. The industry noticed. When local media picked it up, though it was a quiet sidebar piece on a weekday afternoon, the headline did exactly what I never needed applause to do. After the ownership dispute, Wilmington Holdings restructured. And my name was boldly printed in the article, not as a footnote or passing mention, but as a headline. I didn't forward the article to anyone. I didn't gloat. Instead, I sat on my back patio in Austin, iced coffee in hand, watching sunlight dance across the fence, and whispered to myself. I didn't need applause. Later that afternoon, a friend from the Valley emailed a snapshot from an industry convention in Dallas. Did you know Samantha pitched this under a new name last year? She attached a photo of Samantha standing on stage, presenting my technology as if it were a family innovation. The branding was different, cleaner, colder, but the framework was mine. The project had been halted indefinitely due to unresolved intellectual property issues, and the same interface logic and core structure were used, but this time, it lacked legs. In the days that followed, social media debates erupted. Hadn't she failed last year? Wasn't Samantha in charge of it all? People questioned everything. I didn't engage, but I didn't need to. The documents I'd provided spoke louder than any comment ever could. Screenshots, emails, transactional records, all dated, verified, and incontrovertible. The silence that had once obliterated me now unraveled them. Then came the smaller unravelings. Mom tried to refill a prescription. Her insurance card was declined. She called the helpline, then called me twice. I didn't answer either time. The policy had been under a trust I managed. Ethan sent me a carefully worded email. Hey, just wondering if there's a mix-up with Grace's education grant. It looks like the account is frozen. I replied once. The fund no longer recognizes your household. No sarcasm. No cruelty. Just truth. I spent the next morning in meditation. Not for peace, but for clarity. Austin was noisy that day, birds, cars, neighbors trimming trees, but I was quieter inside than I'd been in years. They had screamed over, around, and through me, and now they had to live with the echo. I picked up my phone and emailed Lily, my assistant. Subject, Phase 2. Body, initiate quiet philanthropy. Focus. Women-led startups. Keep my name off everything, let them shine. The power I now wielded didn't need to be named. It didn't need press releases. It lived in movement, direct, invisible, relentless. Late that night, a new email arrived from Samantha. Subject. We underestimated you, body, and we paid for it. I stared at the screen, the room dimly lit by nothing but the glow of the monitor. I didn't type back, forward it, or even smirk. Instead, I whispered to myself, you didn't pay enough. The voicemail arrived at 8:17 a.m., sandwiched between a news segment about the restructuring and a scheduled call from my accountant. It was from my mother. I listened to it twice. There was no apology, just that familiar soft tone steeped in practiced concern. Hannah, love, I'm not sure what's happening. This is confusing for everyone. We never intended for things to escalate. Maybe we should all just sit down. There will be no attorneys or technical discourse, just the family. Please don't do anything else permanently. There was no word of regret, only perplexity and subtle blame wrapped in pleasant vowels. I deleted it before it even finished playing. I used to wait for that voice, used to keep it saved in my phone like a charm, hoping hearing it would anchor me. Now I recognize the silence after it as a gift. By noon, a new email arrived, not from her, but from the family's attorney. It was dressed in legal politeness, and requested a reconciliation meeting, phrased delicately as a collective effort toward emotional and financial recalibration. Collective effort. As if we'd all had equal parts in the damage. I responded through my own counsel with a single line. Family isn't a transaction. I declined. Then I changed my number. I closed the mailbox tied to the old Wilmington Trust accounts, the one they all used to contact me when they needed help, but I didn't want anyone to know it was coming from me. Later that week, I drove out to the childhood home, now boarded up, with an auction sticker still fluttering against the screen door. The lawn was patchy, and the swing in the backyard was rusted stiff. I stood at the edge of the yard and let the wind hit me in the face. Nostalgia, no sorrow, just a thought. It was never the house that failed me. It was the people in it. I walked the fence line once, touched the post I had painted when I was 9, still faintly blue beneath the dirt, and then turned and left without looking back. 3 days later, I stepped into a different kind of house, sleek and bright, filled with laptops and ambition. The startup incubator I had quietly funded over the last year was now fully operational. The glass walls bore no name, but behind the front desk, a small plaque read, "Founded for the Uninvited." I met with a young founder that morning, 27, underfunded, and underestimated, and handed her a folder. "Everything in here is yours now," I told her. "I didn't create to be appreciated, I built so that others wouldn't have to beg." She blinked, eyes wide. "But what do you get out of this?" "Peace," I remarked. "The kind you don't have to ask permission for." That night, shortly after I'd poured a glass of wine, another message arrived. Subject: "You were correct." No greeting. No sign-off. No text in the body, just my father's words. I stared at it for a long time. Too late, but still enough to feel clean. The new studio featured glass walls and open ceilings designed to let the light in, not just literally, but metaphorically. Every inch indicated intention, from the exposed rafters to the quotation inscribed on the main door, "Legacy is what you build when no one believes you can." I walked in, heels clicking against polished concrete, and smiled. I wasn't rebuilding anymore, I was building out loud. The architect had taken my sketches and made them breathe. I ran my hand along the edge of a custom table in the center, maple and matte black steel. My signature was hidden in the wood grain carved in micro X near the underside, not for show. They taught me to wood grain to the wood grain carve. "Hide," I said aloud, voice steady in the echoing space. I taught myself to lead. That evening, a segment aired on the local news behind the $1 billion woman they tried to erase. The headline hung there for a moment before the anchor continued. My name, full and unabridged, rolled across the bottom of the screen. They talked about Blue Harbor, about the silent partnerships I'd built, the philanthropic investments no one ever knew to credit. For the first time, the narrative wasn't theirs to spin. Now they remember me, because they can't afford to forget. 3 days later, I posted a message with no drama, no capital letters, just facts, a timeline of what transpired, what I gave, what they took, and how I recovered. I signed it. Family isn't blood. Who recalls your worth when there is no more applause? I remember mine. It went viral in just an hour. Then came the hand-delivered envelope. A cream card with gold trim, and Samantha's handwriting. Restorative brunch for the sake of reconnection and future harmony. I read it twice, set it down, picked it up again, and fed it through the shredder without blinking. I didn't eat with people who once tried to deprive me of dignity. Instead, that morning, I donated $1.2 million to an organization for disowned daughters and arranged caregivers. The name of the foundation, not mine, and the headline, "Quiet." I didn't need credit, I needed impact. Later that month, I stood on stage at a leadership summit in Chicago, speaking to a room full of women who were tired of asking permission to be whole. And I told them what I had learned. The voice encouraging you to stay tiny is usually not yours. On the way back to the airport, I saw a billboard with my words on it. And for the first time in my life, I didn't squirm at being seen. At the beach home, I opened the sliding doors and poured a glass of wine. The sky bled lavender, the waves hummed their endless rhythm, and I sat on the deck, legs curled under me, laptop dimmed beside me. I didn't lose a family, I whispered. I lost an illusion and gained myself. The phone buzzed once, a new request from the senator's office, asking me to consult on their women's equity fund. I smiled. Now they ask, and I decide. My mom left a voicemail, flat and cold, "You're out, don't come back. We're moving on without you." I texted. Okay. Then I locked down the family LLC, canceled the house deal, and watched as they panicked over 52 missed calls the next morning. My name is Emily Parker, and I work for a fintech startup in Denver, focusing on forecasting worst-case scenarios. But nothing in my career prepared me for the 15-second voicemail that destroyed my family. It arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, wedged between a risk report and a cup of cold coffee. I pressed play and heard my mother's voice. It was flat, Like she was canceling a subscription. Not her daughter. You are out. Do not come back. We are moving on without you. No explanation, no emotion, just a verdict. For a moment, I stared at my phone, my heartbeat ringing in my ears. Then, my brain kicked in. The part that deals with locking up other people's money. I didn't call back. I didn't argue. I just texted, okay. Then I took action. I locked myself out of the family LLC I had built from scratch, the one that housed our rental properties and a new triplex we were supposed to close on. Every privilege with my name on it was now locked down. No more credit, no more transfers without my approval. I called the real estate agent and backed out of the house deal. It was over. By the time my coffee was gone, the easy path they thought they had through me was gone too. I figured that was it, the end of it. But then the next morning, my phone had 52 missed calls and a voicemail from their lawyer. We have a serious problem. I couldn't help but smile. Because they had no idea, the problem wasn't that I was gone. It was what I took with me. Stay with me to the end to find out how one icy voicemail turned into a family vengeance plot where the person they tried to cut out ended up holding all the cards. The next morning, my phone buzzed, and I saw 52 missed calls, Mom, Dad, and a couple of unknown numbers. The most recent voicemail was from their lawyer. I hit play, making coffee as I listened. This is Adam Scott, the attorney for John and Sarah Parker. Emily, we need to chat. This is serious. Please call back as soon as possible. His voice had that lawyer tension, like he knew something wasn't right. I ended the call and just stared at the wall, letting the coffee drip. My phone kept buzzing with text from Mom. Emily, this is a misunderstanding. Call me. We need to talk. Another from Dad. Kiddo, whatever happened, we can solve it. Please, call us back. One more from Mom. We didn't mean it that way. We were upset. Come home so we can explain. Hilarious. Yesterday, her voice was crystal clear. You're out. Do not come back. We are moving on without you. Not a single text or call from Jessica, my younger sister, who usually filled up the family group chat with pointless stuff. It was strange. Too strange. I pulled up the building security app and checked the camera feed of the front entrance. There, at the glass door, was my dad, hands deep in his jacket pockets, staring up at my apartment. He checked his phone, hesitated like he was about to ring the bell, then turned and walked away. No knock. No call. Just retreat. For a second, my chest tightened. But I quickly pushed that feeling away. When someone shows you how easy it is to cut you off, don't rush to console them when the knife swings back their way. On my way to work, my phone vibrated in my bag. At my desk, I finally texted Mom back, I'm safe. I need time. I heard the voicemail. Not ready to talk to the lawyer. I've received your messages. I'll respond in writing. That's all they deserved. Jenna, my coworker, leaned in during lunch. You've been staring at that screen like you're about to blow it up. Everything okay at home? I almost said yes out of habit but stopped myself. Not really. My parents decided I'm out of the family business. Her eyebrows shot up. Are they aware you are the family business? I shrugged. They left a voicemail. I shut it down. Their lawyer's involved now. Jenna whistled. Look. I'm not telling you what to do. But you know how it goes. The second money's involved, everyone starts playing games. Don't make moves out of guilt. They'll see that as you admitting fault. Make sure you can explain everything to a judge. I nodded. I knew that better than anyone. My job was risk management. I'd built systems that prevented people from moving money behind others' backs. And now, I realized I'd created the perfect structure to stop my own family from doing it to me. As I went to refill my coffee, my phone buzzed again. A new message. I heard you got out of the triplex. Overwhelmed? You okay? It was from my dad's cousin. Overwhelmed? That was Jessica's word. The same Jessica who'd started dropping hints at Sunday dinners about simplifying the LLC and liberating equity. She didn't care about spreadsheets. She cared about taking my place. It clicked. The timing of her job loss. The words she used. The silence from her now. Like a puppeteer pulling strings and waiting to see what happens. I stared at the phone, rage, cold, and clean. If Jessica thought she could push me out of what I'd built and take my spot, she had the wrong sister to mess with. 2 days later, I did something horribly typical to pretend life was normal. I went to the local coffee shop. The one I always hit on Saturdays. The kind where the barista remembers your order. And the regulars discuss inflation and home prices. I'd barely picked up my latte when someone called my name. Hey. I turned to see Brian Carter, an old friend of my dad's from the garage. He slapped me on the shoulder like nothing was wrong. Heard about the triplex? Heard about the triplex. He lowered his voice, ready to drop some big secret. Tough stuff. I frowned. How about it? He grimaced. Exactly what your mother and Jessica were saying in the family group chat. That you resigned because of work strain. You were overwhelmed, and it was a difficult time for you mentally. He said, mentally, like he was scared to say, breakdown. My jaw clenched. There it was again. I forced a smile, so tight it felt like it might snap. Yeah. You know how rumors go. I said. Brian stroked my arm, told me to take care of myself, and walked off to the sugar station. I stepped outside before my face betrayed what I was truly feeling. The cool Denver air hit me as I pulled out my phone, scrolling through my messages. Jessica hadn't called or texted, but she'd found time to tell the extended family that I couldn't handle managing the house sale I'd almost finalized. That wasn't just gossip. It was groundwork. I sat in my car and dialed David Reed, the financial advisor who helped me set up the family LLC. He picked up on the second ring. He sounded surprised. Still, keeping everyone out of trouble? He asked. I said, I'm working on it. Then I asked, has anyone tried changing the ownership percentages in Parker Holdings LLC recently? There was a pause. I could almost hear him sit up straighter. I've seen a few draft documents float by, he said slowly. He continued, your mother mentioned a new advisor and posed some hypothetical questions, but I noticed references to adding another family member as a management member. Your signature line was blank. It seemed messy, so I informed her that nothing could move without you. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel. Another family member. Of course, Jessica. I asked, did any of it go through? No, he replied. The paperwork was insufficient and questionable. Emily, if someone is attempting to gain control of your LLC through the back door, you need to act fast. I thanked him, hung up, and stared at the dashboard for a long moment. I remembered the voicemail that told me I was out. I remembered Brian using the word overwhelmed, and how my mother suddenly wanted a new advisor after Jessica lost her job. This wasn't random. It was a strategy, a poor legal foundation covered in emotional manipulation. Just then, Jessica sent me another message. Finally. Emily, what do you think you're doing? Pulling out of the house agreement, scaring everyone off, freezing accounts. You're making a mess. For a second, my fingers hovered over the keyboard. I almost let everything spill out. Instead, I erased the draft and opened my inbox. First, I contacted the real estate agent. Please accept this written assurance that I have withdrawn from the Parker Triplex purchase as a borrower and primary qualifier. Any further suggestion that I am involved is false and unauthorized. Then, I requested an official cancellation notice be sent to my parents, copying their lawyer. I opened a new message, this one for Jessica. It was formal, like any risk escalation at work. Jessica, this email serves as formal notice that any attempt to change ownership, signature authority, or financial structure of Parker Holdings LLC, any affiliated properties, or retirement funds without my express authorization is illegal and may constitute fraud. Do not sign my name or imply my approval. Any such actions will be documented and reported to legal counsel. No yelling, no insults, just facts and consequences. I sent it and placed my phone face down in the passenger seat. By the time I got home, there were 7 more missed calls from Mom, 3 from Dad, and none from Jessica. At home, I opened my laptop and created a folder called Family Risk File. I included screenshots of texts, the lawyer's voicemail, David's notes, and the email I'd just sent. Every gesture, every lie, every attempt to make me seem unstable went in there. If Jessica thought she could create a story where I was the problem, The weak link to be cut out so she could take my place. I'd create a better one. One backed by timestamps and evidence. As I watched the files accumulate, I couldn't help but wonder. How many families end up like this? Because one person values playing the victim over telling the truth. 3 days later, an unknown number popped up on my screen while I was looking at a spreadsheet. I almost let it go to voicemail until I saw the firm's name. This is Emily. Hello, Emily. This is Jason Liu, your parents' new financial advisor. I just need to review any inconsistencies in the Parker retirement arrangement. That word made me sit up straight. He explained that he'd been investigating the LLC and retirement accounts and had found draft paperwork adding Jessica as a co-trustee or managing member, with my name listed as an approver, but no actual signature from me. To be clear, Jason, I did not approve anything, I said. I haven't signed a thing since the day I set it up. Jason sighed. I assumed your family thought you stepped aside and that these changes were what you wanted. They kept using the word overwhelmed. I just need your confirmation for compliance purposes. If you don't see my live signature, consider every request unauthorized. I advised him, if anyone claims otherwise, ask for written proof. You won't get any. After we hung up, my cousin Rachel Brooks called. Are you okay? She asked. Because the way Jessica's been talking, it sounds like you're falling apart. I asked, what exactly is she saying? That you pulled out of the triplex because of anxiety, that you hoard control of the LLC, that you threatened to cut mom and dad off financially. Rachel told me. She's now posting about abusive power dynamics inside families. None of that is true. I said. Rachel lowered her voice. I didn't think so. It doesn't match you, the one who paid for their roof. I just wanted you to know what's being said. Thanks. Take a screenshot if you like. Otherwise, don't feed her audience. We hung up. A second later, I got an email. Subject, Parker Triplex Purchase Update. It was signed by the agency Susan, my parents, Jessica, and Adam, with the lawyer copied. Jessica's message was quoted alongside her reply. Susan, as we mentioned, Emily has withdrawn due to personal mental health issues. We have to move forward without her. Jessica wrote. Please respect her limitations, she added, sounding so compassionate that it made my skin crawl. Susan's reply was short and to the point. Thanks, Jessica. For liability reasons, I'll need formal approval from Emily and will temporarily suspend the file. Before my anger even subsided, I began typing. Hello, Susan. Attached are my written withdrawal from 2 days ago and the pre-approval documents. I'm not leaving due to mental health issues. I'm withdrawing because I no longer want my name, credit, or income tied to the current family situation. Any other interpretation of my decision is false. Thank you for pausing the file. Emily. I copied Adam and David and uploaded all the documentation showing I had been the driver from the beginning. Susan responded quickly, skipping Jessica's previous reply entirely. Understood. I'll ignore Jessica's reply and follow your directions. Adam sent a brief message. Received. We should discuss next actions. Later that night, I found an envelope with my mother's handwriting taped to my apartment door. Inside, on lined paper, she wrote, We love you. We were emotional. Please call us so we can fix this before it goes too far. Love. Mom. For a moment, my chest hurt. I imagined her at the kitchen table, preparing the story while Jessica paced and cried. My phone buzzed again. Rachel had emailed a screenshot of Jessica's latest post. Sometimes the most dangerous member in a family is the one who has complete control over the money and punishes you for disobeying. It read, healing means walking away from people who weaponize their power, even if they share your last name. The comments were filled with hearts, and, you go girl. I placed my mother's note next to my laptop, and opened the folder titled, Family Risk File. Emails, voicemails, advisor notes, and screenshots were neatly organized in rows. Up until then, I'd been closing doors. But as the data piled up, I realized protection wasn't enough. If Jessica wanted to create a narrative where I was the villain, I'd respond with something she couldn't twist, a documented account that left her standing alone. The next morning, while I was at work, my phone vibrated with a new text from my mother. No arguing, just 8 minutes. Please. I stared at it. 8 minutes wouldn't fix a message that told me not to call back, but it sounded more like her than anything else she'd sent in weeks. Call me, I typed. She responded quickly, and I heard the faint echo of the speaker. Your dad is also here, she said. Hey, kiddo, John added. You wanted 8 minutes. I replied. Mom sighed. We messed up, Emily. Saying, you're out. Don't come back. That was extreme. We shouldn't have said it like that. You didn't, I said. You said exactly that. She went quiet and tried again. Your sister told us things. She said you were planning to cut us out of the LLC, talking to lawyers about removing us from retirement accounts, saying you were tired of carrying us and wanted full control. She said you told her all of this after dinner in the car. None of that ever happened. I responded, did you hear those words from me directly? Well, no, Mom admitted. Jessica mentioned that you talked in the car on the way home. I took my own car that night. I said. I left alone. There was no car ride. Dad swore softly. Why would she make that up? Mom muttered, but it seemed like she already knew the answer. Maybe because she wanted what I have, I explained. If I'm unstable and power hungry, sliding herself into documents looks like protecting you, not using you. Dad exhaled. This is past family drama now. David called. Jason called you. Susan paused the house. I know, I replied. That's why I'm done with whispers. We're going to sit down, all three of us, in the same room. No speakerphone, no vague posts. It'll bring documents. You bring everything Jessica told you. Then we see what survives. Do we have to involve lawyers? Mom asked. They're already involved. I explained. The question is whether they see Jessica's story first or the evidence. When? Dad asked. Tomorrow, 6 at the house. I said. If Jessica won't come, that's an answer too. The next evening, I entered my parents' living room, carrying a heavy folder. Same beige couch, same framed school photos, but the atmosphere was completely different. My parents sat together on the sofa. Jessica was in an armchair, using a tissue as a prop. She wouldn't look at me. Thanks for coming, Dad said. I placed the folder and my phone on the coffee table. Just so we're clear, I stated, nothing about this is off the record in my head. If anyone lies, I won't keep it here. Jessica scoffed. Wow, way to make this hostile. We're family. Then the truth shouldn't scare anyone, I replied. Mom twisted her hands. Jessica. Honey, tell Emily what you told us. No. I replied. Jessica can speak for herself. Go ahead. Jessica rolled her eyes. I just repeated what you said, she snapped. That you were done carrying everything. That you were thinking of pulling your name off things. That you wanted full control of the LLC so you didn't have to consult them. And this was in the car after dinner. Right? I asked. She nodded. Yeah. You were upset. You probably don't even remember. I opened the folder, pulled out a printed statement, and slid it across the table. That night at Harbor Grill, right? Check the timestamps. Mom glanced at the paper. Jessica's rideshare receipt had arrived at their house around 10:30. My gas station receipt across town was at 10:20. Different routes, different cars? I told her. I drove myself. You took a car alone. There was no car conversation. Maybe it was another night. Jessica said quickly. Before you say that, here's the only other dinner we've had in the last 2 months, I said, flipping to another page. That night, you left early to meet friends. I stayed to pay. No private ride then either. Dad leaned back slightly. Jessica, he said, his tone gentle. She shrugged. Memory is weird. Okay, I was trying to help. I thought she was serious about needing a break. Next, I sent Susan an email. My withdrawal was sent before Jessica's mental health update. Then Susan responded, saying she'd overlook anything that didn't come from me. Snorts. Then Jason's note about draft paperwork with my name but no signature. Next, screenshots of Jessica's posts and Rachel's texts. One by one, the pages formed a path from my voicemail to this couch. Mom turned to Jessica. You told us you saw emails, she said quietly. You told us Emily said she was done with us. Jessica sat up straighter. So now you just believe her because she printed things? She snapped. She said she's always liked control. She's twisting everything to make me look crazy. Dad looked at her. The truth doesn't fall apart when you hold it next to a receipt. He told me. Yours did. Mom stared at me, and for the first time since the voicemail, I noticed something change. We always believed you could manage more, she added. We saw Jessica as fragile, so we protected her and shifted responsibility to you. And now I'm sitting here realizing the only person who has lied to us is the one we told not to come back. Jessica opened her mouth. But Mom raised a hand. Not this time, she said softly. The word no landed between them, and I felt something inside me gently click back into place. They'd tried to cut me out based on a script Jessica created. Now, they were watching that script burn page by page, realizing they were seconds away from losing the one person who had kept them afloat. The silence that followed my mother's words felt like a fifth person in the room. Jessica shifted in her chair, her eyes darting between our parents and me, trying to gauge which way the wind was blowing. So, what now? She finally asked. You've got your little packet of papers. Congratulations, Emily. Are you happy you made Mom cry? I ignored the jab. This isn't about anyone crying, I explained. It's about consequences. You told me I was out, tried to push through changes behind my back, and told people I was unstable so you could take over the things I built. That can't just be a sad Facebook post with everyone pretending it never happened. Dad scratched his jaw as if lining up a tough repair in his thoughts. What do you think should happen? He asked. Jessica whipped her head toward him. Seriously, Dad, you're asking her? I met his gaze. You wanted me out of the family business? I said fine. It'll step back from being the default safety net, but that also means no one gets to quietly use my name, my credit, or my work, starting with making sure Jessica has zero access to anything I've set up. My mother hesitated. Jessica doesn't have access, she said, but I shook my head. Not formally, maybe, I replied, but she's been in meetings. She's been in group chats about the triplex. She's been talking to advisors like decisions were already moving in her favor. That stops today. Dad exhaled and looked at Jessica. Honey, he added, we need to be clear here. No more speaking to advisors on our behalf. No more implying Emily is okay with things when she is not. Jessica blinked hard. So, you're just going to cut me out? She asked, her voice high and thin. After everything I've done for you? I couldn't stop myself from asking, what exactly is that? The Instagram story about being raised by wolves in the suburbs, or the half-baked business plans you wanted me to fund? Mom flinched but didn't reprimand me this time. Mark, she said quietly, maybe we should make it official. No additional beneficiaries, no shared accounts, no promises we can't keep. We've been saying for years we'd help Jessica start something, pay off this card, co-sign that loan. All it has done is make her think she's entitled to money that isn't there until Emily builds it. I stared at her, stunned by her bluntness. Diane turned to me. We want you to rewrite the documents, she said. The LLC, the retirement stuff, all of it. Based on what you think actually makes sense, not what we say in the middle of a fight. I stared at her. You're asking me to take control again after you just told me to get out? I responded quietly. She nodded with wet eyes. I'm asking you to do what you've been doing this whole time, she told me. Only this time with us admitting you know more than we do. Jessica gave a bitter laugh. Unbelievable. You're handing her everything. You're punishing me because I told the truth about how she treats us. Dad looked at her steadily. The truth would have held up against a gas receipt. He told me. Yours didn't. That's the difference. For the first time since I walked in, Jessica said, visibly shaken. Her gaze shifted to me, looking for an older version of me who could offer a lifeline. I didn't. Mark took a breath. Here's what we're going to do, he said, adopting the strong tone he used to maintain at the shop. Emily, you and Adam and David figure out whatever it takes to make the LLC and the retirement accounts bulletproof. You and I remain the only managing members. Your mom is a beneficiary. Jessica is not in any position of control anywhere. If we help her, it'll be from our own pockets, not by opening back doors into what you built. Jessica sat forward. You can't just erase me like that. She snapped. I'm your daughter, too. My mother winced. We're not erasing you, she explained. We're stopping pretending that money we don't have is going to fall from the sky because we put your name on something Emily made. If we ever help you, it'll be because you have a real plan and we can actually afford it, not because we feel guilty. Jessica changed tactics so quickly it made my head spin. Fine, she said, tears welling up. Then let me prove it, Emily. Give me a small role in the LLC. Let me do social media, or something. Let me show you I can contribute instead of just taking. It was almost impressive how she transitioned from fury to sounding so reasonable. A year ago, I might have fallen for it. But now, I recognized the same pattern. I stood up and grabbed my folder. No. I answered simply. If you want to prove you can build something, you don't do it by wiring yourself into what someone else has already built. You do it by starting with nothing like I did. My mother glanced between us. Emily, isn't that a little harsh? She asked quietly. I shook my head. Harsh was being told I was out and should not come back, I told her. Harsh was having my stability used as a prop to get sympathy online. This is just boundaries, Mom. There's a difference. Jessica glared at me. You're going to regret this. She snarled. You think you can cut me off and walk away clean? I grabbed my phone and placed it in my backpack. No. I replied. I think I can protect what I've earned and stop you from turning my work into your safety net. Whatever happens to you after that is not on me. On my way out, my father walked me to the door. AITA. I'm sorry, he murmured quietly. For the voicemail, for not asking you first, for letting it get this far. I believed what was easiest to hear. I nodded, feeling a complex mix of relief and melancholy wash over me. I know, I replied. But believing the easy story doesn't mean the consequences are easy too. Over the next week, the changes were obvious. Jason sent revised drafts, now only listing my and John's names in control positions. Adam organized a meeting where my parents signed agreements limiting who could ever access their accounts. I updated the LLC operating agreement to specify that no new managing members could be added without unanimous written consent from the existing ones. There was no line for Jessica's name to be penciled in later. When the final signature was on the page, I felt something settle into place. Revenge isn't a big dramatic event, it's a structure. A system where the person who tried to push me out no longer has access. A few days later, Jessica showed up at my office unannounced, eyes wide and red, clutching a binder, one of those you'd use to present a project. I met her in the lobby, arms crossed. I have a business plan, she said, throwing the binder at me. Events, brand partnerships, influencer collaborations. If you just invest a little, I can pay you back and prove everyone wrong. I didn't take the binder. Start it without me, I replied. If it works, you won't need my money. If it doesn't, you'll know why I said no. Her face crumpled as anger and panic battled for space. You're really not going to help me, she said quietly. Not after everything. I remembered David's warning, Jason's caution, Rachel's screenshots, my mother's note, my father's silent apology, and the voicemail that started everything. I'm done helping people set themselves on fire with my gasoline, I told her. Then I turned and walked back through the locked door to my floor, leaving her, her binder, and everything else on the other side. A month later, I stood in the driveway of a pale brick triplex on the outskirts of Denver, carrying a box of kitchen supplies and watching my parents debate where to put a bird feeder. The bottom unit was now theirs, formally documented with a clause stating they could live there for the rest of their lives without anyone touching it. My unit was on the second floor, with large windows that let in plenty of light. The third unit was already available for rent. The numbers were entered in a spreadsheet that I had full control over. Parker Holdings LLC, which Jessica had tried to enter, was now leaner and cleaner. My father and I were the only managing members. My mother was the beneficiary. There were more safeguards in place than any family drama could shake loose. No side doors, no room for improvisation. On Saturday evenings, I'd come down to cook with my mother in her new kitchen, while my father watched a car show in the living room. We didn't revisit every detail, but we stopped pretending that money was some mystical fog no one could understand. I'd open the accounts on my laptop and walk them through what was real, not what they wished was genuine. It wasn't perfect. When Jessica's name came up, their eyes still filled with sadness and regret. But when she texted asking for help with another credit card, my mother showed me the message, then set her phone face down and said, "We can't fix this for her. Not this way." According to cousins, Jessica ended up living in a modest apartment across town while bouncing between gigs. Her grandiose event plans never fully took off. People started noticing that her stories always featured a villain in a spotlight. For once, I wasn't in either position. I didn't sue her. I didn't attempt to damage her online. I did something calmer and, in my opinion, sharper. I took away her perceived power and allowed her to live a life independent of my work. I wasn't angry anymore. I was clear. It's clear that trust without boundaries is an open invitation for the wrong person to come in and destroy everything. It's clear that being the strong one in a family doesn't mean you should allow others to use your strength against you. If there's one takeaway from all of this, it's that you can love your family, but you don't have to be their insurance policy when they gamble with the truth. You can forgive without handing over the keys. And if anyone tells you, "You're out, don't come back," you're allowed to believe them. Step back and ask yourself a more difficult question. What should I stop allowing them access to, from this point forward? Maybe you have your own version of this story. A time when someone treated your loyalty like a credit card with no limits. If you do, I hope you realize, sooner than I did, that saying no isn't retaliation. It's self-respect. Sometimes, something is more important to protect than the house itself. My family mocked my work online, called it a fake job, and labeling me the lazy adult child. They never knew I owned the house. Then I posted the truth. 8 years of payments, my grandmother's will, and a successful career. 45 days later, they moved out. My name is Isabella Carter, and I'm 32. The night my mother posted on X to congratulate me for finally moving out, I was sitting on the floor of my new studio apartment, eating cold takeout straight from the box. I opened the app, and there it was, sitting at the top of my feed. Her post was gaining traction fast. "You should have left earlier. Anyway. No more feeding the pig." Beneath the little heart icon, there were over 2,100 likes. Strangers were commenting with laughing emojis as if they knew anything about me. My aunt was the first to chime in, making a joke about how I cried when Starbucks rejected me at 23. Like, that rejection had changed my life or something. My father posted before and after pictures, one of my former bedroom, cluttered with years of work, and one of his new man cave with a TV and shelving that had been ripped off the wall. My younger sister tagged all of her friends, writing, "Warning, this is your future if you date gamers." The whole family seemed to be in on it, making me the butt of every joke, agreeing I was just another lazy adult child who had finally stopped living off her poor parents. None of them realized that the house they were laughing about was legally mine, that my grandmother had paid off the mortgage years ago, and that I had been secretly transferring money every month to individuals who never treated me like an adult. That night, I didn't clap back, post a reply, or call anyone. I just saved every screenshot, logged off, and let them enjoy their little victory. If you think that post was just a cruel joke, wait until you hear what happened when I finally decided to tell the world the real story. Stick with me, because one screenshot and one forgotten detail turned their funny little post into the most expensive lesson my family would ever learn. To understand what happened that night, you need to know how we got here. I grew up in a beige 2-story house in Brooklyn, just outside Denver. It was one of those cookie-cutter neighborhoods where every driveway has the same crack down the middle, and every neighbor has probably seen you mowing the lawn in your pajamas at least once. That house had been bought years before I was born by my grandmother, who paid off the mortgage through decades of nursing shifts and overtime. When I turned 22, Mom left. A few weeks later, we were in a lawyer's office, crowded with relatives, as he read her will. That was the first time I heard my full name pronounced like it actually meant something. My parents had left the house, my house, to me. Not to my mother, not to my stepfather, but to me. The lawyer even made a point of saying why my grandmother didn't trust Victor Hayes with money. He had a history of borrowing money and not paying it back. She loved my mother, but she wanted one member of the family to have something that couldn't be taken away. My mother, Caroline Mitchell, went pale for a second, then straightened her face like she was pretending this wasn't a big problem. Victor just waved it off, saying it was all in the family anyway, like the documents were just decoration. I was 22, and I was grieving the loss of the one person who had ever told me I was wonderful without adding a but. So I didn't fight when my mother said nothing really needed to change. They'd handle the bills. I could stay as long as I needed to get my life together, and we'd just keep going as we were. A few months later, she slid an envelope across the kitchen table, calling it a mature act. It was a letter saying I should start paying $500 a month to cover electricity and groceries. It was meant to teach me responsibility. On paper, it sounded fair. I was working part-time as a barista while looking for a full-time job, so I agreed. But no one mentioned that I was paying rent for a house that was legally mine. Meanwhile, the adults, who often complained about money, were living there rent-free. At 23, I faced a major setback, and my Aunt Tara Green loved to talk about it online. I applied for a junior design position at Starbucks corporate, not just a retail job. I made it to the final round. I stayed up all night designing mock-ups. When I got the rejection email, I cried in my car for 15 minutes before my shift. Tara heard the story secondhand and turned it into a running joke. Every Thanksgiving, every birthday, she'd bring it up. Izzy's still crying over Starbucks, like it was Harvard. From then on, anything I tried became a punchline before it could become real. While everyone was laughing, I was teaching myself UX design and social media strategy online. I took on small freelance jobs, like designing websites for local businesses and managing Instagram pages for people who didn't know how to post. I'd sit at my desk in my messy room until 2 a.m. refining wireframes, planning campaigns while everyone assumed I was just gaming. When I mentioned a client call, my mother would say, "Oh, another pretend job?" Victor would ask if I had applied at the warehouse yet to get a real wage. My sister Zoe would roll her eyes and tell her friends right in front of me that I was just sitting in my room, playing with Canva. Every month, I sent the $500 labeled as a donation while buying most of my own food, clothes, and equipment. If I ever tried to explain that I legally owned the house, Victor would say, "You live under my roof, you follow my rules." As if the will was some fiction I made up to feel special. The longer we talked, the less I said. It was easier for them to believe I was a lazy homebody than to argue over every bill, every call, every project. So, I silently expanded my career, one client at a time, until one day, the income I was making from these fake jobs, as Victor called them, exceeded both of my parents' combined salaries. And at dinner, I'd listen to them complain about adult children living off their parents while sitting in the living room of my legally owned house, watching a TV I had helped buy under a roof that had my name on it in county records. That bitterness didn't come all at once. It built up, layer by layer, like dust accumulating in the corners of my room, and I knew one day someone would open a window and see how much had collected. The problem with creating a life online is that no one believes it until it happens to them. For a while, my so-called fake online work looked just like what they accused me of. Long hours in my room, cluttered desk, headphones on, dishes piled up as I worked. But those little gigs eventually turned into retainers. A coffee shop I designed a logo for referred me to their supplier, who then referred me to an e-commerce brand. Soon, I was redesigning product sites until 2 a.m., while my family continued to grumble about me being holed up like a teenager. I went from begging for $350 for a website to charging $1,800 for a UX audit. And having clients ask, "Is that all?" I made more in my first month than my mother and Victor made together. I stared at the balance in my banking app before walking to the kitchen to pour myself cereal. My mother was busy telling Zoe that nobody wanted to work hard anymore. Kids just wanted to be influencers. They had no idea that the girl they thought was just playing on Canva was actually paying quarterly taxes and saving for retirement. Around that time, I started dating Evan. We met at a cookout through a mutual friend, and he appreciated my creativity. He worked at a dealership selling cars, wore shirts and watches he couldn't afford. On our third date, when he asked where I lived, I told him, "I live with my parents in Brooklyn." I saw his expression flicker, then he forced a smile. I didn't mention that the house was legally mine. It felt ridiculous, like bragging. When he came over for the first time, my mother put on her pleasant voice and interrogated him about his job. Victor joked that Evan might convince me to apply at the warehouse. Zoe rolled her eyes, telling him she'd been trying to be a designer for years, like it was cute. I laughed it off, changed the subject, and later apologized to Evan for the circus. He shrugged and said, "Families are families." But whenever the subject of where I lived came up, there was this strange tension. As my client list grew and my savings increased, the comments at home grew sharper. If I worked late, my mother complained about having to cook for an adult child who rarely left the house. If I made my own dinner, she acted like I was dining alone like a stranger. Victor liked to complain about the utilities, blaming my PCs for driving up the bill, while he blasted the TV all night. Every month, $500 was deducted from my account to help out. And every month, at least one of them made a joke about how generous they were in letting me stay. I started tracking everything, partly for taxes, but also to keep my sanity. I had spreadsheets for client bills, income estimates, software purchases, and one quiet tab labeled house, where I totaled every payment I'd made since I was 22. One night, after a fight where my mother called me ungrateful for not emptying the dishwasher fast enough, I sat on my bed, glanced at the bottom of the columns. It cost tens of thousands of dollars. For a house my grandmother had died to pay for, my parents were destroying my work. That was the first time I felt more angry than guilty. The second time came when Evan and I had been dating for a little over a year and we talked about moving in together. His lease was up, and he didn't want to keep telling people his girlfriend lived with her parents. He suggested we find an apartment downtown. I told him I was already helping out at home and that if he wanted, he could move into the extra room for a while to save money. He stared at me like I'd said something terrible. "I'm not moving in with your parents," he said. "This isn't normal, is he?" I calmly told him the house was technically mine, since my grandmother had left it to me, and that my parents were the ones living there without paying rent. He laughed. He really thought I was joking. "If it's your house, why are you paying them rent?" he asked. "Why does your mom act like she's doing you a favor?" I didn't have a solid answer, because whatever I said seemed like an excuse for treating myself like a child. 2 weeks later, he broke up with me in the parking lot of a Chili's after we argued about how I was choosing comfort over maturity. "I can't build a future with someone who still lives at home," he said. Then drove off. I stood there, under the fluorescent lights, realizing the irony that while I owned an entire house, I still looked like a dependent to everyone else. On the drive home, I made a decision. I was done letting other people define me. I went home, opened my laptop, checked my spreadsheets, and called a mortgage advisor. When she saw my income and savings, she was impressed. We talked about condos downtown, areas with coffee shops and co-working spaces, where my job wouldn't be the joke. A few months later, after viewings, paperwork, and digital signatures, I had an accepted offer on a small apartment with large windows and a view of the city. I didn't tell my family anything until everything was finalized. On closing day, I signed the final document on a small tablet, got my key, and drove over alone. I stood in the empty space, waiting for the echo of my footsteps. And for the first time in years, the silence felt like freedom, not defeat. That night, I drove back to Brooklyn, relieved I wasn't stuck anymore. I packed up my stuff into labeled boxes, placed them by the door, and marked the day on my calendar for the move. My mother still complained about feeding an adult child. Victor kept telling people I was just playing on the computer. Zoe kept making fun of me for being a gamer. But each time they did, it bounced off something solid inside of me. I'd had enough of renting my life from those who refused to see it. I had a new address waiting for me, and I was about to leave that house just as my grandmother had intended, me in control, and everyone else facing the consequences. Moving day didn't feel dramatic at first. It felt like any other Saturday where everyone woke up already furious. I'd been packing silently all week, folding my things into cardboard boxes in the corner of my room as my mother complained about tripping over them. Victor complained about the clutter. That morning, I came downstairs, keys on my finger, and told them as gently as I could that the movers would be there in an hour, and I'd be out by tonight. My mother stared at me like I had just announced I was joining a cult. "Out where?" she asked. I told her I bought a place closer to downtown, a modest studio, nothing fancy, just mine. She blinked, then laughed, that soft, disbelieving laugh that made my skin crawl. "Isabella, you don't even have a real job for how much money?" Victor spoke up from the couch without even looking away from the TV, saying it was about time. He went on about how I'd learned what it's like to have real bills, and how I'd probably be crawling back when rent and heat hit me at the same time. Zoe walked in, holding her phone, and said, "You're actually moving? You're not just threatening like with actual movers?" I nodded, and she shrugged, half amused, clearly itching to tell her friends. When the moving truck arrived, there was a weird shuffle at the entrance. Everyone pretended not to care but couldn't look away. The movers carried box after box, and all the stuff I bought with my own money, my monitors, chair, and other purchases, didn't exist in their eyes. My mom muttered under her breath that I should remember who fed me all these years. Victor laughed loudly, making jokes about turning my room into a gym or a game room. No one said they'd miss me. No one asked for my new address. I took one last look around my room, my fingers brushing against the wall where my grandmother used to lean when she came to say goodnight. Then I stepped out, carrying my backpack and wash bag over my shoulder. There was no dramatic farewell, no big speech. Just a quiet goodbye to a house that never felt like mine, even though my name was on the deed. The 30-minute trip to my new apartment felt like crossing a border. When I arrived, the studio was mostly empty, just my mattress on the floor, a few boxes, my laptop, and the city view outside the window. I put my phone on the counter, ordered cheap Chinese food, and spent an hour assembling a wobbly Target table while a show played in the background. For the first time in years, the silence didn't feel judgmental. It felt like a reset. After eating half my lo mein straight from the carton, I picked up my phone again. There was a small red dot that wouldn't go away. At the top of my feed was my mother's post, a picture of an empty plate and a wine glass with the caption, "Cheers to finally not feeding a grown child anymore. You should have left earlier. Haha, no more feeding a pig." Hundreds of likes rolled in. Strangers were laughing with emojis, and a few swipes down, my Aunt Tara commented, "Remember when she cried at 23 because Starbucks rejected her? Still unemployed in her late 20s. Some people never learn." Victor had quote tweeted it, posting a side-by-side of my old room packed with clothes and boxes from when I was working and packing at the same time in the same room today, now empty with a cheap recliner and a big flat screen. His caption, "From disaster zone to man cave in one day. Guess we finally got our house back." Zoe tagged half her friends and wrote, "Warning, this is your future if you date gamers." It was like my entire career was reduced to a joke. I saw names of neighbors, former classmates, and even a few moms from my high school PTA who liked and laughed along. One notification stood out more than the rest. Evan had liked my mom's post. No comment, no message. Just a silent little heart, as if to say he agreed that I was the problem and that leaving was the punchline. For a second, my chest felt hot, my throat tight, like I had been caught naked in front of everyone. Then something sharper sliced through the feeling. All these people were laughing about how I'd finally moved out, like my parents had done me a favor by letting me go. And none of them knew that for years, I'd been paying $500 a month to live in my own home while they lived there for free. None of them knew that my grandmother had left that property to me specifically so Victor couldn't take it. They had no clue that I was sitting in a condo I'd bought with money from the same online work they thought was a joke. I scrolled back to the top of the thread, took a slow breath, and began saving. A screenshot of the original post, a screenshot of Tara's Starbucks joke, a screenshot of Victor's man cave collage, a screenshot of Zoe's warning about gamers. I recorded the likes, usernames, timestamps, every detail. Then I closed X, opened my banking app, and scrolled through years of $500 house money transactions. I also pulled up a scanned copy of my grandmother's will from my cloud. Receipts stacked on receipts. I could have responded right away, throwing it all into a quote tweet and watching their little celebration burn in real time. My fingers hovered over the reply box, but rage is one thing, planning is another. Instead of typing, I set a reminder on my phone for 4 days starting that night. I laid my phone face down on the floor next to my mattress, leaned back, and stared at the ceiling. Let them enjoy their joke, I thought. Let them think they finally got rid of the pig. When I responded, it wasn't going to be in the comments. It was going to be something they couldn't laugh off or deny. 14 days may sound insignificant, but it was just enough time for the hype around my mother's post to become obnoxious. At first, people were just laughing along, adding their own comments and pig emojis. By day 14, it had turned into one of those inside jokes. People from town, people I barely recognized from high school, were quoting it as they complained about their own kids. My mom even pinned the post to her profile. One morning, as I was making coffee, my phone reminded me about the 14-day mark. I stared at the notification before opening X. Her post was still there, pinned, with strangers assuming they understood my life based on a caption about feeding a pig. I scrolled through it again, not to hurt myself, but to make sure I had everything covered. Then I opened my laptop and started writing my own thread. I didn't begin with a rant. I started with facts. The first image was a clean, cropped screenshot of my mother's post. Caption, likes, and all the laughing emojis. Under it, I wrote plainly that my mom was celebrating the move out of her 2-year-old daughter after years of freeloading. Next, I uploaded a scan of my grandmother's will, with sensitive info blacked out, except for one line. My full name was next to the words, sole beneficiary of the property located at, followed by the Brooklyn address. I highlighted it in yellow before exporting the file. I wrote that my grandmother had worked decades of nursing shifts to pay off the house, and had left it to me on purpose because she didn't trust Victor with money. I uploaded a screenshot from my banking app, carefully editing it to hide account details, showing 10 years of monthly transactions labeled house money. Every month, I gave $500, totaling tens of thousands of dollars, all while living in a house I legally owned. Next, I posted a screenshot of my client dashboard, names blurred but income exposed, showing my annual earnings as a freelance UX designer and social media strategist. This wasn't about bragging. It proved that I wasn't, and never had been, the lazy, unemployed leech my family had made me out to be. I wrote a caption linking everything together, nothing flashy, just the truth in a way they couldn't ignore. I explained that the pig in my mom's joke had bought her own condo in Denver with money from the same fake internet job they'd always ridiculed. I pointed out that my dad had turned my room into a man cave, overnight in a house he'd never paid a mortgage on. I ended with one line: if you're going to drag your own child on the internet for clout, make sure they don't own the house you live in. Before hitting send, I paused, finger hovering over the trackpad. I knew once I posted it, I couldn't take it back. I thought about my grandmother and how angry she would be if she saw what they were doing with the house she'd worked herself sick to leave for me. I remembered every time my mother rolled her eyes at my work. Victor had always used my house and rules to put me in my place. Zoe always laughed about me in front of her friends, as if I weren't standing right there. Then I thought about all the people who felt trapped in similar situations, dismissed because their work didn't fit the traditional mold their parents would respect. I clicked the post button. For a while, nothing happened. Some of my followers liked it. A handful of mutuals responded with, "Holy shit. I'm terribly sorry." I went back to answering emails. Then a small account that shares freelancer horror stories quoted it, "This is why so many of us move in silence." That caught a new audience. A woman in tech tweeted her own quote about respecting daughters. A local Denver meme page picked it up, sharing the screenshots with a statement about Colorado parents thinking their children's internet work is fake. My notifications exploded. My phone buzzed off the table. Strangers, sounding just like me, left comments, saying their art, coding, or content wasn't real labor, while quietly paying their debts. Some were angry on my behalf, others just happy someone had finally put words to their situation. And, of course, it made its way home. I didn't need to watch when my mother saw it. I knew exactly what had happened. The first message came by SMS, "Call me now." Then, "This is not funny, Isabella." Missed calls, followed by 3 more, then a voicemail. I ignored it when Victor's number came up with a message saying we needed to deal with this like adults and that I was making the family look awful. Zoe sent a string of texts, starting with, "What are you doing?" quickly escalating to, "You're taking this too far, we are family, you don't air everything out online." Tara, of course, had to call and lecture me about how my grandmother never intended for this kind of drama. I silenced my phone, conveniently forgetting that she had turned the Starbucks rejection into a circus for years, and watched the unread numbers grow. Every time they sent a new message, my thread got more shares. Someone from 2 streets over commented that they always felt my mother's post was cruel but hadn't known the full story. A high school acquaintance said she wasn't shocked, claiming my mom had always prioritized attention over accuracy. Others pointed out that if my parents were comfortable embarrassing me publicly, it wasn't the first time. It didn't take long for people to start putting the pieces together. They went to my mom's profile, saw her pinned post, and realized it was the same post in my thread. They saw Victor's post about his man cave, and how proud he was of his house. They noticed Zoe's warning about dating gamers. Screenshots of their posts started popping up in replies that weren't mine. For years, my family had spoken as if they owned the narrative, their loud voices dominating the dinner table. Within hours, the balance had shifted. They were now the ones being scrutinized by strangers, judged from a distance. I don't believe public humiliation is usually the answer. I still felt a twist of guilt in my stomach as I watched things unfold, but I couldn't deny the satisfaction of watching others finally call out the things I'd been dealing with since I was 22. At that point, all I had done was tell the truth about money and ownership. I hadn't mentioned every harsh comment, every time they turned my work into a joke. I hadn't even revealed my trump card, the fact that I could walk into a county office and legally declare them tenants instead of hosts. The post was just the beginning. The real consequences were still coming. 14 days after I posted, I woke up to 3 missed calls from my mom and a text from Zoe that just said, "You need to answer them. This is blowing up." When I checked my notifications, I saw why. Someone had taken a screenshot of my post and shared it in a Denver Facebook group. It spread to a neighborhood app and a private chat run by one of my mom's coworkers. Patients at her dental office began recognizing her as X. One woman reportedly approached the front desk, looked at her, and said, "So, you're the mom who called her daughter a pig online in front of a full waiting room." Caroline called me after that, crying and furious at the same time, claiming I had ruined her life over one joke. At Victor's warehouse job, a coworker showed the boss the tweet about his man cave. It wasn't that he had broken any official rules, but all the jokes about my house and his constant borrowing started making sense. A couple of guys he owed money to began loudly demanding when he would pay them back now that everyone knew he was living rent-free in a house he didn't own. His manager called him into the office and informed him, as politely as possible, that the company didn't want to get involved in family drama on social media, and maybe it was time for him to step aside. Within a week, his hours were cut, and he lost the quarterly bonus he'd hoped to use to pay off his credit card debts. Zoe wasn't spared, either. She worked in human resources at a shipping company, and one of her coworkers came across my thread, recognized the last name, and forwarded it to the employer. Zoe later told me that she had to sit through a meeting where her manager asked why her identity was linked to a tweet mocking people who play games and joining in on a family attack. She ended up with a formal warning for unprofessional public conduct. Suddenly, the jokes weren't funny anymore. Around that time, I made my next move. I printed a copy of my grandmother's will, underlined the section about the house, and organized my house money spreadsheet into a neat little packet. Then, I called the county office just to confirm what I already knew. The deed was in my name. I asked about the necessary conditions for selling, and they assured me it wasn't as complicated as I'd thought. So, I scheduled an appointment with a real estate agent for an evaluation. I hadn't told my family yet. Instead, I emailed them. The message was brief and to the point, like something a landlord would say, not a daughter. I told them that as the legal owner of the Brooklyn house, I had two options moving forward. One was to formalize a rental agreement, where Victor and my mom would pay market rent, sign a lease, and take over all utilities and responsibilities for the house. The other was to sell the house, and they'd have to leave by a specific date. I gave them 45 days to respond and attached a copy of the deed with my name on it. Within an hour, my phone started buzzing. My mom called first, angry and wounded, asking how I could do this to them after everything they had done for me. Victor sent me a message saying I was crazy to think I could just evict them like strangers. Zoe, surprisingly, texted something different. Can we please discuss this in person, where they can't perform? I agreed to one meeting. We met at a chain restaurant along the highway, the kind with sticky menus and neon lights. When I walked in, they were already seated. My mom's eyes were angry. Victor's jaw was tight, and Zoe was staring at her water glass. For a moment, no one spoke. Then, my mom started in on her usual rant about sacrifice, how hard she fought to raise me, and how the internet didn't need to know about our family. Every few phrases, she came back to that post, saying it was all a joke, that she was just venting, and never meant for it to get so popular. Victor interrupted her to lecture me on loyalty and keeping family matters private, as if I hadn't spent years trying to do exactly that. When they finally ran out of steam and let me speak, I didn't raise my voice. I just placed my folder on the table, opened it to the highlighted line of the will, and slid it towards them. I calmly reminded them that the house had been entrusted to me by my grandmother, who had trusted me to take care of it. I reminded them that I had been paying $500 a month to live there for 10 years, while they lived rent-free. If we were going to talk about doing things for family, we should start there. Zoe spoke up, her voice quieter than I'd ever heard. She admitted she knew about the will but hadn't fully understood what it meant. She said she joined in on the jokes because it was easier than being the only one defending me. She claimed she deleted her comments and disabled her profile when my thread went viral. For the first time, she said, "I'm sorry," and it didn't sound like an attack. My mom sniffed and said it didn't make up for the shame she felt at work. Victor muttered that the warehouse workers would never let him live this down. I shrugged, telling them the truth. The humiliation they were feeling now was nothing compared to being publicly mocked as a lazy freeloader while I carried more weight than they ever admitted. I told them I hadn't revealed anything they hadn't already posted themselves. Then, I returned to the practical. I told them my decision had been made. I wasn't going to continue being their silent landlord, paying for everything while they mocked me. They had 45 days to either sign a true lease at a reasonable market rate or vacate the property so I could sell it. My mom started crying again, saying they couldn't afford the rent now that Victor's hours had been cut. Victor tried to bluff, claiming they'd find a way to fight it in court. But the way his eyes dropped to the highlighted line in the will told me he knew he had no chance. Zoe wiped her brow and asked if I really planned to sell the house my grandmother had cherished so much. That question hit harder than I thought. I told her I had thought about it a lot. Keeping the house as it was felt like a second burial for my future. Selling it and using the money to build the business my grandmother always encouraged felt more like honoring her than allowing her hard work to fund my parents' ego. The conversation kept going in circles for another hour. My parents bargained, guilt-tripped, and accused me of ruining everything, using every tactic they had used against me since I was a teenager. But in the end, nothing they said changed the math. When the 45 days were up, They still hadn't come up with a lease agreement or a plan to pay rent. They packed their things into rented trucks and moved to a smaller rental farther out, one they could afford with Caroline's lower pay and whatever job Victor could scrape together. The next day, I signed the listing agreement with my agent. A few weeks later, after open houses and offers, I sat in another small office, signed another stack of papers, and watched the sale amount transfer into my account. I had never seen so much money in one place. Years of my grandmother's and my own hard work finally resulted in something I could control. I walked out into the Colorado sun, feeling like I had finally stepped out of the novel that had been written for me. The house was gone, but so was the part of me that stayed silent while everyone else laughed. What I did with that money, and what happened to my family after, became a much bigger issue. But for the first time, the next chapter was going to be on my terms. I didn't buy a sports car or a bunch of luxury bags. The first thing I bought was a solid oak desk that wouldn't wobble while I typed. I placed the desk near the window in my Denver condo, turning the nook into my command center. Then, I rented a modest office downtown, nothing spectacular, just 2 rooms above a nail salon with nice lighting and low rent. I wrote Brooke Studio on the door. It felt strange the first time a client walked up the stairs, shook my hand in person, looked at the framed mock-ups on the wall, and said, "So, this is where the magic happens." For years, I had done the same work from a messy bedroom. Now, it finally looked like what it always was, real. With the proceeds from the house sale, I was able to say no to clients who treated me poorly. I hired a part-time assistant, a college student whose parents still saw graphic design as a hobby. I paid her fairly, credited her name on projects, and made sure she never had to apologize for working from her laptop. The story about what happened with my family didn't stay on X. Someone shared it on Reddit, and it ended up in a few TikTok videos. I saw my words paraphrased in podcasts and group chats. People argued over whether I'd gone too far, whether selling the house was justified, and if it was ever okay to call out your parents online. Each time it resurfaced, my following grew, and new messages flooded my inbox. Some were hostile, mostly from people who sounded just like my mother. Others were from daughters and sons who had grown up hearing the same things about being lazy, ungrateful, or staying at home while quietly keeping everything together. I answered as many as I could, without turning it into a customer service job for everyone else's pain. I told them what I wished someone had told me when I was 22. You can set boundaries with your family. Just because they gave you life doesn't mean they get to waste your self-esteem. And screen-based work is still work. My family didn't vanish. Caroline and Victor moved into a tiny 2-bedroom in a cheaper neighborhood. Victor cycled through various temporary jobs before landing night shifts as a delivery driver. My mom kept working at the dental clinic but never got back the extra hours she lost. The whispers in the waiting room faded, but the bruise on her pride remained. For a long time, we barely spoke. Birthdays went by with nothing more than a quick text or forwarded meme. It would be easy to say it felt good and that cutting them off was clean. But grieving is messy, even when you pack the boxes yourself. Sometimes I miss the version of my mom who braided my hair before school. Or the version of my stepdad who grilled in the backyard on summer evenings. But just because you miss who someone used to be doesn't mean you owe them the same relationship as they are now. Zoe was the first one to bridge the gap. She showed up at my studio one afternoon, quiet and nervous, standing in the doorway like she had stepped into another world. She apologized again, not just for the tweet, but for all the times she joined in just to avoid being the odd one out. She said that my thread made her see herself the way strangers did for the first time. We're not great friends anymore, but we talk. She sends me job posts that might suit my clients, and I send her articles about workplace boundaries. It's small, but real. The rest of my family still thinks I overreacted. Maybe they always will. I've stopped trying to convince them otherwise. I didn't share this story to get the internet to cheer while my parents struggled to pay rent. I shared it because for years, I let their version of me be the only one that anyone heard, including myself. Calling them out wasn't about pure vengeance. It was about presenting the facts alongside the punchline and letting people decide which mattered more. The takeaway isn't to blast your family online the first time they hurt your feelings. The lesson is that humiliation has a cost, especially when it's delivered by those sworn to protect you. There's a consequence to treating your child's work like a joke just because it doesn't resemble your career. Years of minor insults, rolling eyes, and just kidding jabs add up. One day, the lazy kid you've labeled could be signing the papers that decide where you sleep. If you're reading this and recognizing yourself in me, I hope you hear this loud and clear. You're not wrong to want respect in your own house. You're not being dramatic for being hurt when those closest to you make your existence a joke. Forgiveness isn't about pretending nothing ever happened. You can love your family while still saying, "This is as close as you'll get to me from now on." This isn't betrayal. It's self-respect. My mother's post on X was supposed to be the climax of my maturity. Instead, it marked the start of a different story, one where I stopped being the ungrateful child and started acting as the master of my own destiny. The internet didn't fix my family. It didn't make everything fair, but it did something important. It forced those who were so eager to humiliate me to face the consequences. That was enough for me to finally move on without looking back at the place I left behind. My father shouted in court, calling me a failure and claiming I didn't deserve a penny. The judge leaned in and said, "You really don't know, do you?" No. Then she dropped a bomb, my $10 million in federal grants. His face went deathly pale. I sat there in that cold, sterile family court, as my father, Gregory, shredded our relationship with every word. "All she does is embarrass me," he sneered, waving at me while arguing that I shouldn't get a penny from my grandmother's estate. He listed every supposed mistake I had made, making sure to make me look like a failure in front of the judge. I stayed silent, shocked by the humiliation, coming from the one person who was supposed to love me unconditionally. Then, the judge leaned forward, giving Gregory a sharp look. "You really don't know, do you?" Gregory's attorney, Dylan, froze. Papers scattered across the table. I watched as Gregory's confidence vanished, his face draining of color. "My name is Avery, and never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd be sitting in a courtroom, watching my father try to destroy me," Gregory went on, claiming I was unfit to inherit anything from my grandmother, saying I was irresponsible and unstable. The irony was almost too much. This man had belittled every single accomplishment I had ever made. He called my business degree from Northwestern, magna cum laude, a worthless piece of paper that won't teach you real life. When I graduated as high school valedictorian, he dismissed it as just book smarts. When I founded my first nonprofit at 25, he laughed and called it a pretend business. What he never knew was that I had been secretly helping him. For 2 years, I secretly donated almost $350,000 to his failing law firm, Caldwell & Associates, using a trust fund I had set up. I saw Dylan squirm in his chair, and even though Gregory kept talking, his confidence was fading. I noticed the beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he realized something was wrong. He kept attacking my character, saying I had never contributed anything meaningful, that I was always failing at everything. But the judge wasn't buying it. Judge Matthews, an experienced and sharp woman with silver hair and wire-rimmed glasses, was taking notes. She wasn't shocked by anything Gregory was saying. She had information he didn't. My heart raced. I knew what was coming. I dreaded this day for months. When my grandmother Charlotte died 6 months ago, I mourned her, but I also mourned the loss of our relationship. She had always been my supporter as a child, but in her last 5 years, everything changed. Our calls became less frequent, then stopped. No replies to my letters. Every visit was turned away. I thought maybe it was because of my struggles with my career, or maybe Gregory's constant criticisms had finally worn her down. Even though losing her support hurt, I used it as motivation to build something meaningful, something I knew she would have been proud of. Gregory painted himself as the dutiful son who was always there for Charlotte, controlling everything about her finances and medical care, while I was the selfish, irresponsible one. He claimed he was the only rightful heir to her fortune, and I didn't deserve anything. The tension in the courtroom was palpable when Dylan spoke up. "Your Honor, perhaps we should review the documents you mentioned earlier in chambers before we proceed." Judge Matthews smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. "No, Counselor Dylan, I think it's important that everyone here understands exactly what we're talking about today." She slid a stack of papers across the desk and gave Gregory a pointed look. "Mr. Gregory, you've said that your daughter has never contributed anything to society. You've called her irresponsible. But I have federal records here that tell a very different story." My heart skipped a beat as the judge spoke. I had no idea what records she had on me, but Gregory's face turned a sickly pale as he heard it. The judge continued, "Miss Avery here founded and runs Veterans Haven, a non-profit that has helped over 2,500 homeless veterans across 7 states." I was overwhelmed with emotion. Gregory's jaw dropped. I could see the shock in his eyes as he processed the information. Veterans Haven was my first major accomplishment. It started when I met Ryan, a homeless Marine veteran, outside a grocery store 3 years ago. I helped him find temporary shelter, and from there, it grew into a network offering housing, job training, mental health services, and permanent homes for veterans in need. I could see the reality sinking in for Gregory as the judge continued to read from the papers. This was the moment everything changed. Judge wasn't done yet. My love for reading, which my grandmother had nurtured through endless hours in her library, led to Bright Futures Literacy. We've distributed over 55,000 free books to kids in need and set up reading programs in 43 rural communities across the Midwest. It started small. I bought books with my own money, driving to small towns in Kansas and Nebraska after finding out many had lost their libraries because of budget cuts. The program grew when corporate sponsors jumped in, beyond what I ever imagined. Judge Matthews went on, telling Gregory that my third nonprofit, Golden Years Advocacy, had successfully lobbied for laws to protect the elderly from financial abuse and had recovered over $2.5 million for fraud victims. Gregory's expression was stunned. I'd become passionate about fighting for the elderly after hearing about the exploitation by family members and caregivers. I didn't know at the time that my father was using the same tactics to manipulate inheritance. Dylan, Gregory's lawyer, was scribbling away, trying to figure out how to save his client's case, his eyes flicking nervously between Gregory and the judge. Gregory tried to speak, but his voice cracked. I don't understand, Your Honor. Avery never told me about any of this. If these organizations exist, why would she hide them from me? Judge Matthews took off her glasses, staring hard at Gregory. Mr. Gregory, did you ever ask your daughter about her work? Did you ever show any interest in her goals, her projects, or her life beyond your own assumptions? The silence in the room was deafening. Gregory's face went from confusion to rage and, finally, to what seemed like shame. He had never asked. For years, all he'd talked about was his struggles with his legal practice, how younger attorneys were taking his clients, and how hard it was for him. Your Honor, Gregory muttered, even if Avery has been involved in these activities, that doesn't show she's financially responsible enough to manage such an inheritance. The judge smiled, a terrifying grin. I'm glad you mentioned financial responsibility, Mr. Gregory, because that leads me to another interesting piece of information. She pulled out some sealed IRS documents. For nearly 3 years, my 3 nonprofits had received almost $10 million in government funding, according to tax records. It was hard to hear that number out loud. The value of the grants my organizations received had always been just numbers to me. But hearing them so plainly made my chest tighten. Gregory, though, couldn't reconcile this with his image of me. He was struggling. Dylan, trying to maintain control, coughed nervously. Your Honor, while Avery's charitable work is commendable, the real question here is whether Eleanor's will accurately reflects her wishes regarding the distribution of her estate. Judge Matthews nodded, her voice growing more intense. Indeed, Counselor, and that brings us to the important question of why Eleanor might have chosen to leave the bulk of her estate to a granddaughter she apparently hadn't spoken to in years. Thinking about my grandmother's final years broke me. It was one of the hardest things I've ever experienced. She had been my confidant, my inspiration, my rock. When she seemed to pull away, it left a hole I tried to fill with work. But it never felt like enough. Gregory saw his chance to regain the narrative. Exactly, Your Honor. My mother was hurt by Avery's neglect. She told me how disappointed she was that Avery stopped calling, stopped visiting, stopped caring. The judge's face darkened. Mr. Gregory, how exactly do you know how your mother felt about Avery's neglect? Dylan and I both straightened up. But Gregory, oblivious, kept talking. I spoke with my mother all the time. I took care of her, managed her finances, made sure she wasn't alone. Unlike some people, I understood my responsibilities. Judge Matthews gave a slow nod. I see. And during these regular conversations, did your mother express disappointment over Avery's lack of contact? Absolutely. She was heartbroken, Gregory said confidently. The judge's face grew even grimmer. She added another note to her documents. Gregory's confidence was beginning to falter. Then, Judge Matthews pulled out a bundle of letters tied with a fading blue ribbon. My heart sank as I saw my handwriting on the envelope. The letters had my grandmother's neat handwriting on the responses to me. Mr. Gregory, the judge asked gently, did you write to your grandmother during the past 5 years? Gregory's face went white as he realized what was happening. Dylan froze, looking at the letters with dread. Judge Matthews untied the ribbon and laid the letters on the desk. These letters were found in your father's office. None of them were ever delivered to your grandmother. Similarly, these letters from your grandmother to you were never mailed. My chest tightened. For 3 years, I had thought my grandmother had rejected me. I wrote to her about my career, my dreams, and how much I loved her. But I never received a response. That hurt drove me to work harder, to prove myself worthy of her love, even after she was gone. Your Honor, I said, struggling to understand. Why would my father intercept our letters? Gregory jumped up, his chair scraping loudly. This is ridiculous. I was protecting my mother from Avery's selfish manipulation. Avery was always asking for money, taking advantage of an elderly woman's generosity. Judge Matthews cut him off. Mr. Gregory, I've read these letters. Not one of them asks for money. In fact, several of them include small checks Avery sent to her grandmother for birthdays, and Christmas checks that you apparently cashed without Charlotte's knowledge. The room felt like it was spinning. My father had kept me from my grandmother, intercepted my letters, and cashed the small checks I sent to show her I was thinking of her. The $50 I had sent to help with her heating costs, the little gifts that I thought would show her I still cared, had been taken from her. Dylan was urgently whispering to Gregory to stop talking, but Gregory was unstoppable. Charlotte was vulnerable. She had dementia. She couldn't make rational decisions with her money. Judge Matthews read from another paper. According to medical records, Mr. Gregory, your mother was never diagnosed with dementia. Her doctor's notes confirm she was mentally sharp until the day she died. However, they also indicate that you were listed as her healthcare proxy, and convinced her doctors that she was becoming confused and paranoid. The lies were falling apart faster than Gregory could weave them. I realized it wasn't just jealousy or spite that drove my father to meddle with our relationship. He was manipulating both my grandmother and me, all for his own gain. Judge Matthews pointed out that Charlotte had regularly inquired about my letters and calls in her medical records. You told her, Mr. Gregory, that Avery was too busy with her own life to stay in touch with family. My face buried in my hands as the truth became clearer. My grandmother died thinking I had abandoned her, while I had spent years believing she had rejected me. Gregory had robbed us of those final years together, denying us any warmth or love. Gregory slumped back in his chair, exhausted from his defense. I was protecting the family interests. Avery was irresponsible, unreliable. Mother needed stability, not false promises from someone who couldn't even keep a steady job. Judge Matthews's voice grew colder. Mr. Gregory, while you were telling your mother that Avery was too busy to visit, Avery was building organizations that have positively impacted thousands of lives. Dylan whispered to Gregory, trying to salvage what was left of their case. While you convinced Charlotte that Avery didn't care about her, Avery was sending loving letters and financial support that you intercepted and stole. Gregory nodded reluctantly, but the damage was already done. Your Honor, I spoke up despite the storm of emotions. If my grandmother had known the truth about my work, about the letters I wrote to her, she would have wanted to see me before she died. Judge Matthews softened her tone. Miss Avery, I have additional evidence that suggests your grandmother not only would have wanted to see you, but that she took specific steps to ensure your future despite the obstacles your father had placed in your way. She pulled out a file with a private investigator's seal. 6 months before her death, your grandmother hired a private investigator to locate you and find out about your circumstances. She had grown suspicious of your father's explanations for your absence and wanted the truth. Dylan gently gripped Gregory's arm to silence him as he choked on his words. The investigator's report detailed my nonprofit work, government recognition, and the positive impact I had on numerous communities. Charlotte had been proud of me and enraged by the deception that kept us apart. Judge Matthews took a handwritten letter from the investigator's file. This is a letter your grandmother wrote but never sent, found among her personal effects. Would you like me to read it aloud, Miss Avery? I nodded, my throat tight, as tears began to fall. My dearest Avery, Judge Matthews read aloud. I should have trusted my instincts about Gregory's explanations years ago. My heart is broken by my son's cruelty in keeping us apart, not by your absence. I'm so proud of the woman you have become, and amazed by the lives you've touched and improved. I hope you will forgive an old woman for not seeing through his lies sooner. I have made steps to give you what you deserve from my estate and life. I adore you, Grandmother Charlotte. I could barely breathe as the reality of it sank in. My grandmother had known the truth, had been proud of me, and loved me until her last breath. Gregory sat frozen, staring at his hands. Dylan looked like he wanted to vanish. I was overcome with a mix of grief, relief, and rage, emotions I knew would take years to untangle. But Judge Matthews wasn't done yet. She carefully placed the letter back into its file, then reached for another legal document, sealed and official. Mr. Gregory, you've argued that you should receive your mother's wealth because you handled her business and the family law firm she founded with your father. Correct? Gregory nodded slowly, seeing another trap set for him but unable to escape. Your Honor, Mother was a partner at Caldwell and Associates. She relied on me to maintain the firm's reputation and profitability. I've been running it for 15 years since my father retired. Of course, I've dedicated my career to building that practice, Gregory said, but the words now sounded hollow. Judge Matthews smiled, a smile that now seemed ominously predatory. That's interesting, Mr. Gregory, because according to these corporate filings from 5 years ago, your mother transferred her partnership shares in Caldwell and Associates to your daughter, Avery, making her the majority owner of the firm. Gregory's face went from confusion to disbelief, denial, and finally to horror as the reality hit him. That's impossible, he whispered. Avery doesn't know anything about running a law firm. She's never worked there. Actually, Judge Matthews continued, flipping through the records, the transfer was lawful and properly executed. Avery controls the corporation with 65%, but your mother retained a small stake. The ground seemed to shift beneath my chair. Despite Gregory's dismissal of my business skills, the idea that I had owned part of his law firm was unthinkable to me. Dylan went silent, his pen frozen in midair, likely realizing just how much trouble he was in for taking payments from Gregory when he might not have had the authority to do so. Judge Matthews also referenced bank statements showing that Avery's trust fund had been anonymously supporting Caldwell and Associates for 2 years. The weight of this truth was almost unbearable. For 2 years, I had watched Gregory struggle with his failing law practice, secretly helping him without letting him know. The trust fund payments were my way of supporting him, all while he had mocked my life choices. Gregory shot up from his chair, knocking it over in the process. This is insane. Avery can't own my company. I built that practice. I've worked there for 20 years. Mr. Gregory, Judge Matthews said calmly, you've been managing a firm that's majority owned by your daughter. The woman you've called reckless and unworthy of an inheritance has been your business partner and main financial supporter for years. Gregory spent the entire morning arguing that I was too incompetent to manage an inheritance, completely unaware that I had been managing and subsidizing his own livelihood. Dylan finally spoke up. Your Honor, if Miss Avery is indeed the majority owner of Caldwell and Associates, then my representation of Mr. Gregory in this matter presents a significant conflict of interest. Indeed, Counselor, Judge Matthews agreed, which raises interesting questions about who has the authority to make decisions about the firm's operations and expenditures. Gregory's face flushed, his anger now taking over. Avery might have some papers with her name on them, but she doesn't know the first thing about practicing law or running a business. Those documents matter a lot, Mr. Gregory. Judge Matthews shot back. Avery's business degree, her success running multiple nonprofits, and her ability to manage millions of dollars in federal funding suggest she might actually be better suited to run a legal practice than you think. I finally found my voice, shaky with emotion. Your Honor, I had no idea I owned any shares in the firm. Why would my grandmother give me ownership without telling me? Judge Matthews flipped through another document. Your grandmother's private records indicate she became concerned about your father's firm's finances several years ago. She found major discrepancies in his client and corporate accounts. The word irregularities hung heavily in the air. She transferred responsibility to someone she trusted to preserve ethical standards and protect the family business. Gregory recoiled, his face ashen again. What irregularities? He stammered. Unauthorized loans from the firm's client trust account. Inflated expense reports. Billing clients for services that were never rendered. Judge Matthews read from the investigator's report. Your grandmother's concern was that Gregory was headed towards serious ethical violations, potentially leading to disbarment and criminal charges. Gregory choked, desperate to explain himself. I always planned to repay those temporary loans from the client account. I had to make tough decisions to keep the firm afloat. Lose. I had to make tough decisions. Mr. Gregory, Judge Matthews said sternly, borrowing from client funds is never temporary, and it's certainly never acceptable. Without intention to repay, it's embezzlement. I felt the weight of the truth sink in. My anonymous financial support had not only kept Gregory from drowning in his debts but had also prevented him from stealing from his clients. Dylan, clearly in panic mode, began frantically packing his briefcase, trying to distance himself from Gregory. Your Honor, given these revelations, I need to withdraw my representation of Mr. Gregory immediately. Granted, Judge Matthews said calmly. Gregory, you have the right to seek new counsel, but the State Bar Association will receive copies of this file. Gregory looked around the courtroom, clearly desperate for an exit. The man who had entered this room with such confidence, convinced of his righteousness and authority, now faced criminal charges and professional ruin. But I sensed Judge Matthews wasn't finished with her revelations. The pile of documents on her desk suggested there was still more to come, and I braced myself for the next bombshell. From Gregory's confident attacks on my character to this shocking downfall, everything I thought I knew about my family, my relationship with my grandmother, and even my own life was unraveling in real time. I had a feeling the biggest revelations were still ahead. Judge Matthews looked at the clock on the wall, then turned to me with a serious, almost proud expression. "Miss Avery, there's one more matter we need to discuss today, and it concerns your immediate future, rather than your past." She reached for a folder with the U.S. government seal on it. My heart raced. What could federal matters have to do with this inheritance dispute? 2 weeks ago, the FBI conducted a background check on you. A complete security clearance review, which included this inquiry. My mouth dropped open as I heard the FBI had investigated me. I had suspected it might be related to the federal grants my organizations had received. Miss Avery, you have been selected by the President of the United States for appointment as the inaugural Director of the Rural Development and Community Empowerment Agency. The words hit me like a physical blow, a presidential appointment, a federal directorship. The room seemed to spin as I tried to process what Judge Matthews had just said. Gregory sputtered in disbelief. "That's impossible," he muttered. "Federal appointments are too much for Avery. She doesn't have the experience or qualifications for such responsibility." Judge Matthews fixed him with a stern glare. "Gregory, your daughter's work with Veterans Haven alone shows she can manage complex operations across multiple states while adhering to federal regulations. She secured and managed $10 million in federal grants, demonstrating the fiscal responsibility and program management skills required for federal leadership." I whispered, barely able to believe it. "Your Honor, I had no idea I was being considered for any federal position. The selection procedure was confidential until recently," Judge Matthews replied. "Your nonprofit work and government agency partnership earned you federal recognition. The HUD director, impressed with the creative solutions Veterans Haven offered to homelessness, recommended you for this position." She pulled out a White House sealed letter from the federal folder. "All presidential appointments undergo FBI background checks and Senate confirmation. During the investigation into your father's law practice, they found financial irregularities and family communication interference." Gregory slumped back in his chair as the weight of the situation hit him. His actions were no longer just a family dispute. They were now part of a federal investigation tied to someone being vetted for high-level government service. The FBI report noted that Gregory's interference might have caused emotional distress, which could affect my ability to serve in the federal government. A presidential appointment, Senate confirmation, federal leadership, things I'd never dreamed of were being discussed by a federal judge. The proposed agency would have an annual budget of $2.5 billion and would coordinate rural development efforts across multiple federal departments. $2.5 billion. I repeated. Still dazed. Gregory's law firm struggled to manage a few $100,000 a year. And now, the federal government was asking me to manage 4,000 times that. "Your Honor," I asked, trying to steady myself, "when will this appointment take effect?" "The Senate confirmation process will take months, but rural development demands have fast-tracked the hearing for next month. There was some concern about family issues that could hinder your service." Judge Matthews glanced at Gregory, her eyes thoughtful. "The FBI investigation found that your father's financial misdeeds and family manipulation could cause federal employees stress and PR issues. The White House must believe these concerns can be settled cleanly." Gregory, now realizing that his actions might block my federal appointment, tried to brush it off. "Your Honor, Avery's personal family matters wouldn't affect her ability to serve the government." Judge Matthews didn't hesitate. "Actually, Mr. Gregory, they could. Federal appointees are under intense scrutiny." She handed out another document. "There's another issue. Your interference with Avery's connection to her grandmother may have violated federal laws, according to the FBI." Dylan, who had been hiding behind the furniture, stood up straight, his eyes wide as Gregory's face went white. "Mr. Gregory, intercepting mail is a federal offense. Cashing checks made out to others is mail fraud. Falsifying medical information as a healthcare proxy is fraud." The room fell into a heavy silence, broken only by Gregory's labored breathing. The man who had entered this courtroom, certain of his moral authority and superiority, was now facing federal criminal charges that could destroy his career and land him in prison. "Your Honor," I whispered, my voice shaky, "what does this mean for my grandmother's inheritance and my federal appointment?" Judge Matthews finally smiled, and it was the first time all day. "Miss Avery, your grandmother's will is very clear. After discovering the truth about your talents and your father's influence, she left you most of her estate. As for the federal appointment, she continued, handing me the White House letter, the decision is ultimately yours. You have 1 week to accept the nomination. Your approval is needed for the Senate confirmation hearing. I held the official letter in my trembling hands and realized the full extent of my grandmother's plan. She had orchestrated all of this, even from beyond the grave. Her investigation into my life had uncovered Gregory's deceptions and likely brought my work to the attention of federal authorities. Gregory sat in stunned silence, probably calculating whether he had enough money to hire a criminal defense attorney. Gregory straightened in his chair, his mind clearly shifting from panic to calculation. Your Honor? He said, his voice gaining strength. While I appreciate that Avery has apparently achieved more than I was aware of, the fundamental question remains. Is she truly prepared for the enormous responsibilities you've described? Judge Matthews raised an eyebrow, signaling for him to continue. Avery's performance with small nonprofits is commendable, but she's unqualified for a federal directorship that involves managing billions. My upbringing and advice laid the foundation for her success. Gregory paused, seemingly pleased with himself. Everything she's accomplished can be traced back to the values and work ethic I instilled in her. I was furious at his audacity. Even now, with federal charges looming over him, Gregory was still trying to take credit for everything I had achieved. Everything he had spent years discrediting. Gregory, emboldened by his own argument, continued. If Avery is qualified for federal service, she would want her father's approval. I'm confident we can resolve family issues and unite for her confirmation hearings. Her familial support will be important to the Senate. Judge Matthews's look was unreadable as she let him speak. But I could see through it. Gregory was desperately trying to salvage what little was left of his dignity, while I stood on the precipice of a future that was beyond anything I had ever imagined. In minutes, Gregory had tried to shift from being an obstacle to my achievements to positioning himself as integral to them. Judge Matthews spoke softly but firmly. Gregory, you're saying Avery's success is due to your help? Yes, Your Honor. Avery's success has always been my priority, despite our recent disagreements. Any parent would be proud of their child's recognition. So you believe Avery's financial and ethical skills came from you? Judge Matthews pressed. Gregory nodded confidently, missing the trap. Yes. Family upbringing shapes morality and judgment. Judge Matthews opened another file, this time with bank statements and financial data. That's interesting, Mr. Gregory, because I have additional evidence about your role in Avery's financial education. Gregory's face shifted, his confidence faltering. These documents reveal that you co-signed Avery's student loans when she was 18 and entering college. You used her credit information to take out loans in her name without her authorization. My stomach sank. I had no idea this was coming. Gregory had caused my credit troubles in my 20s, those strange bills. The countless obstacles I faced while trying to get business loans for my nonprofits. Judge Matthews continued, you took out 3 $175,000 business loans using Avery's identity and social security number. These loan defaults ruined her credit for 7 years. Gregory went pale again. Your Honor, these were family business investments. Avery benefited from the firm's success. Mr. Gregory, identity theft is a federal felony, regardless of family ties. You destroyed your daughter's credit at a time when she was trying to build her professional life, which is unforgivable. Judge Matthews grabbed more papers. The FBI also found that you contacted several of Avery's potential business partners and investors over the years, telling them she was financially unreliable and warning them against working with her. I was hit hard by this revelation. I suddenly remembered multiple promising partnerships that had fallen through. Investors who had once shown interest in my work, suddenly becoming cold and distant. I had always thought it was me that I wasn't convincing enough or my proposals lacked strength. Your Honor, I asked, frustrated, did my father actively sabotage my business? Yes, Judge Matthews replied, looking directly at Gregory. FBI testimonies show that Gregory told at least 6 large funders and 3 corporate partners that you were unstable and fiscally irresponsible. The rejections, the doors that slammed shut just when success seemed within reach, made me question myself and wonder if Gregory had been right all along about my supposed lack of qualifications. I was finally realizing that he had actively worked to ensure my failure. Gregory abruptly stood up, his chair scraping the floor. This is misinterpreted. I just wanted to keep Avery from making bad decisions that could hurt her. Judge Matthews's voice turned icy. Gregory, you ruined your daughter's credit, stole from client accounts, intercepted her mail, committed fraud, and destroyed her professional relationships. You want credit for her success? The weight of Gregory's actions hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I finally understood that everything I had accomplished had been despite the roadblocks he had intentionally placed in my path. The most remarkable thing about Avery's achievements, Judge Matthews said, is that she managed to build 3 successful organizations and earn federal recognition while her own father systematically worked to undermine her at every turn. Gregory slumped back in his chair, realizing that his last-ditch attempt to take credit for my success had only highlighted his sabotage and made his crimes even worse. Dylan, who had been quietly gathering his papers, spoke up. Your Honor, I must withdraw from representing Mr. Gregory immediately. I cannot defend someone facing federal identity theft and mail fraud accusations. Granted, Judge Matthews said. Gregory, you will need new counsel, but the federal prosecutor's office will receive a full copy of this file. Gregory sat in stunned silence, realizing that his attempts to manipulate the situation had only worsened his position. The man who had spent the entire day attacking my character was now facing criminal charges and the destruction of his reputation. Judge Matthews's expression softened, but I could see the final blow was coming. She looked at me with deep respect as she gathered all the documents on her desk. The afternoon sunlight shifted, casting a warm glow through the courtroom windows, as though the clarity that had emerged that day was now illuminated in its full brilliance. Miss Avery, Judge Matthews began, her voice clear. This court validates your grandmother's will in its entirety based on today's evidence. You inherit Charlotte's house, savings, $1.5 million investment portfolio, and shares in various businesses. The words hit me like a thunderclap. My grandmother was wealthier than I had ever imagined, Judge Matthews added. You are now the majority owner of Caldwell & Associates, with all rights and obligations. You now control the firm's operations, people, and finances. Gregory choked on his words, but Judge Matthews didn't let up. Gregory, this court orders repayment for your interference with Avery's inheritance, mail interception, identity theft, and other deceptions. You must pay Avery $350,000 for your acts, including the value of the intercepted gifts, credit repair costs, and missed business opportunities. The amount was staggering, but more than that, it was the recognition that Gregory's sabotage wasn't just a few isolated actions, it was a systematic effort. The judge noted in her documents that the State Bar Association would receive a full report of his ethical violations, and federal prosecutors would review the evidence of mail fraud, identity theft, and other crimes. As Gregory absorbed the reality of his situation, he shrank into his chair. The man who had entered this courtroom so confident in his superiority now faced professional ruin, financial devastation, and possibly prison time. Judge Matthews turned to me. Miss Avery, regarding the federal appointment, the decision is entirely yours. However, government monitors have praised your dignified and restrained handling of this family tragedy. Judge Matthews continued. Your integrity has been tested under extraordinary conditions, and the government seeks leaders like you. I breathed deeply, finally finding my voice after hours of disturbing revelations. Your Honor, I accept the presidential nomination. I believe I can serve the American people while honoring my grandmother's legacy and ideals. Excellent, Judge Matthews said. 3 weeks from now, the Senate confirmation hearing will take place. The White House will contact you to start the planning process. I looked at Gregory, who sat defeated and silent, and felt more sadness than anger. The father I had always hoped would be proud of me had, instead, been my greatest obstacle. Your Honor, I whispered, regarding Caldwell & Associates and my father's future, I would like to make a proposal. Judge Matthews gestured for me to continue. Gregory can work as a junior associate at the firm, under tight supervision and ethical guidelines. Continuing legal education on professional responsibility and work audits will be required. His wages will be used to cover his modest lifestyle while he makes full financial reparation for his actions. Gregory stared at me in shock, a mixture of disbelief and hope in his eyes. I continued. This offer is contingent on Gregory completing a full ethics program, making restitution for his actions, and taking full responsibility without excuses. He must also make official apologies to every client and business contact he misled about my character. That seems both just and merciful, Miss Avery, Judge Matthews said with a nod. I turned to face Gregory for the first time that day. Gregory, I'm giving you a chance to restore your life and regain respect through honest work and accountability. You'll only get this chance once. If you breach these terms or attempt further manipulation or sabotage, you will be fired immediately, and I will pursue all criminal charges to the fullest extent of the law, Gregory whispered. Avery, I don't understand why you would help me after everything I've done. Because, I replied, feeling my grandmother's wisdom guiding me. Someone once taught me that true strength comes not from revenge, but from choosing to break cycles of harm and create something better. Grandmother Charlotte believed in redemption, not words. I'll let you prove you can learn from your mistakes and become the person Mom always wanted. Gregory nodded slowly, tears filling his eyes for the first time that day. Avery, I accept your demands and apologize. I'm sorry for everything. Judge Matthews closed her paperwork. Court adjourned. Congratulations, Miss Avery, on your inheritance and federal appointment. Mr. Gregory, you have 30 days to find new criminal defense counsel. As we packed up and left the courtroom, I was filled with a complex mix of emotions: grief for the years lost with my grandmother, anger at Gregory's betrayals, hope for the future, and pride in what I had accomplished despite every obstacle. I left that day with more than just a large inheritance and a federal appointment. I left with the knowledge that I had succeeded on my own, that my grandmother had always been proud of me, and that I could build something meaningful even from the worst circumstances. 6 months later, I stood in the White House Rose Garden as the President confirmed my appointment as Director of the Rural Development and Community Empowerment Agency. Gregory, now in a junior associate suit instead of his former partner's expensive clothes, was in the audience, applauding with genuine pride for perhaps the first time in my life. That evening, I visited my grandmother's grave, placing fresh flowers beside her headstone. Thank you for believing in me, I whispered to the evening air, and for teaching me that those who try to diminish us often reveal more about their own limits. The organization I founded in Charlotte's honor has since recovered over $18 million in stolen assets for victims of elderly financial abuse. Gregory is now one of our most dedicated volunteers, using his legal experience to help other families avoid the mistakes he made. As with so many lessons, my grandmother taught me that someone's opinion of you says more about them than it does about you. Have you ever found strength in unexpected places when facing family betrayal or professional challenges? Please like this video, subscribe to hear more stories of resilience and justice, and share it with someone who needs to be reminded of their strength. Thank you for joining me today, and remember that sometimes our greatest setbacks become our greatest comebacks. My family sued me for fraud, claiming I was a fake veteran. He never served. My mother hissed in court. I didn't react. Then the judge stood, pulled off her robe, and revealed the truth that shattered my family's lies. I was sitting in courtroom 14B, watching my parents try to erase me. 7 feet of industrial carpet separated us. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. That specific frequency that makes your teeth ache if you listen for too long. My mother wouldn't look at me. My father stared straight ahead, jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscle jumping beneath his skin. They were suing me for fraud. Their lawyer, a slick bastard named Mark Davis, paced in front of Judge Claire Wilson's bench like a shark circling prey. His shoes clicked against the tile with every step, each one measured. Designer suit, gold cufflinks catching the light. The kind of guy who bills $500 an hour to destroy lives before lunch. Your Honor. Davis's voice carried that courtroom resonance. This man has fabricated an entire military career. He's stolen valor, forged documents, and collected veteran benefits he doesn't deserve. I stayed silent, hands folded on the defense table, back straight, eyes forward. Davis pulled out his evidence with dramatic flair. Glossy photo albums spread across the evidence table. Family vacations in the Hamptons. Holiday cards. Ryan's football trophies lined up like soldiers. Not a single military photo, he announced. No basic training pictures, no deployment shots, nothing. He showed official-looking documents. We've submitted requests to public records, but no discharge papers, no DD 215 form. The Department of Veterans Affairs has no standard file. My court-appointed attorney, Sophie Turner, a public defender juggling 40 cases, shuffled her notes nervously. She'd met me twice, and didn't know what to do with my silence. This is delusion, Davis announced, turning toward the judge. A son desperate for attention, constructing an elaborate fantasy to exploit state resources. My mother leaned forward, pearl earrings catching the light. Her Chanel suit perfectly pressed, voice sharp enough to cut glass. He never served. He made it all up. I didn't flinch, didn't blink. They thought silence meant guilt. They didn't understand that silence is what you learn when mortars are falling and someone's bleeding out in your arms, and the only sound that matters is the medevac bird coming over the ridge. Growing up in the Hayes house meant understanding your place in the hierarchy. My brother Ryan was the golden child, 6'2", quarterback for Westfield High, business degree from Cornell. Perfect smile that made country club mothers clutch their pearls. He was the son my parents paraded at fundraisers, The one they mentioned first when anyone asked about family. I was the afterthought, the kid who asked too many questions and refused to fake enthusiasm for appearances. At 16, I questioned why we were donating to a veterans charity if my father called soldiers government welfare cases at dinner. My mother's face went cold. "Don't embarrass us, Ethan." At 17, I suggested Ryan's business venture sounded like a pyramid scheme. I got locked out of the house for 4 days. When I enlisted at 18, signed the papers the day after graduation, they told the neighbors I was finding myself. Not once did they mention the army. Not once did they ask where I was going. My father handed me a $75 bill at the recruitment office. "Don't expect us to bail you out when this doesn't work." That was it. No pride, no concern, just a crisp Franklin and a warning. I shipped to Fort Benning in July. Georgia heat that could melt asphalt. Drill instructors screamed until their voices cracked. I learned to shoot, march, survive on 4 hours of sleep and spite. Basic training was hell. Advanced individual training was worse. But for the first time in my life, I belonged somewhere. The Army didn't care that I was the disappointment kid from Connecticut. By October, I was deployed. Kandahar Province, Afghanistan. Can't say which unit. Still classified. Can't talk about what we did. Bound by an NDA that carries federal prison time. What I can say, the heat felt like breathing through a furnace. The landscape was beautiful and brutal. Mountains that could hide an army. Not when I was promoted to the rank of specialist. Not when I earned my combat action badge. Not when the convoy was hit and I spent 2 weeks in a field hospital with cracked ribs and a concussion that caused the world to tilt over. We ran night operations, pulled security, and did the work that nobody talks about at homecoming parades. I sent 3 letters home, handwritten, and mailed them through the Army Postal Service. I never received a response. My mother only sent one gift, a generic Christmas card, the kind you buy in bulk, with "Hope you're well," written inside in her flawless calligraphy. This year's holiday gala for the club raised $45,000. I got home 3 years later and went straight to Walter Reed Medical Center. I didn't get a thank you or miss you. Just status updates like I was a distant acquaintance. After 8 weeks of physical therapy for a leg that no longer bent properly, I took a C-130 to Muir Air Force Base. Then a Greyhound bus to Connecticut because nobody was picking me up. I arrived at my family's house on a Tuesday afternoon in October, when the leaves were turning gold and red like the world was burning slowly. My mother opened the door halfway, looked at me, and said, "Oh, you're back." No hug, no tears. No. Thank God you're alive. She was just shocked I had the audacity to survive. My father was in his study, barely looking up from his laptop. "You need money?" "No." "Good. Ryan's staying in the guest house while his condo's being renovated. You'll have to figure something else out." I slept on the couch that night. Left before dawn. Never tried to return. I found a 400 square foot studio apartment in New Haven. I owned a radiator that sounded like church bells all the time. Through a legal aid clinic downtown, I submitted my veteran benefits paperwork. Ana Perez, a paralegal with tired eyes and a friendly smile, helped me navigate the VA labyrinth. "You've got a Bronze Star," she said after reading my service summary. "Why didn't your family get one?" "They don't know what it is. My files are classified. Operational security." She gave me a sideways glance. "That's insane." I shrugged. "It is what it is." The VA approved my disability claim. 35% for the leg, 15% for hearing damage, and 12% for the PTSD diagnosis I got at Walter Reed. Not much, but just enough to get by. I found a job at a Veterans Resource Center, helping other guys navigate the system, listening to their stories, but I kept mine to myself. I learned to live quietly, modestly, unnoticed. In some way, surviving offended my parents. To them, me staying alive was a personal insult to their narrative that I was destined to fail. In January, I got the lawsuit. Certified mail, heavy envelope, Thomas E. Hayes and Nancy L. Hayes versus Ethan R. Hayes. Civil suit number 2030 CV1210. Standing in my kitchen reading the complaint, my hands were shaking, the coffee getting cold. The plaintiffs alleged that the defendant engaged in fraudulent behavior. 1. Falsely claiming military service in the United States Army. 2. Fabricating a PTSD diagnosis. 3. Unlawfully obtaining nearly $25,000 in veteran benefits over 3 years. 4. Bringing disgrace to the family name with these lies. The list went on. Benjamin Clark, an attorney at law, signed off on 6 pages. I should have been angry, but I laughed. A bitter, broken sound that echoed off the cheap walls. They hadn't forgotten me. They had rewritten me. 4 years of my life erased. My wounds turned into lies. All the help I gave, all the people I tried to save, turned into a hoax. I got a call from Sophie Turner, the public defender assigned to my case. Mr. Hayes, we need to meet. This is bad. Sophie's office smelled like stale coffee and desperation. Files stacked on every surface, a potted plant dying slowly by the window. This was bad. It seemed like Sophie was exhausted. All right. Can you walk me through this? Had you served? Yes. Do you have any evidence? It's classified. She asked. What does that mean? The protocols my unit followed were strictly confidential. The information in my records has been removed. My medical evacuation paperwork only lists a code designation. Sophie rubbed her temples. So, you don't have any proof? I have a DD 215, but the details are blacked out. National security exemption. If I try to declassify them, I won't succeed, not without Pentagon authorization, and that could take months, if they approve it at all. Sophie sat back in her chair, and it creaked under her. Clark is a shark, she said. He specializes in reputation cases. She pulled out a file. Your parents have money? Yes. Clark's a predator. High-profile families protecting their image. They submitted 30 affidavits, country club members, family, friends, business associates, all claiming they never saw any evidence of military service. Because I never told anyone, I said. Why? Sophie asked. What was I supposed to do? Show up at their charity galas in my uniform, beg them to acknowledge me? This is going to trial. Sophie said quietly, and without paperwork, we're going to get destroyed. So, I'll attend their charity galas in uniform and beg them to recognize me? I said sarcastically. The deposition began in May. Benjamin Clark's office had leather chairs, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking New Haven Harbor, original art on the walls. The receptionist offered me sparkling water. Clark was in his 50s. Silver hair perfectly combed, a smile that never reached his eyes. Mr. Hayes, thank you for coming. He sat like a king on his throne, the court reporter typing away. Let's start simple. You claim you served in the U.S. Army from July 2022 to August 2025. Yes. Where? Afghanistan. Can't specify location. How convenient. He made a note. Your commanding officer? Classified. The base you were stationed at? Clark grinned. Classified. Do you understand how this sounds? He slid a document across the table. This is a letter from the Department of Defense. We submitted a FOIA request for your service records. They confirmed. No, Ethan R. Hayes listed in the general enrollment databases for the dates you claim. Is it because my records are sealed, or because you never served? Sophie jumped in. Objection. Clark waved it off. Let me ask you this, Ethan. Can I call you Ethan? I didn't respond. Why would your parents lie? What do they gain from this lawsuit? You'd have to ask them. I have. They say you came home 4 years ago after traveling around Southeast Asia, working odd jobs, and started claiming military service to get benefits. They say they tried to intervene and get you psychiatric help, but you became hostile and threatening. My stomach dropped. That's not true. He handed me more papers. They have documentation, emails to a family therapist, text messages expressing concern, and a formal request to the VA, questioning your eligibility. The handwriting was my mother's, my father's signature. They'd been building this case for 3 years. The hearing was set for March 15th. I had 6 weeks to prepare. Sophie tried everything. She contacted the Pentagon, but they couldn't release anything without formal authorization. She reached out to the VA, they confirmed my benefits, but couldn't give specifics without approval. Every door was closed. We need character witnesses, Sophie said during one of our prep sessions. People who knew you before, during, and after. I don't have anyone. She tracked down people from my basic training unit. 2 were deployed overseas. 1 was dealing with his own VA nightmare. The other was too messed up to give a coherent statement. Every door shut tight. my friends, my teachers, and my employers. The day after I graduated, I left to start basic training. Because of this, I haven't been back to Connecticut much. The people I served with. Sophie looked like she might cry. She said, "Ethan, they're going to win." I knew she was right. I can't contact them without violating security protocols. My parents attended every pre-trial motion. Nancy wore designer suits, and Thomas wore tailored wool. They sat in the gallery, looking like concerned parents victimized by a troubled son. Ryan came to one hearing, sat in the back, and avoided eye contact. After I cornered him in the parking garage, I asked him, "You really think I made this up?" He wouldn't look at me. "It's hard for me to know what to think, Ethan. You're my brother. And you've been gone for 4 years. No calls, no visits. Then you come back pretending to be some secret soldier." He finally met my eyes. "It sounds insane." "It is insane," I said. Ryan just shook his head. "Mom and Dad just want to protect the family from what? The truth?" He walked away. I stood there next to my beat-up Honda, my legs hurting and my hands shaking with anger I couldn't express. The trial started on a Wednesday, March 15th. The courthouse smelled like floor wax and old wood. Judge Claire Wilson presided. She was 50, sharp-eyed, and had a reputation for running a tight courtroom. She'd been appointed 3 years ago after a distinguished career as a prosecutor. Sophie had warned me Wilson's stern but fair. She doesn't tolerate games, but she doesn't tolerate sad stories either. "Just answer honestly," she told me. My parents and their legal team sat on one side of the courtroom, while Sophie and I sat on the other. "Don't embellish," the judge added as the courtroom steadily filled up. A handful of court watchers, journalists, and someone sketching for a local news site. Judge Wilson entered. We stood. "Be seated." Case number 2030, CV1210. Hayes versus Hayes. "Mr. Clark, your opening statement." Clark rose, smooth and confident. He painted a picture of a troubled young man who couldn't handle expectations, who disappeared for years, and returned with elaborate stories and a con artist's charm. "The evidence will show," he concluded, "that Ethan Hayes never served a day in uniform, that he has defrauded the government and embarrassed his family through a calculated campaign of lies." He sat down. Sophie stood. Her opening was shorter, more direct. "The evidence will show that Ethan Hayes is exactly who he says he is, that his service is real, and that his parents, for reasons we may never fully understand, have chosen to deny it." Then the testimony began. My mother was the first witness called by Clark. Nancy Hayes took the stand like she was accepting an award. Poised, graceful, and empathetic. "Mrs. Hayes, how would you describe your relationship with your son?" "Ethan has always been problematic and defiant," she said, dabbing her eyes. "It's been difficult." No tears though. It was all vague and suspicious. He resented his brother's success. "Did he tell you he was going to join the military?" "No. He left home unexpectedly. We didn't hear from him for months. And when he returned, he showed up at our door claiming he'd been in Afghanistan. But he had no proof, no photos, no stories he could actually tell." "Did you believe him?" "We wanted to." She looked at the jury. "But the more we investigated, the more inconsistencies we found." Clark introduced evidence piece by piece. Photo albums, guest lists from family events during my supposed deployment. Statements from country club members. A letter from my high school guidance counselor describing me as prone to exaggeration. It was devastating. Sophie cross-examined. "Mrs. Hayes, did Ethan send you letters while he was gone?" "A few." "Did you keep them?" "No." "Did you respond?" Pause. Pause. "I don't recall." "You don't recall if you wrote your son back while he claimed to be in a combat zone?" "It was a confusing time." "Did you ask him about his service when he returned?" "He wouldn't talk about it or you wouldn't listen." Objection. Clark was colder, more clinical than my mother. "Ethan has always struggled with reality," he stated. Judge Wilson said Clark was on his feet. She sustained the objection but her eyes flickered to my mother. My father testified next. Thomas Hayes, CEO of a regional investment firm, board member at 3 nonprofits, and pillar of the community. This military fantasy is just the latest illusion. "You filed a complaint with the VA?" "Yes, we believe he fraudulently obtained benefits." "Why would he do that?" "Why would he do that?" "Money." Attention, a way to justify years of aimless drifting. Sophie barely made a dent on cross. My father was too practiced. Too smooth. Clark called Ryan. My brother looked uncomfortable, kept tugging at his tie. Did Ethan ever mention military service before he left? No. Has he shown you proof since returning? He says it's classified. Do you believe him? Long pause. I don't know what to believe. Then Clark called Dr. Robert Hall, a psychiatrist who'd never met me but had reviewed materials related to the case. In your professional opinion, doctor, is it possible someone could fabricate a military history? Without a shadow of a doubt. It's called pseudologia fantastica, a form of pathological lying driven by a need for significance. If someone had this condition, could they pass the initial VA screening? Possibly, especially if they've researched extensively and can mimic symptoms. Could they fake PTSD? Could they fake PTSD? It's documented in medical literature. Sophie objected. Judge Wilson said, continue. After that, we went into lunch recess. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't eat. Sophie tried to be encouraging. We have our turn tomorrow afternoon. It's not possible for me to describe most of what happened, but I'll put you on the stand. No, Ethan. You have to testify. Every response will be classified. I won't be able to discuss it. All of them will be confidential. Those listening will think I'm hiding something. I am hiding something. Your actual service. Because I legally have to. She slouched back. Then we're done. Clark's argument is that your silence proves guilt, and it'll be hard for Judge Wilson to rule in your favor. I stared at the courthouse cafeteria table, at my reflection in the scratched surface. I won't break my oath, I said quietly. Even to save myself. Sophie was quiet then. Sophie was quiet then. That's incredibly stupid. Yeah, probably. Court reconvened at 1:30 p.m. Clark began his closing arguments. He was methodical, devastating. He walked the jury through every piece of evidence, every contradiction, every moment of my silence. Who can we trust if they can't even present documentation of where they've been? Who's hiding behind classified at every question? Who asks us to believe a story so extraordinary there's no verification? He gestured to my parents. These are good people trying to protect their family name and stop a pattern of behavior before it causes more damage. The defense has provided nothing. No witnesses, no documents, no proof, just silence, just excuses. He sat down. Sophie stood for our closing. She was brief, almost too brief. Ethan Hayes served his country. The fact that he can't prove it in this trial doesn't mean it didn't happen. His silence is honor, not guilt. I urge you to consider it. Suddenly, Judge Wilson leaned forward and said, Miss Turner, please wait one moment. The room went quiet. I caught Wilson's attention. She took a serious look at me. I stood, my leg throbbing in pain, my heart racing. Her look was unreadable. Mr. Hayes, stand up. I slowly turned around. Every eye in the courtroom followed me. Lift your left pant leg. I hesitated. Sophie looked confused. I bent down, pulled up the fabric, and showed the scar running from my calf to my ankle. It was the kind of mark that comes from shrapnel in emergency field surgery. The courtroom was dead silent. Clark immediately objected. Your Honor, this is highly irregular. That's enough, Judge Wilson said quietly. I took a seat, and as soon as I did, my hands started shaking even more. You can sit. Judge Wilson grabbed her gavel, set it down, and made her way back to the bench. For the next 30 minutes, I'm calling a recess. The bailiff looked confused as she moved away from the bench. While I waited in the hallway, Sophie paced around, clearly anxious. What just happened? She asked. I'm not even sure, I said. If you knew the judge was going to act that way, how did you expect to react? Oh, not at all, Ethan. That scar was caused by an IED blast. It was in Kandahar province. Can't say much more than that. Sophie said, stopping her pacing. How bad is it? She asked. She didn't speak for a moment, then said, bad enough. Then, if Wilson recognizes it as combat trauma, maybe she'll take that into consideration. Sophie hesitated. When reporting in SIG, she might this roaming, but I'm not sure. I've never seen her do anything like this before. After 35 minutes, we were called back to the courtroom. Judge Wilson was seated at her bench. Her expression had changed, more formidable, more certain. "Court will come to order," she said. Clark approached the courtroom and stated, "Your Honor, the plaintiffs rest. Mr. Clark, you may proceed with any remaining arguments." Clark continued, "It is our judgment that the evidence clearly demonstrates." He paused. "I can tell you exactly where he's been." The room fell into utter silence. Every head turned. Judge Wilson's voice was low, steady, deadly, calm. "Excuse me." Clark looked confused. I stood up. "I can tell you exactly where Ethan Hayes has been." My mother's hand flew to her pearls. My father went rigid. Clark's mouth opened and closed like a fish slowly dying on a dock. Wilson continued. Each word deliberate. My heart stopped when I heard the words, 112th Medical Evacuation Battalion, Arghandab Valley, Kandahar Province, August 2023. The convoy had been hit. I was trapped inside a burning vehicle with no way out. He held pressure on my femoral artery with his bare hands for 40 minutes while we waited for the medevac chopper. She said, staring directly at me. Specialist Ethan Hayes pulled me out. He kept talking to me, kept me awake, kept me alive. She continued. I was bleeding out, going into shock. The courtroom had gone completely silent. I didn't know his real name until I reviewed the case file last week, Wilson explained. In the field, we all used call signs, but I recognized the scar on his leg. Same blast that injured me, same shrapnel pattern. Clark quickly tried to recover. Your Honor, this is ambush testimony. What do you mean can't? Wilson's voice was as sharp as steel. Can't tell the truth about a soldier who saved my life? You should have recused yourself. When I saw him rise, I recognized him as the same person I had been thinking about. Will I not be permitted to present evidence in my own courtroom? Wilson's voice cut through him. You should have withdrawn. During the morning break, she picked up a sealed file. I contacted the Pentagon this morning. She said. I requested his service record be declassified under the emergency judicial exception for active miscarriage of justice. She held up the file. It arrived 20 minutes ago. Sophie, along with everyone else, stared at the paperwork. After passing the file to her clerk, Wilson said, read it into the record. The clerk's voice trembled slightly as she read, Service record for Specialist Ethan Hayes. Enlisted July 2022. Deployed to Kandahar Province, Afghanistan, September 2022. Unit designation redacted for operational security. Awarded Combat Action Badge, November 2022. Purple Heart, August 2024. Bronze Star with V device for Valor, August 2024. Commended for exceptionally valorous actions under enemy fire, resulting in the successful extraction of 14 personnel from an active combat zone. That's enough, Wilson said quietly. The clerk set the file down. No one moved. No one breathed. Wilson looked at my parents. That's enough. Your son is a war hero, Judge Wilson said. He saved my life, along with 13 others. There are scars on his body, both visible and invisible, from service, you apparently couldn't be bothered to acknowledge. My mother's face went pale under her makeup, and my father looked smaller than I'd ever seen him. Case dismissed, Wilson concluded. With prejudice. It can never be filed again. She paused, picked up her gavel, and added, Mr. and Mrs. Hayes, your son accomplished more in 4 years than most people do in their whole lives. The fact that you tried to destroy him for it. She shook her head. Also, get out of my courtroom. The gallery erupted. Reporters rushed, and bystanders murmured. Clark tried to object, but Wilson was already standing, leaving the bench. I couldn't speak as Sophie grabbed my arm and said, Ethan, we won. Ryan stood from the gallery and started toward me. I saw recognition in his face, horror, and shame. I turned away, then saw him in the back row. My parents sat frozen. Nancy's perfect composure cracked. Thomas stared straight ahead, shoulders stiff, jaw clenched. A Marine in dress blues, gray-haired, chest full of ribbons, stood slowly, deliberately, and raised his hand, giving a sharp, perfect salute. Then another veteran stood. Army saluted, then another, Navy, then another. A ripple of movement spread through the courtroom. Every veteran present, observers, court security, Even a bailiff I hadn't noticed stood and saluted. My eyes burned. My throat closed. I didn't smile, didn't cry, didn't wave, didn't acknowledge them beyond a single nod. I just turned and walked down the center aisle, past my parents who refused to look at me, past Clark, packing his briefcase with shaking hands, past the reporters already typing their stories. Sophie caught up with me in the hallway. "What are you going to do next?" she asked. "Ethan, I need you to wait at home. The media will want a statement, and they'll demand it. It's possible your parents will try to appeal the decision." As I walked out of the courthouse into the chilly March air, the sun was setting. "But Ethan..." I halted, looked at her, and said, "Thank you for trying, even when it seemed impossible." She nodded but didn't press further. My phone buzzed. It was a text from Ana Perez at the VA. "Saw the news. The sky was orange and purple, beautiful, sacred. Are you okay?" Another buzz, an unknown number. I texted back, "Yeah, finally. This is Judge Wilson." The message read, "Wanted to make sure you have everything you need. Service documentation. Also, I want to thank you again for that evening. I never had the chance." Looking at the screen, I typed, "You just gave me everything I needed." I quickly added, "Thank you, Your Honor." She replied, "Amelia, and I think you outrank me anyway, specialist." I almost burst out laughing. 2 months later, I received a formal letter from the Pentagon, granting me authorization to disclose the material if I chose. I was offered a promotion, more responsibility, and increased compensation by the Veteran Resource Center. I decided to take the opportunity. Starting to work with men who came home to families like mine, looking for someone who could truly understand them. It was the last time I ever heard from my parents. I never read it, I just filed it away. I no longer needed to provide any evidence. Not to anyone, not even to my parents, not even to Ryan, not even to anyone else. Ryan reached out once, but I didn't answer his call. In the voicemail he left, he apologized, said he should have trusted me, and asked if we could talk. I deleted it. Some bridges don't need to be rebuilt. Some distances are better left forgiven. 6 months after the trial, I received an invitation to speak at a veterans event. A modest gathering, men sharing their stories, building a sense of camaraderie. Amelia Wilson was there, but she wasn't acting as a judge. She was there as a veteran. We spent 2 hours talking about that night in the Arghandab Valley. Then we discussed the things that followed and the weight of carrying what others can't see. The thing that bothers me most is what she said. "Your parents had you right there. That's what bothers me. You're a wonderful person, and they were so focused on protecting their name, they couldn't see you. Yeah. You deserved better," she added. We both did. As of now, I'm still living in that studio apartment. I still drive the beat-up Honda. I'm still working at the resource center, helping men navigate the complicated VA system. Yeah. I guess that's the job, she said with a smile. My situation is different now because I'm not hiding anymore. Not from my past, not from the scars, not from the truth about what I did and who I am. My parents wanted me erased. They wanted to tell their version of the story, the problematic son, the fabricated fantasy, the embarrassment they could blame and disown. But I'm still here. I'm still standing, and I'm still helping others stand. They lost everything they wanted to take from me, my reputation, their case, their control over the narrative. I didn't have to destroy them for that to happen. The truth did it for me. My name is Ethan Hayes. I'm a combat medic and a specialist in the Army. I've been awarded a Bronze Star. I don't need anyone's permission to exist. My brother mocked me in front of his friends. Still jobless? He laughed. They cheered like I was the joke, calling me useless. But what they didn't know, I was the one who owned the company they worked for. I let them laugh. Until I fired them all. My name's Sydney Rivers. I'm 31. A few nights ago, my brother mocked me in front of a crowd of people whose paychecks I sign off on. He raised his glass, pointed at me, and said, "Can we all give it up for my little sister?" Still jobless. Still figuring it out. The whole lounge could hear it. The room went wild. Someone near the bar even shouted, "Career mode spectator." They laughed like my life was a joke, like I was some useless background character in their movie where they were the stars. None of them knew they were working for a company I built without even knowing it. They didn't know the faceless group controlling their bonuses was me, the girl they never counted. I didn't defend myself. I didn't list my clients, my sales numbers, or mention that the campaign they were all gushing about started as a doodle in my notebook at a kitchen table. I just smiled, raised my glass, and let them think they had me. Let them think I was the screw-up sister who couldn't get it together. While they laughed, I was already planning my next move about contracts, power, and what it really means to flip a table without touching a single plate. They thought they were humiliating me. They had no idea that in 7 minutes, that joke would turn into HR emails, revoked badges, and a meeting they would never forget. But before I walk you into that room and show you exactly what I said when I finally spoke up, drop a comment. Tell me the time, where you are, and which country you're watching from. I want to see just how far a family, ego, and revenge story can go. The thing is, being the unemployed sibling doesn't start the night someone embarrasses you. It starts years earlier when people decide who you are and then never bother to update the file. Growing up, my brother was always the star. In our house, you'd see framed pictures of him in jerseys, blazers, and graduation gowns, smiling like the world was made to applaud him. My achievements lived in drawers. Certificates my mom meant to hang but never did. She never got around to it. Marcia, our mom, didn't call it favoritism. She called it encouragement. When Max made the varsity basketball team, she threw a party. When I won a regional design competition, she said, "That's nice, honey. Maybe you can help Max with his project." I learned early that in our family, charisma always beat quiet effort. The first time my brother, Max, took credit from me, it wasn't money, it was credit. I was 16, he was 19, and he forgot to tell the judges at his business club competition that the app mock-up he was presenting was mine. I spent 3 nights stitching it together on a used laptop with free software. He won first place. I clapped from the back of the auditorium while they cheered and called him a natural. That wasn't the last time. He became accustomed to standing in the spotlights I wired for him in the dark. I became used to swallowing it. Fast forward to my mid-20s. While everyone thought I was drifting, I was building something my family didn't consider success because it didn't fit their script. No corner office with my name on the door, no corporate ladder. Just me, a co-working desk, and way too much caffeine. I started Brightline Collective, a creative agency that made digital strategies and content for brands who wanted to make noise online. At first, it was just me and a couple of freelancers. Then, 2 full-timers and me. Eventually, my 22-person team worked with clients whose logos my parents recognized from TV commercials. But here's the kicker. Almost no one, especially my family, knew I owned Brightline. Will, my COO, was the face of the company. He did the interviews, smiled for industry lists. He was the CEO on paper. The controlling interest? That sat quietly under an LLC with my name on it. That was on purpose. I didn't want my brother to take credit or my mom to compare us like we were competing in some family contest. So when they asked how work was going, I'd say what they expected to hear. I'm freelancing. I'm figuring it out. It's fine. That continued for years until the day Brightline's HR manager, not knowing she was talking to the owner's sister, showed me a resume and said, "We got a referral from a family friend for this guy. Seems charming, a bit light on actual results, but his references talk about him like he's a wizard with clients." The resume was Max's. My stomach dropped. He applied for a senior account manager position at my company. Under experience, he conveniently ignored 2 jobs he quit and padded numbers that weren't his. Typical. Will liked his confidence, his ability to talk his way through mock scenarios. He could impress clients. "We can coach him on the rest," Will said. He had no idea the person he was selling me on was the same kid who once told me, "You're good as a behind-the-scenes type." Not everyone's meant to be seen. I had a choice, block the hire and expose myself, or let Max in and see what he did when he thought he was just another employee. So, I let him join. Max joined Brightline, never knowing why. The company didn't have my name on it. The office was a downtown warehouse conversion with exposed brick and neon logos. Nothing like the beige offices my parents pictured when they thought of a real job. Max thought I was just bouncing between gigs, crashing on couches, and helping out. Every time he saw me at the office, he assumed I was visiting a friend. He never asked what I actually did. It fit the story in his head. He was the one on a career path, and I was the creative wanderer. The night he mocked me still jobless was just another chapter in a script he'd been reading his whole life. Only this time, he invited an audience I knew too well. Because those friends of his, the ones clapping and chanting and calling me a failure, they were Brightline people. Strategy leads, video producers, social managers. People whose first day paperwork I personally reviewed when I hired them. People who had no idea the drifter they were mocking was the one who could end their health insurance with a signature. So, when my phone buzzed in my pocket that night, it wasn't a social notification. It was an email alert from my inbox. Formal complaint, workplace harassment, anonymous. The timestamp was 12 minutes before my brother's toast. The complaint detailed a senior account manager's comments, jokes, and pranks that humiliated junior employees in front of clients. The initials were obvious. MT. I read the lines while the laughter raged around me. The anonymous employee added one final note. I don't feel safe bringing this to HR because everyone loves him. If no one steps in soon, I'm quitting. I stood there, holding my drink, watching my brother soak up attention he didn't deserve, listening to people I paid to represent my agency chant along. Something snapped in me, but not in some dramatic, glass-throwing way. It was quiet, surgical the moment you realize you've given too much credit. I drew the line with that email. Max thought our last name would protect him forever. My family thought I'd always be the peaceful one. Everyone in that room thought I was still unemployed. None of them were ready for what happened when I stopped letting them write my story. If you've buried your achievements to keep family harmony, you know how heavy that mask can be. What happens when you tear it off in front of everyone? Max at Brightline looked like a win at first. He remembered names quickly, made interns feel seen, and turned boring meetings into something fun. We needed this energy. Someone said. I wanted to believe it. Then, the old habits started creeping in. A junior strategist missed a slide, and Max joked, "It's okay. You're not here for your brain anyway." People laughed. She didn't. He imitated a video editor's stutter at happy hour. In meetings, he'd say, "Let the kids take a pass, then the adults will fix it." All jokes, all brushed off with, "Relax, I'm kidding." Then the reports started coming in. Emma's quiet complaint, a DM about his off-color jokes, and a copywriter asking if we had an anonymous reporting system. My old instinct kicked in. Maybe they were overreacting. He probably didn't mean it. I'd survived Max for years with that same narrative. Then we landed a big beauty brand, our dream client. Will and Emma nailed the strategy. The room was buzzing. Max was supposed to handle chemistry. Instead, he went off script. He turned to the team and pointed at the client. Even my unemployed sister could get this one right, he said. He laughed. Alone. The client didn't. He tried again, mocking wannabe designers on their laptops. We officially lost the contract. Different direction, same story through the grapevine. Your teammate had weird energy, and he joked about his jobless sister. Didn't sit right. Will sighed and dropped the email on his desk. We need to talk about Max, he said. People are avoiding his accounts. Now this. While we were dealing with the fallout, Emma sent me a folder, screenshots of Slack threads, snippets from chats, and a voice memo from a bar. There he was. Calling a junior designer our diversity hire. Telling an intern, if you can't handle pressure, go back to group projects. Bragging, even my unemployed sister could do better with Canva. The emojis. The laughter. Some of it from the same people who cheered for him in the lounge. Seeing it all together shattered the illusion that this was just edgy humor. It was a pattern. Power used to keep people small. Under my roof. I stopped looking for soft explanations and started getting ready. I asked HR to walk me through formal disciplinary paths. I went through our training recordings. I sat down with a few of Max's victims, with permission. They were angry, ashamed, exhausted. Most had stayed silent because they assumed he was protected. I heard echoes of my own stories in theirs. By the time Max raised his glass and called me still jobless, I'd already made up my mind. That toast didn't cause the problem. It just loudly and publicly told me that he saw me as inferior to my team. The next morning, I scheduled the all-hands meeting that would change everything, not about campaigns or goals, but about who we were willing to be when someone's jokes cost others their dignity. The invite said, all hands, culture, and conduct mandatory. No emojis, no fluff. By 11 a.m., the conference room was packed. Some looked tense. Others bored. A few defensive. Max showed up late, iced coffee in hand, smiled, and sat in the middle like he was about to watch a show. Will opened with, "We can't do our best work if people feel small or scared." He added, "Today isn't about blaming one person. It's about holding a mirror up to all of us. He clicked to a slide with an anonymized quote from a complaint. I feel like I'm one bad joke away from being publicly embarrassed. The room fell silent. My turn. I clicked to the first clip, Max on a Zoom call. If you can't handle a client raising their voice, maybe this industry isn't for you. We can't all be fragile little art students. Nervous laughter. Next clip. A bar recording. Max saying, we're practically a charity for junior talent. The crowd didn't laugh. Have you seen some of the portfolios HR sends? My unemployed sister could do better with Canva. They were hearing their own past reactions echo back at them. Then came the Slack screenshots. Relax, it's just banter. If they can't take a joke, they're in the wrong place. Underneath the question. Whose comfort are we protecting when we call bullying banter? I stood in front of them. I built this place so people don't have to swallow their dignity to cash a paycheck. Hearing how some of you have been spoken to. That's not who we say we are. Max raised his hand, disbelief on his face. Are we seriously playing secret recordings? He scoffed. Anyone who knows me knows I'm kidding. You're making it sound like I'm some villain. If I hurt someone's feelings, they could just talk to me. Emma spoke up, clear but firm. Some of us did, Max. You told us we were too sensitive and made jokes about that too. The shift was immediate. The usual energy shifted toward the one calling it out, not the one deflecting. Max felt it. His tone sharpened. We're in advertising, not kindergarten. He continued. If we start policing jokes, there will be nothing left. Then he pointed at me. You don't even have a real job, Sydney. You float around making mood boards and suddenly you're the morality police. The old me would have shrunk. Instead, I clicked to the last slide. Power isn't just what you have. It's what you're willing to use. You're right. I responded gently. It's not kindergarten. In kindergarten, there are consequences for intentional harm. At this level, there are contracts. After this meeting, there will be more conversations, and some of them will end with people no longer working here. Max sneered. So, what? You're threatening me now? I'm promising this team something I should have promised sooner, I said. No one is untouchable, not even you. Most of the crowd left the meeting with more questions than answers, but I knew exactly what to do. The public mirrors were up. Now, I had to close the door and talk to Max not as his little sister, not as the girl he could roast in front of clients, but as the one with the authority he kept pretending to have. What happened in that smaller room would decide whether this was just another dramatic meeting everyone would gossip about or Brightline's turning point. The office felt like it was holding its breath after the all-hands. People hurried back to their workstations in small groups, whispering and glancing over their shoulders to see where Max went. He disappeared into a conference room and slammed the door, his body language so furious it could have been on a billboard. Will ran a hand through his hair next to me. You sure you don't want me in the room when you talk to him? He asked quietly. I need to do this alone, I said. As his manager. And more. I left out sister. That was new to Will. Very few knew that part. My boundaries were about to be erased in one stroke. I prepared for the conversation by opening my laptop in my office. Max's paperwork, performance feedback, criticism, and the official complaint from his toast night were sitting in my inbox. While reviewing it, an anonymous email with the subject "Read today's meeting. Please read." Popped up. I didn't feel safe speaking in the room, the message began. But this isn't just about jokes. Max has been saying he's tight with leadership and doesn't follow rules. He's pressured junior staff to stay late with clients even when they were uncomfortable. He's hinted that if people don't roll with his humor, they won't advance. And last week, he told us your job is basically to approve vibes, and that he brings real money into the company. I don't know how much of this you see, but many of us see him as untouchable. Today gave me hope that's not true. More screenshots followed. Max bragged about using personal outings as client meetings. He ranked co-workers' appearances in a group chat, and joked about who would never be client-facing. He wrote, "Trust me, I'm fine here. My sister practically lives on Will's couch. She's not about to rock the boat for anyone." Those words hit me harder than I expected. Max still saw me as the girl crashing on friends' sofas, scraping by on others' successes. He had no clue that Will's office couch where I sometimes fell asleep belonged to a company with my name on the deed. A knock on my door broke my thoughts. It was Emma. "Got a minute?" she asked. I nodded. She stepped inside and closed the door. I know you're dealing with a lot, but people are talking. Some are scared. Some are hopeful. They don't know which way this is going to go. If Max walks out of that room with you and nothing changes, a lot of us are going to take that as our answer, she said. What answer? I asked, though I already knew. This place is just like everywhere else, she said quietly. I don't want Brightline to be like that, where talented people get chewed up so the loud ones can keep ruling. I'm not sure I can stay if it is. Her words only strengthened my resolve. This wasn't just about punishing bad behavior. It was about clearly stating our values and beliefs. Any decision I made would echo through the building long after the spectacle of the meeting was over. I lingered at my reflection in the dark glass after Emma left. I saw the girl who clapped in the back of the auditorium while her brother accepted a trophy for her work. I saw the woman who downplayed her achievements so her family wouldn't accuse her of bragging. I also saw a company owner who deserved better than silently compromising to keep everyone else comfortable. I sent HR a message. Please prepare a termination packet for Max Turner, Senior Account Manager. I'll handle the conversation personally. For the first time, I looped Will in. I walked into his office, locked the door, and said, Max isn't just an employee to me. He's my brother. His eyebrows shot up. That's a twist, he said softly. And you still want to move forward with this? I want to move forward because of it, I replied. If I can't hold my family accountable, I shouldn't ask this team to trust me. Will studied my face and nodded. Okay, then we do it cleanly. No drama. I shook my head. You want me in the room? No, but I might need you afterward. Firing an enemy is easy. Firing someone you love, someone who never believed you had that power, is different. I sent Max a calendar invite before I could talk myself out of it. Conduct and performance mandatory. He replied 2 minutes later with one word. Sure. Have you ever reached the point where the fear of confrontation is smaller than the fear of staying the same? That's where I was. And what happened in that room changed my family forever. It was also going to change Brightline. I just had to decide which future mattered more. Max walked into the small conference room 7 minutes late. Like it was just another check-in. He slumped into the chair across from me, spinning it slightly. So, he said, stretching the word out, am I here for another lecture on tone? Or did someone complain that my coffee orders are too aggressive now? I gently closed the door and sat down. Sit up, Max, I said. This isn't a joke. He smirked but straightened up. You really leaned into the dramatic boss energy in there, he said. Recording people and everything. Didn't know you had it in you. There are things you don't know about me, I replied. He laughed. That's part of the problem. Come on, Harp. You're not going to ruin my career because a couple of interns don't like my sense of humor. I slid the printed complaint and a stack of screenshots across the table toward him. This isn't about a couple of interns, I said quietly. You've treated junior staff poorly, made discriminatory comments, exaggerated expenses, and lost us a major client. You mocked the people who tried to talk to you about it, and then you mocked me in front of them. He barely glanced at the papers. They're overreacting. Everyone's so soft now. And you? You're making this personal because of one stupid toast. It is personal, I said. It's personal to every person you humiliated. Every employee who saw you get away with it and worried if they were safe feels it. I take it personally because you did it at my company. Max's laughter was genuine. Your company? He repeated. That's cute. You do some scheduling, boss people around about timelines, and suddenly it's your company. I let out a sigh. I'd been waiting for this moment for years. Max, I said, Brightline is more than labor. I own it. I held his gaze. I started it. I own it. Will is the public CEO because we set it up that way. Even though everyone talks about the mysterious majority owner, I'm the one who controls. I tapped my chest. That's me. For the first time, he stopped. His smirk vanished like someone flipped a switch. You're lying, he said. But there was no conviction behind it. Ask HR, I said. Ask legal. Ask our accountant. Or better yet, think about every time you've heard someone talk about our investor or our silent partner and how strange it is that I'm in every leadership meeting for someone who's supposedly just a project manager. I pretended to drift because it supposed its stake to them was easier than dealing with his jealousy or our parents' criticism. That was my fault. Your actions here? That's on you. I could see color rising on his neck. His voice tight. He muttered. So what? You've been letting me work under you like some kind of experiment. I said. Enjoying the show from your little throne. I hired you because we believed in your potential. I added. I let the hire go through because I wanted to believe you'd grown up. I stayed anonymous because I wanted to see who you'd be when you thought no one in the room needed you more than you needed them. He smiled. And you decided I failed your little test. You decided that? I whispered. Every time you chose to make someone smaller so you could feel bigger. Every time you traded respect for a cheap laugh. Every time you guaranteed you'd be the most powerful person in the room by convincing yourself everyone else was replaceable. He leaned forward. Rage tightening his features. You think you're better than me now? Is that it? Because you have some document with your name on it? He shot back. Mom and Dad mortgaged half their future to help you chase your goal and mess around in that co-working space. I stayed home. I visited them every week. Don't talk about selfishness. There it was. The family grenade he'd been holding. They didn't tell you that. I whispered. They offered to help. But I said no. I took out loans, maxed out cards I regret. All they gave me was doubt. The kind of doubt they thought was love. Are you sure this is realistic? Maybe you should get something stable first. I built this place despite that, not because of some secret bailout. He looked at me, searching for a crack. Even if that's true, you're still my sister, he said. You're really going to fire me? Make me the villain in your little company story? What are you going to tell Mom? That you destroyed your own brother because a couple of snowflakes couldn't take a joke? I thought about Emma's voice in my office. The anonymous email saying today had given them hope. The clients who trusted us to represent their businesses without making their teams targets. If I don't fire you, I replied slowly. What I'm really telling Mom is that she was right, I'm too soft to lead. What I'm telling everyone here is that their safety is optional when someone I love hurts them. He narrowed his gaze. You're serious? Max? I said, my voice cracking just a little. I love you. I will always want good things for you, but I won't let you burn down what I built just because no one ever told you no and meant it. For once in our lives, the consequences are going to fit the choices, not the story you've sold people about yourself. He swallowed hard. So that's it? You're going to strip everything from me in front of my friends, humiliate me, make some grand example? I remembered the lounge, the toast, the laughter that had washed over me like a wave. He'd looked so sure that I'd never fight back because I never did. I'm not going to humiliate you, I said. I'll tell the truth. What people do with it is up to them. I slid the termination papers across the table. Your employment at Brightline ends immediately. HR will handle the details. You'll be paid out according to your contract for equipment return, benefits, and all of it. You're not being publicly dragged. You're being held accountable. He stared at the papers, then at me. Hurt mixed with fury in his eyes. You're picking them over me. He whispered. I'm choosing me. I said, and this place will never break me. If you ever decide to do the work, learn, apologize, change, I'll be your sister, but not your shield. He didn't sign the papers right then. He got up, knocked the chair back, and walked out without another word. HR would catch up with him. The legal process would continue whether he dragged his feet or not. His signature didn't matter today. It was my line that mattered. Here's something people don't talk about in revenge stories. Real revenge isn't always about the big dramatic takedown. Sometimes it's the quiet moment when you stop sacrificing yourself to make someone else comfortable. I had one last thing to do. Not just for me, but for everyone who saw that lounge scene and thought their boss saw them like Max saw me. I had to show them who I really was and what that meant for their future. Nothing spreads faster than a sentence in a company. The next morning, it was confirmed. Did you hear? Max has been fired. Some people looked relieved. Others waited nervously for the catch. We'd all seen the flashy crackdowns elsewhere that were staged. I wasn't about to let this be one of those. So I did something I'd been avoiding for years. I revealed my real name. A new all-hands invite went out, company update, ownership, and culture. We'll send a brief note. You'll want to be in the room for this. The crew gathered. The mood was different than the last meeting. Less defensiveness. More curiosity. A couple of people glanced toward the back, like they were expecting Max to show up late with a story about everything being overblown. His seat stayed empty. Will spoke again, but this time he kept it short. "You all know me," he said. "You know what I do here. What you may not fully know is who I do it with. Today, we're pulling back the curtain. No more anonymous ownership. No more guessing." He turned to me. "Sydney." I moved to the front, heart pounding, hands sweaty. On the screen behind me was a new slide. Our logo at the top, and underneath, a simple line, "Founder and majority owner Sydney Rivers." Next to it was a photo I hated of myself from the day we signed our office lease. I looked youthful, exhausted, and hopeful. There was a quiet beat. Then the room collectively inhaled. A few people actually exclaimed, "Wait, what?" Emma cried. Someone in the back whispered, "I knew it. I should have told you this a long time ago," I said. When we started Brightline, I stayed in the background for strategic and personal reasons. I was scared that if my family knew what I was building, they'd try to control it, compare it, or tear it apart. I was scared that if any of you knew, you'd see me differently, treat me differently, and stop being honest with me. So, I let this mystery owner exist, and let you think I was just another cog in the machine. That secrecy protected me, but it cost us because it made it harder to believe leadership would step up when it mattered. I took a breath. Yesterday was one of those moments. I need you to know this. I saw it. I heard it. And I'm not going to pretend that's who we are. I glanced at Max's empty seat for half a second. As of yesterday, Max Turner is no longer employed at Brightline. That decision wasn't easy on a personal level. He's my brother. A tremor swept through the crowd. The whole picture became clear. The family toast. The bitterness. The layers. But being my relative doesn't give anyone immunity. If anything, it raises the bar. I saw the expression soften. If I can hold my own family accountable, you'll never have to wonder if I'll make excuses for somebody else. A few were shocked. Some looked like they wanted to clap but weren't sure if it was appropriate. "Now," I said, "we need to talk about that lounge. About what it meant when people laughed." I showed a still from security footage. A frame of people mid-toast, faces blurred for privacy, but the context was clear even without the audio. Max at the center, arm raised, others around him laughing. The night my brother called me unemployed. A lot of people in that frame laughed. Some of you are in this room right now. I'm not here to roast you or embarrass you. I'm here to be honest. When you laughed, you weren't just laughing at me. You were laughing at the version of me he'd sold you. Useless. Drifting. Disposable. You were laughing at the idea that someone without a visible title doesn't matter. I let that sink in. Here's the twist you didn't know. Every single person in that frame worked for me. You were toasting the failure of the person who signs your paychecks. And I'm saying that not to flex, but to make a point. You never actually know who you're mocking when you decide someone's beneath you. You don't know their story, their power, their value. Some people were crying now. A strategy lead raised his hand. "I was there," he said hoarsely. I laughed. "I shouldn't have. I'm sorry." "Thank you," I said. Meaning it. Owning it is the first step. This isn't about mass punishment. It's a reset. What we allow has consequences. I clicked to the next slide. 3 bullet points. First, we're implementing clear anti-harassment and anti-bullying policies with real teeth. Not just HR posters, training, reporting channels, and follow-through. Second, anyone directly involved in the abusive behavior documented in complaints and messages will meet with HR next week to discuss performance and fit. Some of those conversations will lead to improvement plans, while others will result in separation. I won't name names, but they know who they are and what they wrote. I stopped at the third point, then continued. Third, and most importantly, if you laughed that night and you want to improve, I won't fire you for one mistake. You might be asking, "Wait, what about the title? Didn't you fire everyone laughing?" I said. I did fire everyone who insisted on staying the laugher. Only a few chose that path. In HR meetings, they rolled their eyes, called it excessive, and made it clear they wouldn't change. Contracts expired. Badges deactivated. Same corporate exit procedure as Max, but without the sibling complications. But others cried. They apologized directly to their coworkers. They volunteered to help rewrite our cultural manual. They asked, "What can I do to fix this?" Those are the people I kept. Not because they were perfect, but because they were willing. I'm not interested in running a company full of flawless people, I said. I want to lead a firm full of individuals who want to grow. If you're here for that, I'm here with you. If not, that's cool. But I won't let Bright Line become an ego playground at the expense of everyone else. The meeting shifted something. Gossip didn't stop, but the tone changed. People started calling each other in instead of just calling them out. Jokes became sharper but kinder, targeting situations, not identities or insecurities. New hires heard the story of the owner who fired her brother, not as a juicy piece of drama, but as a reminder that she actually means what she says about respect. As for my family, that was messier. Mom called me in tears, accusing me of ruining my brother's life. I told her calmly that Max's choices had already done that. Dad was quieter, but one night he called and said, "I didn't realize how big Bright Line was. I'm proud of you." It wasn't a full apology for years of dismissiveness, but it was a crack. I took it. I didn't hear from Max for weeks. Finally, he sent a quick text. "Interviewed for a job. We'll decide. Don't worry about me." It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't understanding. But it was a step toward a self-sufficient version of him. People ask me if I regret it. Firing my brother, revealing myself, and blowing up the comfort zone. No. The answer is no. He thought he was in charge the night he lifted his glass and called me unemployed. The real retaliation wasn't firing him. It was showing him and everyone else that the person you underestimate most might just be the one writing the ending. Ask yourself this. If you've ever been the quiet, unpopular sibling at the table, the person people laugh at because they assume you'll never speak up, what would happen if you stopped waiting for their permission to take up space? And if you've watched someone get torn down at work and said nothing, here's your gut check. Next time, will you laugh, or will you stand up? Because that's the real twist in any revenge story. The final fighter isn't everything. Everyone else has to decide which side they're on when the tables turn. My grandma left me a $1,250,000 mountain lodge. At the will reading, my father, who kicked me out at 18, with a trash bag, leaned over and whispered, "We'll run it together." Then the lawyer read one sentence that froze the room and turned his smile into pure panic. "My name is Olivia Carter. I'm 27 now, and for years I thought I'd finally built a life that didn't include the man who kicked me out at 18 with a suitcase and a trash bag." Then I walked into the will reading. He was already there, sitting at the polished table like he still owned the place, smiling at me like nothing had ever happened. "This is good, kiddo," he whispered, soft but deliberate. "Grandma's lodge is worth at least $1.25 million. We'll make it a real family company together." Together. That word hit harder than any slap he ever gave me. He hadn't paid for my rent or food in 9 years. He never called when I was sleeping on a friend's couch, working double shifts just to stay in school. And now suddenly it was together. The only reason I was even in that room was my grandmother. Eliza was the one who taught me how to scrub floors, not as punishment, but with pride. She was the one who slipped $400 into an envelope labeled emergency cookie money when she knew my bank account was at zero. She looked me straight in the eye once and said, "If he throws you away, I'll keep you." Weeks after her funeral, I got the official letter summoning me to the reading of her will. I knew she owned a mountain lodge. Our old chalet clung to Willow Creek Mountain like a stubborn secret. I just never knew it was worth over $1 million. And I never imagined the man who disowned me would show up pretending to be a loving father, already planning how to divide her inheritance. As the judge cleared his throat and turned to the final pages, a cold certainty settled in my chest. Whatever Grandma had written, my father believed it would work in his favor. And whatever happened next would either save me or break me in front of people who were already waiting to watch me fall. Before I tell you what was read and what I did when I walked out of that room, tell me what time it is where you're listening from. I want to know how far my grandmother's last wish reaches. That conference room felt way too small for the amount of history trapped inside it. The judge sat at the head of the table, papers aligned with obsessive precision. My father sat on one side, though I couldn't bring myself to say his first name out loud back then. My mother and sister were beside him. I sat alone on the opposite side, next to John Evans, the lawyer my grandmother trusted for years. John adjusted his glasses and gave me a quick nod. Not comforting. More like a warning. "This will sting, but it's necessary." The judge spoke. "We are here to formalize Eliza Carter's last will and testament. All parties present." My father cut in immediately. "Yes, Your Honor," calm, polished. "We're eager to honor my mother's legacy as a united family." I almost laughed. The last time I'd seen him before Grandma's burial, he was screaming at me to get out of his house, calling me ungrateful because I refused to drop out of college to work for him full-time. My mother, Joyce, sat rigid, hands clenched until her knuckles went white. She didn't look at me once, just stared at the wall like eye contact might shatter something inside her. My sister Mara leaned back in her chair, perfectly put together as always, like this was just another business meeting. Her eyes slid over me with that familiar mix of curiosity and resentment. Not a sister's look. A rival's. The judge nodded at John Evans. You may proceed. Eliza Carter, being of sound mind and body at the time of signing, hereby declares this her final will and testament. Sound mind. I saw my father's jaw twitch. Just barely. Like he'd tasted something sour. He leaned toward Mara and whispered. We'll make sure that phrase doesn't stand. My stomach dropped. Of course. They had a plan. Cry about Grandma. Talk about memories. Then quietly argue she was confused, manipulated, too old to know what she was doing. They weren't here to mourn. They were here to win. As John read through smaller bequests, charity donations, sentimental items for distant relatives, I could feel my father's impatience building. His fingers tapped an angry rhythm on the table. Mara checked her phone under the table, the screen lighting up and going dark like a pulse. My mother flinched every time they moved but said nothing. I stayed still. Blank face. Repeating one thought like armor. Grandma knew them. Grandma knew me. She didn't sign anything by accident. Still, one question kept burning under my skin. Why was the man who abandoned me so confident? Like all he had to do was show up and smile? If you were sitting across from the people who broke you, would you believe a single word they said about family? John Evans' tone shifted as he reached the main section. Even the judge straightened. Now, John said, we come to the disposition of the primary asset. The mountain lodge on Willow Creek Mountain, currently appraised at approximately $1,250,000. The number just hung there. Mara snapped upright. My father stopped tapping. My mother finally looked at me. In regard to the lodge, John continued, Eliza Carter writes, this lodge is my life's work, my refuge, and my apology to my granddaughter. My throat closed. Apology. She never owed me one. But she knew someone else did. I bequeath full operational control and beneficial interest of the lodge. John read, to my granddaughter, Olivia Carter, under the conditions listed below. My father exhaled like he'd won. Smiled. Put a hand over his heart like this was also touching. That's wonderful. He said, already leaning toward me. See? She wants you to have it. We'll help you run it, sweetheart. Well, I'm not finished. John cut in sharply. The judge raised his hand. Silence. My father's smile froze. Condition 1, John said, for a minimum of 4 years from the execution of this will, the lodge shall not be sold, leased, mortgaged, or otherwise transferred without the explicit written consent of Olivia Carter. A muscle jumped in my father's cheek. Mara's lips parted like she couldn't process what she'd just heard. Condition 2. John continued calmly. No family member including but not limited to my son Mike Carter, my daughter-in-law Joyce Carter, or my granddaughter Mara Carter may exercise managerial authority, hold controlling interest, or issue binding decisions regarding the lodge without the express written approval of Olivia Carter. The room went dead silent. My father broke it with a sharp, humorless laugh. She's joking, he muttered. She has to be joking. John Evans didn't react. He just looked down and kept reading. Condition 3, he said evenly. If any family member contests this will, challenges Olivia Carter's authority, or attempts to undermine the operational independence granted herein, the lodge shall be transferred immediately and in full to the Charity Haven for Youth. No member of the Carter family shall retain ownership, profit, or rights related to the property. Mara actually gasped, one hand flying to her mouth. My mother shut her eyes like she was bracing for a crash. My father went completely still. For the first time since I'd walked in, the confidence drained out of his face. That's insane. He snapped. My mother loved this family. She wouldn't threaten to give everything away to strangers over some childish wording. John slid a document across the table. Quiet. Controlled. This clause was drafted by Mrs. Carter herself, in my presence, he said. Reviewed multiple times. She was fully lucid each time. I stared at the paper. My grandmother's signature sat there. Solid. Familiar. Under a paragraph that felt less like legal text and more like a live grenade aimed straight at my father's greed. If he pushed, he wouldn't just lose. We all would. And she trusted me to stop him. My father exploded. Or she was manipulated. He shouted. Old people get confused. She was rambling near the end. I heard it myself. You visited twice in 2 years, I said quietly. Every head turned toward me. You heard what was convenient for you to hear. Our eyes locked. 9 years slammed down between us like another stack of files. The night he told me to obey or get out. The echo of the front door slamming. The silence that followed. 9 years long. That's when I understood. This wasn't just revenge. It was a test. Could I protect what she gave me, even if it burned what little family I had left? If you were handed something that could vanish the second you showed weakness, would you risk it all to stop the people who already threw you away once? The will reading ended. The war started in the hallway. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, washing everything in a harsh, sterile glow. Every expression looked uglier, out here. Every lie easier to spot. Mara stormed ahead, heels cracking against the floor like gunshots. My mother lagged behind, clutching her purse like it could swallow her whole. My father stepped directly into my path. We need to talk, he said. Low voice. Loud enough that Mara and Joyce could still hear. I crossed my arms. Reality is a signed will and a judge who just heard it. His smile was tight. Pulled too far. No warmth. Reality, he said, is that you have no idea how to run a multi-million-dollar property. You've never managed staff. Marketing. Bookings. Maintenance. You're sentimental. Guilty. You'll drown. Good thing I learned how to swim when you threw me out, I shot back. His eyes flared. Don't start with that drama. You were rebellious. You refused to work in the business. You chose to leave. I remembered him looming in the doorway 9 years ago. Telling me to take my attitude elsewhere. To see how far that degree got me when I was hungry. Funny how, in his version, I just left. You disowned me, I said flatly. You told me I wasn't your daughter anymore. His jaw clenched. Words said in anger, he muttered. You know how family fights go. But this? He gestured back toward the conference room. This is generational wealth. Bigger than old arguments. Your grandmother wanted all of us to benefit. She was confused. Manipulated. Whatever. We can fix this. Fix this. We work together. He pressed. Adjust a few things. You're the public face. Everyone wins. Everyone? I asked. Or just you? Mara spun back toward us, eyes blazing. This isn't complicated, she snapped. You sign some papers. Dad and I get equal say. We turn it into a luxury resort. Investors are already interested. You really think your little memories with Grandma are worth more than that? Those memories built the lodge, I said. While you ignored her calls, I learned every creaky floorboard. Every guest story. She didn't leave me a cash machine. She left me a home. My father stepped closer. His voice dropped even lower. Listen carefully. If you try to do this alone, you will fail. Bookings will dry up. Maintenance will bury you. And when you come crawling back, it'll be too late. You'll lose your last chance to be part of this family. For a second, the old fear stirred. The memory of being alone. Counting bills. No safety net. Then I remembered who actually kept me alive. Not the man standing in front of me. The woman whose signature was now shielding me from him. I already lost this family. I said. The night you threw me out, you decided that for both of us. Grandma didn't give me this so I could crawl back. She gave it to me so I could finally build something that was mine. The charm vanished from his face. What was left was raw. You're making a mistake you can't undo, he growled. You think I won't fight this? I think, I said, that's exactly what she expected. We stood there in a deadlock, his threat. My refusal. My mother's quiet sob behind him. Mara's impatient scoff. Then he leaned in, nearly nose to nose. If you turn this into a war, he warned, don't cry when you lose everything. Not just the lodge. Your reputation. Your future. He turned and walked away, Mara at his side. Their backs disappearing down the hallway like a promise. My mother lingered. Her eyes were wet. Her lips trembled. She looked at me like she wanted to say something, anything. Nothing came out. She followed them. I stood there alone. Heart pounding in my ears. My father's threat echoing in my head. Was that a warning from a father, or a declaration of war from a man who couldn't stand losing control? That same evening, I drove up Willow Creek Mountain. My car was stuffed with boxes. My head was full of defiance. At the final bend, the lodge came into view. Half hidden by trees. Familiar and untamed all at once. Grandma made us preserve the wood siding every spring. It was weathered, but strong. Like her. The porch sagged a little, but the valley stretched out so wide it made your problems feel embarrassingly small. I stood there for a moment, then unlocked the door with the key that was legally mine. Inside, it smelled like pine cleaner and old coffee. It should have felt overwhelming. Instead, it felt like an answer. I didn't start with spreadsheets or revenue forecasts. I started with a corkboard. I pinned photos of families laughing around the fire pit. Kids racing across the yard. Couples watching sunsets from the balcony. On blank cards, I wrote Grandma's words. People don't come here for perfection. They come here to remember they're still alive. Then I planned family weekends, corporate retreats focused on reconnection. Off-season packages so the lodge wouldn't sit empty half the year. My revenge wasn't going to be screaming at my father. My revenge was going to be a fully booked calendar and a waiting list. So, this is the war room, Mark said from the doorway. He'd been my friend since college. The kind who once paid my phone bill with grocery money because he was tired of my number getting shut off every month. He studied the board. Photos. Maps. Notes everywhere. Very you. He said. Organized chaos. With passive-aggressive inspirational quotes. I laughed. First time all day. Grandma left me the lodge, I said. And a nuclear clause that hands it to charity if anyone contests the will. My dad is already vibrating with rage. He's coming. I just don't know when. Then we make this place so solid. Mark said that when he does, he runs straight into a wall of sold-out dates and glowing reviews. So we got to work. Local contractors fixed the roof, plumbing, and wiring without stripping the lodge of its character. I turned a storage room into a small library, board games, kids' books, mismatched chairs. Mark built a basic website, then bullied me into filming a shaky phone video about Grandma's lodge and what I wanted it to be. Bookings started trickling in. An anniversary couple. A family reunion. Old friends escaping the city. Guests wrote in the guest book about how peaceful it felt. How it reminded them of being young again. Every good review felt like another brick between my father and what he wanted. Of course, he didn't stay quiet. Rumors started spreading. That I was in over my head. That the lodge was unsafe. That Grandma had been confused when she changed her will. I heard someone whisper in the grocery store. Mike's just protecting what's rightfully his. That girl can barely run her own life. I pretended not to hear. Later that night, it hit me anyway. Mark and I sat on the porch, watching the taillights of the last guest disappear down the mountain. What if he's right? I asked. What if I run this place into the ground and prove everything he ever said about me? Mark didn't look at me. Just stared at the horizon. He disowned you because you wouldn't be his employee, he said. Now he's furious because you're not his subordinate here either. He paused. Failure proves him right. Success will drive him insane. Which do you want? I thought about my father's face when the charity clause was read. The moment his confidence cracked. I thought about Grandma's signature. Success. I said. Good. Mark replied. Then every time you doubt yourself, ask this: are you really going to let the man who threw you out decide what you're capable of? Success came slowly. But it came. Within months, weekends were fully booked. Photos of the lodge started showing up online. Captions like hidden gem and feels like visiting your favorite grandparent, but with better Wi-Fi. I should have relaxed. Instead, the anxiety just changed shape. One afternoon, I was processing invoices when my phone rang. Unknown number. Miss Carter? A crisp voice said, "This is Attorney Collins," representing Mike and Mara Carter. I didn't even sit down before I needed to. Go on, I said. Your father and sister have concerns about the circumstances under which your grandmother's will was executed, he said. They believe she was unduly influenced and lacked mental capacity. They were barely around, I said. How would they know her condition? That's exactly why we're taking it to court. He replied. We're filing a petition to contest the will and requesting an emergency hearing regarding the lodge. When I hung up, my hands were shaking. Not shocked. Just confirmed. The war had officially started. I called Mark. He was there within an hour, laptop under his arm, jaw set. We knew this was coming. He said. Now we know when. So we build our case. From then on, my life split in two timelines. In one, I ran the lodge. Greeting guests. Fixing lights. Testing menu ideas. Joking with kids in the yard. In the other, I became a strategist. Digging through Grandma's medical records. Collecting statements from her doctor. Tracking down people who'd spent time with her during her final year. John Evans helped us organize everything. Eliza anticipated this. He said during a late-night meeting in his office. That's why she insisted on recording the day she signed the final version of the will. The video started playing. There was my grandmother on the screen. Her hair was thinner, her cheekbones sharper than I remembered, but her eyes, those were the same. Sharp. Amused. Completely aware. If my son ever tries to say I didn't know what I was doing. She said calmly to the camera. You tell him I've known exactly what he was doing since he was 15 and learned to lie without blinking. I laughed through tears. She was calling him out from beyond the grave. While that video existed, my father was telling a very different story around town. He showed up everywhere with my mother and Mara. Church events. Community meetings. Business lunches. Shaking hands. Lowering his voice. Mom was confused, he'd say, looking devastated. She loved all of us. That lawyer twisted her words. Now Olivia's being used. We just want to bring the lodge back into the family where it belongs. Some people believed him. Some didn't. I could feel it in the way neighbors looked at me. Polite smiles from some. Whispered conversations from others as soon as I walked by. The weight of it was exhausting. There were nights I lay awake in one of the guest rooms, staring at the ceiling, playing out every worst-case scenario. My father winning. The lodge ripped away. Grandma reduced to a line item on a spreadsheet. One night, close to midnight, I went down to the kitchen and found my mother sitting at the table in the dark. She jumped when I turned on the light. I couldn't sleep. She said quietly. Mike's determined. I said. She looked older than I remembered. Deep lines carved into her face. He borrowed money. She whispered. Promised investors that once the will is corrected, the lodge will be collateral for a new project. If he loses. She started, then stopped. I didn't need her to finish. If he lost, it wouldn't just be humiliation, it would be financial ruin. For a moment, guilt flickered. Then I remembered all the times she watched him crush me and said nothing. He chose this, I said. He chose to gamble on taking something Grandma didn't want him to have. She looked at me with grief and something like envy. You sound like her. She said softly. She never backed down either. I poured myself a glass of water and leaned against the counter. Mom. I asked. Do you believe she knew what she was doing when she wrote that will? She stared at the table for a long time. Then she nodded. Yes, she whispered. She knew exactly what she was doing. Would you say that under oath? I asked. She flinched. I don't know. She stood abruptly, grabbed her coat, and left without another word. As the door closed, something clicked. This wasn't about facts. It was about who was brave enough to say them out loud. When you've spent your entire life under someone else's control, how hard is it to finally tell the truth knowing it might break them? The day of the emergency hearing was dark and bitterly cold. Like the sky was on our side. I dressed simply. Black dress. Blazer. The old silver necklace Grandma gave me when I turned 15. Mark drove, hands tight on the steering wheel. Remember, he said, this isn't about proving you're perfect. It's about proving she trusted you and that she had every right to. The courtroom felt too bright. Too exposed. My father sat at the plaintiff's table in an expensive suit. Confident. Like this was already his win. Mara sat next to him, scrolling on her phone while their lawyer lined up documents. My mother sat behind them, eyes glued to the floor. On my side, It was just me, John Evans, and Mark. The judge, the same one from the will reading, called the session to order. We are here to consider the petition filed by Mike and Mara Carter to contest the will of Eliza Carter, specifically regarding the Willow Creek Mountain Lodge. Their lawyer launched into a polished speech. Grandma was framed as a confused old woman, emotionally attached to her granddaughter, but no longer capable of making complex decisions. I was described as fragile, easily influenced, manipulated by John Evans into isolating Grandma from the rest of the family. My jaw tightened. I said nothing. Then my father took the stand. He delivered a flawless performance. Long hours. Sacrifices. His heartbreak when I chose to leave. His shock at discovering his mother had turned against him, near the end. He even dabbed his eyes with a handkerchief. If I didn't know him, I might have believed every word. John Evans' turn was quieter. Dates. Documents. Medical evaluations confirming Grandma's mental clarity. Emails where she outlined her plans for the lodge years before her health declined. Then he looked at me. We call Olivia Carter to the stand. My legs felt heavy walking up there. But once I sat down and placed my hand on the Bible, something inside me steadied. I told the truth. I talked about the years I spent at the lodge with Grandma. Sitting on the balcony, listening to her stories about building it from nothing. I talked about how she winced when my father pushed her to expand fast and take on debt she didn't want. And I repeated the words she said about the will. If your father wants the lodge, she told me, he has to want you first, and if he can't do that, he gets nothing. My father's lawyer went after me next. She tried to paint me as bitter, spiteful, out for revenge. Isn't it true, she asked, that you harbor unresolved anger toward your father for disowning you? Yes, I said calmly. Of course I do, but my anger didn't write the will. My grandmother did. And isn't it possible, she pressed, that your grandmother, out of guilt or confusion, overcorrected, that she gave you more authority than she truly intended? No, I said. It's possible my father underestimated how clearly she saw him. A murmur rippled through the courtroom. The judge tapped his gavel. Order. Then John Evans stood. The defense calls Joyce Carter. My mother went pale. For a second, I thought she might refuse. Then she stood. Slowly. Deliberately. Each step toward the stand felt like a quiet rebellion against a man she'd followed for decades. Mrs. Carter, John asked gently, you were present for many conversations between Eliza Carter and the family. In your own words, can you describe her mental state when she discussed her will? My mother's hands shook in her lap. She glanced at my father. His look was sharp. Warning. Then she looked at me. I didn't beg. I didn't nod. I just let her see the question I wasn't allowed to ask. Who do you want to be today? Eliza was stubborn, my mother said. Her voice trembled, but she didn't stop. She knew what she wanted. Even when we didn't like it. She remembered numbers. Dates. Details. Things from years ago. She wasn't confused. My father's lawyer jumped up. Objection, Your Honor. Overruled, the judge said. Continue. My mother swallowed. She told me more than once she was leaving the lodge to Olivia to manage. She said Mike would only see it as a business. She didn't trust him with it. The words landed heavy. My father's face flushed deep red. Joyce. He hissed under his breath. The microphone picked it up. What are you doing? She shook but kept going. Eliza wasn't manipulated. She said. She wanted to protect what she built. And she believed Olivia would protect it too. For the first time, my father looked truly stunned. Not because of the legal damage, but because the woman who had always stood behind him had stepped out of his shadow. The rest of the hearing blurred together. The video of Grandma speaking. Clearly to the camera. The doctor confirming her mental clarity. Financial records, showing my father's recent, reckless investments made on the assumption he'd gain access to the lodge. John Evans didn't just defend the will. He exposed motive. When closing arguments ended, the judge sat quietly, rereading his notes. The room was so silent I could hear my own breathing. Finally, he spoke. The evidence demonstrates that Eliza Carter was of sound mind at the time her will was executed. He said her intentions were clear. Consistent. Supported by witnesses and documentation. My father's shoulders went rigid. Therefore, The judge continued, "The petition to contest the will is denied. The will stands as written. Operational control of the lodge remains with Olivia Carter under the specified conditions." Relief hit me so fast, I almost missed the next part. Furthermore, the judge added, due to the frivolous and self-serving nature of this challenge, and the clear financial motivations behind it, all court costs and attorney fees will be paid by the plaintiffs Mike and Mara Carter. The silence afterward was deafening. My father's mouth opened. Closed. No sound. Mara turned to him, panicked. "Dad. We don't have that kind of." She stopped when she saw my face. No triumph. No smirk. Just done. Later, I learned the full damage. He'd promised investors access to the lodge. Taken loans expecting to refinance them using the property as collateral. The ruling didn't just cost him legal fees, it triggered clauses he couldn't escape. Within months, he sold off things he'd bragged about for years. Cars. A vacation condo. Shares in the company he once accused me of being ungrateful for not joining. I didn't ruin his legacy. His greed did. Outside the courthouse, my mother approached me carefully. "I'm sorry," she said. "For so many things." I nodded. "Thank you for telling the truth," I said. "That was yours to give, not mine to demand." She nodded back, tears in her eyes. And for the first time, she didn't follow my father. She walked away alone. Mark stepped up beside me, smirking. "Well," he said, "that was karma in real time." I looked up at the gray sky, breathed in the cold air, and thought of Grandma. "No," I said quietly. "That was my grandmother's faith in me winning." Months passed. The lodge stayed full. Families came and went. Laughter filled the halls exactly as she'd wanted. Sometimes, at dusk, I stood on the balcony and imagined her beside me. Arms crossed. Smiling. "You did it," I whispered. "You made sure he couldn't turn me into collateral." There was no dramatic explosion. No shouting match, no cinematic revenge, just consequences. He couldn't control the outcome. He couldn't rewrite reality. And he couldn't escape the cost of his own choices. Still, watching kids race across the grass and couples sit by the fire, a quieter question lingered. When justice is served, when the person who hurt you pays a price they chose to risk, what do you do with a part of you that wishes they'd simply chosen to be better? My parents stole the $815,000 house I'd paid for over 11 years to give as a wedding gift to my sister. Mom stared at me. "You're 38 and single. Give it to your sister." Dad said, "You have no legal claim." I smiled and packed. A week later, everything collapsed. My name is Aaron Holloway. I'm 38 years old. I've spent the last decade working as a senior account manager at a tech consulting firm in the Bay Area. I've always been the responsible one, the daughter who pays her bills on time, who shows up when her parents need help, who never asks for anything back. Turns out, that made me the perfect target. Everything really changed on a Saturday night at Bella Vista. It's an upscale Italian place my mom picked for what she called a family gathering. There were 18 of us packed around a long table. Aunts, uncles, cousins, my younger sister Megan, her husband, Tyler. They were sitting right across from me. The place smelled like garlic and expensive wine. Everyone was laughing, catching up, drinking the pre-dinner cocktails my mom insisted on ordering for the whole table. I remember thinking how rare it was to have everyone together like that anymore. Life had gotten busy. People drifted. Then my mom stood up. Evelyn Holloway has always known how to take over a room. At 68, she still carried herself like the church social coordinator she'd been for 30 years. She lifted her wine glass, and the noise died instantly. Everyone turned toward her, smiling, clearly expecting a toast for Megan and Tyler's recent wedding. "We have wonderful news to share with the family tonight," she said, glowing. My water glass slipped in my hand. Condensation made it slick. "As you all know, Megan and Tyler got married last month. Your father and I wanted to give them something truly special to start their life together." She paused. "Let it hang. We've decided to give them the house on Maple Street as our wedding gift." The house on Maple Street, my house, the one I'd been paying for since I was 27. The table erupted. Applause. Smiles. Aunt Linda jumped up and hugged Megan, who was crying happy tears. Uncle Frank clapped my dad on the back. "That's incredibly generous, Evelyn," someone said. "What a blessing for these kids," someone else added. My fork froze halfway to my mouth. A piece of bruschetta still stuck on the tines. I set it down slowly and watched my mom accept praise like she'd just donated to a charity. I excused myself and walked to the bathroom on legs that didn't feel real. In the mirror, I barely recognized myself. Pale. Eyes too wide. A small cut on my lip where I'd bitten down without noticing. I ran cold water over my hands and tried to breathe. It took 2 minutes before I could go back out there. When I sat down, my mom was still glowing. I waited for the noise to die down. Then I spoke, quietly. I've paid nearly $428,000 for that house. My voice didn't shake, but it was barely louder than a whisper. The mortgage. The property taxes. The insurance. Every month. For 11 years. My mom didn't even flinch. She gave me that same calm, patient look she used to give when I was a kid who didn't understand adult things. That was your responsibility as our daughter, Erin, she said. You live there. Of course you contributed. She leaned forward a little, like she was correcting me gently. Besides, you're 38 and still single. Your sister needs this house to start a family. It's time to think about what's best for everyone, not just yourself. The table went dead quiet. A few relatives stared down at their plates. I felt my face heat up, but it wasn't embarrassment. It was something colder. Sharper. My dad set his coffee cup down. The clink sounded loud in the silence. Erin, he said. That tone. The one that meant the decision was already made. The house is in our name. The deed lists your mother and me as the owners. You have no legal claim. That's when it hit me. 11 years earlier, when I was 27 and had just gotten my first promotion, I helped my parents buy that house. I thought we were all going in together. That's how it was explained to me. Then, 9 months after closing, my mom brought me paperwork. The interest rate is too high, she said. If we refinance with just your father's and my name's on the loan, we can get a much better rate. You'll save money too. It's only temporary. We'll add your name back in 7 months once the refinance is done. I trusted her. I signed the quitclaim deed she put in front of me. Just like that. My ownership went back to them. Temporarily, she said. I kept paying everything. Mortgage. Insurance. Property taxes. HOA. Every single month. $3,550, automatically withdrawn like clockwork. I never missed a payment. They never added my name back. Sitting there at the table, I pulled my phone out under the edge of the table, opened my banking app, scrolled back through 11 years of transfers. Every month. $3,550. Maple Street mortgage. I took screenshots. Page after page. My thumb moved on autopilot. I saved everything into a new folder. I named it evidence. The rest of the dinner barely registered. People laughed. Talked. Passed plates. Megan kept glancing at me, clearly uncomfortable, but I didn't look back at her. When dessert came, I ate it. When someone asked about work, I answered. I went through the motions like I was playing a role. Sunday morning, I packed my things. It didn't take long. I'd never fully moved into that house anyway. Most of my stuff was still in storage. I always felt like I was waiting for something. I just didn't know what. Now I did. My mom stood in the doorway of what used to be my bedroom, arms crossed, watching me fold clothes into boxes. You're doing the right thing, she said. I didn't reply. I carried boxes down to my Honda CR-V. 6 trips up and down the stairs. Everything I owned went into my car and a small storage unit I rented on the way out of town. My mom stood on the porch the entire time. She didn't wave when I drove off. Tuesday morning, I was at work when my phone buzzed with an email notification. Sender, Fisher & Associates. A law firm I didn't recognize. Subject, power of attorney request, urgent. I opened it, already feeling sick. The email said Evelyn Holloway was scheduled for surgery and needed her daughter to sign power of attorney documents so she could manage her finances during recovery. The forms were attached. Deadline. 6 days. I read the email 3 times. Then I Googled, what can someone do with power of attorney? The results made my stomach drop. Access bank accounts. Take out loans. Sell assets. Control credit cards. Story after story popped up. Adult children who sign POA for aging parents. Parents who drained their savings. Destroyed their credit. Left them financially wrecked. My mom wasn't having surgery. I would have known. This was the next move. First the house. Now my financial independence. I took a screenshot of the email and saved it to my Google Drive. I labeled the folder case against them. I didn't reply. They thought taking the house was the endgame. They had no idea it was just the beginning. My mom was playing a long game. And I just realized I was the last piece she needed to remove. I barely slept for 3 days. I spent that time researching private investigators. Wednesday afternoon, I found Nina Park through a legal forum where attorneys recommended investigators for fraud cases. Her website listed 15 years of experience in financial crimes and family disputes. Thursday morning, I called her office. We met at a coffee shop in Oakland that afternoon. Nina was in her mid-40s. Black blazer. Worn leather portfolio. No small talk. She ordered an Americano and got straight to it. I told her everything. The house. The quitclaim deed. The 11 years of payments. The power of attorney request. She took notes without interrupting. Calm. Focused. I need to know if there's more. I said. I need to know what else they're planning. Nina looked up from her notebook. How far do you want me to go? All the way. 4 weeks later, she called. We need to meet. I left work early and met her at the same coffee shop. She had a manila folder in her hands. She slid it across the table before I even sat down. I opened it, and it felt like the floor dropped out from under me. The first page was 2 credit card statements. Both had my name at the top. Capital One. Limit, $18,000. Chase. Limit, $22,000. Total balance, $21,500. Transactions going back 8 months. Purchases. I had never taken a cash advance. I had never knowingly carried interest on debt I didn't even know existed. How is this possible? My voice sounded thin. They used your social security number and your old address, Nina said. Your parents' house. Where you lived until 4 years ago. Your credit is excellent, so the applications were approved. All statements were paperless and sent to an email address that looks like yours, but isn't. Aaron.Holloway1988.8@gmail.com. Any physical mail that went to the house was intercepted by your mother before it could be forwarded to you. I felt sick. My face must have gone pale because Nina slid her coffee toward me. Drink something. This is identity theft, I said. Yes. You can file a police report right now if you want. I shook my head. Not yet. What else did you find? She flipped to the next section. Casino records. Court documents. Collection agency filings. My sister Megan owes $142,000, Nina said. 3 casinos. Thunder Valley. Cache Creek. 3 Rivers. There were also records from online betting accounts. FanDuel. DraftKings. Years of heavy losses. Tyler knows about this, Nina added, pointing to an email she'd obtained through methods she didn't explain. He's been pushing your sister to get the house. That's their exit plan. Sell it, or use it as collateral to cover the gambling debt. I photographed every page. One by one. My hands were steadier than I expected. When I finished, I asked her to keep digging. I paid her in cash for the next phase and slid the folder into my bag. 3 weeks later, Nina called again. This time, she came to my apartment. She opened her laptop on my kitchen table and turned the screen toward me. Emails between your sister and Tyler. From 4 months ago, she said, scrolling slowly. I read every word. Tyler wrote, if your mom can't get Aaron completely out, we're screwed. The house is the only way to pay off your casino debt. You need to make sure this happens. Megan replied, Mom's handling it. Aaron won't fight back. She never does. We just need to make sure there are no legal ties left. No co-ownership. Nothing she can use later. Another email, a week after that. Tyler says we should push her out completely. Make it so she can't even think about coming back. I read it 3 times. My younger sister, the one I bought birthday gifts for, helped move into her first apartment. Loaned money to when she asked. She hadn't been tricked into this. She planned it. The gambling debt was the reason. The house was the solution. And I was always meant to be the sacrifice. Can I get copies of everything? I asked. Already printed, Nina said. 3 copies. One for you. One for your attorney when you're ready. One backup. I slid the folder into my bag next to the other one. My evidence was stacking up. Saturday morning. Week 8. I was still asleep when my phone buzzed at 6:05 a.m. Unknown number. The text said, "It's Dad. Meet me at 6. Safeway parking lot on Oak Street. Come alone. Don't tell anyone." I threw on clothes and drove through empty streets in the dark. When I pulled into the parking lot, my dad's Toyota Camry was already there. Exhaust puffing white into the cold air. He stayed in the driver's seat. I walked over. He rolled the window down halfway. He looked older. Like he'd aged 10 years since the dinner at Bella Vista. His hands were shaking. He passed me a thick yellow envelope through the gap in the window. Our fingers didn't touch. "I've been recording everything for 7 months," he said. His voice was barely above a whisper. "Every time your mother and Megan talked on the phone, I knew what they were planning against you." He swallowed. "Aaron, I couldn't stand up to her while I was living under that roof. You know I couldn't. But I can give you this." "Dad, why didn't you?" "I couldn't," he said again. His eyes were wet. "But I can do this. Use it. You deserve justice." Before I could say anything, he rolled up the window and drove off. I stood there in the empty parking lot, clutching the envelope, watching his taillights disappear. Then I got back into my car and opened it. Inside were printed emails. 23 exchanges between my mother and Megan, spread over 9 months. Audio files on a USB drive, labeled in my dad's neat handwriting. Phone recordings. Notes marked M and S January, June. There were also bank statements. Proof that my mother had withdrawn $42,000 from her joint account with my father and quietly transferred it to Megan. No discussion. No warning. At the bottom was a draft of a new will, covered in red ink. I was completely cut out. The first email was dated 9 months earlier, right around the time I'd casually mentioned to my mom that I was thinking about asking to be added back to the deed. She'd written to Megan, "We need to remove Aaron completely. She can't have any claim when we're gone. The house is worth too much now to share." I closed my eyes and took a slow breath. Then I started the car and drove straight to Kinko's. I made 3 copies of everything. Every email. Every bank statement. Every page of that draft will. I uploaded the audio files to my encrypted cloud storage. By the time the sun came up, I had backups on backups. Proof that my own mother and sister had spent 9 months planning to erase me from their lives and their assets. For 38 years, my dad had never stood up to my mom. Not once. But this time, he'd handed me exactly what I needed to take her down. And I fully intended to use it. For the next few weeks, I acted like nothing had changed. I went to work. Came home to my rented apartment. Organized everything into clearly labeled folders. I stayed calm. Methodical. Patient. I knew what was coming. Week 9. I started getting mail forwarded from my old address. The first envelope was thick. Stuffed with papers. Inside were 5 overdue bills, each with a yellow sticky note in Megan's handwriting. "Can you cover these? We're tight this month." The PG&E bill was $920. I'd always kept it around $310 by being careful with the AC. The water bill had jumped from $110 to $355. There was also an HOA violation notice. $650 for an unmaintained lawn and overflowing trash bins. I photographed every bill carefully. Amounts. Due dates. Everything clear. Then I filed them. I didn't pay a single one. I didn't reply to Megan's text asking if I'd received them. I let them sit. That evening, my mom called. 8 times. I watched my phone light up over and over while I worked on my laptop. Eventually, I put it on silent and kept going. Week 12 brought a different envelope. This one was from Wells Fargo. Thick. Legal-size documents. A refinance application. They needed signatures to adjust the mortgage. As I read through it, everything clicked. When I signed the quitclaim deed 11 years ago, some of the original mortgage paperwork from 2015 had never been fully updated. My name was still on certain documents. The bank system hadn't caught it. Now, to refinance, they needed my approval. I read every page. Took notes. Saved everything to my evidence folder. Monday night of week 12, my phone rang during dinner. I'd unblocked my mom's number that morning, just to see how long it would take. I let it ring. A voicemail popped up immediately. I played the first few seconds. "Aaron, call me back immediately." I deleted it. 3 more calls came in over the next 20 minutes. On the 4th call, I answered. "Aaron." "No hello. Just my name." Like a command. "Megan is having issues with the bank. You need to sign some papers." "What papers?" I kept my voice flat. "Refinance documents. The interest rate is too high. The bank needs certain signatures. Apparently, you still have some tied accounts from years ago. I'll need to review the documents first." Her tone sharpened. "There's no time for that. They need everything by Friday." "Then I can't help," I said. And I hung up. It was the first time in my life I'd ever hung up on my mother. 10 seconds later, my phone rang again. I declined it. It rang again. I declined it again. After the 5th call, it finally stopped. Week 13. Thursday night. My phone rang at 11 p.m. I almost ignored it, but something about the timing made me answer. My mom's voice was breaking. "If you don't sign those papers, the bank is going to foreclose on the house." Not anger this time. Fear. "Why would they foreclose?" I asked. "There's an issue with payments," she said. "But it's not our fault, Aaron. You have to understand." "What kind of issue?" She dodged the question. "We just need you to sign. That's all. Just sign the papers, and this will be over." I already knew the answer. I'd done my homework. Pulled public records. Checked county filings. Talked through everything with Nina. 2 years earlier, my mom had taken out a $175,000 home equity line of credit. The balloon payment was due in 6 weeks. She needed to refinance to cover it. And the bank wouldn't approve anything without my signature on the old paperwork. "I need 3 weeks to think about it," I said. "We don't have 3 weeks," she screamed. I could hear my dad in the background, trying to calm her down. "Then I can't help you," I said. And I hung up. I blocked her number again. This time for 48 hours. Monday afternoon. Week 14. I was at my desk reviewing a client proposal when my office door slammed open. Megan rushed in. My receptionist Amber was right behind her. "I'm sorry," she just pushed past. I lifted my hand. "It's fine, Amber. Please close the door." Megan dropped into the chair across from my desk. Her makeup was smeared. Mascara streaked down her cheeks. "Aaron, please," she said. "We're about to lose everything. Tyler says he's leaving me. Mom is having panic attacks every night." I kept typing. Didn't look up. "How much do you owe the casinos?" "Megan." The sobbing stopped instantly. Silence. "What?" she said. "Thunder Valley. Cache Creek. 3 Rivers. Bay," I said, finally lifting my eyes from the screen. $142,000. She whispered. "Plus FanDuel." Her face went white. "How did you investigated me. I also know about the emails between you and Tyler," I said. "And the phone calls with Mom." I turned my laptop toward her and hit play. My mom's voice filled the room, thin and distorted through the speakers. "Megan, we need to make sure Aaron can't claim anything later. The house has to be completely clean." Megan's voice followed. "I know, Mom. Tyler said we should push her out entirely. Maybe we could even—" "Don't say it on the phone," my mom cut in. "We'll talk in person." I stopped the recording at 40 seconds. Megan's hands were shaking so badly she had to grip the edge of my desk. "Tyler's going to leave me," she whispered. "I'll lose my job. I'll lose everything. You don't understand, Aaron. I didn't have a choice." "You always had a choice," I said. My voice came out colder than I meant it to. "You chose to destroy me instead of dealing with your addiction. You chose to plan this with Mom for 9 months. You chose to push me out completely." Megan shot up so fast her chair flipped backward and slammed into the floor. Mascara ran freely now. "You win, Aaron," she said. "I hope you're happy with your fucking house." She stormed out. The door slammed so hard the glass rattled. I sat there for 5 minutes, staring at my laptop screen. Then I picked up my phone and dialed the number I'd been saving for this moment. Claire Bennett Law Office. This is Aaron Holloway. I said. It's time to file. For the first time in my life, I watched my sister realize she wasn't the golden child. Just another piece my mom was willing to sacrifice. And I'd only shown her 10% of what I had. Thursday morning, I walked into Claire Bennett's law office on Montgomery Street. Her conference room had floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bay. A massive mahogany table sat in the center, worn smooth by years of negotiations. Claire spread everything out. Bank statements. Emails. Audio recordings. Quitclaim paperwork. All of it. Everything I'd gathered over the last 4 months. She read in silence, making notes on a legal pad. After 20 minutes, she looked up. Aaron. This is solid. We can win this. What are we filing for? I asked. Fraudulent inducement. She said. You signed the quitclaim based on false promises. Breach of oral contract. They promised to add your name back and never did. Unjust enrichment. They took roughly $428,000 from you while denying you any ownership. She slid a retainer agreement across the table. We're seeking $423,000 in restitution, $225,000 for emotional distress, and $340,000 in punitive damages. Total claim, $988,000. I signed, wrote a check for $6,000. I'll file the complaint Monday morning, she said. Monday afternoon, an email hit my inbox. Subject, complaint filed, Holloway v. Holloway case number. CV318605941. I downloaded the PDF and read every page. Seeing my mom's name and my sister's name listed as defendants made it real in a way nothing else had. Tuesday morning, I emailed Wells Fargo. Subject, withdrawal of refinance authorization. The body was 2 sentences. I refuse to sign any refinance documents for the property located at 1329 Maple Street. Any signatures submitted in my name without my explicit written consent will be reported as fraud. I sent it with a read receipt. Wednesday afternoon, my phone started ringing. My mom's name lit up the screen. I watched it ring out. It rang again. I let it ring out again. 8 calls. 90 minutes. I didn't answer a single one. Thursday. Week 17. I booked a private study room at the public library on Civic Center Drive. Then I emailed my parents and Megan. We need to talk. Thursday, 2:30 p.m., library study room B. Your choice whether you show up. At 2:25, I laid everything out. 3 binders. Perfectly lined up. Yellow legal pad. 2 pens. The door opened at exactly 2:30. My dad came in first. Head down. Shoulders rounded. My mom followed, chin up, defiant as ever. Megan came last. Arms crossed tight against her chest. They sat across from me. I didn't say hello. I opened the first binder slowly and slid a bank statement across the table. $3,550 every month. For 11 years. Total, $423,000. My mom opened her mouth. I raised one finger. Wait. I opened the second binder. These are your emails, Mom. 23 conversations between you and Megan, planning how to erase me from your lives, and your assets. I turned the page so she could see her own words staring back at her. Her face hardened. Megan started to stand. Sit down. Megan. I said. Without looking at her. You don't get to leave. I opened the third binder. Credit card fraud. $21,500 in debt opened in my name. My dad stared at the table. He didn't look at anyone. My mom shoved her chair back. I looked straight at her. We're not done. Sit. She didn't. She stood behind the chair, gripping it so hard her knuckles turned white. You can file whatever you want, she snapped. But you know what it means. Her voice got louder. I'm 68 years old. This stress could kill me. Your father will be alone. Megan will lose her job. Her marriage. Everything. The church will find out. She leaned forward. Everyone at Street, Mary's will know that you, the daughter, destroyed your own family. I closed the binders one by one. You might win the house, Aaron, she said. But you'll lose everything else. You're not cruel enough to do that. You're not me. It was the first honest thing she'd said. I stood and slipped the binders into my bag. You're right. I'm not you. I walked toward the door. That's why I'm giving you a choice you never gave me. You have 12 days to settle out of court. Or we go to trial, and everything becomes public record. I walked out. Behind me, my mom said, "Say something." My dad's voice was barely audible. "What do you want me to say?" Saturday morning. Week 18. My phone buzzed on the nightstand around 7:50 a.m. Unknown number. I almost ignored it. Something made me answer. "Is this Aaron Holloway? This is San Francisco General Hospital. Your father was brought in after being clocked at 25 miles over the speed limit." I parked illegally and ran to the ICU desk. "I'm Aaron Holloway. My father was brought in." The nurse's face changed. "I'll get the doctor." The doctor met me in the hallway. "I'm very sorry. We did everything we could." He passed at 7:28. 15 minutes before they called me. I sat beside his bed for 30 minutes, holding his hand even though it was already cold. At 9 a.m., my mom walked in. She looked at me and said, flat and icy, "Are you satisfied now?" I didn't answer. I kissed my dad's forehead and walked past her. I didn't look back. The funeral was week 19. A traditional Catholic service at St. Mary's. I sat in the back pew. My mom sat up front, surrounded by church women offering sympathy. Megan didn't come. Afterward, I drove back to my apartment. I didn't cry. I opened my laptop and emailed Claire. The 12-day deadline still stands. My father died because he never had the strength to stand up while he was alive, but he left me something my mother couldn't destroy. Proof. Next week, we'll see if it's enough. Week 23. My phone rang. A man introduced himself as Daniel Mercer. "I'm calling regarding Richard Holloway's estate. There will be a will reading on Thursday at 2:30 p.m. Your presence is required." I parked in the underground garage of his downtown office and took the elevator to the 7th floor. Dark wood. Leather chairs. "Aaron Holloway," I told the receptionist. 2:30 p.m. Appointment. She led me into the conference room. My mom was already there. Sitting straight. Hands folded neatly on the table. Megan sat across from her, slouched in her chair, eyes glued to her phone. Neither of them looked at me when I walked in. Daniel Mercer came in next, carrying a leather portfolio. "Thank you all for coming," he said, taking a seat. He opened a document. Last will and testament of Richard Holloway. Executed 9 months ago. 9 months. That was exactly when my mom and Megan started planning how to erase me. Daniel went through the basics first. Evelyn's retirement accounts totaled $265,000. Savings of $72,000 were split between Evelyn and Megan. Then he turned the page. Regarding the property located at 1246, he read, "I leave my 50% ownership interest to my daughter, Erin Holloway, in recognition of her financial contributions totaling $423,000 over the past 11 years. My mom's coffee cup hit the saucer with a sharp clink. "That's not possible," she said. "He wasn't in his right mind when he wrote that." Daniel looked at her calmly. "The will was properly executed with 2 independent witnesses and a notary. It is completely valid, Mrs. Holloway." He turned to me and handed over a sealed envelope. "Your father left you a personal letter." My mom stood up immediately. "I'm contesting this." "That's your right," Daniel said. "But contesting a properly executed will is expensive and rarely successful." I took the envelope and left. I didn't open it until I was sitting alone in my car in the parking garage. Inside was a single page, written in my dad's careful handwriting. "Aaron, I'm sorry, I wasn't brave enough to stand up while I was alive. But I can make this right now. You deserve the house. Don't let anyone take it from you again. I love you, Dad." I cried for the first time since he died. Week 24, Claire called me. "Evelyn's attorney wants to settle," she said. "They're asking for mediation." Week 25. We sat in a mediation office downtown. My mom and her attorney, Grant Wallace, on one side. Claire and me on the other. The mediator at the head of the table. "Mrs. Holloway is offering $230,000 over 6 years if she keeps the house," Wallace said. Claire didn't even look at me. "No. That's more than fair," my mom snapped. I spoke for the first time. I opened my folder and slid documents across the table. My father's will. I now own 50% of the house. More papers. My lawsuit seeks $423,000 in restitution. Another document. California partition law. I can force the court to sell the property and divide the proceeds. I looked directly at her. You'll be homeless. Mom. Wallace leaned over and whispered in her ear. Her face drained of color. Week 26. We met again. $350,000 cash if I keep the house, my mom said. No. I replied. Transfer the house. That's the only option. Week 27. Final session. The settlement agreement sat on the table between us. My mom stared at it for 5 minutes. Finally, her attorney leaned in and said quietly, Evelyn, you need to sign. Her hand shook as she picked up the pen. She signed. I signed. The mediator nodded. We're done here. Week 29. The deed transfer was recorded. The new deed read, Erin Holloway, a single woman, as her sole and separate property. I framed it and hung it in my home office. Week 31. I hired professional movers to pack up my mother's belongings. I couldn't bring myself to go back to the house yet. The moving supervisor called me at 4 p.m. We're done. She left a note on the counter. What does it say? Just says, you win. Wednesday morning, I finally drove over with my new keys. I unlocked the door and walked into empty rooms. Quiet. Hollow. My dad's reading chair was still in the corner of the den. I sat down in it. I stayed there for 20 minutes. 7 months later, in April, I was painting the spare bedroom when my phone buzzed. Unknown number. The text read, Erin, this is Mom. I know you don't want to talk, but I want you to know I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? I walked into the kitchen, set my phone on the counter, poured a glass of wine. I looked out the window at the flowers my dad had planted 15 years ago. I'd been learning how to take care of them, watering them every Wednesday, the way he used to. I picked up my phone. My thumb hovered over the keyboard for 5 minutes. Then I swiped left and deleted the message. I didn't block the number. That would have required caring enough to take action. The phone buzzed again. Another message from the same number. I didn't even read it. I swiped left. Deleted it. Went back to my wine. I sat on my couch, in my living room, in my house, and let out a slow breath. For the first time in 38 years, I felt like I was home. People keep asking me if I forgave my mother. The answer is no. Not because I'm holding on to anger, but because I learned that some people don't deserve another chance to hurt you. I didn't take the house back out of revenge. I took it back to prove something to myself. I deserve a place where no one, not even the woman who gave birth to me, can take what's mine. Erin's story shows something a lot of us struggle to accept. Sometimes the people who hurt us the most are the ones who were supposed to love us unconditionally. But here's what she learned. Setting boundaries isn't selfish. It's survival. You don't owe anyone, not even family, the right to keep hurting you. Forgiveness doesn't mean letting the abuse continue. It means choosing peace over proximity. Erin didn't win because she got the house back. She won because she finally understood her worth wasn't defined by people who refused to see it. If this story resonated with you, or if you've lived through something similar, share your thoughts in the comments. Have you ever had to set boundaries with your family? How did it change your life? And if you want more stories like this, stories about people who fought back and took their lives back, subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell. Your story matters. And you're not alone in this. My parents banned me from my brother's New Year's party with his billionaire fiancé. Dad warned me, you'll humiliate us. Stay home. But, at the resort, the in-laws stared at a framed photo and realized I was the one who saved their empire. My name is Nancy. I'm 31. And a few weeks ago, I overheard my own father say I was too embarrassing to be seen with my brother's new in-laws. I was standing in the hallway, holding a mug of coffee, when his voice came from the living room. Your brother's in-laws are wealthy. You will embarrass us. Then, do you understand, Nancy? Do not ruin this. He didn't say it like a dad talking to his daughter. He said it like I was a liability. Something to manage. My brother had just gotten engaged to a billionaire heir, the kind of woman you see in glossy hotel magazines. And somehow my messy, data nerd life in Austin suddenly became a threat to their shiny new image. They didn't care that I spent my nights rebuilding hotel revenue models and fixing broken booking systems. To them, I was just the awkward girl who asks too many questions at dinner and never knows which fork to use. So while they packed suitcases full of designer dresses for a New Year's Eve engagement party at a luxury resort, I was told to stay home and keep things simple. They didn't want me at the party. They didn't want me near the people they considered elite. They didn't want anyone knowing I was part of the family. What they didn't know was that those same elite in-laws had been working with me for months under a different name, trusting my numbers to keep their business alive. And on the night they tried to hide me, those in-laws ended up staring at a framed photo, recognizing my face, and saying my name out loud in front of everyone. Have you ever been treated like the family embarrassment, only to find out you're the one holding all the power? Stay with me, because the way this party flipped from humiliation to payback is something you'll want to hear all the way through. I didn't grow up thinking I was embarrassing. I just thought I was different. At family picnics, while other kids ran around the yard, I sat at the plastic table counting how many hot dogs people took and wondering why Uncle Robert always left early. I asked questions that made adults uncomfortable. Why invest in that company if the debt is so high? Why say we're fine financially if mom works 2 jobs? People laughed, then they stopped including me. Afterward, my parents, Victor and Jesse, would pull me aside. Can you please just be normal for once, Nancy? Smile. Talk about school. Don't interrogate people. Meanwhile, my older brother Lucas was everything they wanted. He knew when to laugh, when to compliment someone's watch, when to bring up golf. At his high school graduation dinner, I stood too close to the server, started asking about tips and wages, and bumped into a tray of marinara sauce. Red splashed all over a guest's white dress. The table went silent. My mom's face turned the same color as the sauce. Victor grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt and hissed. This is exactly what I mean. You don't belong in these settings. After that, I stopped trying to fit into their parties. I buried myself in numbers instead. In high school, I taught myself spreadsheets for fun. In college, while other people posted frat party photos, I ran A/B tests on website layouts for a tiny bed and breakfast that couldn't afford a real agency. I studied business analytics and computer science. I learned how to take messy data and turn it into clean answers. Hotels and guest houses started reaching out with the same problem. Too many empty rooms. Not enough guests. I'd sit in my tiny dorm room at 2:30 a.m., staring at charts, tweaking prices and ad strategies until the graphs finally moved up. Back home in the Austin suburbs, none of that mattered. When I mentioned landing my first client, my mom smiled politely and said, "So, you're still doing that online thing?" My dad waved it off. "It's temporary. She'll get a real job eventually." Lucas went straight into law after graduation, joined a corporate firm, and immediately became the golden boy again. My parents introduced him as our future partner at a big Dallas firm. Pride and joy. When I showed up to family dinners in jeans after an 11-hour day consulting for 4 small hotels at once, my mom whispered, "Could you at least pretend you're not working from your bedroom?" That was when something in me snapped. If they were never going to see my value in the room, I'd build it somewhere else. Quietly. I started my own small consulting business, Bennett Analytics. I stopped going to parties where I knew I'd be the punchline. I chose data over dinner tables. Dashboards over polite small talk. And while they were polishing Lucas's image, I was learning something they had no idea about. In the right hands, numbers can decide the fate of an entire company. The first time Harrington and Vail Resorts entered my life, it was because someone was desperate. I was in my Austin apartment one hot afternoon, half asleep over a spreadsheet, when an email popped up. Subject line, urgent. Mid-size resort chain in trouble, can you help? A small agency I'd freelanced for before was panicking. Their clients' bookings had crashed after the pandemic. Luxury brand. Massive expectations. They needed someone who could make sense of the mess fast. That client was Harrington and Vail Resorts. At the time, it was just a logo and a name in an attachment. A few hours later, my phone rang. "This is Daniel Harrington," the voice said. Calm, but fraying. "We've been told you can pull numbers out of the fire." I sat up straighter. "No camera," he added quickly. "Our connection is terrible. Let's keep it audio only." That was fine with me. I liked not being seen. Over the next hour, he laid it all out. Their flagship properties were just over 40% occupied. Competitors were eating their market share. The last agency had burned through an 8-figure budget with almost nothing to show. "We need someone who understands data, not just pretty presentations," he said. "Can you get into our systems, tell us what's broken, and fix it?" I should have been intimidated. Instead, I felt clarity. This wasn't new. It was just the biggest version of the same puzzle I'd been solving for years. I asked for access to their booking system, ad accounts, and website analytics. Within days, I was digging through years of data, spotting patterns their own team had missed, pricing stuck in a dynamic market, ads aimed at the wrong ages in the wrong cities, a checkout page bleeding customers because the mobile form was a nightmare. So I made a plan. We tested dynamic pricing tied to demand curves, nudging rates by tiny percentages based on seasonality and real-time searches. We shut off half their useless ad campaigns and redirected the budget toward high-intent search traffic and targeted social audiences. I built packages for remote workers, station families, and people who wanted long weekends within driving distance instead of overseas trips. It was riskier than the safe, polished reports they were used to, and I told them that. Daniel paused on the phone, then said, "If your numbers are right, we have nothing to lose. Do it." For the first round of tests, I even put some of my own consulting fee on the line. Part of it was performance-based. If I failed, I'd make almost nothing. If it worked, we both won. The first 6 weeks, the graphs barely moved. Then, by the third month, they bent sharply upward. Bookings climbed. Revenue followed. Even the board stopped breathing down Daniel's neck. He called me late one night. His voice sounded lighter than I'd ever heard it. "You have no idea what you've done for us, Nancy. We're building a case study wall at our main resort to celebrate the turnaround. We want your face on it. Your name. Everything." I laughed and told him I preferred staying behind the scenes, but I sent over a professional headshot anyway, just in case. When they emailed me the internal mock-up, my photo sat in a gold frame with the caption, "Data and Growth Strategist, Nancy." I closed the file before I could think too hard about it. To me, it was just another quiet win. Nothing my family needed to know about. What I didn't realize was that the same revived resort chain would soon host a massive charity gala. And at that event, my polished older brother, Lucas, would meet a woman named Leila Harrington. The billionaire heir my parents would fall in love with long before they ever truly accepted me. Lucas called me about 4 months after Harrington and Vale's first major turnaround. His voice had that familiar brightness, the one he always got when he thought he was leveling up. "Hey, you free to grab coffee? I've got news." We met at a sleek downtown spot with concrete floors and overpriced cortados. Even though it was a Saturday, he showed up in a tailored suit. That confident smile was already on his face. I knew before he spoke that whatever he was about to say would make our parents extremely proud. He didn't even let me finish saying hi. "I'm engaged," he said, dropping the word between us like a trophy. "To Leila Harrington." The name hit me like a glitch in my brain. "Harrington? As in Harrington and Vale?" I asked carefully. "Yes," he said, eyes shining. "Her family owns this insane resort empire. They host charity events and political fundraisers all the time. Dad is freaking out. In a good way." I forced a smile. I'd spent months buried in that empire's numbers, keeping it from collapsing. But in Lucas's world, I was always several steps behind whatever image he was building. "That's great," I said. "I'm happy for you." We talked about the proposal, the ring, how our parents reacted. Of course they were thrilled. This was exactly the kind of connection they'd always dreamed of. A gilded doorway into the world they admired from magazines and TV. Lucas finished his story, then hesitated. His expression shifted, like he'd been saving the worst part for last. "So, there's a New Year's weekend engagement party," he said, tracing the rim of his cup. "At one of Leila's family resorts. It's going to be huge. Donors. Business partners. A few politicians. It's a big deal." I nodded, waiting for him to ask if I needed help booking a flight or picking a dress. Instead, he cleared his throat. "Look, Nancy," he said, and my stomach dropped. "I think it's better if you sit this one out." I stared at him. "Sit it out? It's your engagement party. It's a very particular crowd," he said slowly. "Leila's parents. They're friends. They're used to a certain environment. You know how you get in those situations." "How I get?" I repeated. He lifted his hands like he was bracing for impact. You ask heavy questions. You make people uncomfortable. You don't really play the game. Dad thinks it might be too stressful for you. Too stressful for me? I asked. Or too embarrassing for you? He winced. That told me everything. Lucas, I work with hotels and resorts for a living. I wanted to say, I know these people better than you do. But he kept going. We only get one shot at a first impression with Lila's family. They're elite, Nancy. They're used to certain manners, certain optics. Mom and Dad are already nervous. They think it's safer if you don't come. Safer. Like I was some unpredictable storm that might ruin his perfect night. I laughed, but it sounded flat. So I'm not invited to my own brother's engagement party because I don't fit the optics. He couldn't look at me. It's not like that. He muttered. We'll do a smaller family dinner later. Just us. You know I love you, right? You know this is just strategy. When I got home, my parents were in the living room, voices low and urgent. I stopped in the hallway without them noticing. Your brother's in-laws are exceptional. Dad was saying. We can't risk Nancy rambling about money or calling out someone's business model. She'll embarrass us. Jessie sighed. She doesn't mean to. Victor. But this could be Lucas's chance at something bigger. We can't let her ruin it. The words hit harder than any slap. Upstairs, my laptop was still open to a Harrington and Vale dashboard. The same logo that would soon be printed on Lucas's New Year's weekend invitations. They were terrified I'd embarrass them in front of the very people whose fortunes I had helped rebuild. I closed my eyes and took a slow breath. Fine, I thought. If they want to hide me, let them. They have no idea how small their version of this story really is. They think this party is about optics. They don't realize that somewhere in the middle of all that champagne and glitter, my name is already on their in-laws' walls, waiting to tear their perfect little plan apart. The New Year's weekend came faster than I wanted. The week between Christmas and January 1st felt like limbo, like the whole world was holding its breath. My parents were buzzing around the house, talking about flights, outfits, and what gift would be appropriate for the Harrington family. Lucas sent me a picture of the invitation once. All gold foil, embossed logos everywhere. I wish you could come. He wrote, like that decision hadn't been made very deliberately without me. The morning of the party, I watched them leave for the airport in their best clothes. My mom wore a new dress she absolutely couldn't afford without putting it on a credit card. My dad adjusted a tie he'd bought on sale but pretended was designer. They waved. I waved back from the doorway. The pretty daughter who had been told to stay home for her own good. When the Uber pulled away, the house went quiet in a way that felt heavy in my chest. That night, Austin lit up with fireworks and rooftop parties. I stayed in my apartment with takeout and my laptop open on the coffee table. I tried putting on a movie, but my phone kept lighting up. Photos from my mom of the resort lobby, dripping in chandeliers. Videos from Lucas of champagne towers and a live band. Then Lila, walking down a massive staircase in a silver gown, like she'd stepped out of a magazine. In one clip, I could hear my dad in the background telling someone, "That's my son up there. He's marrying into the Harrington family." I stared at the screen until everything blurred. They were inside the world they had always worshipped. And they had done everything possible to keep me out of it. So, I closed the photos, and opened something else. The analytics dashboard for Harrington and Vale's year-end results. Real-time booking numbers flickered. Across the screen, rows of data showed reservations pouring into the same brand my brother was celebrating with while they smiled for pictures. I watched occupancy climb, revenue bars fill in, the lines I'd helped bend upward, bonuses, holiday parties, careers saved, for people who would never know my name. Then an email notification popped up. Subject line, year-end update and a special request. It was from Daniel Harrington. I opened it, half expecting a quick thank you in a spreadsheet. Instead, there was a full paragraph about how transformative the past year had been. How the board had gone from panic, to cautious optimism, to real excitement. You didn't just tweak a few ads, Nancy. He wrote, you changed the way we understand our business. We want to honor that properly. At the bottom was an attachment. Concept Wall of Innovation, JPG. When I opened it, my breath caught. It was a mock-up of the entrance to one of their flagship resorts. A long wall lined with framed case studies. Each one with a photo, a title, and a short description. Near the center was my own headshot. Cleaner. more confident than I felt in real life. A plaque underneath read, Data and Growth Strategist, Nancy. The description summarized everything I'd done. Dynamic pricing overhaul. Demand-driven campaigns. Recovery from the pandemic slump. Guests would walk past that wall on their way to conferences and galas, clinking glasses under chandeliers, while my face watched from the middle. We plan to unveil this at a major partners and family event next season, Daniel wrote. We'd love to finally meet you in person, and introduce you to some of the people whose jobs you helped save. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. At the same time, another photo came in from my mom. Lucas and Lila, wrapped in confetti, smiling like royalty. My parents blurred behind them, glowing with pride. I imagined that wall existing somewhere not far from where they were posing. My framed photo quietly contradicting every story they'd ever told about me being a disappointment. How ironic would it be if the place they were so desperate to keep me out of ended up being the one that insisted on putting my face front and center? I replied to Daniel with a simple, professional yes. Told him I'd be honored to attend when the time came. Then I set my phone face down, leaned back on the couch, and listened to the distant echo of fireworks outside. They thought they had erased me from that night. That they'd finally found a world I couldn't reach. But the truth was sitting right there on my laptop screen, framed in gold. My name stitched into the foundation of their shiny new life. They just didn't realize yet that the person they were so determined to hide was already woven into every corner of their precious elite circle. The months after that, New Year's weekend felt like someone quietly turned up the brightness on my life, while my family kept acting like I was still in the dark. Harrington and Vail signed one long-term contract, then another. I got pulled into meetings about expansion, new properties, even acquisitions. Suddenly, I was on early morning calls about opening resorts in California and the Caribbean. Running simulations. Testing what would happen if they changed their entire pricing structure for shoulder season. My days blurred into dashboards and strategy decks. The kind of work people in my field dream about. My bank account felt it, too. I traded my old hatchback for a reliable hybrid. Fixed the leak in my bathroom ceiling. Moved into a larger one-bedroom apartment that didn't feel like it might cave in during a storm. I did all of it quietly. No announcements. No social media posts. I knew exactly how my parents would react if I tried explaining performance-based contracts or retention bonuses. They'd smile. Nod. Ask if I'd thought about applying for a real job at a local office. Meanwhile, Lucas's life looked like a highlight reel. My mom sent constant updates. Photos of him and Lila at wine tastings, charity events, luxury retreats. Screenshots of articles mentioning the Harrington name with captions like, "Your brother was there last night." Can you imagine? At Sunday dinners, when I did show up, the conversation was all wedding plans and guest lists. How incredible it was that our family would soon belong at events where people wore tuxedos and talked about offshore accounts. Once, over dinner, Lucas said, "Daniel's bringing in some kind of genius consultant for their new data strategy. Guy's basically a wizard with numbers. If I play this right, I could end up working on some of those deals." I took a slow sip of water to hide my reaction. Mom looked impressed. See? That's the kind of company you want to be around. People who know how to make things happen. I wondered what she'd say if I told her that the so-called wizard had spent that morning arguing with Daniel about whether we should cap occupancy during certain holidays to protect long-term brand value. And that wizard was me, but I didn't say anything. Let them talk about proximity to power. I was too busy building it. One afternoon in early September, I got an email from Daniel's assistant that made me sit up straight. She wrote, "We're finalizing details for the Partners and Family Gala at our Miami flagship. It's both a celebration of this year's turnaround and an engagement gala for Miss Lila Harrington and Mr. Lucas Bennett. Daniel and Elise are especially excited to honor you that evening. They'd like you front and center when we unveil the Wall of Innovation." The official invitation was attached. Heavy. Embossed. It looked expensive even through the screen. My name was printed near the top of the guest list under a section labeled Strategic Partners. My brother's name sat much lower, under Family of the Groom. I just stared at it for a moment. My parents hadn't mentioned the event yet, but I could already hear the conversation in my head. They'd brag about being invited to an ultra-exclusive New Year's gala at Lila's favorite resort. They'd talk about how limited the guest list was. How only the right people were allowed in. And somewhere between the speeches and the champagne, they'd quietly plan how to keep me out of sight again. The difference this time was simple. The Harringtons weren't inviting me as Lucas's awkward sister. They were inviting me as the person who had changed the direction of their business. I called Daniel to confirm the details, keeping my voice steady. He sounded genuinely excited. "We've been telling everyone about you," he said. "I can't wait to see their faces when they realize the person behind those numbers is real." I hung up and leaned back in my chair, letting the irony sink in. My family had spent over a year trying to manage me out of their perfect narrative, afraid I'd embarrass them in front of their wealthy in-laws. But at this party, in that beautiful resort, there would be no hiding me. My face would be waiting for them when they walked through the doors. Framed in gold. My name etched in metal. They thought they were stepping into a world where I didn't belong. They were about to find out that world had been mine long before they ever entered it. The Harrington flagship in Miami looked exactly like the kind of place my parents fantasized about while flipping through glossy magazines. Marble floors. Towering palms in oversized planters. Floral arrangements that probably cost more than my first car. The night of the gala, the air felt warm and thick with money. Staff in crisp uniforms moved with practiced precision, guiding guests toward the grand ballroom. I arrived early, just as requested. Not as Lucas's sister, but as a strategic partner. A coordinator handed me a badge with my name printed in clean black letters. Nancy. Data and Growth Strategist. Seeing it made something twist in my chest. For once, my identity wasn't reduced to she does something online. Inside the foyer, the wall of innovation stretched along one side, exactly like the mock-up. Gold frames. Soft lighting. Each case study telling a piece of the company's survival story. My frame sat near the center. My photo. My name. My work. Daniel and Elise came over smiling, warm and genuine. They introduced me to board members, department heads, people whose jobs depended on decisions I had helped make. For the first hour, I forgot about my family completely. I talked numbers, expansion plans. I laughed at a CFO's forecasting joke. I was exactly where I belonged. Then I heard my mother's voice. "Hi." Nervous. Floating in from the lobby. "Oh wow, this place is incredible. Lucas. Look at that chandelier." I turned just enough to see them walk in. My dad in a suit that suddenly looked cheaper under the lights. My mom clutching her purse like it might run away. Lucas and Lila walking ahead like they owned the place. My instinct was to shrink back. To disappear behind someone taller. But the staff already knew who I was. One of them stepped toward me. Smiling. "Miss Bennett. Could we get you closer to the wall? Mr. Harrington would like you nearby for the announcement." So, instead of hiding, I found myself standing just a few feet from my own framed photo as my family crossed the foyer. They didn't see me at first. Their eyes were on the decor. The guests. The promise of what this night meant for them. Elise gently tapped her champagne glass. Conversation softened. Then stopped. "Thank you all for being here," she said, her voice calm and clear. "Tonight is about family and partnership. About the people who held this company up when things looked impossible." She gestured toward the wall. "Over the past year, we built this to remind ourselves that numbers aren't just charts. They're people. People who changed everything when we needed it most." She stepped closer to my frame. I'm CP, smiling. "One of those people has become very dear to us." She pointed directly at my photo. "This is Nancy." The room seemed to tilt for a second. My parents froze mid-conversation. Lucas's head snapped toward the sound of my name. Elise read the plaque out loud. Data and Growth Strategist. The mind behind the turnaround that kept these resorts alive during the worst of the travel crisis. "You have no idea how often we've said her name this year." She followed the line from the frame to where I was standing. Then her eyes widened, like she'd just put together a puzzle she hadn't even known existed. "Nancy," she said, her voice lifting with real excitement. "Nancy, you're here. You're Lucas's sister." Heads turned. All at once. People looked at me, then at Lucas, then slowly at my parents. The silence that followed was heavier than any speech. Daniel stepped closer to Elise. His tone stayed polite, but something in it sharpened as he looked at my family. "You never told us your daughter was our Nancy," he said. Victor opened his mouth. Then closed it. He looked like he wanted the marble floor to swallow him whole. My mom stammered. We We didn't realize you knew her like that. She does some kind of computer work. We didn't think it was, important tonight. A few people nearby exchanged looks. Daniel's jaw tightened just enough for me to notice. Important? He repeated. Without her, this party doesn't happen. This building doesn't stay this full. Half the people in this room would be updating their resumes. Elise let out a soft laugh, trying to smooth things over, but her words still landed hard. We've been bragging about her for months. I can't imagine hiding someone like Nancy. Lucas's face went pale. He stared at me like I'd betrayed him just by existing. When he finally reached me, he lowered his voice. Nancy. You didn't tell me you were working with them. I met his eyes. You didn't ask. Later, away from the crowd, my parents cornered me in a quiet hallway. My mom's voice shook. You made us look foolish, she whispered. We had no idea. I cut her off. Calmly. That I mattered to them. That my work mattered. Or that the daughter they were embarrassed by was the one holding up their precious in-law's empire. My dad tried to regain control. You could have warned us, Nancy. We would have prepared differently. I almost laughed. Prepared how? By inviting me this time? By pretending you were proud? Lucas stepped in. Eyes glassy. Look, maybe we handled things wrong, he said. But you know how mom and dad are. We just wanted everything to go smoothly. You do want to be part of this family, right? That was the moment something inside me finally settled. I realized how many years I'd spent twisting myself into knots for a version of belonging that always came with conditions. Don't talk too much. Don't ask hard questions. Don't outshine the one they chose as the star. I took a breath. I'll always be your sister, I told Lucas. And I'll always be their daughter. But I'm done begging for a seat at a table where the price is pretending I'm smaller than I am. I'm not shrinking anymore so you can feel bigger. My mom's eyes filled with tears. Nancy, we were just afraid, she said softly. Afraid you'd embarrass us. I nodded. And tonight, you found out the only thing embarrassing was how little you believed in me. That's on you. Not me. Back in the ballroom, when Daniel introduced me as a key partner, the applause felt different from anything I'd chased growing up. It wasn't polite clapping from family who barely listened. It was real. From people who understood the impact. People who didn't care what I wore or whether I asked uncomfortable questions, as long as I showed up with answers that kept their lights on. Standing there under that warm, golden light, something finally clicked. Sometimes the most powerful revenge isn't loud or cruel. It's refusing to keep handing your worth to people who only know how to discount it. It's letting your success speak in rooms where they never thought your voice belonged. If your family has ever made you feel like the embarrassing one, the extra one, the one who needs to be hidden so they can look good, hear this. Their failure to see your value doesn't erase it. You're allowed to build a life that honors who you are. Even if that means creating distance from the people who taught you to doubt yourself. By the end of the night, my parents had to walk past that framed photo of me every time they crossed the resort, my name etched into the wall of the world they worshipped. They were the ones shrinking. Avoiding my eyes. Rehearsing apologies. I just kept walking, shoulders back. The real glow-up wasn't being accepted by them. It was learning to accept myself first. And if you've ever been the one they tried to hide, I hope this reminds you you're not alone. If you've ever had to step back from people who couldn't see your worth, you're not wrong for it. Sometimes, telling your story is the thing that helps someone else finally stand up for theirs. I spent 4 nights on hold booking my family's dream trip to Paris. Then, at dinner, my brother said, "You're busy. You don't need to come." My dad agreed. So, I smiled and canceled 3 tickets. At check-in, my mom cried, my brother yelled, and I was already boarding my own flight. My name is Avery Coleman. I'm 31. I live in a small apartment in San Diego. My full-time job is making other people's trips run smoothly. I book flights, hotels, and transfers for executives who don't even know my name. I used to think that was my quiet superpower. I didn't realize it would turn into the sharpest weapon I'd ever use against my own family. The night everything changed, I was back in Phoenix, sitting at my parents' dining table. My suitcase was half packed upstairs because I genuinely thought we were all flying to Paris together in 3 days. My brother cleared his throat and swirled red wine in his glass, like he was hosting a show I hadn't been invited to. Make sure you're not around when we leave for Paris, he said over dinner. It would be weird if you tried to tag along. My dad nodded. It's just not your place anymore. I raised my glass and said, "Understood." I smiled. Inside, something snapped so cleanly it almost felt calming. 9 days later, he'd be standing at the airline counter, face strained, while an agent quietly explained there were no active tickets under his name. No reservation. No way onto that flight. He would text me in all caps, "Fix this right now." And I would be sitting somewhere else in the same airport, holding my own boarding pass, reply already typed. Before I tell you how one sentence at that table turned into a full airport meltdown, and what I actually sent when he begged me to fix it, tell me this: what time is it where you're watching from? I want to know how far this family trip is about to travel. I didn't react right away. That part matters. If I'd thrown my napkin down or stormed out, it would have become another "Avery is too sensitive" story they recycle every holiday. So I froze my smile and pushed my fork through the roasted chicken, trying to process what he'd just said. Not your place anymore. My brother had always been casually cruel, but this was different. He sounded like a bouncer escorting me out of my own life. "You okay, Ra?" my mom asked, glancing between us, clearly sensing something but refusing to name it. "Fine," I said. Flat. Just surprised. That was his cue. "Come on, don't make it weird," he said. "This trip's been a long time coming. It's really for Mom, Dad, and the immediate crew." The immediate crew. Like I'd somehow slipped into the outer orbit of my own family. "I thought I was part of the crew when I booked all the flights," I said, keeping my voice even. His eyes flickered for half a second. That was the part he couldn't say out loud. When my parents finally decided to take their dream trip to Paris, they came to me. I found the best deal. I juggled miles and points. I handled the connections. Every confirmation email, every record locator, every digital boarding pass had my name on it as the primary contact. I paid for the tickets with my own card. "We appreciate your help with that," my dad said, slipping into that tired diplomatic tone he uses when he wants silence more than honesty. "You know how confusing that stuff is for us." "That's why I assumed I was coming," I said. My brother laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Avery, be serious. You're busy. You live in another state. You've got your little travel job, your own life. We didn't want you to feel obligated." Busy little travel job. I swallowed a laugh because if I started, I might not stop. "When exactly did you decide I wasn't obligated?" I asked. "Before or after I spent 4 nights on hold fixing your seat assignments?" My mom opened her mouth, then closed it. My brother jumped in. "Don't turn this into drama," he said. "I've been planning this Paris thing for years. There are expectations." Expectations. The same word he used 12 years ago when he convinced my parents I wasn't ready for the summer architecture program in Paris. The one I worked my ass off to get into. Because Avery doesn't handle stress well, and she'll get overwhelmed. They cried. They told me it was too risky, too far, too much. I turned it down. That same month, he landed his first big sales internship. Everyone toasted his future. My acceptance letter sat in a drawer. "So, let me get this straight," I said. "I plan the trip. I book the flights. I pay for the tickets. And at the last second, you decide I'm not welcome." "No one said not welcome," my dad said quickly, glancing at my brother. "We just thought it would be simpler." My brother didn't look away. "You're overreacting," he said. "It's just a vacation. Don't make it about you." I looked at all 3 of them. The people I'd spent years trying to impress with grades, promotions, perfectly planned itineraries. And something heavy settled in my chest. They didn't see me. Not as an equal. Not as someone whose work mattered. Just the girl who made the reservations and stayed out of the way. And the thing about being the one who quietly holds everything together is this: you're also the one who knows exactly how to take it apart. That night, after pretending I was too tired to watch the travel documentary they put on to get in the Paris mood, I went up to my old bedroom and shut the door. The posters were gone, replaced by generic wall art. But the dent in the carpet where my desk used to be was still there. A ghost of the girl who thought being good would eventually earn her a seat at the table. My phone buzzed. A message from my brother. "Just making sure we're clear. Don't be at the house Wednesday morning. It'll be awkward with the car. We've got it covered." No emojis. No softening. Just instructions. Like he was notifying a former employee she'd been left off the invite list. Have you ever stared at a text so long it stops being words and starts being proof? Proof that you were never seen the way you thought you were. For a second, the old script kicked in. Maybe he didn't mean it like that. Maybe I'm being dramatic. Maybe if I explain calmly, this can be fixed. Then another memory cut through. I was 21, holding my Paris program acceptance letter. He leaned in the doorway and said, "You'd freak out over the language barrier. Better let someone else have the spot." 3 days later, he told my parents I'd broken down in private, and said I couldn't handle it. They hugged me, relieved. I never told them he lied. The only panic attack I had that summer was when I typed, "Thank you for the opportunity, but I will have to decline." He spun the story. I took the consequences. He never paid for it. Not once. I opened the email account I use for clients and pulled up our family's Paris reservation. It was all there. 5 tickets from Phoenix to Paris, 2 layovers in Dallas. Booked through my professional portal after I'd called in a favor from an airline rep I'd helped more times than I could count. I scanned the details. The names were lined up, clean and neat. My parents. My brother. My sister. Me. Because when I booked it, the plan was that we were all going together. It honestly never crossed my mind that they might leave me behind. Then a thought flashed through my head. Just one. I could cancel theirs. I could change everything with a few clicks. Guilt hit immediately. That would be extreme. Petty. Cruel. That's exactly who they say you are. Dramatic. Vindictive. Unreasonable. I put my phone down and paced the room. Heart hammering. Then I pictured Thursday morning. The car pulling out of the driveway without me. My brother cracking a joke about extra legroom now that Avery wasn't coming. My parents laughing politely. Relieved there wouldn't be any tension. I imagined the airport photos. Eiffel Tower selfies. Captions about finally living the dream. Me sitting alone at my kitchen table in San Diego, pretending I didn't care. And then another image slammed into place. My brother at the check-in counter, realizing his ticket wasn't there. My dad's forehead creasing. My mom clutching her passport. All of them turning to the one person who actually understood how travel worked, and realizing she'd stopped playing the role they'd assigned her. What would you do if the power to make someone finally face the consequences of their cruelty sat right in your hands, disguised as a simple modify booking button? That night, I didn't touch the reservation. Instead, I opened my notes app and started a list. I titled it, "Things I Let Slide." It was dumb. I knew it was dumb. I couldn't stop anyway. 1. He told mom and dad I cried over the Paris program when I didn't. 2. He called my first apartment a phase, and my job glorified customer service. 3. He told my last boyfriend that dating me was like dating a flight attendant without the cute uniform or free drinks, then laughed like it was nothing. 4. Make sure you're not around tonight. By the time I hit 14, my jaw ached from clenching it. I added one more line at the bottom. 15. I never made him feel it. I always took the hit. I lay on my childhood bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the muffled sound of the TV downstairs. The travel show host was talking about the Seine. His voice was warm, smooth. There is nothing quite like seeing Paris for the first time. It can change your life. The words felt like a taunt. Paris had tried to change my life once. My brother stopped it. He didn't get to do that twice. My phone buzzed again. A group text. Family Paris thread. My mom had named it. Photos started popping up. My sister laying out outfits on her bed. My dad's printed itinerary. My brother's selfie with a brand new carry-on, grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. Underneath it, he typed, "Cannot wait to get away from the chaos for a bit. Just us." No one corrected him. No one added my name. I closed the thread and reopened the booking. My hands didn't shake the way I expected. Years of doing this for a living kicked in automatically. Verify passenger details. Review fare rules. Check deadlines. We were well within the window for free changes. Thanks to the flexible ticket class I'd chosen for their convenience, the control I'd always used to protect them was now very clearly mine. I took a breath and imagined the different timelines. In one, I did nothing. I wished them a good trip. Sent polite texts. Swallowed the humiliation like I always had. In another, I confronted them. Demanded an apology. Begged them to reconsider. Maybe they added me back at the last minute out of guilt. But either way, the power stayed with them. They'd be granting me a place, not acknowledging it had been mine all along. Then there was the third timeline. The one that slowed my pulse instead of speeding it up. In that one, I didn't explain. I didn't argue. I stopped putting their comfort above my dignity. I canceled 3 tickets. I kept one. I booked myself on a different itinerary. Same destination. Same day. Different connection. Earlier departure from a different terminal. Half paid for with airline credits and work perks. My screen glowed with possibility. I heard my brother's voice in my head again. Don't show up Thursday. It'll be awkward. Fine. I wouldn't show up. I'd be gone before they even rolled their suitcases into the airport. Boarding my own flight while they discovered their Paris dream had been quietly dismantled by the person they treated like a disposable assistant. I hovered over the button. Thought about being the bigger person. About forgiveness. About what my therapist once said. Revenge doesn't heal you, Avery. Maybe it didn't. But letting people walk all over me hadn't healed me either. So I clicked. First, I canceled my brother's ticket. The refund and credits routed cleanly back to my account. Then my dad's. Then my mom's. The system processed it with a cheerful little spinning icon. Like I'd changed a hotel room instead of blowing up the foundation of our family trip. Finally, I modified my own reservation. New connection through Chicago. Earlier departure. Seat upgrade using the same miles I'd earned booking flights for the brother who told me not to be at the house. When the confirmation emails landed, I stared at them until my eyes burned. That was it. The line I couldn't uncross. I locked my phone, pressed it to my chest, and whispered into the dark, "You wanted Paris without me. Let's see how that works out." Thursday morning arrived, wrapped in desert sunlight and fake normalcy. At 8, my mom knocked softly on my door. "Avery, you awake?" I shoved my second suitcase farther under the bed with my foot and opened the door in a t-shirt and leggings, hair scraped into a messy bun. "Yeah," I said, rubbing my eyes. "You guys leaving soon?" She smiled, excitement softening her face. "Your brother wants to get to the airport early. You know how overprepared he is. He already checked us in on his phone and printed backups of everything." The irony nearly made me choke. I was the one they always accused of overthinking. Yet here he was, feeling safe because of systems I'd quietly built. "Right," I said. "Overprepared." I followed her downstairs. The house buzzed with departure energy. Suitcases by the door. Coffee brewing. Zipper zipping. My dad double-checking passports for the 5th time, muttering names like a spell he didn't want to mess up. My brother strutted in wearing a navy blazer he thought made him look European, dragging his new suitcase like a prop. "Remember," he said casually, "don't be here at 11:30. Like he was reminding me to take out the trash. "We do not want to trip over you on the way out. The cab is going to be packed." "Do not worry," I said, leaning against the door frame. "I won't be." My sister Natalie shot me a quick, confused look over the rim of her coffee mug. She hadn't said much since the whole "you're not coming" conversation. She just went quiet and stayed on her phone, which somehow hurt more than if she'd taken his side out loud. "Text me pictures," I told her. And I meant all of it. The hotel. The food. Even the boring tourist stuff. My chest felt tight saying it. She nodded slowly. "You sure you're okay?" she whispered. While our dad wrestled a suitcase into the trunk and my mom fussed with a neck pillow. I met her eyes. Really looked at her. For a second, I saw us younger, sharing a bedroom, whispering about all the places we'd go someday. "I will be," I said. I didn't add how. My brother slammed the trunk, clapped his hands once, and said, "All right, Paris crew. Let's roll." No hesitation. No glance at me. No space offered. They pulled away at 11:45. My parents waved from the back seat. My mom pressed her hand to the window like she always did. My dad focused on directions. My brother was already on his phone, probably posting something about airport days and Paris energy for people who had no idea what that caption cost. As soon as the car turned the corner and the engine faded, I grabbed the hidden suitcase, slung my backpack over my shoulder, and let my polite goodbye face drop. The house went quiet. Not empty. Open. I called a rideshare and watched the little car icon crawl toward the house. My flight left at 2:10. Earlier than theirs. Different terminal. I timed it down to the minute. Built a schedule inside their schedule. A shadow trip layered under the one they thought they were taking. On the drive, the driver made easy small talk. Vacations. Good food in Phoenix. How people always seemed lighter on the way to the airport. Paris. Huh? He said, when I mentioned my destination. With family? I smiled tightly at the windshield. Not exactly. At the airport, I moved on autopilot. Check-in. Security. Shoes off. Laptop out. Move forward. Scan. Repack. Follow the signs. No surprises. No delays. Months of managing other people's chaos had trained me for this. There was something weirdly calming about doing it for myself. At my gate, I chose a seat with a clear view of the departure screen and my watch, but no view of the main terminal entrance. I didn't want to risk running into them. Not yet. Not while everything inside me still felt fragile. My phone buzzed at 1:05. A text from Natalie. I am so nervous. Lol. Security line is crazy. Wish you were here. This feels weird without you. For the first time since I'd hit cancel, doubt punched hard enough to knock the air out of me. I typed, you'll be okay. Take lots of pictures. Promise me you'll try a real croissant, not the hotel one. I hesitated, then added, if anything feels off, step away and text me. I didn't tell her there was a good chance there wouldn't be a hotel croissant. Not today. Not on that flight. 12 minutes later, my brother posted in the family thread a photo of what he thought was his boarding pass, artfully cropped with a coffee cup and his watch. Paris. We are coming for you. I zoomed in without thinking and saw it. The small word in the corner that made me bite down on a laugh I couldn't let out. Stand by. He hadn't noticed. He assumed everything was the same. That the world, and I, would keep bending around him. Snorts. At 1:42, as my boarding group was called and people started standing, my phone lit up again. Not the family thread. Just me. Avery, something is wrong. They can't find our reservation. The lady says these tickets were canceled. Did you touch something? Fix this. Another message came seconds later. Shorter. Sharper. Fix this now. I looked at the gate agent scanning boarding passes. At the line inching forward, at the jet bridge opening like a mouth, ready to swallow people into another version of their lives. Then I pictured the other terminal. My brother raising his voice. My dad pulling out printed papers that meant nothing. My mom apologizing like it was a small mix-up, not the direct result of how they'd treated the one person who could have stopped it. Have you ever felt the balance of power in your life shift with a single vibration of your phone? And known that this time, you weren't the one about to scramble and save everyone? I stepped out of line and walked to the window, letting 3 people pass while I stared down at the tangle of jet bridges and service vehicles on the tarmac. The overhead announcements blurred into a low, distant hum. My phone kept buzzing in my hand. Over and over. Messages stacking like dominoes that had finally started to fall. From my mom. Avery, did you change something? The agent is saying the booking is linked to your account. Then my dad. She keeps pointing at your name. I'm so embarrassed. Back to my mom. They're saying the purchase was refunded to your card. Please call me. We can sort this out. And then, after what had to be a full-on explosion at the counter, my brother. You think this is funny? They're telling me someone using your login canceled our flights. Another message followed immediately. Do you have any idea what you've done? I have a client dinner in Paris tomorrow. This is my job. Fix it. I could hear his voice and the punctuation. Leaning forward. Jaw tight. Looking for someone to blame who wasn't standing in his shoes. A few months ago, I would have panicked without thinking. I would have run to the nearest empty gate, pulled out my laptop with shaking hands, sat on hold with the airline for an hour, apologized like it was all my fault. I would have eaten the cost. Rebooked everything. Let them keep their story that I was lucky to be included at all. Instead, I took a slow breath. Something spread through my chest. Calm. Steady. Like I'd finally found solid ground after years of living on a trapdoor. My thumb hovered over the keyboard. I didn't type yet. Natalie deserved more than a chaotic explanation screamed across a check-in desk. I opened our private thread. Hey, I wrote. If you're still at the counter, step aside for a second if you can. Somewhere you can read this without them over your shoulder. A minute passed. It felt like 12. My boarding group kept inching forward. Okay. She replied. I'm by the bathrooms. What's going on? Everyone's freaking out. Then another message. They say the airline messed up, but the agent looks like she wants to strangle us. Mom keeps apologizing. Dad's arguing. Grant is just demanding they fix it. I looked at my reflection in the plexiglass. The woman staring back at me looked more like a bystander than the main character of her own life, and I realized this was the moment that decided which role I kept playing. They're not wrong about the account, I wrote. Everything was booked through me. Every confirmation is in my name. They told me I wasn't welcome. They told me not to be there when the car left. So I made sure I wasn't part of the plan anymore. I canceled their tickets. I kept mine. 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Finally. You're on a flight? Yes, I replied. Boarding in 12 minutes. Different terminal. Different connection. Same destination. I could almost hear her breathing through the screen. That pause she always did when she was trying to decide whether to defend me or stay neutral. Why didn't you tell me? She wrote. My throat tightened. Would you have stopped them? A long pause. Long enough that I wondered if her phone had died. Then, I don't know. Another message followed, uneven, like she'd erased it 10 times before sending. They were awful to you. I didn't say anything. That's on me. I didn't think you'd actually do something like this. Rah. Me neither. I typed, until they made it clear where they thought I belonged. My boarding group was almost done when the agent called my number again, sharper this time. Now they'd deal with the consequences of treating me like I was disposable, I wrote. And I finally get to see Paris. I hit send, closed our thread. Opened my brother's messages. Yes, I canceled the tickets, I wrote, fingers steady. The refund and credits went back to my card because I paid for them. You told me I wasn't welcome and not to be there when you left. I respected that. You're not my client. I'm not your assistant. You'll have to make your own arrangements. My phone rang immediately. I declined. It rang again. Declined. A third time. Declined. Each decline felt like cutting a wire that had been wrapped around my throat for years, one strand at a time. Then a longer text came through. Frantic enough that I could picture his hands flying across the keyboard. You're being insane. This is thousands of dollars. You're ruining mom and dad's dream vacation just to prove a point. I'll lose this client, rah. They'll fire me. You can't be serious. Another message. You can call them and fix this. Just do what you always do. I looked down at the seat number on my boarding pass. Then, back at the jet bridge door. The scanner beeped as each passenger went through. A steady rhythm pulling me forward. For the first time in a long time, I realized there was another option besides obeying or exploding. I could opt out. I slid my phone into my bag. Stepped forward. Handed over my boarding pass. The agent smiled, unaware she was watching a private revolution. The scanner beeped. That tiny sound felt louder than my brother's texts, louder than my parents' disappointment, louder than every time I'd swallowed my anger to keep the peace. I walked down the jet bridge towards something that was finally just mine. No one else's schedule. No one else's expectations. The plane hummed to life. As we taxied down the runway, I switched my phone to airplane mode. For 11 blessed hours, there were no buzzing notifications. No demands. No accusations. Just me, my thoughts, and the strange feeling of finally keeping a promise to myself. Somewhere between Dallas and Paris, at 39,000 feet, doubt crept back in. I replayed my mom's excited smile. My dad's careful notes. Natalie's quiet texts. I imagined them walking back through the Phoenix airport, embarrassed and defeated, my brother spinning whatever version of the story made him the victim and me the villain. Maybe in his mind, I'd already become that. Revenge doesn't feel clean when it's family. It feels like pulling off a bandage and realizing the wound underneath is deeper than you admitted. When we landed at Charles de Gaulle, the cabin filled with seat belts clicking open and phones coming back to life. I waited a full minute before turning mine on. Messages flooded in. From my mom. I can't believe you'd do this to us. From my dad, I thought you were better than this. From my dad again, We rebooked for tomorrow. It cost a fortune. Your mother is devastated. And from my brother, not even pretending to hide his rage. You've destroyed my reputation. The client is furious. My boss thinks I'm incompetent. When we get home, we're done. Don't bother coming around anymore. I stood in the slow-moving passport control line and let it wash over me. 12 years ago, that would have broken me. 6 years ago, I would have folded under the guilt. But now, I could finally see what was really happening. They were finally feeling a fraction of what they'd put me through. And they hated it. My phone buzzed again. This time, it was Natalie. She told me she'd said everything out loud. That I booked the trip. That they uninvited me after the fact. That they told me not to be there. Mom cried. Dad just sat there. He didn't defend me, but he didn't defend them either. Grant called me crazy. Natalie told him he'd been cruel for years, and this was the first time I'd ever pushed back. Another message followed. They were still coming tomorrow. Different route. Almost double the cost. Dad was furious at the airline, even though he knew it wasn't their fault. Mom kept repeating, "We did this. She's right." My chest tightened. Not with guilt. With grief. Grief for the version of my family I'd held onto long after reality made it clear it didn't exist. The one where they saw me. Apologized. Made space without being forced. On the train into the city, I watched the French countryside blur past and finally replied to my parents, separately. To my mom, "I love you. You told me I wasn't part of this trip. I believed you. I'm not apologizing for finally believing you. When you're ready to talk about how we got here, not just what I did, I'll be ready." To my dad, "You've watched him belittle me for years and called it jokes or tension. I won't keep showing up to family events where I'm the punchline. If you want a relationship, it has to be different. I'm not a child you can manage out of the way." It took longer to answer my brother. I walked along the Seine, cool air against my face, the Eiffel Tower rising ahead of me like the punchline of a joke the universe had told twice. The first time, I let someone talk me out of it. This time, I was here because I refused. I opened our thread. His last message was still there. "Fix this right now." I typed slowly. Carefully. Like I was building a wall one brick at a time. "No. You told me I wasn't welcome. You've mocked my work, my choices, and my life for years. You turned my opportunities into punchlines. This time, the consequences reached you. I won't fix that. I hope you make it to Paris. I hope you sit with what it took to get there. But if you want me in your life, it won't be on your terms alone anymore." I hit send. 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again, then nothing. Behind me, a street musician started playing a jazz version of an old American song. The melody drifted through the voices of strangers speaking a language I'd once been too afraid to test myself in. I'd been told revenge wouldn't heal me. Maybe it wouldn't. But standing there alone, whole, and exactly where I'd always wanted to be, I understood something. This wasn't about making my brother hurt the way I had. It was about finally refusing to hurt myself just to keep him comfortable. Maybe one day we'd talk again. Maybe he'd apologize. Maybe my parents would learn to stand up instead of smoothing things over. Or maybe we'd stay distant, exchanging polite messages and careful holidays. Whatever happened, the script had changed. I wasn't the disposable extra in their family story anymore. I was the one who booked the next chapter. And if you were me, if someone told you to stay away from the life you helped build, then begged you to save it when it collapsed, would you hit fix? Or would you finally let them feel what it's like when you walk away? I left my son with my family while I worked overseas, sending $4,200 a month to support them. But when I came home, I found my 6-year-old son sick with a 103 degrees Fahrenheit fever on the floor, eating 3-day-old leftovers. While my sister was downstairs, drinking wine with friends. But that wasn't even the worst part. I went upstairs to check on my daughter Chloe's room, and it was empty. Not a single trace of her belongings remained. Her bed, her toys, her bookshelf, all gone. In their place were new things, all for Vanessa's child. My parents were standing there, totally unfazed, and my dad, a retired attorney, pulled out legal papers I didn't even remember signing. He told me that I no longer had full custody of my own son. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They'd been planning this for months while I was thousands of miles away, sending money to support the very people who were stealing my children. In that moment, I knew. My entire family had come together to take everything from me. But they didn't know who they were dealing with. I wasn't going to walk away. What I found out in the next 3 weeks would expose a 17-year web of lies, destroy my father's reputation, and make every single one of them face federal charges. But first, I'll tell you how it all started. My name is Natalie Harper. I'm 36 years old, and up until that night, I thought I understood what family meant. For 9 years, I worked as a project coordinator for an international logistics company. Then, I got an offer for a 4-month contract in Dubai with double my usual salary. I took it. I needed the money to support my son and help my family. I never thought that decision would cost me everything. The flight from Dubai to Philadelphia took 15 hours, and I didn't sleep a wink. For 4 days, every time I tried to video call Noah, my sister Vanessa had some excuse. He's sleeping, Natalie. You know how kids are. Or, Mom took him to the park. They'll be back late. By the 4th day, something felt off. I couldn't shake it. I stopped asking questions and just decided to come home. I changed my return flight, landed at 9:30 p.m., and drove straight to my parents' house in the suburbs, where I had left my son, Noah, thinking he was safe with them. I used my key to open the front door quietly. The lights were on, and I could hear music loud enough to rattle the picture frames. I walked toward the sound, and that's when I saw them. My 30-year-old sister Vanessa, always the family favorite, was sitting on the couch with 3 of her friends. Wine bottles covered the coffee table. They were laughing, scrolling through their phones, oblivious to everything around them. Then I looked to my right, towards the corner of the room near the heating vent. Noah was lying on the floor on a thin blanket. No pillow. No real bedding. His cheeks were flushed bright red. And I could see sweat on his forehead from across the room. Next to him was a paper plate with the dried out macaroni and cheese that looked 3 days old. A plastic cup of water had tipped over, making a mess on the hardwood floor. I didn't say anything. I walked straight over to Noah, knelt down, and placed my hand on his forehead. He was burning up. His eyes fluttered open, unfocused, and glazed. "Mama," he whispered. His voice, so small and confused, nearly shattered me. I scooped him into my arms, and that's when Vanessa finally noticed me. She looked up from her phone, wine glass still in hand, and for a split second, I saw something flash across her face. Not fear. Not guilt. Just annoyance. "Oh, Natalie, you're back early," she said, flatly, like I had interrupted her favorite TV show. One of her friends giggled nervously. I didn't respond. I carried Noah out the front door, buckled him into my rental car, and drove him to the nearest emergency room. He had a 103 degrees fever. The ER doctor asked how long he'd been sick, and I had to admit, I didn't know. "He's been sick for at least 60 hours, the doctor said, looking at me with that look, the one healthcare workers get when they're deciding if they should ask more questions. Didn't someone notice? I explained I'd been overseas and that family was watching him. The doctor nodded slowly, made some notes, and then said, "I'm required by law to file a report with Child Protective Services. This is mandatory when we see possible neglect." I understood. I didn't argue, but my hand shook as I signed the discharge papers 3 hours later. By the time I got back to my parents' house, it was after 1:30 a.m. Vanessa's friends were gone. The house was quiet. I carried Noah inside, laid him on the couch, covered him with a clean blanket I found in the linen closet, and then I walked upstairs to check on Chloe's room. She was staying with her father for the month, but I had left all her things there, her bed, her toys, her little bookshelf full of picture books. I opened the door and stopped dead in my tracks. The room was completely different. Chloe's white bed frame with butterfly decals was gone. In its place was a toddler bed with a pink canopy. New toys filled the shelves. A framed photo on the wall showed Vanessa holding a little girl I didn't recognize. Every trace of my daughter was gone. I heard footsteps behind me. My mother was standing in the hallway in her bathrobe, arms crossed. "Natalie, honey, you're home," she said, softly, but with no warmth. "We thought you wouldn't be back until next week." "Where is Chloe's stuff?" I asked, barely above a whisper. "Where's everything?" I asked, barely able to keep my voice steady. My mother sighed like I was being unreasonable. "We talked about this, sweetie. Don't you remember? You said Vanessa could use the room while you were gone. She needed space for Madison." I was shocked. I never said that. I'd never say that. You must have forgotten. You were so busy with work. She turned and called down the stairs. Thomas. Please come up here. My father appeared at the top of the stairs, still wearing his reading glasses, holding a folder. Thomas Harper, 69, retired attorney, the man who taught me to ride a bike and helped me with my college applications. He looked at me with an expression I'd never seen before, calm, detached, almost clinical. Natalie, we should not do this tonight, he said, voice quiet but firm. You're tired. What's the point? I didn't back down. I want to know. What happened to my daughter's room? He opened the folder and pulled out a stack of papers. You signed an authorization form when you went to Dubai. Emergency medical authorization and temporary guardianship extension. It allowed your mother and me to make decisions for the children while you were away. Look. Here's your notarized signature. I stared at the document. The first page looked familiar. I remembered signing something when Noah got sick 3 years ago, and I had to travel for work. But the second page? The one that had all the legal language about extended guardianship and authority to modify living arrangements? I had never seen that before in my life. I didn't sign page 2. I said, frustration rising in my chest. It's the same document. My father replied, voice calm. One continuous form. Your signature covers the entire agreement. That's not true, and you know it. He didn't argue. He just pulled out another paper, this time with a court seal at the top. This is a temporary guardianship order given by the family court 7 months ago. It grants your mother and me joint legal custody of Noah, based on your voluntary consent while working overseas. I felt like the floor had been pulled out from under me. I never went to court. I never consented to any of this. The court treated your written authorization as consent, my father said, almost matter-of-factly. Everything was done legally, Natalie. We're not the enemy here. We're trying to provide stability for that boy. He continued, his voice still steady. I looked at my mother, then back at him, then back down at the paper in his hands. Noah was downstairs, still sick and weak. My daughter's room had been wiped clean. And now, I was being told I didn't have full custody of my own child. I'm taking him home with me, I said, turning toward the stairs. Natalie, stop. My father's voice was soft but firm. If you remove Noah from this residence without court approval, that's contempt of court. Do you have a lawyer? Do you have a long-term child care plan, or are you acting out of emotion right now? I stood frozen, my hand on the banister. My son was 18 feet away, and I couldn't move. My father stepped closer, speaking in that same measured, almost gentle tone. The court order also requires you to maintain the current living arrangement until a custody review hearing. Of course, you're welcome to visit anytime, daughter. We're not hiding him from you. We're just following the law. I left my parents' house that night without Noah. I had no choice. The moment my father showed me that court order, I realized I was trapped. If I took Noah, I'd be arrested for contempt of court. If I didn't, I was leaving him with the same people who had left him sick on the floor. I drove to a motel near the highway and sat in the parking lot until dawn, staring at my phone, trying to figure out my next move. By 6:30 a.m. I had compiled a list of every family law attorney within 60 miles. The first call I made was to Morrison & Associates, the largest family law firm in the county. The receptionist was polite but firm. I'm sorry, we don't currently have availability for new custody cases. Our calendar is full for the next quarter. I asked if they could recommend anyone else. She hesitated, then said, you might try Hamilton Legal Group. I called Hamilton Legal Group. They told me they didn't specialize in custody disputes. I pointed out that their website listed family law as a primary practice area. The man on the phone cleared his throat and said, we're restructuring that division. I can't take your case. He hung up before I could ask anything further. By the end of the first day, I had called 5 firms. Every single one had a reason why they couldn't help me. The caseload is too heavy. Or, it's not our specialty. Some even claimed conflict of interest. But none could explain why. On the third day, I expanded my search to firms an hour outside the city. 2 more refusals. One attorney started the consultation, asked my name, then abruptly realized he had a scheduling conflict and ended the call. By the 8th attempt, I was calling a small firm I had found on a legal directory website. The phone rang 5 times before a young woman answered. Hello, this is Emily from Brennan Law Office. I briefly explained my situation. Emily listened, took notes, and said that Mr. Cooper was in court but would call me back. 3 hours later, my phone rang. It was Emily again, but this time her voice was quieter, almost a whisper. "Miss Harper, I'm calling from my personal cell. I'm not supposed to do this, but I think you should know something." My stomach nodded as she continued. "When I told Mr. Cooper about your case and mentioned your father's name, he looked it up in our system. Then he told me to decline the case. When I asked why, he said he didn't want to explain, but I noticed him open the State Bar Association directory. Your father, Thomas Harper, is listed as a former senior partner at one of the largest firms in the state. He worked with half the judges in family court before retiring. Mr. Cooper said, and I quote, 'I'm not touching that case with an 18-FF pole.'" She paused. "Miss Harper, I doubt you'll be able to find a lawyer willing to represent you against your father. I'm very sorry." I thanked her before hanging up. I sat in that motel room, staring at the wall for what felt like hours. My father didn't need to threaten anyone. He didn't need to bribe anyone. His reputation alone was enough to shut every door in my face. If I wanted to fight back, I'd have to do it alone. I opened my laptop and started digging. I logged into my bank account and pulled up 20 months of transaction history. Every month, like clockwork, I transferred $4,200 to my mother's account with the note family support. I clicked through each transfer to see where the money went next. Within 36 hours of each deposit, the full amount was transferred from my mother's account to my father's. A day or two later, the money was transferred again, this time to Vanessa's account. I opened a spreadsheet and mapped it all out. Over the course of 20 months, $84,000 was transferred across 3 accounts. Then I checked Vanessa's social media to see what she had been spending it on. New furniture, a used SUV she posted about 7 months ago. Pictures of my parents' remodeled kitchen. A birthday party for Vanessa's daughter with a bounce house and catered food. I searched for anything at all, about Noah. There wasn't a single picture of him in 20 months. I pulled up the County Child Services website and submitted a records request for any reports filed at my address. 4 days later, I got a PDF with 6 separate reports, all filed anonymously. The first one was from 16 months ago. A caller reported concerns about a child living at the property. The mother was frequently absent, and it was unclear who was providing primary care. The second report, filed 13 months ago, came from an anonymous caller worried about a child crying late at night, unsure if the child was being properly supervised. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth reports were similar. Vague observations, no direct accusations, just enough to create a pattern. I read through each one carefully, and then I realized what my father had done. He'd been building a paper trail for over a year, documenting that I was an absent, unreliable mother. And because the reports were anonymous and unclear, there was nothing I could disprove. I looked at the bank transfers again, hoping to find something, anything, that crossed the line into real fraud. But the truth was, the money had been sent for family support. There was no contract that said the money was only for Noah. Legally, my parents could argue they used it to maintain Noah's living situation. I had no case. Not yet. Desperate, I opened a new browser tab and searched for Thomas Harper custody cases. I scrolled through pages of results, old legal blogs, court records, and then I found it. A 2016 post on a legal ethics forum titled, "Attorney Wins Unusual Custody Battle, Raises Questions About Legal System Manipulation." The article was vague, but it mentioned a family court case where a retired attorney had consulted on a custody plan that resulted in a woman losing her parental rights. The opposing attorney in that case was named Grant Caldwell. I wrote the name down in my notepad, underlined it twice, and was about to search for his contact information when I heard a knock on my motel room door. I peeked through the peephole. A woman in a gray pantsuit stood outside, holding a clipboard. I opened the door halfway. "I'm Diane Parker, a caseworker with Child Protective Services. We need to talk about some concerns that have been raised regarding your child." My blood ran cold. I stepped outside and slammed the door behind me. Diane didn't smile. She motioned to the parking lot. "Can we sit in my car and talk?" I followed her, and as we walked across the lot, I glanced toward the street. On the opposite side, a dark blue car was parked with its engine running. I immediately recognized it. It was my father's car, and I could see him sitting in the driver's seat, watching us. Diane opened her folder, took out a printed form, and started reading. "Several reports have been submitted showing that your son is experiencing withdrawal symptoms and signs of anxiety, especially in your presence. Given your recent extended absence and the concerns raised, we urge a psychological evaluation for the child before making any custody adjustments. We propose you continue the current guardianship agreement with your parents until the evaluation is complete. Diane scheduled the formal interview 4 days later at my parents' home. She said it would be less traumatic for Noah to do it in a familiar setting. I knew what that meant. She wanted to see Noah where he felt safe, which was not with me. I arrived at 9:30 a.m. and my mother opened the door with a forced smile. "Natalie, honey, come inside. Diane's already here." She led me to the living room where Diane sat on the couch with her clipboard, and Noah was on the floor with his back to me, playing with wooden blocks. I sat down in the chair Diane pointed to, about 8 feet away from my son. Diane looked at Noah and softly said, "Noah, your mom is here. Would you like to say hello?" Diane asked, looking at Noah. He glanced over his shoulder at me, then turned back to his blocks. He didn't say anything. Diane jotted down a note. My chest tightened, but I forced myself to stay calm. "Hey, buddy," I said softly. "I missed you." Noah didn't answer, just kept stacking another block on his tower. Diane wrote something else down. The interview went on for 50 minutes. She asked about my work schedule, my plans for long-term daycare, and where I was living. I told her I was staying in a motel temporarily while I looked for an apartment. She asked if I had a job lined up now that I was back from Dubai. I told her I was talking to my company about a local position. She asked how often I'd communicated with Noah while I was gone. I said, every day by video call, except for the last 4 days when my sister said he was unavailable. Diane nodded and made a note, but I could tell she was processing it a certain way. Long absence, temporary housing, no stable work, and the child was distant. Then Diane turned to Noah and asked him directly, "Do you feel comfortable here with Grandma and Grandpa?" He nodded. "Do you like living here?" He nodded again. "Do you miss your mom when she's not here?" Noah looked at me for the first time, his expression unreadable, then turned back to Diane and shrugged. She wrote it down. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell her my son was traumatized, that he'd been neglected, and that, of course, he was withdrawn and confused. But I knew if I showed any emotion, it would be marked as instability. So, I sat there, hands folded in my lap, and answered every question as calmly as I could. When the interview was over, Diane closed her folder and stood up. "Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Harper. I'll recommend Noah get a full psychological evaluation with a licensed child therapist. The process will take about 3 weeks. Once we have the results, we can revisit the custody arrangement." She turned to leave, but then paused. "In the meantime, it's in Noah's best interest to maintain stability. I'm sure you understand." I understood all right. I was being painted as the disruptive force in my own son's life. 4 days later, my father called and asked me to attend a family meeting at St. Mary's Church. He said it would be good for everyone to talk openly, that the pastor had offered to mediate, and that a few close family friends would be there to support us. I should have known better, but a part of me still hoped this was a genuine attempt to fix things. I arrived at the church at 7:30 p.m., and walked into the small conference room next to the chapel. My parents were already there, along with Vanessa, Pastor Jonathan Pierce, 2 longtime neighbors I'd known since childhood, and a local businessman who'd worked with my father years ago. 9 people sat in a circle, waiting for me. Pastor Jonathan Pierce started with a prayer. Then my father stood up. He looked tired, older, and when he spoke, his voice cracked with what sounded like real pain. "First and foremost, I want to say I love my daughter. I've always loved Natalie, and I always will. But right now, my primary concern is my grandson. Natalie has been under an enormous amount of stress. Working overseas, trying to manage everything from thousands of miles away, it's taken a toll. I don't blame her for that. But that little boy needs consistency. He needs to know where he'll sleep at night. Who's going to make him breakfast? Who's going to be there when he wakes up from a nightmare? Carol and I can provide that right now. We're not trying to take Noah away from his mother. We're just trying to give him the stable foundation he deserves." My mom dabbed at her eyes with a tissue. Vanessa sat next to her, arms crossed, staring down at her hands like she was the one suffering. Pastor Jonathan Pierce nodded sympathetically and turned to me. "Natalie, we're all here because we care about you. No one's judging you, but we need to think about what's best for Noah." One of the neighbors, Mrs. Gallagher, spoke up. "Honey, maybe it would help if you took some time to get back on your feet. Find a stable job, get a place to live. When you're ready, you can take him back. The other neighbor agreed. We just want to support you, Natalie. That's all. I looked around the room at these people who'd watched me grow up, and I realized none of them would believe me. My father had framed it perfectly. I wasn't the victim. I was the struggling single mother who needed help, and they were the loving family who was just trying to keep things together. I tried to speak, tried to explain what had really happened. But every word sounded defensive, emotional, and unstable. After 25 minutes, I stopped trying. I stood up, thanked Pastor Jonathan Pierce for his time, and walked out. No one followed me. I sat in my car in the church parking lot, feeling the full weight of my isolation. I had no lawyer, no allies, no credibility. My father had turned the entire community against me without saying a single harsh word. I pulled out my phone and searched for Grant Caldwell's contact information. It took me 25 minutes to find the phone number for his practice. I called and got his voicemail. My voice shook as I left the message. Hello, Mr. Caldwell. My name is Natalie Harper. I am Thomas Harper's daughter. I believe my father is doing to me what he did to your client 17 years ago. I'm not sure who else to call. If you get this message, please call me back. I need help. I didn't expect to hear from him, but 3 hours later, my phone rang. Miss Harper, this is Grant Caldwell. I received your message. His voice was calm, measured, the voice of someone who'd been through this before. I've been waiting for this call for a long time. I burst into tears and told him everything. The court order. The CPS reports. The family meeting. All of it. Grant listened without interrupting. And when I finished, he said, I want you to meet me tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. I'll text you the address. And, Miss Harper, I need to tell you something before we meet. 17 years ago, I represented Elena Ramirez. Your father helped her ex-husband's family take her son using the same tactics he's currently using against you. We lost the case. Elena never got her kid back, but this time we're not going to lose. I wiped my eyes and managed to say, thank you. Then I asked the question I was terrified to hear the answer to. Mr. Caldwell, how many others were there? There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Grant spoke, his voice was quieter. I know of 6 families. Your father doesn't do this for money. He doesn't do it out of malice. He truly believes he's protecting children from women he has determined are unworthy. That's what makes him so dangerous. Miss Harper. He believes he's doing the right thing. I met Grant Caldwell at his office the next morning. He was in his early 60s, with gray hair and piercing eyes, and didn't waste time on small talk. Before we discuss strategy, there's someone I want you to meet, he said, driving me 25 minutes outside the city to a small house with a tidy front yard. A woman answered the door, her face etched with years of exhaustion. This is Elena Ramirez. Grant explained. She invited us in, brewed coffee, and then sat across from me at her kitchen table, telling me her story. Elena's ex-husband's family sought custody of their child 17 years ago. They hired my father as a consultant. Thomas wasn't their primary attorney, but he provided strategic advice. Elena revealed everything, documents she didn't remember signing, anonymous CPS reports claiming she was unstable, and a family meeting at a church where everyone urged her to do what was best for the child. The court granted a temporary guardianship order. Then it became permanent. Elena lost her son when he was 7 years old. She hasn't seen him since. Your father never broke the law, she explained calmly. He just knew exactly how to use it, and he's very good at convincing people he's saving children. Her eyes welled up with tears. I'll testify. Whatever you need, we'll end this now. Grant revealed that Thomas had done this for 6 families over 17 years. He wasn't practicing law anymore, but he offered advice to families who wanted to remove children from moms he thought were unfit. Single mothers. Mothers who worked too much. Mothers who didn't fit his definition of traditional family stability. He truly believes he's doing the right thing. Grant said that's why he's never been caught. He isn't motivated by money or malice. He's motivated by ideology. I left Elena's house with a witness and a timeline, but I wanted something more tangible. Something illegal. 3 days later, I tried to enroll Noah in a state medical assistance program since I'd lost my overseas income. I filled out the online application, entered Noah's details, and hit submit. The screen flashed a red error. This child is already enrolled under another applicant. I stared at the notice before calling the help desk. The representative reviewed the system and said, "It appears Vanessa Reed claimed the child as a dependent. SNAP benefits have been credited to that account for the past 9 months." I hung up and immediately logged into the state benefits portal with the credentials they provided. There it was. Vanessa had applied for food assistance with Noah as her dependent, collecting $420 a month for 9 months, totaling $3,780. Then, I remembered something. Last time I visited my parents' house, I had seen papers on the kitchen table. I drove there when no one was home, let myself in with my key, and found Vanessa's tax return from earlier that year. She'd claimed Noah as a dependent and received the full child tax credit, another $3,500. I snapped photos of every page with my phone, and then checked her bank statements, which were all in the same pile. SNAP deposits were clear as day, going directly into her personal account. I called Grant immediately. He described it as both federal benefit fraud and identity fraud. "This is no longer a family dispute, Natalie. This is a crime." That afternoon, we met with a pro bono attorney. Grant knew a woman named Isabel Torres, who specialized in family law and had no connection to my father. We spent 3 days drafting an emergency motion to restore full custody. The evidence package was extensive, including welfare fraud documentation with a case number from my state report, medical neglect records from the ER, Elena's written witness statement, my bank records showing fund misuse, a timeline of the 6 anonymous CPS reports, and a preliminary analysis of the signature on the guardianship document. We filed on Friday afternoon at 3:30. The clerk confirmed the emergency hearing was scheduled for the following Wednesday, 8 working days away. I left the courthouse, and 45 minutes later, my phone rang. It was my dad. His voice was no longer calm. It was shaking. "Natalie, what are you doing? Do you know what you're doing? You're wrecking the family." I didn't respond. He kept talking, asking me to meet him and stop before I made things worse. I hung up. My phone rang again immediately. This time, Vanessa was sobbing. "Natalie, please. I will fix everything. I will pay it back. Just drop the case. Please don't do this to us." I blocked her number and turned my phone off. The week leading up to the hearing felt like the longest 8 days of my life. My phone rang constantly. Vanessa called from different numbers, crying, begging me to drop the case. My mom left voicemails saying I was tearing the family apart and that I'd regret it forever. But I also started noticing cracks in my father's carefully constructed wall. 4 days before the hearing, Elena Ramirez posted something on a local Facebook page. She didn't mention my father specifically, but she wrote about losing her child 17 years ago to a retired attorney who had manipulated the family court system. The post went viral. Hundreds of people shared it. Pastor Jonathan Pierce, who had mediated that disastrous family meeting, stopped returning my father's calls. Then, the day before the hearing, one of the community leaders who had attended the church meeting messaged me privately. "If you need me to testify about what I saw, I will." Sofia Delgado was the judge assigned to the case. Grant found out she had only been appointed 3 years ago, long after my father retired. She didn't know him. The hearing was held on Wednesday morning in a small courtroom on the 3rd floor of the county courthouse. My father sat across from me, with an expensive attorney he'd hired from Philadelphia. Vanessa sat next to him, hands clasped, eyes swollen from crying. My mom wasn't there. My attorney, Isabel Torres, took the stand and started presenting the facts in order. First, a medical specialist reviewed Noah's emergency room records from the night I brought him in. The doctor testified that he had been sick for at least 60 hours, had a dangerously high fever, and that the delay in treatment was a clear case of medical neglect. Then a financial analyst presented the welfare fraud documents, including $7,280 in illegal benefits, SNAP deposits, tax returns, and government portal records, all showing Vanessa had falsely claimed my son as her dependent. Then Elena Ramirez took the stand. She was calm, composed, and told her story just as it had happened. Manipulated documents, anonymous reports, a court order that took her son, and Thomas Harper guiding the family at every stage. My father's attorney objected twice, but the judge overruled him both times. When Elena finished, I took the stand and walked through the entire timeline. From the moment I came home and found Noah sick to the court order my father used to trap me. Thomas's attorney stood up and claimed this was a family dispute, a misunderstanding, and that Vanessa had made an innocent mistake with the benefits paperwork. But he couldn't explain Elena's testimony. He couldn't explain the pattern. He couldn't explain the criminal fraud. Judge Delgado called for a 90-minute recess. When she returned, the courtroom was silent. She read her decision without looking up. Natalie Harper was granted full custody immediately. Vanessa Reed was ordered to repay $7,280 and was prohibited from having any contact with the child. Thomas Harper was also barred from contact pending further investigation. Child Protective Services was instructed to open an official welfare fraud investigation. The judge closed the folder, looked directly at my father, and said, "Mr. Harper, you used your legal knowledge to harm your own daughter. That behavior has no place in this courtroom or in society." My father stared ahead, his face blank. And for the first time in my life, I saw him utterly powerless. Vanessa's conviction came 4 months later. 16 months probation, 180 hours of community service, and full restitution. Thomas was never charged criminally, but the Bar Association opened an investigation into his past consultancy work. People who once respected him now crossed the street to avoid him. 7 months after the hearing, I moved with Noah to a town 2.5 hours away, where no one knew my family's name. Noah started kindergarten that fall. His teacher told me he was doing well, making friends, smiling more. I found a job with a local supply chain company that offered consistent hours and nice perks. We rented a small house with a backyard just big enough for a swing set. One afternoon, I opened my mailbox to find a card from Elena Ramirez. Inside, she had written just 4 words. "Thank you. You accomplished what I couldn't." I stood in the driveway holding that card, realizing I hadn't only fought for myself. I had fought for her, too. That evening, as I watched Noah play in the backyard, I knelt down beside him and said, "You're safe now, buddy. Nobody will ever steal you from me again." He smiled and returned to his toys. As the sun set, I walked back inside, shut the door to our new home, and said goodbye to the past and my family forever. My family called me Mud Girl for years. At 11:25 p.m., on New Year's Eve, Dad screamed into the phone, "Where the hell are you?" I answered calmly, "Did the family enjoy my gift?" 4 minutes later, the box opened, the screen lit up, and my sister screamed, "Oh my God. We're done." At midnight on New Year's Eve, my sister's scream broke through the music and champagne. "Oh my God, we're done." My mother struck the marble floor like a sack of bricks. My father stood still, his face as white as the arid sand outside. 4 minutes before, he'd been yelling into the phone, "Blair, where the hell are you?" I answered calmly and clearly, "Did the family enjoy my gift?" My name is Blair Harrington. I'm 29 and own a high-end ceramic business in Phoenix. To the Harringtons of North Scottsdale, Arizona's most powerful real estate family, I've always been the failure who makes a living playing in the dirt. They spent years telling me that I would never measure up to my brother, the CFO, or my perfect sister. What they didn't realize was that for the past 4 years, I had been discreetly observing every dime they tried to hide from me. That one box arrived at precisely 11:25 p.m. The events of December 30th changed everything. And it all began 12 days earlier, when I returned home early to help with the largest New Year's Eve party the desert had ever seen, hoping that this year would be different. If you've ever had a family that looked down on you for following your own path, please share your tale in the comments. Where are you watching from? I read each one. Keep an eye on what happens next. Even I couldn't have predicted it. 12 days before New Year's Eve, my mother's SMS message remained unanswered on my phone. "Come home early, Blair. This party will be the biggest yet. Everyone from the shore to the canyons, I need you." It was the first time in years she had sought for help in such a desperate manner. I stared at the screen in my studio, surrounded by half-glazed vases while waiting for the kiln. Perhaps this was her way of expressing that things could change. So I packed a duffel bag with a few changes of clothes, wrapped the handmade pottery piece I'd been saving for Dad, a sleek obsidian bowl carved with saguaro silhouettes, and started my ancient Jeep. The trip from Phoenix to North Scottsdale took just under 2.25 hours, with the Superstition Mountains receding in the background as the sprawl gave way to gated residences and golf course greens. By late afternoon, I had turned onto the long gravel path bordered with ironwood trees, the sun setting low and leaving the desert horizon a blaze of orange. The home stood out like a fortress of glass and stone, its flat roof merging into the McDowell Peaks. Even from the gate, I could see the preparations in full swing, khaki-clad crews hanging LED lights along the infinity pool edge, a leased pyrotechnics scaffold rising near the outdoor amphitheater, and big white tents coming up on the back grass to accommodate the overflow crowd. It wasn't just a celebration. It was the Harrington's annual show of power, attracting developers from Los Angeles, financiers from Dallas, and every branch of the family tree that mattered. I parked beside the 7-car garage, got my purse and the covered bowl, and proceeded to the front doors. They flew open before I knocked, and there stood Rosa, our housekeeper of 15 years, her apron powdered with flour from whatever she was doing in the kitchen. "Miss Blair, look at yourself. It has been too long." She drew me into a short hug, her silver cross necklace cooling against my cheek. Rosa had always been the one bright spot, sneaking me extra tamale when Mom wasn't looking and asking genuine questions about my latest glazing experiments. "Your mother is out back with the event coordinator. Come inside." "Come inside." I walked into the chilly marble foyer. The air was perfumed with fresh sage from the diffusers and something zesty baking somewhere deep within the house. The location had been updated again. New abstract desert artworks adorn the walls. A big copper chandelier over the stairs, perhaps more expensive than my annual rent. It struck me like it always does. This was riches created through land deals and luxury flips, with every square foot shouting control. But I suppressed the thought, concentrating on the bowl in my hands. Perhaps Dad would finally grip it and feel the weight of the clay I had thrown myself. Rosa walked me through the living room, past floor-to-ceiling windows that framed the saguaros in the back. Voices came from the kitchen. Planners issuing orders for ice sculptures and caviar stations. Mom arrived from the hallway, clipboard in hand, her blonde bob as flawless as ever, dressed in white linen as if she were ready to pose for party photos. "Blair, you made it." No hug, just a cursory scan of my pants and linen shirt, as if she were pricing an open home. "Guest suites are ready in the East Wing. Your previous room is being renovated into a home gym. We need the room for the trainers to enter." The words landed like gravel beneath tires. That room had been mine for 18 years. I painted the walls terracotta myself. Shelves filled with my first crooked cups from high school pottery class. Now it was simply space. I swallowed the lump in my throat. "That sounds practical." "Mom. I brought something for Dad." He had hoped to see it before the turmoil began. She scarcely glanced at the wrapped package. "He's in his study with Robert and the others, preparing the numbers for the toast speech. If you have to interrupt someone, make it brief." Her tone was businesslike, similar to how she dealt with contractors who underbid. I nodded and moved down the corridor, the bowl heavy in my arms. The study door was ajar, with a sliver of warm lamplight streaming out and faint murmurs echoing through the opening. I raised my hand to knock, but my father's words silenced me. "Blair needs to confront the reality. Her mud pastime earns her only a few $1,000s per month, if that. We are doing this for her own good." My breath caught. I froze. My hand hovering above the bowl. Suddenly feeling like lead. Through the gap. I could see them. My father, Billy, is sitting back in his leather chair, his silver hair reflecting the light from the desk lamp. My mother, Kathy, sat on the armrest, her clipboard forgotten. My brother, Robert, 36, who is already the company's CFO, is typing numbers onto a tablet. My 3-year-old sister, Madeline, is a real estate attorney who closes every deal with a smile and signature. And across from them was a man in a pristine suit who I didn't recognize. They had brought in a financial expert from Denver, and his briefcase was filled with spreadsheets. "It's great time," Robert murmured, his voice as silky as the scotch swirling in his glass. New Year's Eve, a packed house, aunts, uncles, and the entire network. Billy offers a message about family unity. Then we pivot. Show her the projections. Her studio versus an actual entry-level position at Harrington Properties. Entry-level marketing. 82,000 base and perks. She signs the relinquishment directly in front of everybody. Dad nodded, steepling his fingers. Exactly. The intervention was scripted. "Kathy, you handle the emotional aspect. Express concern for her future. Make it sound like tough love." Mom leaned down. Her voice just gentle enough to sell it. "We'll admit we've been worried for years about her wasting her business degree on crafts, but we're here to help her get back on track." The advisor cleared his throat and flipped a page. "Based on her apartment size and the fact that she has no visible assets, she is financially secure. She makes no more than $42,000 every year. Compare this to corporate stability. She will see reason. Furthermore, the trust transferred $31.5 million into the Cayman vehicle by the end of the quarter, so protecting the main holdings from instability." He looked at Robert, who was smirking at Blair's instability. You don't want her suing for a bigger portion when she finally wakes up. Madeline laughed sharply and brightly. Oh, please remember Thanksgiving. She shows up in her thrift shop caftan, discussing her glaze firing schedule as if it were a board meeting. If we don't intervene now, she will bring the whole name down. The Whitman's girl was recently promoted to partner at her firm, and our sister's finger painting pots are available on Etsy. My kneecaps buckled. I squeezed against the wall, holding the bowl to my chest like a shield. They were not simply dismissing my effort. They were erasing me. The relinquishment meant signing away any claim to the family trust, which Dad had promised would be divided equally when we all turned 30. And the Cayman transfer, which concealed assets abroad right under my nose. For years, I thought something was wrong with Dad's refusal to answer inquiries concerning estate planning. But this was thievery disguised as protection. Safeguarding against the daughter who dared to create rather than finish deals. Dad's voice became lower. Once she signs, we proceed quickly. Rosa clears up the old room that night. Tools, sketches, everything goes into storage or donation. No more half measures. She either commits or goes away clean. The room became silent as glasses clinked in agreement. Madeline raised hers. To new beginnings for all of us. Heat swamped my face, and a roar rose in my ears. 31.5 million. My inheritance was siphoned away because I chose clay over contracts. The bowl dropped from my limp fingers and thudded quietly on the rug. I caught it just in time, but the noise was sufficient. A chair scratched inside. Panic rose. I couldn't face them, not in this state, with the truth burning holes in my chest. Backing away, silent as a shadow, I turned and slid down the hall past the kitchen, where Rosa buzzed over empanadas, unconcerned. My bag was still at the front door. I grabbed it, opened the massive oak door, and stepped into the cold desert night. The Jeep's motor revved up, soft lighting cutting through the dusk as I eased down the road. No goodbyes, no explanations, just the sound of tires on blacktop propelling me back toward Phoenix. The dish remained wrapped on the passenger seat, like a deceit I couldn't unravel. I pulled over at the first rest station off the I-10, my hands shaking too much to continue driving. The engine clicked as it cooled under a star-filled sky. I killed the headlights and finally let the tears flow. Lauren picked up on the second ring. Blair, it's 2:18 inches the morning. Where are you now? I could scarcely talk. They are utterly cutting me out in public. New Year's Eve. She did not waste time seeking comfort. Explain exactly what you heard. I repeated each word. The disinheritance documents, the $31.5 million deposited into the trust, and the gym conversion. There was silence on her end. Then you still have the forensic files. 4 years ago, just after Dad misplaced a folder of trust paperwork I needed for my taxes, I engaged a modest accounting firm in Tempe. They had been giving me copies ever since. Bank transfers, shell company ledgers, and communications between Robert and his advisor. 68% of the puzzle was already in my safe. Lauren's voice reassured me. You are 50 minutes from the studio. Get home. We finish this. I wiped my face, restarted the car, and merged back onto the deserted interstate. When I rolled up the metal gate, the warehouse district was completely quiet. I turned on the work lights. Rows of shelves blazed, with empty spaces where components had been transported weeks earlier. A solitary kiln still radiated heat from the day's fire. The area smelled like silica, and success, not defeat. I kicked off my shoes and walked directly to the office corner. The safe was behind a stack of blank slabs. The combination turned, and the door swung open. 3 hefty expandable folders, 3 encrypted drives, and a printed chronology that I highlighted with red pen. I lay out everything on the large table where I generally trim bowls. Bank statements showed transfers that began 18 months ago. Round numbers, always on Fridays, always routed via the Cayman Islands. Emails from Robert to the advisor. Make certain Blair never sees these. A draft of the new trust amendment. With my name crossed out in black pen. I opened my laptop and pulled up the studio's actual numbers, something my family had never requested. Last fiscal year's gross was $940,000. This year, private commissions from collectors in Dubai and London, as well as half of San Francisco's tech wives, are expected to total $1.62 million. I kept all cash flow quiet because I didn't need their consent. The clock on the wall indicated 3:26 a.m. 9 days until the party. 9 days to cover the final 30% of the gaps, tie up any loose ends, and package everything in a way they'd never forget. I brewed strong enough coffee to remove the coating and began making calls. Quiet ones. The forensic accountant responded on the first ring. He had been waiting. A tax attorney whom I had met at a gallery opening owed me a favor. By morning, I had appointments scheduled and a delivery service hired on December 30th. I stood in the center of the studio, letting light in through the tall windows. The shelves may appear empty to them, but every missing vase and sold-out collection had paid for the evidence now strewn over the table. They wanted to prove that I was broken. I was going to prove the opposite and bring the entire house of cards down with me. The decision sank into my chest like a perfectly centered lump of clay. No more hoping for a change. No more questioning my worth. They had drawn a line in the sand. I was going to bury them in it. The next morning, I was already sitting in my tax attorney's downtown office. Mason donned the same navy suit he had worn the night we met at an opening in Scottsdale. He moved a fresh legal pad on the glass table. "Show me what you have." I emptied 3 files and 3 discs in front of him. He whistled lowly. "You were not kidding. This is a federal lawsuit wrapped up in a bow." We spent 4 hours cross-referencing each transfer. He highlighted the remaining missing items, 2 wire confirmations, and the signed amendment page that kept me locked out. His paralegal retrieved them from public records before noon. By 2:18, the binder was 218 pages thick, tabbed, highlighted, and notarized in triplicate. The bundle now includes 3 encrypted USBs, 1 master and 2 backups. Mason leaned back. "Are you certain you want to deliver this on the 30th at 11:25 sharp?" I said, just before the countdown. He did not argue. The next destination was the South Phoenix custom wood shop where I had previously made gallery crates, the owner owing me $12,500 for the work last spring. I drew a box on butcher paper. Black walnut, blind dovetails, and brass hinges. The Harrington crest is laser etched on the lid. The interior is lined in black suede, with a recessed compartment for the binder and a velvet tray for the drives. He promised completion in 6 days, and a discreet white glove delivery on the 30th. I paid cash and departed. I returned to the studio and opened the group chat that I'd maintained since college. Lauren, Jordan, Isabel, and Nolan were the 4 people that never considered my work a hobby. I typed I need the Red Rock house in Sedona for New Year's Eve. There are no more than 12 of us. Lauren quickly replied, "Money is no object. You already booked it last month when you mentioned leaving your family. You are welcome." Jordan sent the champagne emoji. Isabel removed the VBO link. Nolan simply wrote, "We've got your back constantly. I hired private chefs, a mixologist, and a local band that performed desert rock under the stars." The home included a heated infinity pool overlooking the canyons and enough bedrooms so that no one had to share. I paid the entire sum up front, no cancellations. Night fell. The warehouse lights buzzed overhead as I sat at the glazing table, holding a single sheet of heavy cream stock and my beloved fountain pen. I wrote slowly. Each letter deliberate. Billy, Kathy, Robert, and Madeline, you've spent years telling me I'm never enough. Tonight, you'll realize how much enough actually costs. The originals have already been submitted to the IRS and the family trust attorney. You're holding copies. Happy New Year. There will not be another one from me. Blair. I blotted the ink, folded the page once, and placed it in a matching cream envelope. Seal it with red wax and the same crest that will be burned into the box lid. I walked the floor one final time, running my fingers along the chilly racks. The kiln ticked as it cooled after the final test burning. Every instrument was in its place, and every surface had been scrubbed clean. The studio had never looked more ready. I placed the envelope on top of the binder, closed the suede flap, and secured the prototype box that the woodworker had delivered that afternoon. It weighed exactly 13 pounds, weighty enough to feel like judgment. For the first time in years, my hands did not shake. Each step had fallen precisely where it needed to. The clay was centered, the walls were drawn up, and the rim was polished clean. All that was left was the flames. I switched off the lights, set my alarm, and strolled out into the warm desert night. 9 days seemed like plenty. New Year's Eve has arrived. Back at the house on Cactus Road, the desert mansion shone like a mirage against a black and starry sky. A convoy of black SUVs and white Rolls-Royces crawled up the half-mile driveway, headlights sweeping across saguaros lit with tiny white lights. Valettes in pristine white coats dashed between automobiles, the doors slamming in perfect time. A crimson carpet stretched from the vehicle court to the double-height bronze doors, flanked on either side by towering torches that hissed and flashed in the crisp December air. The temperature inside was adjusted to 72 degrees, yet the energy felt volcanic. The DJ, who had flown in from Los Angeles, stood on a high platform of smoked mirror, his white headphones flashing, and dropped a unique remix that made the crystal chandeliers tremble. 3 bars burned like altars. One poured only 1,998 Dom Perignon from Jeroboam's. Another offered aged Japanese whiskey in hand-cut glasses. The third mixed cocktails smoked with dry ice and flashed neon under blacklight. Women dressed in liquid gold and midnight sequins swirled across the acrylic floor that covered the infinity pool. Every step created ripples of colored light beneath their heels. Kathy glided through the crowd like royalty, her gold silk column gown catching every strobe and the diamonds at her throat scattering light like paparazzi flashes. She laughed too loudly, touched too many arms, and spoke the same thing to each new face. The biggest party we've ever thrown. Everyone who cares is present tonight. Billy stood beneath the big iron chandelier in the cigar club, Cuban smoke swirling around his head, promising first look offers at the Dubai Marina and the Vegas high-rise. Robert worked the investors in his midnight blue peak lapel tuxedo, voice slick and eyes ready for the next handshake. Madeline posed on the great stairs with her influencer pack, phone held high, and diamond choker flashing every time the ring light went off. An 82-inch screen dominated the far wall above the double-sided fireplace, displaying slow-motion drone footage of the mansion at dusk. The countdown clock beneath it showed 11:24 p.m. when the front doors opened for the last time. A messenger in a tailored black suit and white glove went inside, carrying a single object. A black walnut box with sparkling brass hinges and the Harrington crest laser-etched dead center on its lid. Security recognized the pre-approved vendor code and waved him right through. He placed the box on the white marble console behind an 8-foot arrangement of white flowers, and Victor Proctor bowed once before disappearing. Kathy noticed it immediately. Her smile became sharper. Oh my goodness, everyone looks. Our tiny Potter has finally remembered us. She clapped her manicured hands, as if she had just won something. Blair sent a gift. The phone rose in a wave. She carried the box to the center of the living room, heels clicking, and placed it on the ottoman as if it were a trophy. Madeline grabbed the thick cream ribbon. Probably another lopsided bowl to hide in the guest bathroom. She yanked. The lid was lifted with a soft magnetic sigh. Charcoal suede lining, a cream envelope sealed with red wax, a black binder with 218 pages, and 3 matte black USB drives nestled in velvet. Robert rolled his eyes, already half drunk from victory. $10 says it's a sob story video pleading to return home. He grabbed one drive and inserted it into the media hub beneath the screen. The drone footage disappeared. During the surprise presentation, the room lights dimmed automatically. Page 1 filled the wall with crisp 4K wire confirmation. The Grand Cayman account holds $31,500,000 US. Page 2, email thread titled Finalize Removal of BH before 12/30. Page 3, Trust Amendment, with Billy and Robert's signatures in bold blue. Page 4 of IRS. Form 211. Whistleblower acknowledgement. Stamped received. The music continued to play for 5 seconds before being turned off. Silence came down like a guillotine. Madeline's scream broke through the silence. Oh my God, we're screwed. Her champagne flute dropped from manicured fingertips and shattered into 1,000 crystal pieces on the travertine. She gazed at the television, as if it was going to bite her. Kathy took a step back, her gold gown now too tight. Her kneecaps buckled. 2 hedge fund spouses reacted too late. Her head smacked the ottoman corner with a dull thump, and hands grabbed her shoulders. Someone shouted for ice. Billy stood firm, face the color of printer paper, eyes fixed on his own signature, blown out 10 feet wide. The vein in his temple was throbbing so intensely that it looked like it would burst. He opened his mouth. Nothing came out. Mason had created a 45-second loop specifically for this point, so the screen cycled automatically. Account names, transfer dates, the advisor's notes, the line that read, submitted to Internal Revenue Service, Criminal Investigation Division. A tech millionaire in the back said, "That's felony stuff." His wife had already recorded everything on her phone. Robert went for the remote, tripping over Madeline's discarded heels and sending it skittering across the floor. He scrambled after it on all fours as the loop continued to roll. Guests took a step back, creating a perfect circle of judgment. Madeline turned toward the nearest exit, which was blocked by a wall of tuxedos and sequins. Every phone was aimed at her like a weapon. Her mascara began to fall in lovely black rivers. Kathy awoke on the floor, gasping, gripping Billy's ankle. He finally discovered his voice. Raw and raspy. "Turn it off. For the love of God, turn it off." A staff member yanked the drive, But the film had already been automatically uploaded to 34 private stories, and one highly public Dropbox link. The countdown clock reached 11 hours 59 minutes and 40 seconds. Nobody walked toward the terrace for the $48,000 fireworks display. The desert wind rocked the 42-foot glass walls. 80 of Arizona's most powerful people stood still, watching the Harrington Empire crumble in real time. And 2.25 hours north, beneath a different sky, I raised my glass to the moon and waited for the phones to start ringing. My phone began exploding at 11:56 p.m., just 4 minutes before the world turned upside down for them. I was standing barefoot on the warm sandstone patio of the Sedona villa. Red rock spires shined blood orange beneath the moonlight. The infinity pool glowed turquoise, reflecting 1,000 fairy lights placed amongst the mesquite trees. Our private chef had just finished the final dish of caviar spoons and gold leaf-dusted chocolate spheres, and the mixologist was free-pouring 2009 crystal into vintage coupe glasses that reflected the light like prisms. Madeline's name came up first, with a contact photo of her from 5 years ago, grinning in a bikini on a yacht. I allowed it to ring until voicemail swallowed it. Robert's followed 30 seconds later. The same fate. Kathy's call came next, her face locked in a Botox-enhanced smile from some charity ball. I did nothing more than watch the screen pulse on the teak table. Billy's name appeared last. There's no photo, just the word DAD in all caps. I swiped, tapped the speaker, and held the phone up so that everyone on the terrace could hear. Lauren, Jordan, Isabel, Nolan, and the rest of our 12-member chosen family formed a loose semicircle behind me. Champagne flutes stopped halfway to their mouths. The roar that emanated from the speaker almost blew it out. Blair, you insane, ungrateful little, he said, words I'd never heard from him before. The terrace fell silent, but for the slight beat of the band inside warming up for the countdown. Someone behind me truly laughed, with a harsh bark that resonated off the canyon walls. Kathy's voice came in next, high-pitched and crackling. Baby, please pick up. Please come home. We can call it a hoax. We can fix anything. You are still our daughter. Madeline yelled at her. Raw and wild. You are envious and talentless, and you have just ruined everything we fought for. Robert tried the methodical approach, his voice quivering with barely controlled terror. Every major corporation in the country is already writing cease and desist orders. You will be in federal jail by the spring. Billy returns, colder now, as the businessman attempts to bargain. Name your phone number. $12 million. $25 million. Whatever it takes to make this vanish. I waited till the commotion at the other end ran out of air. The wind from the canyon conveyed the aroma of juniper and freedom. I brought the phone closer to my mouth and spoke slowly and clearly. Arctic, listen to me because this is the last time you'll ever hear my voice. The Harrington family perished the instant the box was opened. Not wounded, not asleep, but dead and buried. I saved every transfer, email, and bogus page. The IRS possesses the originals. Your partners have the copies. There is no negotiating table. There is no fix. There are no more daughters. No more sister. There is no longer safety net. You are now strangers. And strangers do not get second chances. Kathy cried incoherently about grandchildren she would never meet. Madeline screamed that I'd burn in hell. Robert threatened to reveal my studio's finances, as if I had anything left to conceal. Billy tried one last time, his voice trembling. You will regret this for the rest of your life. I smiled at the moon. No, you will. I ended the call. The screen turned black. I turned off the phone fully, pried out the SIM card with my thumbnail, and tossed it into the water. It faded with a faint plink, absorbed by turquoise light. Lauren's eyes shone as she handed me a fresh flute. The band leader counted us in from behind the glass doors. 10, 9, 8. We shouted the numbers together, our voices echoing off Cathedral Rock. At 3 p.m., our special pyrotechnic team detonated the first shell. The sky erupted in gold waterfalls, violet chrysanthemums, and red hearts that grew and dripped like slow fire. The canyon sides turned molten crimson, then gold, and finally white. Nolan put both arms around my shoulders, yelling something cheerful that I couldn't understand over the thunder. Isabel plunged into the pool clad in sequins that flashed like fish scales. Jordan's drone captured everything in 4K, with no audience except us. I raised my glass to the explosions above and drank till the bubbles burnt my throat. The champagne tasted of victory, oxygen, and the first day of the rest of my life. Much later, When the fires in the outdoor pits had died down and the others had gone inside to rest on sectionals and guest beds, I remained on the terrace alone. The canyons were silent again, ancient and unmoving. I leaned against the warm stone railing and murmured softly into the darkness, only the desert could hear. Happy New Year, Harringtons. Enjoy the consequences. 5 months later, the first certified letter from the IRS arrived on the marble console in the foyer of the Cactus Road home. The return address stated, U.S. Department of the Treasury, Large Business and International Division. Billy signed with a nervous hand. Inside, a notice of insufficiency for $31.5 million in undeclared offshore income. Penalty, 80% fraud assessment, plus compounded interest. The sum owed is $23,980,000 and change. Payment deadline, 100 days. 18 days later, the Dubai Sovereign Fund terminated the joint venture letter of intent for the new marina resort. A single-line email. In view of current regulatory concerns, we are withdrawing. The Vegas group responded 48 hours later, citing reputational risks. 2 projects, totaling $460 million in potential earnings, disappeared suddenly. Robert served as CFO for exactly 11 more days. The board held an emergency session and voted him out unanimously. Security let him out of the building with a banker's box and his Harvard diploma. For weeks, his LinkedIn profile remained set to open to new opportunities. Madeline's spouse filed for divorce in the same month. His counsel filed the Cayman Trust documents to the case, saying half of the undisclosed funds were marital property. The judge froze all accounts in her name for forensic tracing. Country club memberships expired. The Range Rover was repossessed in the club parking lot when she was having lunch with women who now pretended not to notice her. Kathy's social calendar has turned into a graveyard. The charity gala co-chairs took her name off the invitation. The Phoenix Art Museum's board quietly accepted her resignation. Text chains became quiet. The only notices she got were, "So and so has left the group." Her daily tennis foursome ended without a single phone call. Grandmother Haley summoned the 3 to her ranch in Paradise Valley. Even at 91, she sat ramrod straight in her leather wingback. She slid the new estate documents across the coffee table. Billy, Kathy, Robert, and Madeline were now listed on a single line, which was purposefully deleted. Everything, including the ranch, commercial holdings, and foundation, was transferred to distant cousins and 3 animal rescue charities. Haley's farewell remarks were straightforward. "You attempted to take from your own bloodstream." Blood remembers. The house was put on the market 6 weeks later. The listing photographs featured the same marble console, infinity pool, and red rock views, but they were now priced 19% lower than comparable properties. Buyers flocked like vultures, offering lowball prices because everyone in town was aware of the situation. Billy turned 10 in 5 months. The silver around his temples turned white. Kathy started taking Valium during lunch. Robert moved to a 2-bedroom condo near Camelback and stopped answering the door. Madeline flew to a wellness center in Costa Rica and never returned. The Harrington name has disappeared from new construction cranes. Old signage were taken down. New letterhead was printed without the family crest. The empire did not crumble in a single night. It bled out slowly, publicly, and cruelly, with the desert remaining silent throughout. By the end of summer, I was on a one-way aircraft to New York, carrying 6 crates of greenware in the cargo hold. Years of quiet grinding had failed to accomplish what the scandal had. It put my name in places I'd never paid to be. A modest show I had done in a Phoenix warehouse the previous winter, consisting of 14 pieces and open exclusively by invitation, resurfaced on every art blog from London to Seoul. Headlines that formerly read, "Harrington heiress exposes family fraud" now have second lines, and she is one of the most intriguing ceramicists working today. Emma, the director of Gallery Ver in Soho, sent an email 4 weeks after the article broke. Subject: "We'd be honored." She flew to Phoenix the next day, went around my studio in 5-inch heels, unconcerned about the clay dust, and immediately offered an exclusive 3-year deal. The rent for a bare loft measuring 3,450 square feet on West 26th Street was covered. When I arrived, 2 gas kilns, a slab roller, and a ventilation system that would ordinarily cost a fortune had already been installed. I moved in September. Every morning, the Hudson sparkled outside the floor-to-ceiling windows as I tossed the first new forms of my existence without a surname I despised. Collectors who had previously ghosted me now begged for waiting list seats. Museums sought loans. My rates tripled once, then again. None of it felt like vengeance. It just seemed like gravity was finally acting in my favor. On a dreary November afternoon, a certified envelope arrived at the gallery counter. Return address, a law company in Scottsdale. Sender, Billy. The receptionist signed for it and brought it up the stairs. I recognized the calligraphy on the front as still immaculate and haughty. I did not open it. On the 28th, I walked to the post office, scribbled denied, returned to sender in black marker across the seal, and deposited it back into the system. That was the last time any of them ever contacted me. Winter arrived early. On the first big snow day, I prepared the new 48-foot kiln for its initial firing. Tall bottles with shattered desert glazes, gigantic platters in iron red and ash white, bowls so thin they rang like bells, all 44 pieces. I set the program to cone 10, closed the heavy door, and clicked the start button. The elements flashed orange through the peephole. Outside, snow reduced the city to a silence. Inside, the kiln screamed like a silent dragon. I poured a single mug of coffee, stepped to the window, and watched snowflakes fall over the Hudson. For weeks, my phone sat on the sill with a dark screen. I took it up, held down the power button till the apple appeared one more time, and then turned it off completely. There will be no ceremony or speech, only the faint click of a chapter shutting forever. The kiln surpassed 2,000 tolerant degrees. I remembered everyone who had ever told me I was wasting my life in the mud. I remembered the little girl who used to hide in the pottery shed behind the mansion since it was the only place nobody followed. I thought of the woman who was standing here now. The studio has been paid for, the concerts have been sold out until 2030, and the names are on waiting lists rather than inherited. And I realized the only truth that matters. You don't need their table now that you know how to build your own. You don't need their praise since your work speaks louder than their money ever could. You don't need their affection once you've given it to yourself. The kiln beeped. Cycle complete. I opened the door hours later to see perfect shelves of fire-kissed clay, stronger, harder, and more beautiful than anything they had ever touched. I grinned at the glow and whispered to no one, but everyone. This is what happens when you stop asking to be let in and instead begin burning the door down. That was the day Blair Harrington vanished for good. And Blair, just Blair, started. After my family abandoned me at the airport, canceling my ticket and taking my phone, a multimillionaire approached and said, "Pretend you're my wife. My driver is coming." His cold smile sent a shiver down my spine. Trust me. They'll regret this. My name is Lena Castillo, and I am 41 years old. Everything fell apart in a matter of seconds at Paris's Charles Airport. We'd come in as a family, my parents, my sister, and me, for a trip I'd generously funded in the hopes that it would mend the wounds of my divorce. But at the check-in counter, the fight broke out quickly. I declined to send extra money home immediately away. I was finally prioritizing my personal savings. They suddenly turned on me. Selfish, unstable, and constantly a source of stress. My sister had taken my phone and charger earlier to snap group photographs. My mother had my passport and was handling all of the documentation together. When they got their boarding cards and went to security, I discovered my return ticket was missing. They had abruptly canceled it, stating I could figure things out on my own. They passed past the gate without looking back. I remained frozen, my heart beating, understanding I had been set up. There's no phone to call anyone, and no boarding pass to follow. I raced to the help desk, desperately explaining, but security intervened, ordering me to leave the restricted area. That's when he approached the guy in the fine suit, who had obviously been observing my struggle. He leaned in and spoke those precise words. In that moment of absolute desperation, I grabbed his hand and followed him outside. As the limousine drove away from the terminal, I looked back at the fading lights, a chilly resolve forming inside. They thought they had left me broken. But they were mistaken. If you've ever felt betrayed by relatives in a way that affected your life or wondered how far people will go for control, please share your thoughts in the comments section below. What would you do if trust turned into abandonment? Like that, I read every comment. Let us hear your stories. The limousine glided easily through the darkening streets of Paris, the city lights fading past the covered windows. I sat in the back seat next to the stranger who had just brought me back from the edge, my mind racing as I attempted to understand what had happened. The driver in front remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the road, while the man behind me looked ahead for a bit before turning to me. "I suppose introductions are in order," he remarked, his voice steady and measured, with a little American accent. "Julian Roth, 45. I run a real estate firm based in New York." I nodded, clutching my small carry-on bag like a lifeline. "Lena Castillo," I responded, my words coming out more clearly than I felt. 41. Thank you, whatever it is. He gave a small smile. Not particularly warm, but genuine enough. I saw you at the help desk. You did not appear to be panicked. You tried to solve it yourself. That drew my attention. Most individuals would have broken down entirely. I looked at him, shocked by his observation. He'd been watching for longer than I thought. I didn't have many options. Security was preparing to escort me out. Julian reclined back on the leather seat. Exactly. Resourceful. That is why I stepped in. I only need someone like that for a short time. He hesitated as the car went onto a quieter avenue before continuing. In 3 weeks, I'll be hosting a large charity event in New York. It's more than just fundraising. It's where I finalize a major development agreement with conservative partners. They cherish stability and tradition. A widowed man in his mid-40s is still grieving. It makes people nervous. They are concerned about emotional judgments influencing business. I listened and pieced it together. That's where the pretend wife aspect comes in. Precisely. He clarified. My wife died 3 years ago in a car accident. It's public knowledge. My younger brother, Caleb, has been using it to stir doubt inside the company, suggesting I'm not fit to lead anymore. A stable marriage appearance would shut that down temporarily. The mention of loss came near. I reflected on my own divorce and how it had left me to rebuild everything alone. I am sorry about your wife. He acknowledged it with a nod but did not elaborate. It is business. I need a partner for the occasion. Someone believable, rather than an actress who appears scripted. I shifted in my seat as the realization set in. And you chose me, a complete stranger stranded in an airport. You handled yourself well under pressure. Agana for mad. He remarked. That's unusual. Our car halted as we approached a private facility off the main airport. Julian explained the arrangement clearly. You play the role for the gala and related events. In exchange, I fly you back to the States tonight and provide you with secure housing in my Manhattan penthouse. He looked me in the eyes and asked, what's the risk for me? If this is just business for you, why trust me not to talk? I wasn't ready to jump blindly, so he offered me $75,000 in cash and a new phone, as well as assistance in determining what your family was up to. Something about the abandonment felt calculated. I don't, but the agreement would include confidentiality on both sides. And honestly, I'm in a weak spot. 2. Caleb has dug up several recent deals where grief might have clouded my judgment, one investment that didn't pan out as planned, and he's building a case against me internally. I need this to buy time. His candor surprised me. He wasn't presenting himself as indestructible. I considered the immediate protection, the money, and the potential to discover whatever my parents and sister were plotting. After years of putting their needs first, this felt like regaining control. One more thing, I stated firmly. My identity would remain protected. Julian considered it, then extended his hand. We shook on it as the limousine stopped at the private hangar. A sleek jet waited on the tarmac, engines already warming, and we boarded quickly. The cabin was luxurious but understated, with plush seats and dim lighting. I buckled in as the plane taxied, exhaustion finally hitting. Julian worked on his laptop across from me, giving space, and I closed my eyes, the hum of the engines lulling me. For the first time that day, I wasn't alone in crisis, and sleep came easier than expected. When the jet touched down in New York hours later, the sky was turning light with dawn. Julian was greeted by a discreet sedan on the airport and driven straight into the city. The doorman recognized Julian and brought us to a high-rise in Manhattan. Inside the private elevator, he softly stated, Maria Velasquez, my housekeeper, will show you to a guest suite. Get some rest. The doors opened into the penthouse, which was huge and modern, with floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the skyline. Maria, a warm woman in her 50s, greeted us softly and led us down a hallway to a beautifully appointed room. As she left me to settle in, I stood at the window watching the city wake up below. Tired to the core, but for the first time in hours, a spark of possibility flickered. I had made a choice on my own terms. The guest suite felt like a refuge after the chaos, soft lighting, immaculate sheets, and a view over the city that made everything below seem remote. I quickly washed, letting the hot water wash away the grime of travel and panic, then changed into comfortable clothing laid out by Maria. Julian's new phone sat on the nightstand, fully charged and ready, and I picked it up without hesitation, scrolling to the only contact I'd added so far. Lauren Whitman, my cousin, who'd always been more like a sister when things got tough with my own family. She answered on the second ring, her voice laced with worry. Lena, Oh my God. Where have you been? Your folks have phoned me 3 times already. I sat on the edge of the bed, tightening my grasp on the phone. I'm genuinely safe in New York. What were they saying? Lauren hesitated, then sighed. They told me you had a breakdown at the Paris airport. Said the stress of the divorce had finally caught up with you, and you were becoming paranoid, accusing them of things, and then walking away without stating where you were going. They're painting it as if you're not thinking clearly, that you would harm yourself or make bad financial decisions. My gut clenched. That's not what occurred. They canceled my ticket and took my phone. I trust you, she said gently, but they won't stop there. Your mother mentioned seeking legal assistance to protect you from herself. Something about applying for interim conservatorship. They focused on the Manhattan condo that Grandma and Grandpa left for you. Said, if you're unstable, someone needs to manage it before you do something risky. The words slammed like ice water. The condo was my only true inheritance, a 2-bedroom in a prime building valued high 7 figures, now specially deeded to me because my grandparents recognized how hard I'd worked. They're trying to seize over, according to what I overheard when your father momentarily put me on speaker. Yes. They are gathering statements. Old emails in which you complained of stress after the divorce, possibly clinic trips for anxiety. Conservatorship is not automatic in New York, but if they demonstrate incapacity, such as an inability to manage their affairs, a judge may appoint a guardian temporarily. I rose up, pacing the room. At first, doubt crept in. Had my post-divorce meltdowns been so bad? I'd canceled things at the last minute, withdrawn at times. But then clarity dawned. This was deliberate building on actual vulnerabilities to skew the narrative. Lauren, could you please forward whatever they have sent you? Emails and documents. Already on it, she said, and my phone buzzed with incoming messages, screenshots of drafts, and a list of concerns they'd compiled. I scanned them quickly, anger replacing any self-doubt, and realized they weren't worried about me. They were positioning themselves as saviors to seize assets. I thanked Lauren, promised updates, and hung up. The penthouse was quiet as I walked downstairs and found Julian in a modern office off the living area, studying paperwork. I need to talk, I stated directly, coming in. He looked up, setting aside his work. Is everything okay? No. I handed him the phone to show the screenshots. My family isn't just upset, they're building a case for conservatorship. Using my divorce stress as proof I'm incompetent to handle my own finances, especially the condo inheritance. Julian scrolled through, his gaze becoming serious. This is advanced. Conservatorships in New York differ from those in California in that they are less common for persons without severe cognitive impairments, but they are conceivable if they pose a serious threat to property or themselves. They're wise not to claim disappearance. Framing it as a mental health concern makes it more difficult to dismiss outright. I agreed, leaning on the desk. We need to address this quickly. Use your lawyer to file a preemptive document, such as an affidavit of competency, or to halt any petitions. He didn't hesitate. Martin Coleman is the greatest for asset protection. I'll call him right now. Martin arrived within 90 minutes, a bright man in his 50 seconds with a briefcase in hand. He listened as I recounted, studying the provided data on an encrypted tablet. They're laying groundwork, Martin said. But we can respond aggressively. If necessary, a medical evaluation will be conducted. Financial records indicate competent administration. I will draft opposing documents tonight. Julian continued quietly. Caleb is using similar techniques on me, questioning my capacity due to sadness, so we are both susceptible here. To be completely honest, my viewpoint is not set in stone just yet. As Martin left with instructions, I came upstairs and opened the laptop provided by Maria, realizing that we were both fighting parallel fights and not uniting with someone untouchable. I looked up New York guardianship laws, reading about petitions, hearings, and independent evaluators. For the first time, waiting wasn't an option. I had to arm myself with knowledge. As I sat in the quiet room, the screen glowing in the dim light, a shift settled deep within me. Protecting what was mine meant acting now, not waiting for others to do so. Julian collected his core staff in the penthouse conference room, and the gala preparation began immediately. Spreadsheets and vendor contracts covered the table, and coffee was boiling in mugs as everyone jumped in. Do you mind if I peek at the program's timeline? I responded, putting a chair up next to the lead coordinator. She pushed it over without asking. Within minutes, I noticed overlaps. 2 keynote speakers scheduled too close together, threatening delays that may spread throughout the evening. This needs shifting, I pointed out, scribbling revisions with brief notes. Move the auction segment earlier. It energizes the audience before dinner. The coordinator raised an eyebrow and nodded. By the end of that first meeting, I'd reorganized the guest seating to minimize awkward placements, putting competitor developers far apart while grouping possible partners near each other for natural networking. Julian watched from across the table, saying nothing but definitely seeing the difference. When a big sponsor expressed worries about completely committing, citing whispers of instability in Julian's leadership, I requested to examine the thread. Reading the exchanges, I created a response on the spot, personalizing it by praising their long relationship with the company and showcasing upcoming initiatives with strong estimates. Send this, I urged the team. It addresses the doubt without defensiveness. The sponsor responded enthusiastically within hours, raising their commitment. Julian approached me thereafter and said, "You're making yourself indispensable." "Good, I told you, because I'm not here to stand pretty." I took charge of the reception area layout next, walking the hotel venue myself to map flow, ensuring entry points avoided bottlenecks, and placing signature displays where they'd catch eyes immediately upon arrival. He gave a short laugh, the first real one I'd heard from him, and he looped me in on every decision from then on. Julian opened up more during late sessions, reviewing budget overruns, and admitted a recent investment flop, a property deal pushed through too quickly after his wife's death. I coordinated with the lighting crew to use warmer tones for the cocktail hour and cooler spotlights during speeches to keep the energy focused. Nathan, circling it as proof I'm not thinking straight, he said, massaging his temple. He's right that grief clouded things, but wrong about my ability to recover. I leaned forward. Then demonstrate recovery. Get projections for the following quarter. Highlight corrections that are already in motion. He evaluated it and then included my recommendation in the board update. We rehearsed public appearances tirelessly, strolling into mock rooms arm in arm, fielding imaginary questions from reporters. Our cover story meeting at a real estate convention in Chicago over a decade ago felt staged at first. Too stiff, I complained after one run-through. I was in charge of event logistics for the venue you complained about, and we bonded over coffee and poor catering horror stories. Julian tried it, adding his own twist about spilling coffee on my papers, and it came off naturally, even drawing a genuine smile from him. As deadlines approached, I handled vendor escalations, personally negotiating with the florist when deliveries were late and calming the caterer over last-minute dietary requests from VIPs. Julian deferred to my calls more frequently, trusting his instincts honed over years of managing high-stakes corporate events. The night before the gala, I did a final walkthrough of the venue alone. Checklist in hand, every detail in place, signs exactly positioned, tech rehearsals, immaculate, and contingency plans for whether or no shows locked in. At the penthouse, I tried on the navy silk gown Maria had chosen for me, which fit perfectly. I looked in the mirror and saw a woman with purpose and sharp eyes. Work had helped me gain control through competence, and the upcoming event was more than just a test for Julian. The Manhattan Hotel's great ballroom was buzzing with expectation as Julian and I entered through the entry, cameras flashing from the step and repeat background. We glided fluidly together, his hands softly at my back, my smile prepared but real enough to pass examination. Guests in tuxedos and gowns mingled under crystal chandeliers, champagne flutes clinking, and a string quartet playing softly in the corner. Everything felt aligned until midway through cocktails, when Julian's phone vibrated with an alert from his PR team. A tabloid had just republished old rumors about his instability post-widowhood, quoting an anonymous source close to the company, claiming recent deals showed poor judgment. We both knew who was feeding the narrative. Caleb. The team's prepared statement went out immediately, a firm denial, emphasizing strong performance metrics and forward momentum. It contained the spread somewhat, but whispers rippled through the room. One key partner, a conservative investor from Texas named Clayton Reed, pulled back visibly, his conversation turning polite, but distant when Julian approached about finalizing the development contract. I watched Clayton from across the cluster, interpreting his body language, arms crossed, eyes avoiding direct commitment, and excused myself from a group of contributors before making my way over. Glass in hand. "Mr. Reed," I said casually, extending a hand. "Lena Hayes, I've been doing some event coordination tonight, but I'm also involved in the project details." He shook it carefully. "Pleasure. I heard a lot about the waterfront idea. I hope for good things." I maintained a casual but clear tone, saying, "I understand the recent piece sparked issues. Off the record, these sources have agendas. However, the numbers do not lie." I displayed distinct slides on my phone. I insisted on having preloaded projections available. "Look here. The occupancy projections have been revised. Post-adjustment risk mitigation on the prior agreement is already generating positive cash flow this quarter." Clayton scrolled, his brow furrowed as he absorbed the information. These corrections weren't public. Not yet, I said. But they are genuine. Julian does not hide from setbacks. He fixes them. That's why this collaboration makes sense. He paused, glanced at Julian, who was nearby. I gently pressed, we've built in tougher oversight terms if that eases your fears. Long term, this project is expected to generate 22% above market returns. Clayton returned the phone. Fair points. Let's discuss specifics after the sale. The rest of the evening went better, with lively bidding and well-received speeches. Clayton signed the contract before dessert, with added review milestones that tightened terms slightly, but it closed a win if guarded. As the crowd thinned, Julian and I slipped out to the waiting car, the city lights streaking past once more. That article escalation, he murmured quietly, loosening his tie. Caleb timed it right. It'll provide him more evidence for his lawsuit, proof of external doubt influencing agreements. I nodded, looking out the window. The contract was signed anyway, thanks to you, he conceded, but the damage remains. I need something more powerful to counter the narrative of isolation and poor judgment. He turned completely to face me and said, marry me on paper. An 18-month contract. It provides undeniable proof of stability, a dedicated relationship, and shared life. Courts and boards take that into account. The plan struck a balance between practical and meaningful. I did not flinch. Terms? I asked calmly. Full financial compensation, $450,000, plus a continued role in projects, legal protection for your assets. 2. I studied the levels of security for both of us against family attacks, and I set conditions and escape clause, anytime, no questions. I control my public image and statements, and I keep the Hayes name if I choose after dissolution or not. Julian watched me for a time before agreeing, all of it. Martin can draft tomorrow. The automobile pulled into the underground garage, and days later, at City Hall, a basic office with fluorescent lights and a board clerk, we signed the register. There was no ceremony, just witnesses and stamps, and I gently folded the certificate while Lena Hayes on it. The move to the Hamptons house went smoothly, with boxes unpacked by staff while I focused on settling into the new rhythm. The property sat on a quiet stretch of beachfront, with modern glass walls opening to dunes and ocean, far enough from Manhattan to escape daily scrutiny. This wasn't rescue anymore, but armor I'd helped forge, shielding my future on my own terms. Julian suggested the change for privacy as media interest lingered after the gala, and I agreed. The distance felt like breathing room, and my role quickly shifted from temporary to substantive. The company was developing a luxury resort complex along the coast, and Julian brought me into strategy sessions from the beginning. I delved into market reports comparing occupancy trends for similar properties in the area. One afternoon, in the home office overlooking the water, I flagged gaps. Guest feedback from competitors shows demand for more wellness-focused amenities, I said, sliding printed summaries across the desk. Spa expansion and yoga pavilions could boost off-season bookings by 18%. He reviewed my notes and incorporated them into the architect revisions that week. Design meetings and virtual calls with the team followed, and I pushed for guest flow improvements based on previous event layouts. I'd managed wider pathways for events, as well as flexible indoor-outdoor spaces to accommodate weather changes. During one session, I noted that high-end clientele prefer smooth transitions, no bottlenecks between dining and entertainment areas. The lead designer altered plans accordingly. Martin Coleman called with an update on the guardianship case. Your family filed the preliminary petition. They're citing pre-divorce emails complaining about stress and a few canceled meetings as evidence of erratic conduct. It's thin, but enough for an initial hearing. I immediately pulled old records, performance reviews from my event planning days, tax returns demonstrating consistent income management, even client testimonials praising reliability. Send these as counter evidence, I instructed Martin. Affidavits from former colleagues, too, to prove consistent competence. He filed them swiftly, delaying any speedy approval. Julian faced escalation on his side, and Caleb submitted formal papers claiming incapacity, citing the same investment mistake plus the gala rumors as a pattern. Late nights became routine documents spread across the dining table under warm lamps, and I assisted in organizing his defense financial audits, recovery board minutes, and sound ongoing decisions. Julian placed down a folder one evening, his posture indicating tiredness. Grief did hit hard. He acknowledged. That deal, I rushed it, ignoring red flags because staying busy felt better than facing empty evenings. I pushed a revised timeline toward him. Then highlight the fixes, divestment completed, and new contract safeguards. Turn the narrative to resilience. He put every proposal into action, which strengthened Martin's planned response. During those sessions, We created calm trust by challenging each other's ideas without taking offense and honing arguments until they stood solid. Julian attended strategy calls for his case, incorporating my input on framing recovery narratives. I handled outreach to independent evaluators Martin recommended, scheduling assessments that confirmed my mental fitness without issue. The study's ocean view served as a backdrop to focused work, with waves crashing as we cross-checked legal briefs. Martin's final update came during a break, phone on speaker. Your parents found about the marriage from public records. They are certain that is proof of manipulation. I've booked my flights. They're come to talk sense into you before things escalate. After he hung up, the connection became quiet, and I stared at the screen, my determination solidifying. They weren't finished attempting to pull strings. Mid-morning, the doorbell knocked sharply and insistently. Maria answered and quickly returned to the study where I was checking resort drawings with Julian. Your family, she replied quietly. They are here. I laid out the ideas, and Julian stood up. I'll stay out of sight unless you need me. This is your conversation. I nodded and walked alone to the foyer, where Martin Coleman waited in the corridor with his briefcase ready. Victor Moreno went in first, followed by Patricia Trish Moreno and Sienna Moreno, who trailed behind with downcast eyes. There were no embraces or niceties, only tension thick enough to choke. You've gone too far. Victor stated quietly but firmly, marrying a man you scarcely know. Hiding here as if you're above us. Patricia said, we came to bring you home. Your mental health is fragile. We're trying to help. I stood up straight, arms crossed, and said, please help by filing for conservatorship. That's what this is about. Victor's jaw tightened. You disappeared in Paris. Refused communication. We have to act to protect your valuables. Grandma left you the condo. Refused occasion. Sienna moved, her gaze flickering up and away. I motioned to Martin, my lawyer has the entire file. You submitted preliminary paperwork claiming disability due to unpredictable behavior. Emails I sent during a tough time following my divorce. That is not evidence. It is cherry-picking. Martin unzipped his suitcase and laid down paperwork. The petition lacked sufficient proof under New York law. There is no medical diagnosis, or fresh incidents, only old complaints altered to fit a story. Patricia's face heated. You're being duped by this man. He's using you for his own legal issues. I met her eyes calmly. Julian isn't attempting to control my inheritance. You are. Victor approached. We reared you. We deserve. You deserve nothing more than respect. I interrupted, which you lost when you orchestrated that abandonment at the airport. I took my phone, my passport, and canceled my travel all to silently push this conservatorship. Sienna eventually replied, her voice quiet. We didn't intend for it to go this far. We in fact. I went to her and said, you borrowed my phone for photos. Mom saved my passport for convenience. You all left without a word. It was deliberate. Her eyes welled up. Dad believed it was the only way to make you see sense. I hoped that when you returned, everything would be okay. I shook my head slowly. You let them use you again. Victor attempted to interrupt. Enough. Come home. We will dismiss the filing if you sign over condo management to us. I took out the ultimatum I had drafted with Martin. Here is my offer. Withdraw the conservatorship petition immediately. Make a public statement acknowledging that it was unjustified. In exchange, I will not file counterclaims for fraud, forgery, or mental distress. Patricia scoffed. You wouldn't dare sue your own family. I glanced at each of them and said, try me. Sienna wiped her eyes and looked between us. For a split second, something flickered, regret, perhaps understanding. Victor shook his head. You're not the daughter we raised. She took a step back beside her parents, opening and closing her mouth. I'm the daughter you never valued. I explained quietly. They turned to leave, Sienna halting at the door. She looked back once, eyes red, countenance raw with something that could have been guilt, and then followed them out. The door closed behind them, and I breathed, the silence oppressive. Martin gathered his papers. I'll file the counter motion today. Julian walked from the corridor, arms crossed. You handled that perfectly. I nodded, my determination deepening. No more waiting for them to do the right thing. We strolled back to the study. I sat at the desk, opened my laptop, and began composing the formal complaint for civil action, fraudulent attempt to take control of property, emotional manipulation, and breach of trust. The decision felt final and essential. They had chosen their route, and now I had chosen mine. Martin's counter-evidence, which included medical records verifying no ongoing impairment, financial statements demonstrating independent management, and an affidavit from coworkers attesting to my reliability, outweighed their petition. The judge found that there was insufficient evidence to support guardianship under New York standards, rejecting the case outright and adding that the filing looked to be driven more by property concerns than true welfare. No sanctions were applied, but the public record spoke volumes. Word traveled via old neighborhood groups and mutual contacts, and invitations dried up. Former friends withdrew themselves, uncomfortable with the optics of attempting to control an adult child's inheritance. My parents' reputation deteriorated in their retirement community. Sienna's professional network became aware of small adjustments in how colleagues perceived her judgment, and they no longer had power over me or the condo, which remained solely mine. One evening, Sienna sent an email with the subject line, "I'm sorry." She wrote about how her quiet facilitated the plot, how guilt kept her awake at night, and how she regretted she'd spoken up that day in the Hamptons. I read it twice, feeling the tug of old links, and then I closed the letter without responding. Some bridges, once burned, remain burned. The Roth name faded from formal documents, but the security it gave lingered in resolved threats. We filed dissolution papers quietly, with no contest or drama, and I maintained complete control over my public image and assets as agreed. We parted ways as partners turned friends, with mutual respect intact, occasional project check-ins, but separate lives. Board reviews accepted the period of stability during our arrangement as evidence against claims of ongoing incapacity, and Caleb's challenge collapsed, putting him out of the running for company decisions. I poured my energy into launching my own event planning firm. Starting small with referrals from gala contacts. Momentum quickly built. Corporate launches, nonprofit fundraisers, high-profile weddings bookings filled the calendar within months. The condo in Manhattan became dual-purpose sleek office space for meetings downstairs, private living quarters above. Renovations reflected my taste: open layouts, neutral tones, large windows flooding rooms with light. Success felt earned. Julian came by once for a consultation on a company retreat I organized, and we strolled the beach afterwards. The conversation was easy. "You built something solid," he observed. "So did you." I said, "No passion lingering, only gratitude for our shared survival." Years later, the firm's flagship event took place at a waterfront venue in the Hamptons, with hundreds of guests, flawless execution, and rave reviews already pouring in. I stepped onto the terrace during a quiet moment, the ocean breeze carrying salt and an evening chill, waves rolling in steadily, the horizon painted in fading gold. Standing there, I realized that family trust can be broken beyond repair, but self-worth does not depend on bloodlines. Breaking ties was not a loss, but rather a liberation, the freedom to define my worth, pursue ambitions without apology, and surround myself with people who value respect over obligation. That is the true inheritance, knowing when to walk away and rebuild stronger on the other side. If betrayal taught me anything, it's that broken faith from those closest hurts worst, but healing comes from within. You don't need permission to preserve your peace, and sometimes closing a chapter abruptly opens the best ones ahead. I woke up in the middle of the night to find my hair chopped off. My family had cut it, while I slept, to make me less noticeable at my sister's graduation. Little did they know, this would be the moment I took back my voice and shined. I awoke in the middle of the night with a cold sensation running down my neck. A peculiar emptiness emanated from the back of my head, as if something had been softly removed. Despite the weak lighting, I detected a faint metallic aroma that was sharp, bitter, and familiar. My shaky hand moved toward my neck. And then I saw them. Long, dark chestnut strands spread across the pillow, like the remains of a severed soul. I rushed out of bed, my heart pounding frantically. My footsteps dragged across the carpet as if my body had lost all weight, eventually coming to a halt in front of the mirror. The mirror did not lie. The long hair that had once touched my back, which I had grown for nearly a decade, was now jaggedly cropped, uneven strands hanging lifelessly, trimmed with what felt like scorn. This was not a trendy short haircut. It was a declaration of war. I gazed around the room, looking for a plausible explanation for my nightmare. A break-in, a crazy intruder. But then I saw it. The familiar pair of craft scissors was neatly placed on my desk. These are the exact ones my mother used to clip coupons and old invoices. There was a short sticky note just beside them. The handwriting was sloppy yet distinct. "Don't worry. Short hair makes you less noticeable. Today is Chloe's day. Don't be selfish. Signed, Rachel." I wasn't crying. I did not even yell. I stood there for a few seconds, feeling as if the entire world had been silenced. Then my knees gave out. I slumped to the floor, grasping the strands of my hair as if they were the last pieces of dignity taken away from me in my sleep without a single word or warning. In that moment, I realized that sometimes the people you call family want you to fade so that others can shine. If they thought removing my hair would silence me, they chose the incorrect girl. This will not be a story about a girl being hidden away. This will be the beginning of something neither of them expected. My name is Emma. I am 25 years old. And if there's one thing I've learned before any of my friends, it's that fairness isn't always present in families. I was born into a household of 4. But the attention was only ever on 3 people, my parents and my younger sister, Chloe. Chloe was the golden child. From a young age, she had enormous dazzling eyes, a radiant smile, and a confident voice. When people came around, my mother would proudly display Chloe as if she were a unique diamond. She's taking ballet, and she's excelling in French, too. She'd sigh. And me? I was left in the kitchen to wash glasses or sit quietly in my room. When asked about me, my mother would simply smile and reply, "Emma's such a good girl, never causes any trouble." I didn't create any trouble, but no one remembered me either. I was the background child, always agreeable, always stepping aside, and always disappearing at the appropriate time. While Chloe received piano lessons since she was 7, I taught myself guitar using books acquired from the library. Chloe had a collection of princess clothes, while I wore hand-me-downs from a cousin. But I did not complain. I thought that if I was good enough, I would be liked. Nonetheless, it felt as if all of my attempts were consistently rejected. For 15 years in a row, I had received all A grades. But during the parent-teacher conference, my mother simply gave a flat smile and remarked, "That's it. Why not try entering a beauty pageant like Chloe so you won't be so dull?" I once successfully applied for a scholarship that covered an entire year's tuition. My father looked at the acceptance letter and remarked, "Good, but keep it quiet." Chloe is heartbroken after her breakup. I remember the first time Chloe's heart was broken. She sobbed hysterically after a classmate unfollowed her on Instagram. The whole family dropped everything. Rachel ordered pizza, Gregory brought out wine, and the entire evening became a candlelit comfort party surrounded by blankets. And me? I sat quietly in the corner, studying for my midterms. Nobody asked me a single question. In 10th grade, Chloe was picked to model for a teen magazine. My mother called the entire extended family over to show off her daughter on the cover. They enlarged the poster and hung it in the middle of the living room. And me? One day, when I let my hair grow just past my shoulders, my mother frowned and remarked, "That length only hides your face. Why not cut it short and neat?" When I responded, she continued, "You only highlight what's worth showing, and your hair will not make you stand out anyway." I wasn't the kind to wear cosmetics, draw attention, or want to be in the spotlight. But, like every other girl, I wished to view myself as truly beautiful in someone else's eyes. Chloe's graduation was the moment I'd been waiting for all year. Not because I wanted to compete, but because I had chosen a navy silk dress purchased with money from my part-time job. I had taken care of myself, believing that today would be the first time I entered into a crowd as an individual rather than a shadow. This was the first time I wouldn't need permission to exist. I would simply be myself. I had envisioned that day in my brain hundreds of times. I'd arrive early, smile, and greet relatives. I'd walk proudly with my long, beautifully groomed hair, sending a subliminal message that I, too, deserve to be noticed. I would speak at the ceremony because I was chosen to represent the student mentor group. I hoped that if I did well enough, did not upset people, and appeared good and kind, my parents would be proud of me. But they did not perceive me that way. They saw me as a threat, as if simply being attractive would allow me to take Chloe's brightness. That no matter how quiet, unique, or ordinary you were, they would adore you simply because you were their child. But that night, sitting on the floor with the strands of hair chopped from my head by the same individuals who brought me into this world, I had a devastating conclusion. Not everyone who gives you life wants to see you succeed. Sometimes they just want you to shrink and fade away so that another child can shine completely unhindered, even if that shadow is their own blood. And the cruelest aspect was that I had previously accepted it until that night. The night a piece of me was severed, not by scissors, but by betrayal masquerading as familial affection. And from that night on, I realized that if I wanted to defend my worth, I had to stand on my own. No more waiting for recognition. I am no longer going to stay silent. That night, the home was abnormally silent. There is no music from Chloe's room. There are no television sounds from the living room. Not even the typical clinking of dishes while my mother cleaned the kitchen. Only the shine of a bright yellow light from the kitchen, and a weird aroma in the air. Something herbaceous, but with a biting, sweet edge. Nothing like the ginger tea I normally had. I was ready to fall asleep when my mother strolled in, holding a porcelain cup with a fading rose pattern. She smiled sweetly, lacking the usual cutting edge. "Drink this, Emma. It's chamomile tea. Helps you sleep well. You need to look fresh tomorrow. It's graduation day after all." I was slightly surprised. My mom had never brought me tea before. She had never bothered if I slept well or not. But the way she handed me the cup made me feel silly for ever considering declining. For the first time in years, I felt like I was included in the family photo, even if only as a background color. I sipped. The tea tasted sweeter than usual. A tinge of syrupy sweetness made my throat uncomfortably dry, but I didn't pay any attention to it. I sipped the rest, set the cup on the table, and reminded myself not to question a rare act of kindness. When I opened my eyes, the sky had not fully brightened. But something felt off. My body felt heavy, as if I had just crawled out of a deep, dreamless sleep. My neck was cold, and there was a strange emptiness at the back of my head, which I had never felt before. I reached up for my head. There was nothing there. I leaped out of bed, glanced in the mirror, and let out a strange-sounding scream. My waist-length hair, which I had cared for with all the compassion and tenderness I could muster for nearly a decade, was gone, sloppily sliced, with unequal portions missing, as if someone had intentionally pulled it away while I was sleeping. Worse, one half of my eyelashes remained long, while the other was chopped short to the root. I glanced at myself, and couldn't tell who I was. My scream resonated throughout the silent house, but no one responded. Nobody opened the door to find out what had transpired. I headed downstairs. My mother sat quietly at the dining table, stirring her coffee. She peered at me over the rim of her steaming cup, her eyes displaying neither surprise or remorse, just a serene silence, as if I had merely shouted too loudly while Chloe slept. "It's just hair," she explained, as if she had broken a nail. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "You should focus on supporting your sister. Don't make a scene." My father, still in his jammies, sat at the other end of the table, holding the morning newspaper. He did not even look at me. "Don't mess things up. Chloe needs a perfect day. No distractions." That included me. I stood in the kitchen with cut hair and a soul that seemed like it had fractured inside of me. It did not feel like fury. It was terrible. It was empty. That moment when you knew you had been more than deceived. You had been labeled a nuisance. An unattractive backdrop needed to be removed. I did not cry. I simply looked aside, stealthily removed my phone from the pocket of my sweatshirt, and turned on the voice recorder. I began taping everything. Every word, careless remark, and glance used to make me question if I was overly sensitive. I realized it wasn't my imagination. They genuinely wanted me to disappear from the family portrait so that I might look more attractive on Chloe's wedding day. I returned to my room, locked the door, sat on the floor, and played old voice recordings that I had preserved for treatment. Words such as, "Emma should know her place in this family. Don't let her post photos with Chloe. It makes everything look cheap. With hair that long, her sister fades into the background." I used to assume those were just thrown away comments. However, when taken together, they revealed a clear picture of favoritism, willful exclusion, and emotional manipulation disguised as familial love. As I sat there in the murky early light, strands of hair spread at my feet, I realized this was more than just a haircut. This was about my life, my worth, and how I would protect myself. And if they expected me to remain mute, suffer it, and attend graduation with a mutilated head and a phony smile, they were mistaken. I would not seem as a shadow. I'd walk in like the first thunderstorm of the season, silent yet piercing through every false face they'd spent years creating. I contacted Maya, about 6 a.m., my voice still shaking. The phone only rung twice before she answered. Maya was the only person in 4 years of college who actually saw me as a person with her own thoughts, feelings, and worth, rather than as someone's eldest daughter or Chloe's shadow. "I need you." I didn't need to say anything else. She just said, "Send me your location. 15 minutes. When Maya arrived, I hadn't even cleansed my face. My ripped, ragged hair hung down like a living accusation. She hesitated at the threshold for a few seconds before stepping inside, softly closing the door behind her, and placing a hand on my shoulder. "They did this to you?" I agreed. I handed her the note my mother had left on the table, then opened my phone and let her listen to the recordings I had saved from the night before, as well as those I had mistakenly recorded throughout the years. One recording showed my father telling my mother shortly after I left the room, She thinks wearing a nice dress will make her outshine Chloe. Wake her up, dagger. And my mother, frigid as ice, said, cut it. That hair is making her believe she has value. Maya said nothing. For a long time, she sat in stillness, inhaling deeply. Then she looked straight at me and said, we're not going to stay silent this time. I'd never seen Maya's eyes like that before. A calm, focused determination that made me believe she would support me even if the entire world was against us. We sat on the bedroom floor, surrounded by the first light of sadness, and began to devise a strategy. Not with vengeance, screams, or fury, but with clarity, truth, and in an unmistakable manner. The first stage involved the hair. Sophia led me to a small salon, where an older hairdresser named Olivia gently ran her fingers over the jagged, uneven strands and whispered softly, "You haven't lost your hair. You're simply beginning a new version of yourself." Within an hour, my hair had been chopped into a sharp, clean bob that precisely framed my jawline and revealed a face no longer hidden by anything. Maya stood behind me, looking into the mirror, and whispered, "Now you look like someone who could burn down the whole house and still walk away smiling." I chuckled for the first time in nearly 24 hours. Next up is the speech. I had been invited to speak at the ceremony as the primary mentor for a scholarship program for impoverished women. At first, I intended to give a few words of thanks, perhaps a light, inspiring message. But now I'd rework the whole thing. No more meaningless cliches about family and unity. I would reveal the reality about what happens behind the doors of a supposedly flawless home. We created a list of voice recordings to utilize. A few brief, clear clips include names, voices, and indisputable context. Maya proposed combining them into a brief video. Only 45 seconds. That is enough to hush the entire room. That's gone. We also needed to select the appropriate attire. Chloe would undoubtedly appear in a stunning ball gown with layers of tulle, glittering stones, or feathers. I couldn't and won't compete at that level. I required contrast without flamboyance, yet with sharp, straightforward clarity. We opted for a neat white suit, no colored undershirts, no superfluous accessories, a clean bob haircut, nude low shoes, and a square-faced watch. Na glanced at me and said, "You don't have to shine, just show up." That evening, standing in front of the mirror in the dressing room, seeing myself for the first time after everything, I no longer saw a frail Emma. I observed a woman who had been deprived of not only her hair, but also of her trust and worth. A woman is ready to walk into the ceremony as if she were on stage, not for applause, but to demand that people finally listen. We saved the recordings on 3 separate USB drives, mailed one to a lawyer, Maya knew, and uploaded another to a backup email. Maya half joked, "Just in case someone tries to erase everything." I just smiled. The plan was completed by dusk. Nobody knew I would be there. Nobody knew I would be speaking. And no one knew I'd be presenting evidence. I was not looking for forgiveness. I was not searching for recognition. I wanted only one thing, the truth. And just once, I wanted them to be unable to deny my existence. And this time, I'd be impossible to delete. The graduation ceremony took place in the city's center hall, a large room with a high vaulted ceiling and gentle golden lighting reminiscent of a Broadway stage. Rows of chairs extended out in perfect lines, virtually all of them were filled. Gentle music played in the background, cameras clicked ceaselessly, and ball gowns shone like butterfly wings flying through the crowd. When I came inside, no one saw me, just a female in a plain white suit with sleek, straight-bobbed hair and an extraordinarily tranquil expression. But when I started coming down the main aisle, just as the crowd was gathering to greet the school's board of directors, a few heads turned. They didn't know who I was, but they sensed something unusual. I walked past the family row. My mother sat in the center, with Chloe to her right and father to her left. She donned a dazzling burgundy gown with immaculate makeup. But when her gaze met mine, her lips clenched swiftly. The phony smile evaporated. What remained was a pallid face and a wrinkled forehead full of distrust. Chloe smirked at me. The kind of smile that said, "I've already won, and you'll do nothing but swallow your pride." She had no idea. Nobody did. That I was not there to support. I was here to exist. The coordinator yelled my name into the microphone. "Please welcome Emma Lawson, lead mentor of the Distinguished Women's Scholarship Program, to deliver her remarks." I took my place on screen. The spotlight shone directly on me. Part of me wanted to quiver, turn, and walk back down. But then I remembered the sound of scissors in my skull, the taste of that sweet tea, the recordings, and Maya's gaze as she handed me the USB and murmured, "Make sure they never forget you." I stood at the center of the stage, the microphone quivering in my fingers, and started with a pre-approved introduction. Distinguished professors, board members, families, and fellow graduates, today is a day full of emotion. A day to honor hard work, sacrifice, and academic achievement. A few short rounds of applause resonated through the hall. I gave a nice grin and stopped. I took the microphone from its stand and stepped forward. The room became utterly silent. I raised my chin and added, "Before I continue, I'd like to share something personal. This is the hair that was cut while I slept, not by a stranger, but by the woman I call my mother." The sound shattered the room like a smack in the face. I kept going. "Last night, my mother brought me a cup of tea. She told me to sleep early so I could wake up fresh to support my sister on her big day. And when I woke up, the hair I'd spent 8 years growing was gone, just like my trust." The audience was icy. Nobody moved. I opened my phone and played the first recording. My mother's voice rang out cold and distinct. She shouldn't be more noticeable than her sister. Cut it. Let her remember her place. There were murmurs from the back rows. A man took out his phone to record. A professor in the first row put his palm to his lips, his eyes hazy. I went on. "All my life, I was taught to stay in line. That when your little sister cries, you should disappear so you don't steal her shine. That if you're a bit too pretty, a bit too capable, it's considered selfish." I turned to face the family seats. Chloe was no longer smiling. She sat paralyzed, gripping her dress tightly. My mom had bowed her head. My father whispered something under his breath that I didn't need to hear. There are families who do not need to hit you to cause you harm. They only have to look at you as if you weren't supposed to exist. And the instant you start standing up and believing you deserve to be noticed, they'll figure out a method to cut you out of the picture. I took a long breath and concluded with this. You can't take a girl away from her own worth, and sometimes it's that betrayal that allows her to shine. There was no applause or communal reaction, only dense, weighty, quiet, that was undeniable. I went off stage in perfect silence, but I knew that was the loudest sound I'd ever made. As soon as I stepped down, a middle-aged woman, a psychology professor, approached and grabbed my hand. "You just did what hundreds of kids in this hall only wish they could. Thank you." Another teenager approached, holding out his phone. "The clip of your speech is already spreading." Someone posted it. I looked up to the row where my folks sat. They got up awkwardly and looked around for an exit. I did not call out to them. I did not need their apologies. I didn't need to publicly repent. I simply needed them to understand that this time, they were the ones being exposed. And I, the girl whose hair had been chopped in the dark, was suddenly gleaming brighter than ever beneath the lights they had previously sought to keep me away from. Chloe, on the other hand, was terrified, her eyes wide and lips squeezed together. Then, suddenly, she stood. The piercing screech of her chair broke the calm of the auditorium, capturing everyone's attention. Without saying anything, she ran down the aisle, her shoes clacking on the tile. Her ball gown swept across the floor, leaving a trail of pandemonium. Seconds later, the great doors to the back of the theater crashed shut behind her. I arrived home after nightfall. My phone would not quit vibrating. Messages, missed calls, and notifications from all social media platforms appear like smashing waves. I hadn't opened anything yet, but I knew what had transpired couldn't be hidden. Maya sent the first link. The footage was filmed from the third row. The audio was absolutely clear, even though the angle wasn't ideal. My words, my mother's voice, and the stillness that followed all went viral on TikTok with a simple caption. They cut her hair so she wouldn't outshine her sister. She cut their silence instead. The video had over 1 million views in just 6 hours. A Twitter user retweeted it, using the hashtag #YouCan'tCutPower. Additional hashtags were #graduation_sabotage, #family abuse is real, and #let her shine. The next day, the school newspaper printed a major front-page piece. When scissors tried to silence a voice, Emma Lawson's speech leaves a hall in silence. A local news station contacted her via email and requested a live interview. A student journal ran an editorial titled, "Silence is no longer an option." Then came the email from Silent Daughters Rise, a famous scholarship program where I had been a mentee during my freshman year. They invited me to be the face of their new campaign, which is a national project for girls who have been overlooked in their own families. The offer offered a complete graduate scholarship and a speaking tour of campuses across the country. I looked at the email, my hands still trembling. Not because of fear, but because for the first time, my voice was not being stifled. Chloe did not remain silent for long. 3 days after the ceremony, a Reddit forum discovered an alternate account named @mrox199 that had been commenting viciously under every post about me. Don't believe her. She's just jealous. Such a drama queen. She's always playing the victim. Users quickly linked the account to the same email address used to order Chloe's graduation party dress. The hashtag #ChloeExposed started trending. Brands that had worked with Chloe on graduation promotions quietly deleted her name from their websites. A cosmetics business released a statement: "We do not stand by emotional abuse or bullying, whether in families or in public." Chloe's boyfriend, a photography major, wrote a single story: "Didn't know she hated her sister that much." A week later, he unfollowed her and shared a single photo from a light festival. There are no matching rings in sight. My parents tried to remain silent, but not for long. An email from the school board confirmed that both were being investigated for causing emotional injury to a student, particularly in an academic setting where I had served as a mentor. Some people stated they observed my mother crying as she exited the disciplinary office. Others claimed my father had a yelling war with a professor after being approached in the restaurant. But I did not confirm. I did not follow up. I did not need to. I realized they were experiencing for the first time what I had once tasted. Being seen through a lens that was no longer soft or forgiving. And me? I did not feel triumphant. I was relieved when my video received 8 million views. 5 days later, I received the following message from a girl who lives in Ohio. "Emma, you gave me the courage to leave home. My mother once told me, don't do anything that makes your sister feel ashamed when people compare you. I used to think it was my fault. Now I know I'm not crazy. I'm not ungrateful. I was just never allowed to shine. Thank you. I've completed reading. I did not cry. I simply shut my phone and stared out the window. Sunset light entered the small room Maya and I rented, sending golden reflections on my face in the mirror. My hair was shorter now, but my eyes had never been so sharp. Someone recently told me that hair can grow back, but trust, once cut, never reconnects in the same way. I no longer believe in my family as much as I once did, but I do believe in myself. And I've learned that sometimes you aren't cut out of the story. It's that you were intended to rewrite it in your own voice for everyone to hear, and you should never apologize for standing tall and speaking out. 3 months have passed since I stepped down from the stage in my white suit, greeted by hundreds of astonished eyes and a stillness as thick as the curtain that closed my family's long quiet performance. That tale, based on a phone recording, sparked what many described as a wave of community awakening. I just viewed it more simply. Finally, I had been recognized not as a shadow, but as me. Invitations began to stream in. The university issued an official apology email. A television network invited me to talk on their show, Education and Family Emotions. But one invitation stuck out. And I couldn't turn it down. A national symposium on educational equity and injustice in the home. Titled, The Forgotten Children. When family is the first place to dim your light. I appeared on a large stage in front of hundreds of educators, psychologists, parents, and students. The lights no longer terrified me. My hands no longer trembled as I held the microphone. I shared my tale not to accuse, but to illuminate, to shed light on what thousands of other females have been compelled to conceal. I talked with calm conviction. There were no dramatic highs or tears, but each phrase struck a deep chord with people who had ever believed, it's just a family matter. Following the lecture, a woman approached me. She introduced herself as the creative director for an international educational brand. They were launching a global campaign called No More Side Characters to honor people who were pushed out of the spotlight simply because they didn't match the major character that someone else had penned. She offered me the positions of campaign ambassador and lead content strategist. "We don't need a celebrity," she explained. "We need someone who's lived in silence and knows how to use truth to wake up an entire room." I accepted their offer. A few weeks later, I relocated to a tiny seaside city on the West Coast, where the morning sun is kind and the ocean wind makes you imagine that everything may start anew. I used the initial batch of funding to establish a mentoring center for young women who had undergone emotional abuse or image control inside their own families. Maya moved in with me. She took on the roles of creative advisor and community engagement leader. We were no longer merely two students in a dorm. We were two ladies working together to create a space of light in which no one needed permission to be seen. The building was only 3 floors tall and modest in size, yet each room had large windows overlooking the park. The walls were painted soft ivory. A modest, exquisite sign hung over the door, and I had a brass inscription carved on the oak front door. "Your worth is measured not by the length of your hair, but by how thoroughly you have lived your truth." On opening day, we welcomed everyone who had messaged me in the previous 3 months. A girl from Texas arrived, forced to drop out of school so her brother could finance tuition. A young woman from Arizona arrived, whose mother had nicknamed her Invisible because she did not resemble her gorgeous sister. They came with ancient wounds but left with sparkling eyes. I no longer wanted vengeance. I no longer waited for those who had previously wounded me to fall because I knew that succeeding in front of someone who sought to quiet you is not what actually makes you shine. It's strolling through the same room that once ruined your voice while still using your own words. I no longer had long hair falling down my back, but I did have eyes that stared ahead without flinching, feet that did not shake, and a life in which I no longer required permission to be my genuine self. Perhaps that is the type of light they were never able to cut. The Mentorship Center's grand opening took place on a beautiful Saturday morning. The air was fresh. Sunlight flowed through the delicate white drapes, like a lovely new breath. The gathering was small, but enough to fill the main area. Community members, young women who messaged me after the video went viral, and even a few former professors from the university I formerly attended arrived silently. Maya stood at the reception table, guest list in hand, her eyes full of conviction. I stood in the room's corner, directly behind the golden-lettered acrylic sign that said, "Your worth is not in the length of your hair, but in how fully you've lived your truth." I was having a chat with a 17-year-old girl when the automatic glass door at the front slid softly open. The room fell silent for a brief moment, as if the wind had abruptly changed direction. I turned my head. My family walked in. My mother was the first to come, dressed in a muted cream attire and dark sunglasses that covered half her face. She proceeded carefully, as if every step was on thin ice. My father followed quietly, shoulders slightly bowed, hands buried in his coat pockets, eyes avoiding contact. Chloe trailed behind, the hem of her pastel dress slightly crumpled, and her high heels appearing shaky beneath her. She looked down at the floor to avoid everyone's sight. The entire room held its breath for a beat. Some recognized them, but no one talked. I did not move. I simply stayed still, my palm resting lightly on the wooden table near the entry, watching them as if they were a painting I used to know well but now felt too far away to touch. My mother approached the closest. She slowly took off her glasses. Her eyes were red, but she smiled softly, as she had always done to smooth over difficult occasions. "We're proud of you, Emma," she continued, her voice calm yet hollow. I gave a soft, breezel-like smile, but there was a peace inside me that was so huge and deep that it went beyond anything they had ever experienced. "I'm proud, too," I said. "Because, finally, I'm no longer anyone's shadow." I didn't mean anything to hurt them. I said it to signify the end. My father moved closer slightly, his voice quiet yet forceful. "Family can always forgive one another." I turned and walked up to the reception desk, where a tiny wooden box was neatly placed on the counter. I gently placed my hand on it before returning my gaze to them, eyes calm and steadfast, as if no past could cloud the clarity of the present. "If you want to apologize," I added, "write it clearly on a feedback card. Here, feelings aren't swept aside like hair on the floor." They became silent. Chloe turned slightly away, as if attempting to blend into the wall. My mother blinked repeatedly. My father pursed his lips into a tight line. Neither of them spoke another thing. I turned away and proceeded toward the main room, where a group of young ladies had gathered to hear me speak about the center's early days. I did not glance back. I didn't need to glance back because I knew I no longer required them to prove my identity. They stood there for a long time, but none of the three went up to the box. Nobody wrote anything. Finally, they left in the same manner that they had arrived, discreetly. But this time, I wasn't the one left behind. This time, I was ahead, leading something far greater than any harm they had inflicted. And when the glass doors closed behind them, it felt like the last dark cloud had been lifted from my head. There was no shouting or confrontation. I returned to my workplace in silence and threw the light after the grand opening. The room was now quiet, illuminated only by the warm glow of the wall lamps and the sound of wind rustling through the trees outside the window. I poured myself a cup of tea and sat in the familiar single chair, facing the painting I had hung on my first day, a lady standing in an open field, her hair blowing in the wind, her face covered, but her posture upright, backlit by a flash of golden light. I considered all that had happened. That night, I awoke in fear, my hair strewn across the pillow. About my mother's eyes as she whispered, "Don't make a scene. This is Chloe's day." About the graduation stage, when I stood in front of an assembly and stated the truth, which no one had dared to say in years. And I remembered this morning, when my parents stood at the Mentorship Center's entrance, armed only with dark sunglasses and apologies they never wrote down. I used to assume that my long hair was what made me attractive. That if I grew it long enough, kept my body thin, and talked softly enough, I would be liked. I believed that hair was my ticket to a world where I would finally be noticed. But, in the end, it was when I dared to stand up with nothing on my head, and my faith entirely shattered, that I truly began to shine. I'd like to send this to you, the person watching this video right now. Perhaps you are sitting quietly in a room with no one listening. Perhaps you live in a family where you are in the background, allowing someone else to take the spotlight. If you've ever been silenced by those who were supposed to love you, know that they can chop your hair. They can slash the dreams you've never had the chance to express. They have the potential to undermine your self-esteem. However, until you allow it, they will never be able to silence you. Speak up. You don't need to shout, simply stand up in your own way. Sometimes all it takes is one voice to let thousands see themselves more clearly. If you've ever been treated like a shadow, or pushed to the sidelines because you didn't fit the role they imagined, please leave a remark below. Share your story. Write it down, because when you write, you reclaim control of your voice. And maybe, just maybe, someone else watching this film will read your thoughts and realize, oh, it's not just me. And another cycle of silence will be broken. We don't have to revolt to be seen. We simply need to show up as we are. No apologies and no permission. Thank you for persevering till the end of this tale. You are not alone, and you were never required to change your identity in order to be worthy of love. You were always there, even if they couldn't see it. I will see you in the comments. Let your illumination start with your own words. And remember that some girls sharpen while others remain dull. On my 28th birthday, my family threw a surprise party with 180 guests. Then, my dad read out a $350,000 bill claiming they wasted every penny raising me. My sister grabbed my car keys. I smiled and walked out. 5 days later, they called me 75 times a day. I'm 28. Grace Taylor. Growing up in the Taylor household, I quickly learned that my sister, Emma, and I were treated very differently. My dad, John Taylor, started a real estate company, and his idea of success was all about square footage and profit margins. My mom, Susan, used to be a teacher before she married him, but her real passion was dinner parties and climbing the social ladder. Emma, 4 years younger than me, was gorgeous and the household princess. I remember receiving a pre-med scholarship when I was 17. I was on stage, waiting for my parents to show up. But they never did. Emma had a ballet performance that same day. My mom didn't even look up from her phone when she replied, "Oh, I had to take Emma to ballet." My parents were always more invested in Emma. When I graduated top of my class in nursing school, at 23, my mom sighed and said, "If you had studied business like Emma, your father would have had a successor." It didn't matter that Emma dropped out of that business program 2 years later. It didn't matter that I was saving lives in the ICU while she was maxing out credit cards. My parents always thought Emma was perfect, and I was just useless. At family dinners, my mom would stroke Emma's hair and call her my beautiful youngest daughter. "Grace, can't your sister teach you?" she'd say. I learned early on that my family loved me, but only under terms I could never meet. I learned to hide, be quiet, and keep the peace. But there was one person who saw me differently. My grandmother, Eleanor Mitchell, was the only one who ever made me feel welcome. When I told my mom I wanted to be a nurse instead of joining my dad's company, my mom just grabbed my hands and told me to reconsider. "But Grandma Eleanor," she looked at me and said, "Sweetie, caring for others is the noblest work. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." 3 years ago, Grandma was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. The doctors gave her 18 months, maybe 2 years. My parents, of course, wanted to hire a full-time caretaker. Emma suggested a nursing home. My mom just nodded. But I couldn't let that happen. I quit my job and moved into Grandma's modest house on the edge of town. For 2 years, I weighed her meds, held her hand through sleepless nights, and read to her when the pain was too much. Emma visited twice in 2 years. My parents visited once a month for 30 minutes and always had some excuse: traffic, dinner reservations, anything to avoid staying. Grandma and I had something real. She told me stories about my grandfather in her dreams. She taught me that strength wasn't about fighting back, but about understanding your worth. 6 months ago, she passed away peacefully in her sleep, with my hand holding hers. At the funeral, my mom pulled me aside. "Don't pretend like you did so much for her. She didn't leave you anything." I stayed silent. I didn't realize her mistake yet, but Grandma Eleanor had prepared something. A week later, On the day of my birthday, I got the first sign. I was finishing a double shift at the hospital when my phone buzzed. It was Emma. She never calls me. "Grace, have you received anything from the lawyer about Grandma's estate?" she asked, her voice oddly sweet. I frowned. "No, why?" "Oh, nothing," she said. "Just curious. We're planning a surprise house party for your birthday. The whole family's coming." I almost dropped my coffee. My family had never, not once, celebrated my birthday in 28 years. And now they were throwing me a party? It didn't make sense. I talked to my best friend, Jake Evans, later that day. He's been my rock since nursing school. He looked at me, his face serious. "Grace, they've never celebrated your birthday. Why now?" "Why? Maybe they feel guilty about Grandma. But don't expect them to change overnight. Wanna see Bia?" I shook it off, telling him he was being paranoid. But something didn't sit right with me. Why had Emma called? Why the lawyer? Why now? 3 days before the party, I ran into Aunt Helen Clark at the grocery store. She's my mom's younger sister, the black sheep of the family, the one who tells the truth, even when it hurts. "Grace," she grabbed my arm in the produce aisle. "Do you know about Emma?" My stomach dropped. "What about her?" Helen dragged me behind a display of watermelons. "She's in trouble. Bad trouble. She and Luke invested everything in crypto. Lost almost $180,000. They're in debt to everyone." I felt the floor shift beneath me. "Does Dad know?" "No," Helen whispered. "He's frantic. Trying to find money to bail her out." Helen whispered. Her grip on my arm tightened. "Your family isn't planning a birthday party. They're planning something else." I felt like the fluorescent lights above me were too bright. The cheerful music in the store suddenly felt deafening. "What do you mean something else?" Helen's eyes locked with mine. I saw pity and fear in them. "I don't know exactly. But they've been meeting about Grandma's estate, about some house." She let go of my arm and walked away, disappearing as if she'd never been there. I stood there, alone among the watermelons, my heart racing. What did this have to do with me? That night, I finally checked my mailbox. I hadn't looked in a week. I worked night shifts, so the mailbox was usually the last thing on my mind. But there it was. A thick envelope with the law office's name. Samuel Whitaker. My heart skipped. I tore it open, reading by the glow of my phone. "Dear Miss Taylor, we require your attendance at our offices to discuss matters related to the estate of Eleanor Mitchell. Please contact us to book an appointment." I'm set. Grandma's house. The house where I spent 2 years caring for her. I always thought it would go to my mom, or maybe be divided among the family. That's how these things work, right? But this letter was only for me. I dialed the number with trembling hands. The receptionist picked up on the third ring, and after a brief pause, she offered me an appointment for the day after my birthday. I hung up and sat there, in the dark of my flat, turning the envelope over and over in my hands. Emma had asked about a lawyer's letter. My parents were planning something about Grandma's estate. And now, this. The pieces were there, but I couldn't put them together yet. I decided to go to the party, though. Whatever was going on, I had to see it for myself. But this time, I wouldn't walk in blind. I had that letter in my mailbox for a whole week. A week I could have used to understand everything if I'd opened it sooner. The night before the party, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, remembering all the times I kept quiet to keep the peace. When I was 20, my dad bought Emma a brand new BMW for her 16th birthday. I worked for 3 years to afford a used Honda. No one ever saw anything wrong with that. When I turned 25, 26, 27, my mom completely forgot my birthday. Emma got weekend spa trips, and I got a text message if I was lucky. 2 years ago, at Thanksgiving, Emma announced to the whole table that I was just a nurse because I wasn't smart enough to be a doctor. Everyone laughed. I smiled and stayed quiet. I thought I was being mature, the bigger person, keeping the family together. But lying there in the dark, it hit me. Every time I stayed silent, I lost a piece of myself. What else would I lose if I kept doing this? More years of being invisible, more holidays spent smiling through insults, more moments where my parents lit up for Emma and ignored me completely. I would lose myself entirely, become a shadow in my own life. And whatever happened at that party, whatever they had planned, I would not let them define me. I would not shrink. I would not disappear. I took out Grandma's last letter and read her final words again. Live as you deserve to, love. I fell asleep with the letter pressed to my chest, not knowing that promise would be tested in less than 24 hours. I pulled up to my parents' house wearing a navy blue dress, Grandma Eleanor's favorite color. The driveway was packed, cars lined both sides of the street, spilling onto the neighbor's lawn. Way more cars than I expected for a modest birthday party. That was my first red flag. I texted Jake before getting out. I'm here. Something feels off. Stay near your phone. His response came fast, I'm parked 2 streets away just in case. Jake, always ready for the worst. The front door was unlocked. I stepped inside and froze. The living room was completely different. Rows of folding chairs, 180 of them, were lined up facing a long table at the far end. It looked like a courtroom. Every chair was occupied by someone. I recognized faces from childhood, aunts, uncles, people I hadn't seen in years. My parents' business partners, neighbors, and some I couldn't even name. No balloons, no cake, no decorations, just 180 eyes staring at me. Emma appeared beside me, her smile too wide, too perfect. You made it, she said. Everyone's waiting. Waiting for what? I asked, trying to sound steady even though my insides were churning. You'll see, she said, gripping my arm, guiding me forward. Just go stand by the table. Where's the cake? I asked. Later. Emma, what is this? I tried again. She didn't answer. She just kept pulling me forward, her nails pressing into my arm. The crowd parted as we passed. No one said happy birthday. No one even smiled. Finally, I was standing in front of that long table, 180 faces staring at me in silence. My father stood up. He picked up a microphone, like the ones they use for wedding speeches. Thank you all for coming, he said, his voice booming through the room. Tonight, our family needs to discuss an important topic. I scanned the crowd. Aunt Helen was in the back, her face pale with fear. For 28 years, my father continued, his gaze locked on mine. Your mother and I nurtured you, fed you, clothed you, paid for your schooling, gave you everything. Dad, I croaked, my throat dry. What's going on? Be silent. I'm not done, he snapped. The room was utterly silent, not even a breath. He pulled out a huge stack of papers from his jacket and held them up like evidence at a trial. This is a full accounting, he announced. Every dollar we spent on you from the day you were born until you moved out. Food, medical expenses, school supplies, birthday presents, everything. He flipped to the last page, his finger trailing down to the bottom. The total comes to $350,000. A murmur spread through the room. Whispers. Someone coughed. $350,000? My father repeated. His eyes locked on mine. That we wasted on a daughter who turned her back on this family. I felt a chill creep down my spine. I didn't turn my back on anyone. You have 2 choices, Grace, he said, slamming the papers onto the table. Pay back every cent or sign away your rights to your grandmother's house. My blood went cold. My claim to what? Don't play dumb. He sneered. The lawyer sent you a letter. I haven't even read it yet, I said. It doesn't matter, he replied, sliding a document across the table. Sign this. Give up the house, and we'll forget about the bill. That's when my mother stepped forward. She walked over to the family photo wall, the one I'd grown up staring at for years. Generations of Taylors captured in golden frames. My grandparents' wedding, my parents' honeymoon, Emma's ballet recital, my graduation, every holiday, every birthday. My mother reached up and grabbed the first photo, me at 5, grinning with a gap-toothed smile. 28 years, she said, her voice shaking with fake anguish. 28 years of raising an ungrateful child. She ripped the photo in half. The sound was like a gunshot, sharp and brutal. I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. She grabbed another frame, my high school graduation photo. A daughter who only thinks of herself. Rip. Then she tore my nursing school diploma photo. Who never appreciated anything we gave her. Rip. And then she grabbed the one that made my heart stop, the photo of me with Grandma Eleanor, taken the week before she died. We were both smiling, her hand in mine. A daughter who deceived a dying old woman, she sneered. Rip. The pieces of my life fluttered to the floor, like dead leaves. 180 people were watching in total silence. Not one of them moved. Not one of them said a word. And then Emma was there. She reached into my purse, pulled out my car keys with a pleased smile. Oh, and this? She dangled them in front of my face. Dad transferred the title to me. I need it more than you. I stared at my mother, surrounded by the broken frames of my life. At my father, whose hand was still resting on that pile of papers. At my sister, her smile wide, my keys in her fist, and at 180 relatives, all watching as my family tried to erase me. I could have cried. I could have pleaded. But I didn't. I took a breath. Then another. Grandma's voice echoed in my head. You are enough, Grace. You always were. I looked at my father. Really stared at him, seeing the desperation behind his rage, the slight shake in his hands as they rested on that stack of papers. Dad? My voice was calm. Calm in a way I didn't even recognize. Have you actually read Grandma's will? He blinked. What? Her will. The legal document. Have you read it yourself? He stared at me, taken aback. I don't need to read it. The house was supposed to go to the family. You sure about that? Something flickered across his face. Doubt. Or fear. You're asking me to sign away rights you haven't even verified. My voice stayed level, calm, like I was explaining something to a patient. That's not how legal documents work. From the back of the room, Aunt Helen gave me a small, encouraging nod. I turned to Emma. How much do you owe? Exactly. Her face went white. What? The crypto investments, Luke's sure thing. How deep are you? She blinked at me, confused. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you do. Whispers rippled through the crowd. People shifted in their seats, exchanging confused glances. My mother stepped forward. This isn't about Emma. This is about you being selfish. She snapped. No, I interrupted, holding up my hand. This is about you trying to take something that might not even be yours, without bothering to check. The room fell silent. I looked down at the torn photos scattered at my mother's feet, at the car keys still clutched in Emma's hand, at my father's meticulous accounting of everything I'd supposedly cost him. Then my gaze shifted to the door. I won't sign anything tonight, I said. And I certainly won't sign anything under duress in front of 180 people. My father slammed his hand on the table. Sign the paper, Grace, or you're no longer a tailor. I froze for a moment, staring out at the 180 faces, all watching, some curious, some pitying, most just waiting for the spectacle to unfold. This was their dinner theater, my humiliation on display for their entertainment. I reached up and touched Grandma's bracelet, the one she'd given me the day before she died. Slowly, deliberately, I unclasped it and slipped it into my pocket, close to my heart. They didn't deserve to see it. I will not sign anything tonight, I said again, my voice louder this time, strong enough to fill the room. I will not make legal judgments while being publicly ambushed, and I will not stand here and watch you try to erase me. My mother's face twisted. How dare you? She spat. You've torn my photos off your wall. Dad's demanding payment for raising me. Emma's taken my car. I shot back. I have nothing left to lose. Without waiting for a reply, I turned and walked toward the door. No one stopped me. No one reached out. No one said, wait, or happy birthday, or even, I'm sorry. 180 people. Not a single word. Jake's car was waiting at the end of the block, just like he'd promised. I climbed into the passenger seat without a second glance at the house. You okay? His voice was gentle. No, I said, staring straight ahead, but I will be. He pulled away, and my parents' house shrank in the rearview mirror until it disappeared completely. I didn't know it then, but walking out that door was the best decision I ever made. It took 5 days for my family to realize what they'd done. Before I tell you what happened in those 5 days, I want to ask you something. Have you ever walked away from a situation that everyone expected you to endure? A moment where you finally said enough? Drop a comment below. I'd love to hear your story. And if you're enjoying this so far, hit that subscribe button. Now, let me tell you what happened next. Jake dropped me at my apartment and stayed on the couch that night. Neither of us slept much. By morning, my phone had exploded. 60 missed calls from my father, 45 from my mother, 20 text messages from Emma. Each one more frantic than the last. Call me back. It's urgent. The relatives were worse. How could you treat your parents like that? One message read, your grandmother would be ashamed. Another, selfish. Always knew you were selfish. I turned off my phone and set it face down on the kitchen counter. Jake made coffee. Strong and black. Just the way I liked it during long shifts. He didn't ask questions. He just sat with me in the quiet. They only know one side of the story, he said after a while. They don't want to know the other side, I replied. That afternoon, I pulled out Grandma Eleanor's memory box, the one she'd given me in her last weeks. It was filled with letters, photos, and small treasures from her life. At the very bottom, I found an envelope I'd never opened. It had my name on it, written in her shaky handwriting. Inside was a single page. My dearest Grace, it began. By now, you've probably discovered that things aren't going as your parents expected. Don't worry, sweetheart. I've taken care of everything. They'll try to take what I've left you. Don't let them. Mr. Whitaker knows everything. Trust him. I knew then that I needed to see that lawyer. The next morning, I walked into Samuel Whitaker's office. He was older than I expected, silver-haired, kind, and patient. It was clear he'd seen his share of family dramas. Miss Taylor, I've been waiting for you, he said. You know what happened? Your grandmother predicted it almost word for word, he continued. Please, sit. He pulled a document from his desk, heavy paper with official seals, notarized signatures, the will. Grace, your grandmother left her house to you. Not to the family. Not to be divided. Just me? Why? Because you were the only one there, Whitaker said, his voice softening. 3 years, Miss Taylor. You gave up your career, your apartment, your life to care for her. No one else visited. The house is valued at approximately $600,000, he went on. It's yours, free and clear. No one can take it from you. But my father said. I started. Your father assumed, Whitaker cut in. He never read the will. He assumed your grandmother would divide everything equally, like most people do. She didn't. She knew who deserved it. Whitaker paused. One more thing. My heart pounded. What kind of condition? If any family member coerces or threatens you into giving up your inheritance, they lose any claim to her remaining assets. Before I could fully process this, the office door opened behind me. Aunt Helen stood there, her face a mix of sadness and relief. Hello, sweetheart, she said softly. Aunt Helen? I stood up, startled. What are you doing here? Medify, what are you doing here? She crossed the room and sat beside me. Your grandmother requested my presence when the time came. Whitaker nodded. Mrs. Mitchell witnessed Eleanor's will, drafting in every choice. I glanced between them, my mind racing. You knew? I knew. Aunt Helen said, squeezing my hand. After you moved in, your grandma called me 2 years ago. She said, Susan won't accept this. Grace needs a defender. Tears welled up in my eyes. Why didn't you tell me? Eleanor made me promise not to, Helen replied. She wanted you to know her unconditional love, not that you sought an inheritance. Helen squeezed my hand again. She wanted you to know that you are enough, Grace. You never needed anyone's permission to matter. I cried then. For the first time since that awful birthday. But this time, they were tears of relief. By the second day after my birthday, the calls were desperate. I turned my phone back on long enough to count 60 missed calls from my father, 45 from my mother, and 1 voicemail from Emma, her voice cracking with panic or rage. Grace, the lawyer called us back. I played it for Jake while we sat in my kitchen, drinking cold coffee. Mistake? He snorted. That's what they're calling it. The texts were even more revealing. From my father, call me. There's a misunderstanding. From my mother, Grace, the lawyer says you're the only heir. That can't be right. Call me. I showed Jake the screen. Funny how misunderstanding is their favorite word when things go wrong, I said. His expression darkened. They were clear 2 nights ago. I read the messages again, laughing, a hollow, broken sound. Legal documents didn't come between us, Dad, I muttered to the empty screen. You did when you read that bill in front of 180 people. Jake gently took the phone from my hand. You don't have to respond. I know, I replied. But part of me wanted to scream every truth I'd swallowed for 28 years. Instead, I turned the phone off again. Some battles are won with silence, but my family needed more. On the 3rd day, they came to my door. Jake had gone back to his apartment 2 floors up, so I heard the knock, 3 sharp raps, and looked through the peephole. My father, mother, and Emma were standing in my hallway like some kind of delegation. I opened the door but didn't invite them in. Grace, my father said, we need to talk. My mother wrung her hands. Sweetheart. I got carried away last night. I was outraged. You tore my photos off the wall in front of 180 people. I didn't mean. Grace, listen. I'm in difficulty. If I can't come up with the money, you'll face the repercussions of your actions. Her voice reined in, suddenly calm, like a warning. Luke, I know I made horrible investments, I said, leaning against the door frame. That's not my concern. My father straightened, trying to regain control. That house should belong to the family. Your grandmother would have wanted. My mother's anguish turned to rage. After everything we did for you, you publicly disowned me on your birthday. I met her eyes. You demanded $350,000 for being born and watched your other daughter steal my car. Now you want me to pretend we're family? At that moment, my father's phone rang. I have to take this, he said, looking away from me. Lydia, now isn't a good. I could hear her voice through the speaker. Loud, angry. John, I just got off the phone with Samuel Whitaker. Lydia, he says Grace is the sole beneficiary, and Eleanor left her everything. Is that true? It's tricky, my father said, glancing at me. He also mentioned a coercion provision. If anyone tries to force Grace to give up her inheritance, they forfeit their claims. John. Lydia's voice echoed across the hall. Tell me you didn't publicly disown your daughter over a house that wasn't yours. I was there. I witnessed Susan tear those photos, and you read that absurd bill. 180 people saw what you did, and now everyone knows the truth. Lydia, please, my father begged. The whole family is talking. You embarrassingly tried to force your daughter to give up her rightful inheritance without even checking if you had a claim. No one, Lydia said coolly, is on your side. Not after this. The line went dead. The four of us stood there, staring at each other. My mother was pale. Emma looked like she would cry, and my father was glued to his phone, as if it had betrayed him. I whispered, you should leave now. I wanted to ask you something. If you were standing in that doorway, watching your family realize what they'd done, would you have forgiven them or left? Let me know in the comments. And if you want to see how this ends, don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss any of my stories. My father pocketed his phone and looked up, desperation in his eyes, something I'd never seen before. His voice was smaller. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Can we talk about this like adults? My mother rushed past him, crying. Grace, please. Emma needs help. She's your sister. If she loses everything, she loses everything. Mom, she's a grown woman. She made her own choices. You heartless. Emma stepped forward, fists clenched. I'm your sister, and you took my car keys while our mother destroyed my childhood photos. After that, you can't play the family card, I snapped. My father tried again. Your grandmother wanted the family to own the house. I straightened my shoulders. That's not an opinion, Dad. That's a legal truth. So, you're keeping it all? He asked, his voice cold. Let's follow Grandma's instructions, I said, meeting his eyes. He stared at me for a long time, and then something in him broke. Fine, he said, his voice flat and forlorn. Don't cry when you understand what you've thrown away. Dad, I'm not abandoning family. I'm just done being treated like a nobody. I closed the door in their faces. On the fourth day, I returned to Mr. Whitaker's office. Sunlight caught dust motes in the air, making everything feel quieter, crisper. I've made my decision, I said, sitting in the leather chair. I want to keep the house, but I don't want to sell it. Whitaker nodded, pulling out more documents. What would you do? I paused, remembering the discussions with Grandma on the porch. I'll preserve it as Grandma left it, live in it, take care of it, an appropriate tribute. I signed the ownership transfer papers steadily. Whitaker slid another document across the desk. I'd almost forgotten about the car Emma took. Your father had no legal authority to transfer the title. The vehicle was registered in your name, purchased with your funds. The transfer was invalid. That implies we can submit a complaint and correct the registration, I said. Whitaker leaned back slightly. Get your car back. I almost grinned for the first time in days. While signing the last page, I asked Mr. Whitaker if my grandmother ever mentioned my family before she died. He was silent for a moment, then replied, Grace will understand. That's enough. She knew them, didn't she? She knew all of you. Whitaker smiled kindly. That's why she made the choices she did. I left his office with the deed and a sense of peace. The hard part was over. The healing was just beginning. Aunt Helen, who called me every few days, told me about the aftermath. The 180 people who'd witnessed my public humiliation started talking about it within a week. She told me over the phone that my parents' friends were distancing themselves. The Hendersons canceled their standing dinner appointment, and the Watsons stopped returning calls. Grace, Aunt Helen said, others observed what they did and made their own conclusions. The worst came from my father's business. His real estate company relied on reputation, trust, and the image of a solid family man making solid deals. Davis, a developer who'd worked with him for 12 years, pulled out of a $45,000 contract after hearing about what happened at my birthday party. My mother's social circles collapsed too. She was quietly dismissed from a charity board she had been on for 15 years. The chair told her they needed members who shared their views. I felt exhausted, emotionally drained, and depressed. But deep down, I knew I was free. Jake remarked, "You didn't post anything online or tell anyone." They invited 180 witnesses. He was right. The truth spoke for itself. My silence was louder than anything I could have said. While my parents dealt with their social consequences, Emma faced something worse. A month later, Aunt Helen told me about Emma while we were sitting on my apartment balcony, drinking tea in the autumn sunlight. Helen had become a regular presence in my life, the family connection I'd always wanted. Helen quietly whispered. Emma had to sell her house. I set my cup down. Sell it? Sell it? She and Luke couldn't make the payments anymore. The crypto debt caught up with them. Helen sighed. They went back in with your parents. I tried to feel satisfied, vindicated, but I felt hollow. Helen stirred her tea absently. The economy, the market, you, mostly me. If Grace had divided the fortune, none of this would have happened. She spoke bitterly, like my mother. The inheritance wouldn't have covered Emma's debts anyway, I said. I know that. You know that. Susan would never accept it. I watched a bird settle on the balcony railing. Grandma liked birds and left seed out every morning. Helen asked, "Do you regret it?" I paused before answering. I regret that they never viewed me as part of the family and that nothing I did was ever enough. But I don't regret standing up for myself anymore. I hope Eleanor would be proud of you. Helen said as we watched the sun set in silence. Emma's debt was never my duty, but my family made me feel like it was. For 28 years, I carried shame that wasn't mine. I received my car back 2 weeks later after Mr. Whitaker filed the documentation to prove the title transfer was fraudulent. My father had no right to give away the car, which I had bought with my own money. I was nervous about retrieving it from my parents' house with a police officer, but when we arrived, the house seemed smaller, less intimidating. Emma met us at the door. She held out my keys without a word. "Thank you," I said, and meant it. For a moment, something flickered in her eyes, shame, regret, or both, but then she turned away and disappeared into the house without another word. "Grace?" called Aunt Helen from behind me. I looked over to see her standing on the front steps, having come out through the side door. "Are you okay?" I looked at my childhood home, at the windows I used to peer out of, dreaming of something more. "I'm learning how to be okay." Helen smiled, her eyes sparkling. "That's enough." I got in my car and started the engine. The familiar hum soothed my chest. I left that driveway for the last time, watching my car shrink in my rearview mirror. I didn't glance back. 1 month later, I moved into Grandma's house. It felt quieter and more mine. I spent the first week cleaning, organizing, and letting her presence wrap me like a warm blanket. I kept her favorite chair by the window, her tea set in the kitchen, and the bird feeder she'd filled every morning for 40 years. I changed the bedroom color, the living room drapes, and other tiny things to make it feel like us. After settling in, I wrote my parents one more message, which took 2 hours. "I don't hate you, but I can't keep being ignored. You openly disowned me, wanted payment for raising me, and watched my images get ripped down." I pushed send and switched off my phone. No one responded. I wasn't shocked. Part of me was relieved. If you ever want a real relationship based on genuine care, you know how to reach me. I made new friends in the weeks that followed. Jake came over every Saturday for supper, Aunt Helen visited on Sunday afternoons, and my hospital co-workers became closer than I'd ever permitted. I stood on Grandma's porch one evening, watching the sunset paint the sky orange and gold. "I'm figuring it out, Grandma, just like you said I would." After 3 months, I sat on Grandma's porch with her last letter. The paper was soft from repeated readings, and the writing was fading, but those final lines hit me like the first time. "Live like you deserve to, sweetheart." I waited 28 years for my family to see me, value me, and love me the way I love them. I shrank myself to match their expectations, suppressed my voice to protect their peace, and gave up chunks of my soul every time I let their abuse slide. It took being publicly disowned on my birthday in front of 180 people to realize that I never needed their permission to matter. Grandma always knew that. So she left me the house. Not because of the money, property, or anything else, but because she wanted me to have physical proof that someone in my family had seen me all along. I was the one who showed up, remained, and loved unconditionally, and that was enough. The sun was sinking, painting the sky in colors Grandma would have loved. A bird sang in the trees. "I miss you, Grandma," I said to the empty chair beside me. Every single day. The breeze picked up, rustling through the leaves like a whisper, an answer. I folded the letter and pressed it to my heart. Thank you for seeing me, believing in me, and letting me choose myself. That's my experience. It wasn't easy to share, but I hope it helps someone going through something similar. Setting boundaries isn't selfish. Sometimes it's the only way to survive. Thank you for listening. I'll see you in the next one. Like, subscribe, and share this tale if it touched you. My parents spent $75,000 on my sister's wedding, and I was the afterthought seated in the back row. Then at the wedding, the best man stood up and exposed my sister's affair with the groom's brother. My mom gripped Dad's arm. "Did you know?" As the groom charged at his brother. "My name is Lena Harris. I'm 29 years old. For as long as I can remember, my parents called me ugly. I was their plan B, the daughter they never invested in. My sister Charlotte, on the other hand, married 7 months ago. My parents spent $75,000 on her wedding. The dress alone was $12,000. When I told my mother that Luke and I were getting married, she thought I was joking. "Honey," she said, "do you really think anyone would come? Charlotte is the pretty one. We have to invest wisely." At my sister's wedding, I was seated in the back row, 249 out of 250 guests. Nothing was expected to change that day. Everything I believed about my ideal sister shattered when the best man spoke. But before I tell you what happened next, don't forget to like and subscribe if you enjoy this story. It all started 4 years ago, when Charlotte brought Nathaniel home. Growing up in the Harris family meant learning your place early. Charlotte's sunshine overshadowed me, and whatever was left, I just had to deal with. My mother, Margaret, had entered beauty pageants in her 20s but never won. She constantly reminded us that she'd come close twice, and gave my older sister every dream that didn't come true for her. Strangers would stare at Charlotte's golden hair, blue eyes, and perfect figure. At 6, she competed in state Little Miss contests. Me? I had brown hair, brown eyes, and what my mother called a nice face. She'd brush my hair and say, "You're pretty in your own way," as Charlotte practiced her wave in the mirror. I collected books while Charlotte collected prizes and sashes. Every weekend, my mom drove Charlotte to pageants, while I walked to the library. Nobody showed up for my 8th grade honor roll ceremony. Charlotte was at another competition. "We'll celebrate when you get home," Dad said on the phone. They forgot. Our family photos were tucked away in the hall closet. There were 47 pages dedicated to Charlotte, every pageant, every performance, every milestone. For me? 3 pages, one from newborn, one from kindergarten, and one blurry middle school graduation photo where half my face was cut off. But I told myself it didn't matter. I was fine. At 29, I realized that was a lie. Then Nathaniel Ford entered our lives at a charity gala. Charlotte, ever the influencer, was glowing. Her 500,000 followers watched her apply lipstick. Talking about self-care. Nathaniel was there, too. His family was old money, unannounced wealth. I watched my parents practically faint when they realized who he was. "A Ford," my mother whispered, holding my father's arm. Everyone talked about Nathaniel, his job at an investment firm, his Connecticut estate, and his family's preference for winter weddings. My parents planned Charlotte's future like military generals while I sat there silently. Mom said, "This could change everything for our family." Luke and I had been together for 3 years. He made me laugh. He was the kind of person who knew my birthday and never made me feel second. I introduced Luke to my parents. "A teacher," my mother whispered, examining him. "Well, that's nice," she said, barely hiding her disappointment. "Did Charlotte mention?" "Nathaniel's taking her to the Hamptons next weekend." That night, Luke asked me why I tried so hard. I didn't have an answer. I should have left right then, but I didn't. I stayed because the engagement party was only 2 weeks away. Then everything fell apart. The Ford estate was like something out of a magazine: white columns, manicured hedges, waiters with champagne glasses that cost more than my rent. I was there alone. Luke wasn't invited. Charlotte explained it was family only. I understood, but it still stung. It wasn't even my party, but I had to smile and nod as I moved through the crowd, surrounded by strangers. Julian Ford, Nathaniel's younger brother, caught my eye. He was staring at Charlotte like he wanted to devour her. She glanced at him, and in that instant, something electric passed between them. It made me shake, but I hated admitting it. At some point, I met Charles Ford, Nathaniel's uncle. He was the family's unofficial photographer, and he smiled at me like he saw something Charlotte ignored. He tapped his camera. You know, today's zoom lenses take great pictures. Even moments people don't think anyone sees. Luke was waiting for me at home, and when he saw my face, he pulled me onto the couch and wrapped his arms around me. You don't need to keep doing this, he said. I've watched them treat you like an afterthought for 2 years. Every dinner, every holiday. You deserve better. I wanted to defend my family, but the words got stuck in my throat. They're not that bad. They don't mean it. It's just how they are. Luke didn't say anything for a while. Finally, he said, I keep hoping they'll see me the way they see Charlotte. If they never do, it'll be my loss. I honor myself. Our relationship. Because how long could Luke tolerate my mistreatment before losing respect? I had to consider the chance for peace, for life without my sister's glow. Luke proposed 4 months ago, but I abruptly said no. I hadn't told anyone yet. I was afraid. Afraid of what they would say, how they would make me feel unimportant. His silence lasted before he said, You matter to me. I wept. You will always be my first choice. I knew, then, that this was the last time I would attend a wedding in my family. After seeing Charlotte's perfect day, I would stop trying. We would build our own life, separate from them. The bridal shower was at a downtown boutique hotel, held 4 months before the wedding. I arrived early, as instructed, not as a guest, but as the help. Charlotte asked me, Can you arrange the gift table, and serve the appetizers on time? You know? Caterers. Sure, I said. For the first hour, I focused on centerpieces, and the direction of things. When I finally sat down with some untouched cucumber sandwiches, one of Charlotte's friends asked, Are you the sister? You two look so different. Charlotte joined her, glass of champagne in hand. We get that often, she said with a smile. I smiled too. Lena's my little helper today, Charlotte said, patting my shoulder. She's the organized one in the family. Organized, not beautiful, not successful. Organized. The girl who arranges gift tables. I'll go check on the appetizers, Charlotte added. As I walked halfway to the kitchen, I saw her hide her phone under the tablecloth. She was typing quickly, smiling as she did. It wasn't a smile related to the wedding. I recognized it. It was the same smile I used to wear when Luke sent me texts, little gifts of love. It was Nathaniel's bachelor party, across town. I couldn't shake the thought of who made the bride smile. I convinced myself it was nothing. I was paranoid. But that night, I couldn't sleep. 3 days later, I got a call. William Carter. The call came on Tuesday afternoon from an unknown number. I almost didn't pick up. Is this Lena Harris? The male voice was controlled, but there was something about it, urgency, maybe rage. Who's asking? I said, cautious. William Carter. I'm Nathaniel's best man. We met briefly at the engagement party. He paused. We need to talk. About Nathaniel. I barely know Nathaniel. That's the problem. He said. Neither does he. The words hung in the air. Can we meet? Somewhere private? There's something you need to know. Something about your sister. My gut sank. What about her? Not over the phone, please. Every instinct told me to hang up, to stay out of it. Whatever issue there was, it should be between Charlotte and whoever else. But that smile she had at the bridal shower, that secret smile, stayed with me. Tomorrow, I said. The coffee shop on 5th and Main, 3. I'll be there. He hung up before I could change my mind. Luke found me staring at my phone 20 minutes later. He says he needs to tell me something about Charlotte. What kind of something? Luke asked. I don't know yet. He sat beside me, worry in his eyes. Lena, whatever this is, you don't have to get involved. I know. But part of me wanted to know. After 29 years of silence, waiting, not speaking up, I finally wanted to know what was happening. William was waiting when I arrived. He was hunched over a black coffee like it held the answers. He looked tired, like someone who knew something they didn't want to know. Thank you for coming, he said. I wasn't sure you would. I almost didn't, I replied, holding my untouched latte. So, what's this about? He skipped the small talk. Nathaniel is like a brother to me. We've known each other since freshman year. He's one of the most decent people I've ever met. William looked at me seriously. He deserves to know the truth. About what? Your sister and Julian, he said, making my heart stop. Julian. Nathaniel's hungry brother. I've seen them together, William said. At the engagement party, 2 weeks ago. Last month, I saw Charlotte leaving Julian's apartment building at 2 inches the morning. That doesn't mean. I know what I saw. I thought about Charlotte's hidden smile, Julian's hungry stare across the room. Why are you telling me this? Because Nathaniel won't listen to me. He thinks I'm paranoid, overprotective. But you're her sister. You might have noticed something. Anything. I thought about everything, the glowing text, the bridal shower, the hidden phone. I'm unsure, I said carefully, but you've seen something. And tense your every T pointed where, maybe. Then help me, he said, leaning forward. Help me save him from marrying someone who's lying to him. End quote. I should have said no, should have walked away. But I didn't. What exactly are you planning to do? Whatever I have to. He leaned back. 8 weeks before the wedding, and I'm stuck. The rehearsal dinner was held in a private room at an old city restaurant. Crystal chandeliers, dark wood paneling. It whispered wealth. I sat at the end of the table, between Nathaniel's elderly aunts who kept forgetting my name. Charles Ford, Nathaniel's uncle, was scrolling through his camera when I slipped out of my seat and went to the back. Getting good shots? I asked. He gasped, surprised to see me. Lena, the invisible sister. You remembered. I told you I noticed things, I said. He showed me his camera's LCD screen. Wanna see? He cycled through the pictures. Charlotte laughing with Nathaniel, my parents beaming, champagne toasts, candlelight moments. He stopped at one photo. His smile faded, his jaw tightened. Something wrong? I asked. Some moments shouldn't be captured, he muttered. I looked closer. 2 figures in the shadows. Close. Too close. Uncle Charles, someone called. Come get a shot of us with Mom and Dad. Charles faked a smile. Duty calls. But I heard him as he walked away. Not all moments need recording. William was talking to a groomsman across the room when our eyes met. I barely noticed his nod. Later, walking to my car, my phone buzzed. It was William. Charles saw something. I'm sure of it. He's working on getting him to talk. I stared at my phone, thinking about the message. What was happening now was beyond suspicions, beyond glances. Someone would find proof. A week before the wedding, William called again. I have it, he said, without explanation. Everything we need. My heart stopped. What do you mean everything? Charles came through. There's a video from the engagement party, and I have screenshots of texts between Charlotte and Julian. Months of them. It's bad, Lena. I sank onto my couch, phone pressed hard to my ear. How did you get the messages? Julian's ex-girlfriend. She found them on his iPad, and kept copies when she suspected he was cheating. I let out a bitter laugh. Turns out she was right, just not with who she thought. Part of me wanted to see. Part of me wanted to erase the conversation altogether. What are you going to do? Depends, he said. Do you want me to stop this? I can go to Nathaniel tonight. Show him everything. The wedding won't happen. I closed my eyes and thought of the fallout. My parents' faces, Charlotte's rage, and the inevitable blame. No, I said. Don't show Nathaniel. I can't be the one who destroys this. If Nathaniel finds out, he has to hear it from someone else. I can't be the jealous sister, who ruined everything. Silence stretched between us. I understand, William whispered. But I can't let him marry her. Then do what you have to do, but leave me out of it. Are you sure? I'm sure. My hands shook as I hung up. Luke found me in the dark an hour later. He hugged me. Whatever's happening. It's not your responsibility. He was right. The wedding was in 7 days. I would see how it unfolded. But I already knew. When Charlotte's wedding day arrived, the gray, humid weather threatened to ruin everything. But by noon, the clouds parted, and pale sunlight made perfect photos. 300 people filled the grand ballroom at Westfield Estate. I came alone. Luke offered to drive, wait in the parking lot, and be there when I left. But my name wasn't on the invitation. Charlotte lied. Limited space. My 2-year-old boyfriend, not even worth a folding chair. Back of the ballroom, row 15, seat 23. 300 guests. 299 without me. I would have laughed if I could. Women in designer dresses, men in tailored suits, and wealth slowly filled the room. People were barely recognizable. William was up front with the groomsmen, adjusting his binder. Meeting across the sea of guests tightened my stomach. He looked calm, too calm, as if he had already accepted what was about to happen. Julian lined up with the groomsmen, third from the left. From here, I could see his forehead sweating, his tie too tight, and his smile forced. He knew. He was unsure. Charlotte looked bridal magazine ready in the doorway. My mother's dream dress, with $13,000 of hand-sewn lace and an endless cathedral train. Charlotte smiled as she walked down the aisle on our father's arm, staring at Nathaniel. My mother wept. She was lovely. Stunning. Someone whispered behind me. Like a princess. My father proudly gave Nathaniel Charlotte's hand. Mom wiped away 2 0-year-old tears with her handkerchief. Their ideal daughter. The perfect time. Nathaniel took Charlotte's hands at the altar, his face full of trust and love. It hurt my chest. He was clueless. No one told him the white woman had lied for months or that his brother had tasted her lips. I, Nathaniel, take you, Charlotte, to be my wife, he said, repeating the vows. From today on, honesty and loyalty, faithful. I saw the irony in it. I now pronounce you husband and wife. Applause followed. 300 liars celebrating. I clapped too. What else could I do? Julian's face was as white as paper as the newlyweds walked back up the aisle, sweating through his expensive suit. He sensed what was coming. We all did. But we didn't know how close it would be. The grand ballroom was decorated with white roses and candles for the reception. Charlotte and Nathaniel's first dance was lit by crystal chandeliers. I sat at a back table with strangers. No introductions. My mother stood to speak. I want to say a few words about my beautiful daughter. Margaret Harris stood in the spotlight, as she'd always wanted. The room quieted. Charlotte has been my pride and joy since birth. I knew she was special. I knew her potential was great. My father smiled as Mom continued. And now, seeing her with Nathaniel, I know all my dreams for her have come true. Mom scanned the room and said, my other daughter is here somewhere. Lena, wave from anywhere. 299 faces searched. People laughed when they couldn't find me, but I didn't wave. Well, she's shy. Mom said. The crowd repeated. Back to the bride and groom. I sat. Blushing. My other daughter. Not my girls. William examined a laptop case and USB drive in his palm at the head table under his napkin. He met my gaze and said. It's time. And now, he said, please welcome the best man for his toast. End quote. William stood slowly, adjusted his tie, and smiled. Someone was about to burn a house of cards with a smile. He walked to the microphone like he had done it 100 times. The room settled into expectant silence. Nathaniel and I met freshman year of college, he said casually. Nathaniel smiled and raised his champagne. He let me borrow his notes when I missed class, brought me soup when I had the flu, talked me through every bad breakup I've ever had. He paused. He is the most trustworthy person I know. No matter how hard it is to hear, he believes everyone deserves the truth. William's tone hardened. Nathaniel said trust is the foundation of any relationship. That love is meaningless without honesty. William paused. I've always admired him. Charlotte's hand froze halfway to her water glass, but the room was still smiling and nodding. That's why, William said, I think Nathaniel deserves the truth. Nathaniel chuckled awkwardly. Getting a little serious there, buddy. I am serious, William said, staring dead at the groom. 300 people held their breath, unsure of what was happening. I struggled with whether to do this, William said, his voice echoing in the room. For weeks, I asked myself if it was my place, if I should just let things happen. He looked at Charlotte and Julian, whose faces were pale. But Nathaniel is my brother in every way that matters, and he deserves to know who he's marrying. My father's champagne glass was suspended in midair, And my mother's smile froze. Before I finish, William said, I think everyone deserves to see what true love looks like. Were expected Mannering. The huge screen behind the head table lit up like a slideshow. The engagement party. The corner of the Ford estate garden, partially hidden by hedges. A champagne-dressed woman and a dark-haired man pressed together in the shadows, Charlotte and Julian kissing, expertly. A champagne glass shattered on the marble floor, sounding absurdly loud in the stunned silence. What's this? Nathaniel's voice was distorted. For 300 guests, the video used screenshots and enlarged text. Julian, I can't stop thinking about last night. When can I see you again, Charlotte? This is insane, Julian, my bro. Charlotte, no one must know. Nothing was unclear in the messages. For months, the room was silent. William and the tech crew didn't touch the laptop to turn it off. Nathaniel. Through the chaos, William said, Sorry you learned this way. I couldn't let you lie. After an hour, Nathaniel whispered. Tell me it's fake. Tell me it's photoshopped. Tell me something. Charlotte's mouth opened, closed, and opened again. 300 guests realized that the perfect wedding had just turned into a nightmare in that silence. Nathaniel charged Julian across the table, scattering champagne glasses and flowers. He knocked Julian over with a fist, while 3 groomsmen restrained him. My own brother. Nathaniel's voice split. Julian shrank back, hands raised. Nathaniel, listen. It was meaningless. Months? There are months of messages. Charlotte intervened, mascara running. Nathaniel, please. Let me explain. It was a mistake. A terrible mistake. Don't touch me. Nathaniel pushed past her. Nathaniel, we've been married for 45 minutes, she said, broken laughter escaping. 45 minutes and I already want a divorce. Horror-stricken guests took photos on their phones as they left. Others ran like the building was on fire. Mrs. Ford, Nathaniel's mother, collapsed into a chair, her husband fanning her. She whispered, No. No. Unrequited prayer. Standing, Julian had blood on his lip. Sorry, Nathaniel, I'm sorry. Nathaniel grumbled, Get out before I do something we'll both regret. Julian followed 2 groomsmen to the back exit without resistance. Charlotte, perfect and beautiful, stood alone in her $13,000 dress, watching her world crumble. I almost felt sorry for her, but then I remembered every cruel word, every dismissive glance, and every time she made me feel worthless. My parents were frozen like statues in a hurricane near the head table, almost forgotten in the chaos. My mother gripped my father's arm so tightly that her manicured nails left crescent marks on his jacket sleeve, her knuckles turning white. Do you know? She shakily whispered. Did George know? No. My gray-faced father aged 10 years in 10 minutes. I swear I didn't know. Charlotte. Mom's voice faltered. Our perfect Charlotte. She stopped, unable to reconcile her 2-year-old daughter with the wreckage of her wedding. The chaos, rose petals, overturned chairs, and shell-shocked guests were visible to my mother. Trance-like. She approached me. Lena. She grabbed my arms. Knew, didn't you? You knew. Not surprised, I simply said, I suspected. Why didn't you say? Why not warn me? I almost laughed at the ridiculous question. Would you have believed me? I whispered. Yes, I would. I stared into her eyes, unblinking. What if I told you Charlotte cheated on Nathaniel? Was the other daughter believed? Would you have called me jealous? Mom opened her mouth, closed it, and said nothing. That's what I thought. I released her arm and stepped back. Behind us, Nathaniel, William, and his parents were leaving. Nathaniel never looked at Charlotte. He stopped at the ballroom entrance, facing the 100 or so shocked or curious guests who remained. Eerily, he spoke. Thanks for coming today. It's not the celebration you expected, he said bitterly. Neither was mine. Charlotte moved through the crowd. Nathaniel, may we talk privately, please? He disregarded her, saying, My lawyer calls Monday. Our annulment will begin immediately. Annulment. Nathaniel, you can't. I can, and I will. He faced her, his words final. Months to confess. Months. You let me make joking vows at the altar. Months to confess. They weren't a joke to me. You were sleeping with my brother. You married me after months of insults? No joke? Charlotte finally snapped. As she kneeled in her $13,000 dress, the cathedral train surrounding her, she sobbed, I love you, Nathaniel. You don't know what love means. He left without looking back. His parents and Mrs. Ford backed her groomsmen. William paused at the door. He found me in the crowd, nodded, and left. The ballroom felt bombed. Flowers crushed, chairs flipped, the wedding cake uncut, its little bride and groom topper mocking what could have been, and Charlotte kneeling on the floor surrounded by her destruction. For the first time, I had nothing to say to her. I carefully stepped over rose petals and broken glass to exit with my purse. My mother caught me almost at the door. "Where are you going?" she yelled. "You can't just leave." "Yes, I can. But Charlotte needs to deal with the consequences of her own choices." Adjusting my shoulder bag, I said, "I'm done." Mom grabbed my arm. "You have to help us figure out what to do. You're her sister. You're supposed to." "I'm supposed to what?" I faced her, calm, but with a quiet fury. "Clean up her mess. Make her feel better. Be the organized one who fixes everything while Charlotte cries." "I didn't mean you called me the other daughter tonight in front of 300 people. My voice was calm. Unsettlingly calm. "You've spent 28 years treating me like a backup plan, and now you want my help?" Mom's face crinkled with age and guilt. "Lena, I love you," she said. "Mom, I'm out." I gently removed her hand from my arm. "When you're ready to have me in your life as your daughter, not as Charlotte's helper, not as the other one, you know where to find me." I left before she could reply. In the parking lot, Luke leaned against his car, looking like he'd been there for hours. Maybe he had. He asked, "How bad?" "Biblical." He quietly opened my passenger door. About halfway home, I realized I was crying. Not for Charlotte, my parents, or the girl who failed to count photo album pages. She stopped waiting to be seen. Luke took my hand. He lasted until we got home. Some may think I should have been happier then, possibly vindicated, but I was exhausted. Tired of competing for their attention. Tired of the rage. Like this story? Comment below. Ever seen karma in action? Tell me your stories. The weeks that followed? The blowback was swift and brutal. The wedding videos were up on all major social media within 48 hours. Someone recorded William's entire speech on their phone. Another person filmed Charlotte's meltdown. Julian ran away with blood on his face in yet another video. Charlotte's carefully curated Instagram following collapsed Monday morning. Her brand, built on authenticity, relationship goals, trust, and communication, was gone. Her 500,000 followers were furious. "Can't believe I took advice from a cheater." Her poor husband. 1 hour into the marriage. "How do you cheat with your fiancé's brother? This is what happens when you're beautiful but empty inside." Under 100,000 followers in a week, from 500,000. Her sponsored brands vanished overnight. 3. Nearly $45,000 a year sponsorship deals were canceled before she even spoke. Nathaniel paid for her luxury high-rise apartment, which she lost. She had 60 hours to retrieve her items. My parents drove to the city to help her move. They brought a car full of designer clothes and a crying daughter. Charlotte returned to her childhood bedroom at 32. Julian quietly left the forts. He worked as a gym employee for the family trust, but that ended instantly. I heard he moved to Arizona. He changed his social media name, Pretty, Golden Brother. Look how far they fell. Mom rang 2 weeks after the wedding. I hesitated before answering. "My hope's still there. Lena," she said in a softer voice, "I need to talk to you." "About what?" Silence. "I've been doing a lot of thinking about Charlotte." About everything. I waited. She sniffled before continuing, voice breaking. "All those years I didn't see who she really was. I was so focused on her beauty, her success, her potential. I missed everything that mattered." Her breath shook. "Mom, let me finish. I'm sorry I didn't see the real Charlotte. I'm sorry I trusted her when I shouldn't have." Her quiet caught my attention. I whispered. "And what? You're sorry you didn't see Charlotte clearly? What about me? Are you sorry about how you treated me for 30 years? Silence. I wasn't trying to hurt you, Lena. I just thought Charlotte needed more. More what? More love? More attention? More $75,000 weddings? That's not fair." Neither was calling me the other daughter in front of 300 people. Through the phone, I heard her crying. Part of me wanted to comfort her. A larger part declined. "When you're ready to apologize for how you treated me, not just for trusting Charlotte, call me back." I hung up. My father texted 3 hours later. "I'm sorry for everything. Not just this." It wasn't enough. He had never acknowledged it. Maybe there was hope. Maybe not. No matter. I'd want to know. I had to establish myself. Luke and I dated. Not at Westfield Estate. No 300-person invite. No string quartet. Champagne fountain. Or $13,000 dress. Just one backyard, a minister, and 30 loving people. Luke asked, "Are you sure about this?" When I issued invitations at our kitchen table, we could do something bigger. A restaurant, maybe a park. I'm sure. I sealed another envelope. I always saw my parents give Charlotte perfect moments. I don't need perfect. I need real. He kissed my forehead. Have I mentioned I love you once or twice? Well, here it is again. Good work, too. After 6 years, my event planner saw my potential. I became senior event coordinator 3 months after Charlotte's wedding. More responsibility. Better pay. A windowed corner office. Nobody gave it to me. I deserved it. William kept in touch. He worried after the wedding that I blamed him for the chaos. I didn't. William told Nathaniel the truth, as do. Sometimes friendship means telling people what they don't want to hear. Nathaniel slowly recovered. The annulment was uncontested. Charlotte had no reason to fight. Nathaniel dated again, I heard. He learned to trust, but nothing serious. William said, he asked about you, on the phone. Wanted me to tell you he's grateful for not warning Charlotte, for letting the truth come out. Did nothing. It's sometimes necessary. The first time building it for myself. 3 months down, a lifetime to go. The text came 2 months after the wedding. Can we talk? I need my sister. I pondered my phone. Luke graded papers at the kitchen table, glasses sliding down his nose, red pen in hand, normal, quiet, safe. Charlotte, I said. His eyes raised. What does she want to talk? Do you want to? 2 months without speaking. Did I? No family strife, comparisons, or inferiority. Part of me wanted it to last forever. The part that remembered braiding Charlotte's hair as children, sharing secrets under blankets, and being sisters before rivals wouldn't let go. I think I have to, I said. For closure, if nothing else. Coffee? Saturday? Public place. No parents. Her response was instant. Thank you. Thank you so much. Saturday dawned gray and rainy. I arrived at the cafe first, ordered a latte, and watched the rain from the window. Charlotte arrived 10 minutes late. The visitor wasn't my sister. She looked thinner and paler. Her perfectly styled blonde hair hung limp around her face. She wore just jeans and an old sweater, no makeup or designer clothes. She sat across from me, clutching her untouched coffee like it was her lifeline. Thank you for meeting me. Don't thank me yet. I spoke smoothly. I haven't decided what I'm willing to give you. She winced but nodded. I deserve that, she whispered. We sat there, two strangers who used to be sisters, with everything and nothing between us. I messed up, Charlotte whispered. I know I messed up. Yes, you did. The thing with Julian, it started before the engagement. I know that doesn't make it better, but I want you to understand. I was scared. Nathaniel was so perfect, and I was terrified I wasn't enough for him. So you slept with his brother? She winced again. I'm not asking you to understand. I want you to know I'm sorry for the affair. For everything. I sat back and watched. She looked broken to me. Truly broken. Part of me wanted to hug her across the table. But mostly, I remembered her cruel words, her indifference, her betrayal. I asked carefully. Are you sorry for the affair? Or are you sorry for how you treated me for 29 years? Charlotte blinked. What do you mean? I mean you called me the organized one in front of your friends like it was an insult. I mean you let mom spend my entire childhood comparing us. I mean you stood by while they called you the pretty one and treated me like I didn't exist. I didn't. I never asked them to. But you didn't stop them either, did you? Silence. She said. No. Finally. I didn't. The weight of 30 years sat on the table between us. I can forgive the affair, I said slowly. That was between you and Nathaniel. It wasn't my business. But I can't forget how you and mom and dad made me feel my whole life. I'm not ready to pretend it didn't happen. Charlotte wept. What do you want from me? I want you to see me. Really see me for once in our lives. She couldn't respond. Neither did I. I called my parents a week before my wedding. Mom answered on the second ring. Lena. She spoke cautiously, like someone waiting to return. I said, I'm getting married. Saturday. 3. I'm getting married. Saturday. Oh, honey, let me finish. I inhaled. It's going to be small. 30 people. Luke's parents' backyard. Silence. You're invited, I said. Both of you. But I need you to understand something first. Anything. Please be my parents, not Charlotte's with another daughter. More silence. My father behind me asked what I said. George. My mother whispered, Lena's marrying. I heard my father's voice. Dear, we'll be there. Whatever you need. I need you to see me, I said. That's all I've ever needed. We see you, Dad said. I know we haven't always shown it, but we see you. Mom called back. Please. Bring a gift? We weren't involved in planning, and she stopped and restarted. I know I've mistreated you. Improvement is my goal. That's all I'm asking, I said. Just try. After hanging up, Luke watched me from the doorway. How'd it go? They're coming. Its sincerity made me smile. They're actually coming. Your mood? I thought about it, hopeful, scared, but ready. I was grabbed across the room. You're going to be a beautiful bride, someone told me. I'm going to be a real one. That's better. A heavy rain muddied the backyard and forced all 35 of us under a rented tent that had seen better days when Luke and I married. It was perfect. The downtown vintage shop sold my dress for $350. Luke brought me wildflowers from his parents' field. We laughed when the minister, a family friend, mixed up his notes. I was thrilled. My parents weren't Luke's parents, who accepted me unconditionally, but they were in the second row. Mom sobbed throughout the ceremony, Dad clearing his throat and blinking. I think they cried for me. William brought Nathaniel, who looked lighter than at his disastrous wedding, like he'd set down something heavy. He embraced me before the ceremony. Just thank you, he said. For what? For not being like her. Charlotte sent flowers and a card despite not being invited or prepared. May this be the start of your happily ever after. You merit it. Not forgiveness, but it may have begun. I didn't consider the non-Westfield estate venue or designer dress when Luke and I married. 35 people loved us and came in the rain. Luke promised, I choose you today and every day after. My tears prevented me from responding, but he probably understood. My answer to whether I hate my parents or Charlotte is more complicated. I waited 29 years to be seen, for my mother to look at me like my sister, for my father to say I was enough, and for Charlotte to see that she got everything I didn't. I learned that approval is pointless. Make your own stage for lifetime performances. We have monthly dinners and talk about my life, marriage, and job. It's awkward, but they're trying. At last. Enough. Charlotte and I text occasionally, checking in, without much depth. Rebuilding with tentative small talk. Different wounds heal differently, so maybe we'll never be close. The story should teach you this. Taking anything doesn't reflect who loves you most. Setting limits is survival, not selfishness. The best revenge is living well. You deserve first choice if you're someone's other daughter, backup, or afterthought, because you're you, not pretty, successful, or connected. It's worth more than a $75,000 wedding that I live with people who see me clearly. It was long, but I told it after 29 years. Thanks for listening. Subscribe for more stories and comment below. What would you change? Visit the links in the description for more family drama. Take care and remember you deserve first dibs. I called my parents from an ambulance bleeding internally, begging them to watch my 4-year-old twins for just 40 minutes. But my mom texted back, "You're a nuisance. Figure it out yourself." They chose concert tickets over my life, so I ended $389,750 of support. My name is Claire Holloway. I'm 36. I'm a cardiology resident. I'm also a single mom to 4-year-old twins. 10 weeks ago, I was lying in a hospital room, bleeding internally after a car accident. My hands were shaking when I called my parents. I just needed someone to watch Emma and Noah for a few hours while doctors tried to keep me alive. Instead, I got a text in the family group chat. You've always been a nuisance and a burden. We have Madison Reed tickets with Brooke tonight. Figure it out yourself. So I did. From my hospital bed, I called a nanny agency, paid 4 times the normal rate, and made a decision that changed everything. I cut my parents off completely. Everything I'd been quietly paying for over the past 9 years was done. The mortgage. The health insurance. The car repairs. All of it. Gone. 3 weeks later, there was a knock on my door. Before I get to that, like and subscribe if you're enjoying this story. Drop a comment with where you're watching from and what time it is. I really do read them. Now let me rewind. I grew up in the Holloway household, where love came with a ranking system. My older sister, Brooke, was always at the top. Always. She's 4 years older than me. Effortlessly beautiful. One of those people who walks into a room and everyone notices. My parents practically lit up around her. When she said she wanted to pursue fashion design, my mom cried happy tears. My dad called her our little visionary. When I said I wanted to be a doctor, Dad nodded. That's practical. That was it. Practical. I told myself it didn't matter. I buried myself in school. I aced everything. I got into one of the best medical schools in the country. 4 years of undergrad. 4 years of med school. 4 years of cardiology residency. Graduation day should have been one of the proudest days of my life. My parents showed up 90 minutes late. Sorry, sweetheart. My mom said, barely looking at me. Brooke had an emergency meeting with a potential investor. They had to drop her off first. No flowers. No dinner. Just a rushed parking lot photo before they left because Brooke needed emotional support after her meeting. Compare that to Brooke's first fashion show 4 years earlier. The whole family flew to New York. 5-star hotel. Front row seats. My dad posted 19 photos on Facebook talking about how proud he was of his talented girl. I got a parking lot photo and a lukewarm, "Congrats, honey." I told myself it made sense. Fashion is competitive. Brooke needed more support. Medicine is stable. I could handle myself. What I didn't realize back then was that my parents' favoritism wasn't just emotional. It was financial. And I was paying for it. It started 9 years ago, right after I finished med school. My dad called me one night, clearly embarrassed. "Claire, we're in a bind. The mortgage is due and money's tight. Could you help us out?" Just this once. Just this once. I transferred $2,650 that night without hesitation. They were my parents. Of course I'd help, but just this once turned into every month. First the mortgage. Then $900 a month for health insurance when Dad's company dropped coverage. Then emergencies. Car repairs. A roof leak. A new furnace. I never said no. Not once. When I was pregnant with the twins and their father left during my 5th month, I called my parents from the hospital after a scary bleeding episode. I was terrified. Alone. Begging for help. "Oh honey, we wish we could come," my mom said. "But Brooke is so stressed after her show in Milan. She really needs us right now." They didn't come. Not for the birth. Not for that first brutal month when I wasn't sleeping, nursing 2 newborns while studying for my boards. But the transfers never stopped. $2,650 for the mortgage. $900 for insurance. Whatever else they needed. I kept a spreadsheet. I don't even know why. Maybe part of me needed proof. 9 years. About $365,000. I never asked for thanks. I never expected praise. But I never thought the people I'd been carrying for almost a decade would call me a burden. I just didn't know the reckoning was coming yet. The accident happened on a Tuesday night. I was driving home after an 18-hour shift. Exhausted, but alert. The light turned green. I pulled into the intersection. I never saw the truck. It ran the red light at 55 miles per hour and slammed into my driver's side. Glass shattered. Metal screamed. Everything spun. Then black. I woke up in an ambulance, pain tearing through my abdomen. A familiar face was hovering over me. "Claire. Claire. Can you hear me?" Daniel Reeves. ER doctor at my hospital. We'd worked together for 2 years. My voice came out weak. "What's happening?" "You were in an accident. Possible internal bleeding. You're going to need surgery." "You comforts." "Surgery. My kids." I grabbed his arm. "Emma and Noah. They're with the babysitter. She leaves at 8. She leaves at 8. Daniel checked his watch. "It's 7:20. 40 minutes. I had 40 minutes to find someone to watch my children before doctors cut me open. I fumbled for my phone. Blood smeared across the screen as I called my parents. It rang 4 times. "Claire," Dad said, annoyed. "We're about to leave." "What is it?" "Dad, I need help," I gasped. "I was in an accident. I'm being taken in for surgery. Please. I need you and Mom to watch the twins for a few hours." Silence. Then, "Hold on." I heard muffled voices. My mom sounded irritated. Brooke laughed in the background. The line went dead. Then my phone buzzed. Family group chat. "Claire, you've always been an annoyance and a burden. We have Madison Reed tickets with Brooke tonight. We've been planning this for months. Figure it out yourself." I read it again. And again. Then Dad messaged. "You're a doctor. You're used to hospitals. Don't make this a bigger deal than it is. Then Brooke. Just a laughing emoji. That was it. That's what I was worth. Daniel was watching me. I didn't realize he could see my screen until he spoke. Claire? What did they say? I couldn't answer. Something inside me cracked, and it wasn't just the bleeding. I need a phone, I whispered. One with internet. Mine's dying. He handed me his without hesitation. I searched emergency nanny services, found one with 24-hour availability, and called. I explained everything as calmly as I could. Yes, I'd pay triple the rate. Yes, I'd send the sitter contact details. Yes, charge my card immediately. It was done in 4 minutes. Daniel was still watching me when I handed his phone back. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Can you screenshot those messages? I asked, just before my phone died. He nodded slowly. Yeah. I can do that. I closed my eyes as the ambulance pulled into the hospital bay. The pain was brutal by then, but it wasn't even coming from my abdomen anymore. From that hospital bed, IV in my arm, fear sitting heavy in my chest, I made the easiest decision of my life. The surgery lasted 5 hours. My spleen had ruptured. Internal bleeding. A few more minutes and I wouldn't have made it. I spent 6 days in the hospital. IV drips. Morphine fog. Nurses checking my vitals around the clock. My parents never called. Not once, no texts, no visits. The emergency nanny service was expensive. Every dollar was worth it. They coordinated with my regular sitter. They kept Emma and Noah fed. Safe. Calm. They emailed me photos every day. Total strangers took better care of my life than my own family ever did. On day 3, I asked the nurse for my laptop. Are you sure you're up for this? She asked. You should be resting. I need to do something. My hands were steady when I logged into my banking app. 9 years of automatic transfers stared back at me. Like clockwork. $2,650 on the 1st of every month. $900 on the 15th. I canceled all of them. Then I opened my phone settings and blocked my father's number. My mother's. Brooks. No big moment. No crying. No hesitation. It felt like setting down a weight I'd been carrying so long, I'd forgotten it was even there. Daniel stopped by later that afternoon. He'd been checking on me every day. Coffee. Quiet company. No pressure. How are you feeling? He asked. I looked up at him and told the truth for the first time in years. Better. For the first time in 9 years, I actually feel better. He didn't push. Just nodded like he understood. I knew the fallout was coming. My parents would notice the money was gone. There would be anger. Tears. Demands. I just didn't expect what came next. 3 weeks after surgery, I was finally home. Slow. Sore. Still hurting. But alive. It was a Saturday morning. I was making pancakes for Emma and Noah, their favorite weekend thing. The kitchen smelled like butter and maple syrup. Noah was stacking his blocks. Emma was knocking them down and laughing. Then there was a knock, 3 sharp raps on the front door. I wiped my hands on a dish towel. My heart jumped. If it was my parents, I wasn't ready. I didn't know if I ever would be. I looked through the peephole and froze. A tall man stood on my porch. Early 70s. Silver hair, perfectly neat. Sharp blue eyes I hadn't seen in years. A posture that still carried 42 years of authority on the federal bench. Grandpa William. I hadn't seen him in almost 4 years. My parents always had excuses. Too busy. Too far. Too inconvenient. I opened the door and he pulled me into a hug so tight it made my incision ache. Claire. He said, rough. Let me look at you. I courted. He pulled back, studied my face, then his eyes dropped to where my hand rested protectively over my abdomen. I know everything, he said quietly. Margaret told me. Aunt Margaret. My mom's younger sister. The only one who ever questioned how my parents treated me. Grandpa. He raised a hand. You don't need to explain. But I need you to come somewhere with me. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a cream-colored envelope. Thick. Formal. My 72nd birthday is next Saturday. The whole family will be there. He met my eyes. And I have some things to say. Later, Grandpa William sat at my kitchen table, watching Emma and Noah like they were the most important people in the room. They adored him instantly. Showing him toys. Climbing onto his lap. Demanding attention. He gave it freely. They look just like you did at that age, he said. Same stubborn chin. I brought 2 cups of coffee and sat across from him. How did you find out? I asked. About the accident. About everything. Margaret called me that night, he said, wrapping his hands around the mug. She heard from one of your cousins what your parents did. His jaw tightened. I've been watching this for years, Claire. The way Susan and David treat you compared to Brooke. I'm old. I'm not blind. I stared into my coffee. I kept thinking I was imagining it. Making it bigger than it was. Making it bigger than it was. You weren't. His voice carried the weight of someone who spent a lifetime separating truth from lies. I was a federal judge for 42 years. I know favoritism. I know exploitation. He leaned forward. Do you still have records of the money you sent them? I nodded. Every transfer. 9 years. Good. He leaned back. I want a summary. Of what? Everything. Every payment. Every date. Every amount. Every date. Why? Because at my birthday party, in front of the entire family, the truth is coming out. There was no anger in his eyes. No revenge. Just certainty. And after 42 years on the bench, he said calmly, I've learned that facts speak for themselves. My hands shook around the mug. What if they hate me? The ones who matter won't. He reached across the table and squeezed my hand. And the ones who do never deserved you. The next 16 days were a blur. I printed every bank statement. Every transfer confirmation. 9 years of financial records. All organized. All bound in a plain manila folder. Seeing it all together was overwhelming. Month after month. Year after year. Money flowing one way. Aunt Margaret came over 4 days before the party. 55. Sharp-tongued. Always the black sheep for refusing to play along. She flipped through the folder. Her face darkened with every page. $382,000, she said flatly. Claire, do you understand what this is? I do, I said. That's more than most people make in 7 years. She set the folder down. And they called you a burden. I pressed my palms against the counter. I don't want to destroy the family. I just want them to see it. To acknowledge it. You're not destroying anything, she said, placing a hand on my shoulder. You're stopping the lie. They built their comfort on your silence. You don't owe them that anymore. I nodded, even though my stomach twisted. What if everyone takes their side? Some might, she said. Families are complicated. Then she shrugged. But your grandfather has influence. And you have the truth. That night, I got a text from a cousin I barely spoke to. Heard you and your parents had a falling out. Brooke's been telling everyone you've been acting erratic since your accident. Just wanted to give you a heads up. I stared at the screen. They were already spinning it. Painting me as unstable. Setting the stage before I even showed up. I hadn't wanted a fight. But they were clearly bringing one anyway. Grandpa William's house sat on 4 acres of perfectly manicured land. White columns. Wraparound porch. The kind of place that whispered old money and quiet authority. I pulled into the circular driveway, hands tight on the wheel. Emma and Noah chattered in the back seat about the balloons they could see through the windows. More than 45 cars lined the property. Everyone was there. I wore a simple navy dress. Clean. Professional. Understated. I wasn't there to make a scene. I was there to tell the truth. The folder sat in my bag. Inside, the party was already in full swing. Champagne trays. A string quartet in the corner. Crystal and silver catching the chandelier light. And then I saw them. My parents stood near the fireplace. Dad in his best suit, looking completely at ease. Mom was standing there in a cream-colored dress, laughing at something someone said. Then they saw me. Her laugh died instantly. Dad's face hardened. For a long moment. None of us moved. Then Brooke appeared. My sister glided over in a designer dress that probably cost more than my monthly student loan payment. Her smile was flawless. Practiced. Her eyes were cold. Oh, Claire, she said, air kissing my cheek. You made it. We heard about your accident. Nothing too serious, I hope. I looked straight at her. A ruptured spleen. Internal bleeding. I almost died. Her smile flickered. Mom said it was just a minor accident. Mom wasn't there, I said. I shifted Noah to my other hip. Neither of you were. For half a second, Brooke's composure cracked. Then it snapped right back into place. She patted my arm like she felt sorry for me. Well, you look fine now. That's what matters. And then she walked away. That's when I knew. This wasn't over. It was just starting. About 30 minutes into the party, I was getting fruit punch for the twins, when I heard Brooke's voice, loud. On purpose. Carrying across the room. I'm really worried about Claire, she was saying to a cluster of aunts and cousins near the dessert table. The accident really affected her. She's been saying the strangest things. Cut off all contact with mom and dad for no reason. I kept my back turned, but every word hit like a blade. Mom joined in, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. We've tried everything. Calls. Texts. She won't respond. I think she's having some kind of breakdown. Poor thing, someone murmured. She's always been sensitive. Brooke added. Remember how dramatic she was as a teenager? I think being a single mom just pushed her over the edge. I could feel people looking at me. Pity. Concern. Judgment. I didn't say anything. I just handed Noah his juice cup and smoothed Emma's hair. Aunt Margaret appeared at my side, her voice low and sharp. They've been laying the groundwork all week. Calling relatives. Planting stories. They know something's coming, and they're trying to discredit you first. I nodded. I know. You okay? I glanced across the room at Grandpa William. He was watching everything, unreadable, a glass of whiskey in his hand. He gave me the smallest nod. I'm fine, I told Margaret. Let them talk. Then the room went quiet. Someone tapped a glass. Grandpa William stood up. At 72, he still commanded attention without trying. The same presence he had in a courtroom for decades. Every eye turned to him. Before we continue with the festivities, he said calmly, I have a few things I'd like to say. The air shifted. You could feel it. This was it. I'm going to pause here for a second. Before Grandpa says what he knows, I want to ask you something. Have you ever had someone rewrite the story about you? Paint you as unstable just because you finally stood up for yourself? Drop a comment if you've been there. And if you're invested, hit like. What comes next matters. Now, back to the party. Before Grandpa could continue, my father stepped forward. Dad, wait. His voice was controlled, but his jaw was tight. Before you say anything, he said, turning to the room, there's something the family should know. Grandpa raised an eyebrow. David. Dad faced the crowd, suddenly every inch the worried, loving parent. As many of you may have heard, my daughter Claire has been going through a very difficult time. He gestured toward me with a sad smile. Since her accident, she's been confused. Distant. And the fossilitis a place, she's cut off all contact with her mother and me, he continued. Mom stepped up beside him, still clutching the handkerchief. We've only ever wanted what's best for her, she said, voice trembling. But she's been spreading terrible lies. Saying we abandoned her. That we don't love her. We don't love her. The room was silent. I felt it. 50 pairs of eyes locked onto me. We've tried to be patient, Dad went on. But it's been heartbreaking. We gave that girl everything. Everything, Brooke echoed from across the room. She's even claiming we refused to help her during her accident, which is absolutely not true. There must be some misunderstanding. Someone near me whispered. The poor things. I couldn't move. Emma buried her face into my neck, sensing the tension. Claire? An aunt I barely knew stepped closer. Honey? Are you okay? Your parents are so worried about you. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. Then Grandpa William's voice cut through the room like a gavel. Are you finished, David? It wasn't loud. It wasn't angry. But everyone heard the steel underneath. Dad's confident expression faltered. I just thought the family should know. The family should know the truth, Grandpa interrupted. And I intend to give it to them. He walked to the center of the room. Slow. Deliberate. The walk of someone who had presided over hundreds of cases and never lost control. I've listened to your concerns, he said. David. Susan. Brooke. You've painted a very clear picture of a troubled young woman who turned against her loving family. He paused. Now I'd like to ask a few questions. And send the start together Weiss. Dad shifted uncomfortably. Dad. I don't think this is the place. This is exactly the place. Grandpa's voice didn't rise. It hardened. This is family. And families deserve the truth. He turned to my father. David. A simple question. Who has been paying the mortgage on your house for the past 9 years? Dad went pale. What? Your mortgage, Grandpa said evenly. $2,650 a month. For 9 years. Who's been paying it? Rebestively, PHE, rebestively, Forgestively. Dad glanced at Mom. We pay our own mortgage. Do you? Grandpa reached into his jacket and pulled out a folder. My folder. Because I have here a complete record of bank transfers from Claire's account to your mortgage company. Every month. For 108 consecutive months. A murmur rippled through the room. That's a misunderstanding, Mom stammered. Claire offered. We never asked. I'm not suggesting you forced her, Grandpa replied calmly. I'm establishing facts. He opened the folder. Let's talk numbers. Brooke had gone pale. Dad's hands were clenched at his sides. Mom looked like she might faint. And I stood there holding my kids, heart pounding, as the truth finally came out. 9 years, Grandpa read. Mortgage payments totaling $286,200. He looked up. That's the house David and Susan live in. The house they claim they pay for themselves. Someone gasped. Health insurance premiums. $97,200, he continued. When David's company dropped coverage, Claire paid. And he turned the page. Car repairs, home maintenance. Emergency expenses. Approximately $51,500. Another page. Cash gifts and financial support for Brooke's fashion ventures. $14,800. He closed the folder. Total, $389,750. Give or take. No one spoke. Aunt Margaret stepped forward. For context, that's more than most people make in 7 years of full-time work. Claire did this while completing her medical residency and raising infant twins alone. Mom's voice cracked. We never forced her. No one said you did, Grandpa replied. But I am curious. He looked directly at them. In 9 years of receiving that support, how many times did you say thank you? Silence. How many times did you visit her in the hospital after her twins were born? Still nothing. How many times did you show up for her? My mom started crying. Not the quiet, sympathetic tears from earlier. Real sobbing. Messy. Loud. We thought she was fine, Dad said, hollow. She never complained. She always managed. She managed, Grandpa repeated, calm and sharp, because she had to. Because you taught her that her needs didn't matter. Someone behind us shook their head. An uncle. Jesus, David, $382,000. And you called her a burden. Dad flinched like he'd been slapped. But Grandpa wasn't done. There's one more thing the family should hear. He pulled out his phone and adjusted his glasses. 10 weeks ago, Claire was in a serious car accident. She was bleeding internally and rushed into emergency surgery. The room went still. From the ambulance, she called her parents. Her children were at home with a babysitter who was about to leave. She needed someone to watch them for a few hours. He paused. Looked straight at my parents. This is the text message she received in response. From Susan. I'll read it exactly. He cleared his throat. Claire, you've always been an annoyance and a burden. We have Madison Reed tickets with Brooke tonight. Figure it out yourself. The room exploded. Oh my God. Someone whispered. That's not you're taking it out of context, Brooke said quickly. There is no context, Aunt Margaret snapped. That makes abandoning your daughter during a medical emergency acceptable. We didn't know it was serious, Dad shouted. Did you ask? Grandpa cut in. Did you call her back? Did you go to the hospital? Silence. For anyone wondering, Grandpa said evenly, the answer is no. No. And no. B. A woman I barely recognized, stepped away from my parents. Her face twisted in disgust. Then another. And another. My mom was sobbing now, uncontrollable. I didn't mean it like that, she cried. I was frustrated. You didn't think your daughter might die. Grandpa finished. Because you never thought about her at all. He turned back to the room. I'm not asking anyone to judge. I'm presenting facts. What you do with them is your choice. Then he looked at me. Claire. Do you want to say anything? I hadn't planned to. I came expecting Grandpa to handle it. To let the facts do the talking while I stood there quietly. But looking around the room at my crying mother, my stunned father, my sister barely holding it together, I realized I wasn't done. I handed Noah to Aunt Margaret and stepped forward. I didn't come here for revenge, I said. My voice surprised me. It was steady. I came because Grandpa invited me. And because for 36 years, I've been living inside a version of this family that wasn't real. Herring stated and also. I looked at my parents. I believed you when you said Brooke needed more support because her industry was harder. When you said I could handle things on my own, I believed you. I tried to be what you needed me to be. A tear slid down my cheek. I didn't wipe it away. But that night in the ambulance bleeding, terrified, I finally understood. I wasn't strong to you. I swallowed. I was convenient. I was exploitable. And no matter how much I gave, it was never going to make you see me the way you see her. People had moved closer without me noticing. A hand on my arm. A cousin nodding through tears. My dad opened his mouth. Claire, I'm not finished. I don't hate you, I said quietly. But I can't keep pretending this is okay. I can't keep buying love that should have been free. An uncle turned on my father. How could you, David? Living off your daughter for years and treating her like nothing. The room felt like it was tilting. So what now? Dad asked, desperate. You humiliated us in front of the whole family. Are you happy? I shook my head. No. I'm not happy. None of this makes me happy. I took a breath. But I'm not sorry. Because this isn't about humiliation. It's about honesty. For the first time in 9 years, everyone knows the truth. Not your version. Not Brooke's. The truth. Brooke tried one last time. This is ridiculous. You're acting like we're monsters. We're family. Families help each other. You're right, I said, turning to her. Families help each other. I held her gaze. So where were you when I was pregnant and alone? When I was raising newborns and studying for boards? When I was bleeding out in an ambulance? She had nothing to say. I turned back to my parents. I won't be sending money anymore. Not because I can't afford it, but because support should be a gift, not an obligation. And it should go both ways. My mom reached for me. Claire, please. I'm not cutting you off forever. I said. But I need real space. Not a few weeks of guilt, and then everything goes back to normal. I took Noah back from Aunt Margaret. I need you to actually think about what you've done. And if you ever truly acknowledge it, maybe we can rebuild something. But I'm not waiting for it. A great aunt stepped forward and took my hands. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I had no idea. I always thought you had it easy. I know, I said softly. Everyone did. That was the point. Let me pause here for a second. Did that moment land for you? When I finally chose myself? A lot of us are taught that family means endless sacrifice. But here's the truth. Boundaries aren't betrayal. Saying no isn't selfish. If that resonates, drop the word boundaries in the comments. Now, the aftermath. My parents left early. No one stopped them. No one said goodbye. Dad helped Mom to the car while she cried into his shoulder. Brooke followed behind, head down, avoiding everyone's eyes. The silence they left was heavy. But not uncomfortable. More like the quiet after a storm. After that, things moved fast. My phone didn't stop buzzing. Cousins I hadn't talked to in years reached out to apologize. Aunts and uncles started rethinking everything they thought they knew. Cousin Emily texted me. I always thought you were the difficult one. Brooke made it sound like you just pulled away. I'm so sorry I believed her. The family group chat went silent. Then it disappeared entirely. More telling, my parents quietly stopped getting invited places. Andrew's 42nd birthday came 3 weeks later. They weren't invited. Easter brunch at Aunt Margaret's. Their names weren't on the list. No announcement. No sides chosen. They just weren't welcome anymore. 2 weeks later, my mom called from a new number. I let it go to voicemail. Claire, please. We need to talk. This has all been blown out of proportion. Your father is devastated. I'm devastated. I didn't call back. Can't we just move past this? I listened to the voicemail once. Then I deleted it. I'd learned something by then. Forgiveness isn't a reset button. It doesn't erase consequences. It's something you do for yourself, not something you hand out so other people can feel better. And I wasn't ready to give that yet. What I didn't expect was how fast the financial fallout would hit. 3 months after the party, Aunt Margaret called me. They're selling the house. I set my coffee down. What? My parents? They put it on the market last week, she said. They're behind on the mortgage. I thought I'd feel something. Satisfaction. Vindication. Maybe even guilt. Instead, I just felt tired. Where are they going to go? I asked. Your Uncle Robert is letting them stay in his guest house. Temporarily. She paused. But it's conditional. They have to get jobs. Real ones. No more waiting for someone to bail them out. Jobs. My parents hadn't worked full-time in years. Dad retired early at 57. Mom had never worked outside the house. They'd been living on my money for so long, they didn't even realize how dependent they'd become. What about Brooke? I asked. Can't she help? Margaret laughed. It wasn't kind. She's been drowning since the divorce. Word about the party got around. Someone knows someone in fashion. She lost a major contract. She sighed. Last I heard, she's waitressing part-time. I stared out my kitchen window at Emma and Noah running around the backyard. I don't want them to suffer, I said quietly. I know you don't, Margaret said, softer now. That's because you're a good person. But they didn't suffer for 9 years because you were propping them up. They didn't grow. They didn't learn. You stopping wasn't cruel. It was necessary. She was right. I knew she was right. That night, I sat down and redid my budget. The $3,550 I used to send my parents every month went straight into a college fund for the twins. They wouldn't worry about student loans. They wouldn't carry someone else's weight the way I had. That felt fair. 7 months after Grandpa's party, my phone rang on a Tuesday night. Unknown number. Normally, I wouldn't have answered. But something told me to pick up. Claire. It was Brooke. Her voice sounded smaller. Stripped down. All that polished confidence was gone. Please don't hang up, she said quickly. I know I don't deserve your time. I need to say something. I sat on the edge of my bed. I'm listening. I'm sorry, she said. The word cracked. I'm so sorry. For how I treated you. For what I said. For laughing at that text when you were. Her voice broke. When you were dying, what kind of person does that? I didn't interrupt. I didn't know about the money, she went on. Not all of it. I knew Mom and Dad were struggling, but I thought they were handling it. I didn't realize it was you. For 9 years, she went quiet. Did you ever ask? I said. No. She whispered. Because I didn't want to know. I liked being the favorite. I liked how easy everything felt. She let out a bitter laugh. Nothing's easy now. I heard about the contract. Turns out reputation matters. Funny how that works. We sat in silence for a moment. I'm not asking for money, she said finally. Or forgiveness. I just wanted you to know. I see it now. All of it. Who I was. What Mom and Dad did. I took a breath. Then start there. Take responsibility. Be better. Yeah, she said, crying. I'm trying. Good. Good. I hung up, and for the first time in a long while, I felt something like hope. 7 months after that call, and 14 months after the accident that changed everything, I stood in my new apartment watching the sun set through the windows. It wasn't big. 3 bedrooms. 2 bathrooms. A small kitchen. But it was 6 minutes from the hospital, in a good school district, and most importantly, it was mine. No mortgage payments to parents who didn't appreciate them. No insurance premiums for people who called me a burden. Just rent. Utilities. And a college fund growing every month. Emma and Noah were at Grandpa Williams that afternoon. He'd become a regular part of our lives over the past 14 months. Every Sunday, he picked them up for adventures. The zoo. The park. Ice cream, I pretended not to know about. They're good kids, he told me once. You're raising them right. Coming from him, that meant everything. Aunt Margaret became more than family. She became a friend. We had dinner twice a month. She helped me work through the emotional mess. Setting boundaries. Learning to put myself first. You know what I admire about you? She said once. You didn't become bitter. A lot of people would have. What's the point? I told her. Bitterness is just drinking poison and hoping someone else gets sick. I hadn't spoken directly to my parents since. But I heard things through the family. They were still at Uncle Robert's. Dad had a part-time job at a hardware store. Mom was doing bookkeeping for a local church. They weren't thriving, but they were surviving. Sometimes I wondered if they thought about me. If they missed me. If they regretted anything. But those weren't my questions to answer. I carried their weight for 36 years. It was finally time to put it down. If you've made it this far, I want to leave you with this. Not advice. Just something I learned the hard way. For 36 years, I believed love was something you earned. That if I gave enough, sacrificed enough, asked for nothing, the people who were supposed to love me would eventually see my value. I was wrong. Love isn't a transaction. It's not a reward for being useful. And no amount of money, time, Or energy can buy something that should have been given freely from the start. The family I have now: Grandpa William, Aunt Margaret, friends like Daniel who showed up when my own parents didn't. They don't love me for what I provide. They love me for who I am. That's the difference. And it took almost dying on an operating table to finally understand it. I don't know what happens next with my parents. Maybe they'll change. Maybe they'll reach out with real remorse. If that happens, I'll think about it. But I'm not waiting. My life is mine now. My energy. My resources. My love. And if the people who raised you call your self-respect betrayal, maybe they never deserved your loyalty in the first place. If you're carrying a weight that was never yours, it's okay to put it down. It's okay to choose yourself. You're not selfish. You're not ungrateful. You're not a burden. You're finally free. Thanks for staying with me through this story. If it resonated, hit like and subscribe. It really helps. And I want to hear from you. Have you ever had to set boundaries with family? What happened? Share your thoughts in the comments.